second spot at the Six Invitational still wages on. 29 days ago, 64 teams entered the ring hoping to punch their ticket to Boston and keep their dreams alive. But now that number has been whittled down to just 3 teams. And among those 3 teams, 2 best-of-3 series is what's separating them from defeat or the right to fight to lift Siege's Six Invitational hammer, the greatest honor in all of Siege. My name is Connor C-Daps D'Apollonio, and I will be your host on the journey for the final half. And we have so many games left to be played at the South American Six Invitational Last Chance Qualifier. If you are just now joining as a viewer, we can take a little bit of a step back and look at how far we have come and how we got to this point. Yesterday, 3 matches were played, and unfortunately, 1 team was sent home. But here on day 2, we've got another 3 games left to be played, starting off strong with the first match of Raza Company Academy versus Black Dragons. And as we see, that's the upper side of the bracket. Both of these teams are Raza Company as well as Black Dragons. They had to have victories in their own first games. And that's how we all started off, with Raza Company taking down Vivo Keedstars and sending them to the lower bracket, where unfortunately Vasco Esports, the only Argentinian team who was looking to just hold the hopes of their entire region on their own shoulders, fell off short 2 times in a row and had to pack their bags and go home. Vivo Keedstars, after a disappointing showing against Raza Company early on, did bounce back and are waiting in the wings, but they have to first see who loses against Raza Company and Black Dragons, 2 teams that have looked so good and are looking to continue their momentum and hopefully qualify for Siege's big dance, the Six Invitational in Boston. Just to remind everybody once again, all these teams are fighting for 1 singular spot remaining to try to join the best of the best, the creme de la creme, the strongest and most competitive rosters that Siege has to offer. Right now, among the 16 teams, now 17 as CAG punched their ticket, 4 of these rosters hail from the South American region. FaZe Clan, W7M, Team Liquid, and even the reigning champions of Furia are the rosters with the targets on their back for these remaining teams. However, nobody else on this screen is also slouches. BDS, they're the runners-up in both majors, and they're looking to make their way to finally secure a championship, while W7M and Beast Coast, they're trying to win another event once again that they've already done this calendar year. And now, with all the stage set, we do have more games to be played here today, but I'm not going to be alone. I'm going to be joined by some beautiful casters in the form of Stokes as well as Lynx, but I don't think they're ready quite yet. Once again, we do have a lot of games to be played. They are ready now. Okay, I was worried for just a second. First, I think you guys are always ready. Sam, I'll start with you. How are you feeling today?
Oh, brother, I am pumped. We kind of got, a little bit of the rush shaken off yesterday. Lynx and I had a pretty good time in some of our best of 3s. Got to see a lot of just high-flying action, huh, Lynx?
Yeah, I mean, sure, some of it was a little boring, right? You know, Black Dragons going up 5-1. We're thinking, oh, God, it's going to be a stomp. And then, oh, my God, Vasco Esports coming back. And yet still, ironically, in that series, I guess, overall, Vasco Esports never really able to reach the heights that, even in the games we watched yesterday, it seemed like they were capable of achieving.
Yeah, I completely agree. And you guys missed the Raza Company game, Raza Company Academy, but I wouldn't necessarily let that name fool you. I don't think they're an academy team by any stretch of the imagination. They look oh so good. They've competed at the top levels of Brazil. And Sam, I'm sure you're so ready to see them finally display what they've been working on.
Oh, I'm so excited for Raza Academy, and I totally agree with you as well, Dabs. That is not an Academy squad. This is actually the XE1 roster from the Brazil region, and here are their beautiful faces. The man I want to talk about the most when it comes to this roster as of now is Live. He was kind of their saving grace throughout this last stage, of 2024, and he could be a very big portion of this roster today as they try and take down Black Dragons, who have seemed formidable in the last 2 LCQs that they've played.
Yeah, and even Carter, if we want to focus in on Basetto, he was the real just rock and anchor of this roster yesterday.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, to be fair, by the time you get to map 2 and it's like a 7-2 victory, you're going to have the whole team performing, which is why I think you see the stats by and large good across the board. But Basetto absolutely was the standout player yesterday. And when you think about it, going into today, they're playing against Black Dragons. You're going to need a player like Basetto, who has, Ask and Hornetow to deal with, two of the best players. Arguably, Connor, the two best players on any team in the LCQ. Like, one player might have been good yesterday, but we really need to see that 7-2 Raza Academy performance where everybody was showing up to really counter the star power at the top of Black Dragons.
Yeah, and with that star power, once again, my eyes are just immediately drawn to those numbers of Ask and Hornetow, both two insanely prolific fraggers, Sam, that are among the best in all of Brazil.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the thing about Black Dragons. They have so much firepower with this roster. They have the capability of taking it to really any team across the globe. It's really just comes down to strategy and sometimes just mismanagement of these rounds where they end up getting punished. And I think that that's the main thing that Black Dragons are focused on. They're focused on themselves and trying to improve and see what ceiling they potentially find.
Yeah, and one of those ceilings could potentially be when I talked with Ask on the on the interview after their game. I kind of touched on, hey, how do you feel about playing against Raza Company? Carter, we talked about it in great length. Raza Company won both games of the closed qualifier. Sure, it was for seeding. We don't know, but Ask still felt confident. He was saying, hey, we have played this team across 4, maybe 5 maps. We know exactly how they play. And it feels familiar and almost exciting for this Black Dragons team to go up against them once again.
It's the classic story of any domestic matchup when the vast majority of the games you can bet on playing in a given year are against the same 7, 8, 9 opponents. You are not only going to learn their tendencies and just feel a lot more comfortable playing them, but when you get to these points where, sure, maybe even Raza Academy has taken the victory in the past 2 matchups we've seen, you still have a pretty decent backlog to say, okay, but when we did this all the way back in Stage 2, well, I guess not Stage 2 for Black Dragons, nothing really went well for them there, but Stage 1 for Black Dragons, hey, we actually were able to make a lot of ground with this particular strategy, right? So I think the regional matchups, or at least the most recent matchups, are absolutely important. The fact that literally within the past couple weeks, Raza Academy have beaten Black Dragons twice in the same tournament, but at the same time, even if Raza Academy might have the better overall team performance, the fact that you have Ask, who you just talked about, but Hornet as well, feeling comfortable in a matchup, that's always a scary thing to think about if the 2 best players in the whole tournament are comfortable against you.
Yeah, and then it almost puts all the pressure back onto the back line of Black Dragons. Your Guto, your Nuxka, and it makes everything insanely tough, Sam. How much pressure do you think goes onto those guys?
I think there is a certain level of pressure to it, Dabs, but I think it's one of those things where you're just trying to get back to form. I mean, we look at the Black Dragons roster, we break down what these players have been doing over the last year, and yes, Stage 2, not all that great, but these last 2 LCQs were very good. Their stage to start the, year of 2024 was also pretty solid, and speaking of Gudo, he was actually the top-rated player during that first stage, let alone the fact that he was one of the best players on Black Dragons when they were playing against Furia in the last LCQ that we saw for the fall major. So I think that there is a lot of positives for this squad. They just need to get into the good graces of their own mental and try to make the most out of the situation.
Exactly, and we also just saw so many rosters that have qualified through the last chance qualifiers to SI. Sam, one of them really pops in my mind, that TSM team that we sent
yes.
That ended up lifting the hammer,
have.
but we finally have map bans. Carter, I'm gonna let you take it away because we got to know exactly where we're gonna be battling.
Yeah, and I think if you're Black Dragons, right, taking off maps that E1 won yesterday, like Skyscraper, for example, make complete sense. And the fact that, I am a bit surprised that Raza Academy will ban Nighthaven, considering that, they did 7-2 a team yesterday, but it is a map we've seen Black Dragons play before, so not entirely unreasonable. I'm very intrigued by the maps we're actually going to end up casting, like the 2 picks, because one, again, shout out, 2-map Salmon I have not casted this tournament. We're getting quite a lot of variety in just a small amount of best of threes. But you have probably two polar opposite maps, not necessarily in terms of what happens, but just in terms of scale. You've got arguably the smallest map in the entire pool coming out from Black Dragons, and then one of the largest maps in the entire pool that requires a lot of coordination, a lot of well-thought-out planning on attack and defense, but attack specifically, on Bank, coming from Raza Academy. Of course, Border Decider, I mean, you know, that's fair, whatever. But we are going to see some two pretty large, at least, like, stylistic differences for the attack, as our two guaranteed maps.
Yeah, when you talk about stylistic differences, there really is not as much of a difference as you can say with Chalet, with Bank, but both of these rosters are really good in the Brazilian circuit, and it is ready, so I'm going to let you guys take it away. Have fun on Chalet.
I always have fun on Chalet. I genuinely, like, if I think about Chalet, it is probably a map that if you were to count every single match I've ever casted, from like T3, T2, and beyond, probably genuinely the most fun I have on like a match-per-match basis, I would say, Sam.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, man. I think Chalet, honestly, throughout the history of Siege, has probably been one of my favorite maps. Even its old iteration, watching people try and figure out those other bomb sites links, it was always such a good time just to try and see how people would apply themselves. But in its current iteration, it's fantastic. I especially love how you can get away with some cheeky little roam games and that kind of stuff, and how the offense can influence you from those window plays. And you know, you and I were actually touching on an operator that got touched up a little bit yesterday, Blackbeard, and I think that this might be a high priority ban for these two maps that we're about to see, man, because he might run amok at things, Lynx.
Well, and especially you think about a position like if you're defending Master Bedroom in Office, right? One spot that always can get hotly contested is the piano area, because of how small Chalet is, the attack is usually going to get library control at some point, right? And then at that point, if you're taking from library side, you've got to open up the office wall, and you got to take control of piano, or at least push the people out of piano, and that's often a pretty hard task. There might be a shield on the piano, it might be somebody playing around black wall, and your only real options are maybe have somebody on the bedroom window, or just fully swing and commit to the fight. A pretty difficult gambit, especially after the nade nerf, which removed basically one of the only options to work around that. But if you have Blackbeard behind that shield, you're a lot more comfortable to swing and take that fight, to just fire some shots, then back off around the corner, and maybe end up winning that engagement. Just the chances of you constantly trying to force a fight in piano are not only higher, but also there's a greater percentage of chance of you winning it. So I agree, specifically for positions like that, or even if you just want to, like, hop in through the single window and take control of library, Blackbeard might be a high priority ban. But we do have Chalet ready to watch between Black Dragons and Raza Academy. It is Black Dragons' pick, but I have no doubt that both teams will feel comfortable on this map. I especially know the old E1 roster. The smaller the map, the better those double shield rushes would work when we watch them in Stage 1, so I know they're not going to be concerned.
All right, well, let's get into it. And yeah, I expected this. Carter expected this. I think we all expected this. Blackbeard will be banned out. And funny enough, actually, you brought up the frag grenades as well, and the fact that they got nerfed. I think Blackbeard might be the best operator to have frags right now, given the fact that he can toss those things without exposing himself, which is just fantastic. So probably another solid reason as to get rid of him. Raza is actually going to end up taking out Graham, and I really like this as well, Carter. He's got a lot of really good utility that displaces the defense and gives good info, so pretty solid ban there.
I'm a big fan. Grim is the #1 operator in my mind that is constantly, season after season, so lucky he never breaches above like the #3 ban priority slot. There's always somebody, Shield, Ying, Blackbeard in this, well, I guess technically Shield, but like Monty Blitz and then Blackbeard or Ying or Dokkaebi. But Grim is so strong. 5 canisters. Like, I know we watch him all the time. 5 canisters for what he does is insane. And so I think a lot of teams come to rely on Grim on every single map, and he's usually never banned because of the other priorities. So I think it's a really, really good ban in this particular matchup. The defensive ones are a bit more standard. Azami, especially on Chalet, can make positions like Library a lot more playable, so not a big shock there. Same with the Fenrir, who can just be generally annoying. But that Grim ban, put that in my veins, man. I love that. I want to see more of that, actually.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's one of those operators that I think people have gotten too comfortable with having around, and I would really like to see him kind of get spot banned against people more. So we'll have to see, but we're having a couple of issues here, guys, with Ask and Hornet, so we're going to come back to us on camera, and we're going to talk a little bit more about these bans and how Chalet could potentially go. So Black Dragons is going to be starting out on offense. They don't have a Blackbeard, they don't have Grim, but there's still plenty of options, especially in the shield play, and that's more than likely what we're going to see prioritized for a lot of this displacement. So expect the Monty, expect the Blitz, expect things that operate well around those, especially things like Dokkaebi to give good info where you don't really have to be, you know, tied in on those drones trying to figure out what's going on in the moment.
And for Black Dragon starting on the attack, as you mentioned, while the shield play was not, you know, like consistent every single round from Nux, when it was brought out, it was actually quite effective, even in rounds they lost. For example, yesterday, the winning round that Black Dragons got on Consulate was a Monty round and a rush on basement, not a rush on basement, but a pretty quick entry into the site in the mid-round by Nux on Monty. They ended up winning the map right there. But there was an earlier round that even though they lost, Black Dragons, via Nux running in with the Blitz, was able to get a plant down in a 4v5 and lose it, but in very slim margins. Low time in the post plant with only like 1 or 2 person left alive on the opposing side. So sure, Nux probably won't be running the shields every round, but in the specific instances we've seen him bring it out yesterday, they have all generally been very effective, even in wins or losses. So I have to imagine that Raza Academy not only will be aware of it, because Nux has played a lot of shields the past 6 months, but also when it worked yesterday, boy, was it basically at worst 90% successful.
Yeah, and that's one of those things you really want to prioritize in your defensive lineup, right? When you're thinking about what you bring to the table and what these strategies are going to look like, you really need to work some things in that are going to assist you with these shields. Because if they end up breaking that glass, then you're going to have a lot of problems if you don't have things like a Legion or maybe some other trap operators, or at a bare minimum, just something to kind of break up what is going to be happening on that offensive side. So we'll see what Raza wants to bring to the table. We don't know if, you know, essentially in that first round, they really want to jump the gun and see what they can get done, but we'll just have to see. I'm really excited to see Raza Academy try to, you know, sink their teeth into Black Dragons yet again here, especially given the circumstances of what happened earlier on in this qualifier. It's bound to be a good game.
It is absolutely bound to be a good game. And if you want to take a look at all of the teams in SAL history that have qualified to the 6 Invitational and who these teams are trying to kind of match up against, the ironic thing is, you know, you look at FaZe, Furia, W7M, right? But it is just such a weird throwback to think that, like, Black Dragons have only been at SI in 2018. Like, this org has been around for so long, man. This org has been around for so long. But really, one of the only majors they made was Yangshiping, all the way back in 2022. One of the only SIs they made was 2018. That's, oh my God. That's like 2018, 7 years ago this February.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Oh. Sorry.
Getting old, Carter.
I had a whole point. I actually didn't even think about that till just now. That is...
Yep.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah, 2018 was a long time ago now, funny enough. But hey, the thing about that Black Dragons roster at that time as well, for those that are not as acquainted with the old times of Siege, the early dark period, that is actually the roster that had Liquid's roster.
True. That's true.
The entirety of it, actually. That's exactly what happened. So that's why, you know, you see Liquid kind of pick up past that point in 2018. It's because, well, you got this guy named Nesk, and what's that other guy's name? Oh yeah, Palu on that roster. So
I mean, God, 7 years ago. Jesus Christ.
Hey, time flies when you're having fun.
That's true. But who is going to win here? I don't know. It'd be really fun to see Raza Academy go. It's like we've got legendary names like Santos Dexterity, haven't seen in a while. FaZe Clan, Team Liquid, Raza Academy. It's like, all right. I think that'd be a fun addition personally. No disrespect to Black Dragons, who are looking to sort of redeem themselves from that very, very close finish in Black Dragons in Montreal, losing 2-1 to SSG to go out 2-3. But also just trying to, again, achieve more international qualifications under that roster. Before Montreal, again, it was Yangshiping, or maybe even, it might have been Berlin, actually, but one of the two 2022 majors. That was the last time before then they had really made at least some presence on the international scene, and then it wasn't even all that extensive or substantial, going out in groups. So you would like that for Black Dragons, especially somebody like Hornetau, who is frankly just far too good to have only played one international event in his career, and it was the one he just got done playing. There's a lot of reasons to root for any of the teams in this qualifier. You could find them for Raza Academy, for Black Dragons, even for Vivo Keydstars, you know, as much as we were kind of flaming them yesterday. But for Black Dragons in particular, Hornet's very good. Nice guy. Very good as well. He deserves a lot more chances.
Most definitely. And I think that's the beauty of this LCQ as well, Lynx. It's a buyer's market. I mean, you really can't choose wrong as of right now. Anybody goes and everybody's going to go, oh, that's super exciting. I'm really excited to see what they do at SI. And honestly, either way you cut it, I'm in the same boat.
It's been a theme for pretty much every LCQ. I mean, like, you have like a lot of, I mean, sure, EU teams that have been struggling, but EU teams still going down to the LCQ. You know, Fnatic finding themselves out yesterday, and G2 not out, I believe, but of course losing 2-1 to Mako Esports, who really has, there's always every single SI, there's always one EU T2 team that starts punching way above their weight and making us all feel very scared. Obviously, years ago it was Empire, but even more recently, it was Makers in 2021. There's always been some EU T2 team that makes us all nervous, and it happens to be Mako Esports in this case. But in the EU, we've seen T2 teams kind of pulling through a little bit more. NA has always been a bit more lacking. I don't know. That's our problem, I guess.
We just don't want it as bad. You know, we just don't want it as bad.
I guess. Well, CFRL did just make Montreal, to be fair. Remember that?
I mean, hey,
you might have forgot because they went on they went on the first day, but they were there. I remember.
That's true. That is true.
You might not remember, but I do. We do have Chalet ready to go back into it. Remember, no rounds have been played yet. We got through the op bans though, and that's something. Every journey begins with a single step, and in this case, our journey began with Blackbeard, Grim, Fenrir, and Azami being taken off the board. Once again, Grim ban, I like it. I understand why he's not banned more often, because Sam, let's be honest, even I must acknowledge, depending on the team, Ying, Monty, Blitz, Dokkaebi, typically a higher priority, but we can still appreciate it when it happens.
Yep, it comes down to slot priority, and that's where things become very difficult, especially with Rainbow Six. We have so many operators in the game now that we're almost 10 years in, and only having 2 ban slots and only having, you know, the opinion on one of those per side, it is pretty crazy given the circumstances.
What was the op that came out for SI 2018, since it was almost 7 years ago? What was the new op then?
2018, hold on, let me do the mental math here.
Winter 2017, they had been on that patch.
10 seconds left before
that'd be year 4. That'd be, yeah, no, that'd be year 3 actually. So year 2 ended in Red Crow.
3 season? No, year
1.
No, year 2 ended in White Noise. Year 3 season 1 was Chimera.
Yeah, so
it starts getting real. It starts like, for whatever reason, this era Siege. Oh wait, no, because it was Health after that, right? No. Wait.
Oh man. It might be the Chimera season.
No, it couldn't be. I don't know. I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole. If we couldn't get the answer that quickly, we're not gonna get the answer with any more time. As much as I would like to know. Surprisingly,
it was Operation Chimera. March 6th is when it came out, 2018. So it'd be the one right before that. So it'd be year 2, season 4.
So White Noise.
Yep.
Let's go, everybody. We finally got it. 40 seconds.
and Vigil, right?
40 seconds, and yes, Sophia, Dokkaebi, and Vigil. Thankfully, nothing has happened all that much, but the bright side of Chalet is things tend to happen at least a little quicker on this map than most because of how quickly you can get to these exterior windows. Hornet outside the library single. Ask already looking to flash the top mezzanine position to allow Hornet to get that entry. Hopping into the Ku mine will be a bit difficult, especially because he's been flashed by his teammate. Being a bit sloppy around this mezzanine position, but that's why he's got asked for support. You might lose Nux initially, but now that you have dropped Hornet, things are really becoming problematic. Raza Company entirely flooding the library stairs and the mezzanine overall. The moment Black Dragons look to take that control. On the opposite side of the map, Gouda will find one. Going for the backstab once he's realized everybody on the planet is on the opposite side of the map from him. With the damage they had been able to do, that kill might just be impactless by the end. 3 Candelas is great. You would certainly need a massive misstep from Raza Academy at this point to even contemplate a 1vx.
Yeah. It was a fight on the schoolyard there, Lynx, and Raza Company decided to bring more friends. that was really the circumstances we saw over on the library side. Just no real picks going the way of Black Dragons to equalize the numbers on that portion of the map, and then just getting completely bowled over by what we saw from RC as the gunfight started to come through. Fortunately enough, Ask is able to get that nice little pick and started to kind of open things up, but as soon as you start to really see what pieces of the puzzle are falling into place for defense, you quickly realize that he's more than likely just going to melt into the ether, and that's exactly what happens. RZ able to pick things up in a beautiful first round, just simply based off of good info gathering early on and capitalizing on it very quickly as their teammates start to get put into some hot water.
Location of a bomb.
Good sign for Raza Academy, though, to come out swinging on that first defense. I mean, I initially thought Black Dragons were looking quite good, even though Hornet got team flashed, unfortunately. Ask moving in so quick, realizing that the player mezzanine was, generally speaking, by themselves. And not only that, but also to keep speeding up the pace and provide some support from Hornet in case he got peeked. I was like, oh, with this aggression, we're chilling. And then Raza Academy threw 3 bodies at that problem, and we're like, oh, you want that control? All right. We'll buy into it. We'll pick up what you're putting down. It's always been the joy of watching, you know, the former E1 roster and now Raza Company Academy through its iterations, even though compared to Stage 1, the team that qualified in the major is very different, or at least generally speaking, very different than what it is now. They've always carried with them this wanton aggression, not just to fight for every bit of control individually, but to do so as a team on attack or defense, and it is staggering to watch.
Yeah. So the initial iteration, at least for 2024, of E1 had Arthur and Empties on it, and they got switched out for, I do believe, Live as well as Flastry, if I remember correctly. No, it's not Flastry. It's I'd be Perez, but I'll have those details ironed out a little bit later on as I'm getting a couple of these things in here. But either way, a little bit of a swap up here as they're still trying to iron a couple of things out, but it's starting to look a lot better. It looks like they're being able to match each other's aggression and able to capitalize off of these instances, just like we saw in that previous round. Some more aggressive tendencies here.
This is exactly what I mean.
Yeah, this is insane, man. You usually don't see anybody trying to get too aggressive, especially when this trench door open, but he understands that nobody's really going to make a move towards that area unless they re-drone it. So just trying to play things to its absolute limit right now. We'll see if Black Dragons is capable of punishing this down the line.
I mean, even look at this setup upstairs. Perez and STK double holding West Main. I mean, likely this is not a double hold of West Main, but moving around dining more broadly, but holding on to it as fervently as they can. Black Dragons clearly are waiting for them to peak so they can take advantage of this. But the Legion's doing the best he can to dodge all of it. And STK even able to swing Gudo, find one, Live following up with the second, and the roam is completely successful. Baseto, easy cleanup on the bottom floor, holding this position that he might be moving around in aggressively, but basically never actually rotating out of that 10-foot space in between Wine and Trench. Now Nux finding himself. Another 1v3 for Black Dragons that seems completely a foregone conclusion. Especially with Diffuser in the hands of a player with a shotgun just around the corner. Long angle as well. Raza Company Academy looking beyond dominant the first two.
Yeah, honestly, if there was a tag time out here, I would not be surprised. I think they need to slow things down a little bit and kind of have a conversation here, Lynx, because Raza Company is currently holding the entire map essentially hostage from Black Dragons. You could see it on full display inside of that last round. Black Dragons thinks it's going to be very simple, at least from the beginning, right, to work their way in towards that trench side, get control over that hallway, and then they can try and figure things out from that portion on. But from what Raza Company were doing, they focused on holding onto that mid floor and keeping it away from Black Dragons. BD keeps things too wide. They keep players over towards the trench door. They keep players over towards big garage. You really only have those 1 to 2 bodies dealing with that mid floor. And Raza Company just puts them through the meat grinder. Every single time they peek, there's 2 bodies from RC just waiting there, trying to get those kills. And finally it comes through once Black Dragons are like, enough's enough. We got to get something going on. We're letting too much time leak out. And that's exactly what Raza wanted. They take them to town. They take them to cleaners as soon as they try and go for anything more aggressive. And that was a pretty straightforward second round there from Raza Company. Very, very solid in their strategy.
Defenders protect.
See how Black Dragons are able to work around it now, because you could see even outside the West Main window, they were trying to play passive and take advantage of any peaks that Raza Academy gave them, but unfortunately, one, I think Perez was Perez and SDK are remarkably disciplined in that position, at least, you know, as disciplined as one can be when you're literally staring an attacker in the face. But at the same time, when they did take those fights, they won them. So playing back and staying passive is good, but you're still losing the fights when they come to you. You might have to try and come up with an alternative solution. So as Raza Academy Academy are looking to win their 3rd defense in a row with, shockingly, a roam on the top floor, defending bar and games. Black Dragons try to negate it entirely, just go for maybe a direct. Still no shield brought out by Nux. So at least in terms of the utility brought, it could go anyway.
Yeah, they've used the timeout, more than likely feel confident in what they're bringing to the table. And also, as for what we were talking about earlier with our RC and who ended up getting swapped out, it's actually Basetto that came in for stage 2 here. And it's already making his presence known inside of this best of 3 as well, with a nice little frag in that last round. Black Dragons are going to be focusing on the map in a pretty wide set of circumstances. You can see we got a couple players over to the library side, a couple over towards Solarium. All of this is really feeling like they want to go for that top clear, which once again, Raza Company has placed obstacles in their way. So this full clear might take some time, but the main thing is this, folks. If you're a Black Dragons fan, you're wondering what they need in this situation, it's all about the pick game. They need to get some kills on these rotations, or whether it just be straight up heads up gunfights. That's what you want to see out of ED.
Oh, again, an opening pick, Flash Ray, cutting down Gudo to Finka, one of the players moving around to that trophy here.
Nice.
Nice find from Florio right there. One Firebolt invested for a pick onto the Legion. Able to win that kill back, make it a 4v4.
Uh-oh.
At least winnable, but again, with every inch of ground that Raza Company are fighting for, you really do have to start expending utility when you don't want to. Not even because you're not allocating it properly. They're just forcing you, bleeding you dry of all of these resources. A minute and a half in, we're finally starting to see some entrance into the building. And yet, Raza Company have these fallback positions. Shields watching the piano position. Live now rotating up through the library hatch to support Flashtree on this top floor. They are making sure that every resource possible is invested onto this roam.
Attaboy.
That's what I mean when this roster has balls.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No other way to put it, Carter. That's exactly what you want. And this is what I'm talking about, man. Look at how annoying this strategy is to deal with for Black Dragons. Raza Company is not giving them a single inch of this map without putting a body on the line. And yeah, Black Dragons, they have the man advantage right now, but look at where we actually lie, folks. Look at where these cards are. It's a 4 versus 3, yes, but we still have priority in library. We'll be able to equalize out in Fireplace Hall. We've got beautiful angles in here from games, and let alone that fact, everybody's back on site. This is everything that RCAC wants.
And you know what? All these mute jammers on site are still active as well, so the one bit of utility you have to try and maybe make this a bit even are the deathmark trackers, but depending on the positions they're placed, Live, Basetto, STK will probably Live and Basetto likely have a mute jammer nearby they can just walk into, remove the deathmark tracker. 15 seconds remaining. Black Dragons recover the diffuser, sure, but moving down library stairs, especially when SDKs rotate over to the long hallway on the back line, not only are the players on site getting active, the Warden could still catch the remaining player completely off guard. Not even a factor as Live, the Oryx, 3 kills to finish off round 3. Timeout ineffective from Black Dragons.
I'm just over here clapping. That's all I'm doing. Raza Company AC are on their stuff today, Carter. Beautiful strategy, especially post timeout, and played to absolute perfection. Yeah, they lose some bodies and some, crosses and stuff like that. But honestly, at the end of the day, folks, that's just Chalet. Stuff's going to happen. You're more than likely going to walk into a window that you didn't, exactly know that somebody was going to be sitting on in that moment. But the main thing is that Raza Company AC played this very tight knit and made sure that they understood what the main priority was, which was delay time, back things off toward the site, and keep that man count as even as humanly possible. And they did all of that with flying colors. It's a very dominant Chalet defense right now out of the blue squad.
This is really looking like Raza Company Academy might start running away, not just with Chalet, but the whole series at this point. Because if you're trying to coordinate an attack on Bank, of course, the defense needs to be careful not to spread themselves too thin, but the attack is a bit spread out as well. And if they're able to fight for control on that map on the defense, even half as good as they're doing it right now, the attack is going to meet far more obstacles than teams might often expect on Bank.
Yeah, we really want to see Black Dragons try and just hone in on one portion of the map that they see as like the utmost priority. I think that's my biggest thing right now for Black Dragons, Carter. We're seeing them spread themselves decently thin, and not in like traditional terms, right? It's not that it's bad what they're doing. It's that what RCAC are doing is completely exploiting their strategy. There's just not enough people around these key portions of the map that Black Dragons are looking to take, and Raza Company have like half the cooks of their kitchen over there just waiting for them. So it just becomes one of those situations where you don't have enough firepower to deal with what they're providing, and Raza are more than likely going to continue to try and work into that fold. So we'll see if Black Dragons can find a way around this, but as of right now, it has not been too hot to trot.
Well, and I think the main way they're going to try and do it in round 4 is you can see not only the dual play from the Ying and the Amaru, right? So given that it's kitchen dining, a lot of the times what we'll see is an Amaru try to go up the dining hatch, and then Candela's thrown through the big window, down through the office hatch to completely blind the site and the players upstairs, so the Amaru can go and put the diffuser down. You also have Ask on the Nook, who could try to lurk up West Main, or down Long Hall, or depending on what control they can get Solar Stide, even down Solar Stairs. But either way, while all of those Candelas are going off, the Amaru's flying in, Ask can maybe try to find picks with that FMG9 and go completely unnoticed.
Very patient right now. Drones out. Half the round gone, Carter. Somebody in Solarium is RCAC doing their damnedest to try and keep this on lock, and they'll get the first pick again.
Jesus, I mean, Ask is going up short. Yamaru is instead very indecisive where Hornet wants to go. Does he want to go into the solar windows? He's been looking over there the entire round. But 2 minutes in, and what solar control do you have? You've got no opening pick. You have not pushed the defenders back whatsoever. He was like putting his face in the window 30 seconds ago. All the roamers upstairs are still active. The only thing you've achieved is a 4v5. Ask was even red on his lurk in this position. Maybe he'll find somebody now as he looks through the vertical. Hornet does go up through that dining hatch finally. But Raza Company Academy have had more than enough time to set themselves up on the site and ready themselves from the push from Black Dragons. 4-0. And while there were so many good ideas Black Dragons could have gone for, they were spoiled for choice and indecisive as hell.
Yeah, that was not good right there, Carter. Not at all. And really, that's it. You hit the nail on the head. The indecisiveness inside of that strategy, because everything that they were doing there dictates not only good pacing, but also just eventually throwing caution to the wind and trying to fly in and get something going on. You are trying to capitalize on calamity, and it's not something that, you know, won't work, especially up against RC. They had a lot of people up top. If you're capable of hitting a nice shot flying through, or, you know, one of your players is able to work a pick while you're getting up through that hatch, and there's some realm of reality where you're able to get that plant down and make things kind of messy for them on that retake, but that never came to fruition. Instead, what we see is RCAC constantly being the thorn in the side of Black Dragons, specifically on that top level and specifically over on Solarium. Yes, Black Dragons are able to work over towards Fireplace with Ask, but what else do they have? That's really it at the end of the day. Every single area that Black Dragons tries to poke and prod, they're not just losing a little bit of health, they're losing entire limbs of their offense. And RCAC is just happy as a clam with the result of this so far.
Even then, with the good ideas that they had, just it's really difficult for me to see a way for Black Dragons to get into this attack at this point. There's no other way to put it. They could still get a 4-2, but you're still at a deficit for what every team should, especially if this is your map pick, you should be getting on Chalet. I mean, clearly with the side choice, Raza Company confident in their defense. The defense is extremely confident to pick it. But still, gotta be getting more than this. Gotta be putting up more of a fight than this in these rounds as well.
Oh, there we go.
First opening pick for Black Dragons. Ask able to cut down Perez, who, I mean, I was going to say has been a thorn in the side of Black Dragons, but you could say that for everybody on Raza Company except Bassetto. But to get that 5v4, as Black Dragons have been playing a slower game, trying to force Raza Company out of positions instead of going for rushes or blitzes on a one play, that's going to help a lot.
Yeah, most definitely. Having that man advantage early, gifted to them from Ask over towards the big garage area. I think somebody was trying to swing it off the trophy window. That'll definitely bode well for them. But you can see Raza Company, AC, they are not scared of anything at all. They are more than willing to go for things and find some cheeky kills. There's absolutely no way. Everybody is up. There is a lot of different ways that you can try and hold on to that space, especially given the circumstances of Black Dragon's drones. Now, obviously, that does mean that somebody's going to have to be actively on drones while they're alive, but that would definitely save your player that's just sitting on Eagle Balcony as Castle just walks right up main. So that's the main thing. Raza Company, AC, they're not afraid of their opponents, and they are not scared to try these more risky strategies.
And with that 4v5 erased and nothing really gained from that advantage, you still got most people outside. Black Dragons are really only at the spot they achieved last time, and Flashtree's not daunted whatsoever. Smoke canister goes out, the Warden playing here instead of the smoke this go around. So none of those sight lines, none of those toxic canisters block it, but Gudo, a nice find right there. The smoke a bit too sloppy, a bit too lax about his positioning. Raza Company gaining that brief advantage with Warden pushing up on Trench Door, trading it down 2v1. Florio might have the diffuser this time. And even intel on the Warden around the corner. He can smoke close, maybe take the fight with Flashthree on such low HP. A free fire should be enough to take down this Warden, but no, he looks away. 5 in a row. Raza Academy, unstoppable.
The pinnacle of perfection out of that Warden right there. Wow, what a play from Flashthree. Especially with him stepping up past that flash or nade or whatever poured in there from Trench. That's exactly what was necessary in that situation. Close the gap with the M590. You know they're going to want to play off of their utility and just ices out IQ. Nobody else feels like stepping up to the plate there because why would you? It's an M590, the Apex Predator in close range. And nothing is going to survive a blast out of that thing. So what happens? Well, Black Dragons, they try and recommit. They try and get some assistance going on over towards the West Main stairs. But constantly, time and time again, RCAC able to find the big kills, putting Black Dragons not only on their back foot, but practically just flat on their ass. There's nothing that they can really do. Even when Ass gets practically gifted a kill via over-aggression towards Trophy, he's still gunned down by a man simply waltzing his way through Fireplace up to the main door.
And the ideas from Raza Academy are really, really nice, and nice in like a particularly well thought out way. It's
Did you see those two? It's like, no, sir, after you, please go through the rotation.
But the adaptations of Raza Academy are really well thought out in such a simple but beautiful way. You have the smoke playing there last time, but then having the Warden play there with the shotgun. So when the attack sees the smokes go out, of course they back up because of the toxic canisters, but then the Warden pushes up, taking advantage of the obscured sight lines to get aggressive with the shotgun because he can see through them. They're playing the exact same positions, but with that small adjustment, it again takes Black Dragons off guard. Raza Company are not only playing very well, but thinking really well how constantly to give small innovations to these strategies to stay ahead of Black Dragons. And then whenever they don't need to, they fall back on the basics of just rotating in front of Black Dragons. They don't care. BD aren't hitting their shots today. Ask is 2 and 5. Hornet's got 1 kill. He can do that.
Do that all day, and that's why they feel so confident in what they're doing. That's why you see somebody like Castle just rolling into Fireplace Hall in the way that he is, because in standard means that's more than likely going to get punished, or at a bare minimum it's going to be a known quantity. But so far it has not been for Black Dragons. So RCAC constantly feeling comfortable, constantly feeling like they're in the driver's seat, and once again a nice little layer here with that strategy. Impact nade out, but a deployable shield here lies in wait. As we constantly see Hornet flirting with this. He does have 2 frag grenades to try and assist with this, but obviously it's Wamai, so there's more than likely some discs around here.
And look at this Malusi playing off those reinforcements to not only just hold out this position and deny it from Black Dragons, but moreover just to stop Hornet from really being able to push up against this shield. STK with the opening pick as Gudo trying to take control of the verticality from below while the Wamai might be down. Finally, this is another example of Raza Company deciding what part of the map they want to control and not giving up for a single inch, fighting like their life depends on maintaining this control of office. Flashthree picked back up as well, so no kill to be gained. Hornet tries to swing, but the Warden pushes him back. Another Deathmark tracker to find that bit of intel as Nux goes in for the pinch. He's peeking at every single angle, trying to grasp at every single option. No advantage again. They keep finding these picks. It's only when Hornet looks through the floor that Raza Company fall into the 2v2. Capcan on the flank right now, and it's because he's got Diffuser. Not entirely. Maybe you can rotate around through that barricade. Remember, these walls are reinforced, and Live would have to commit to the swing on the double door. The Capital can watch the angle as Hornet goes in for the recovery, but time is so low. Only 20 seconds left, and Live knows this. He's not swinging. Now he can go in for the flank. Now he can cut down the Capital, and the advantage is Raza Company's again. There's barely any time to recover this Diffuser, let alone time to win it. 6-0, a flawless half. This might be Black Dragon's pick, but you're in Raza Company's hand.
Yeah, Academy, my ass. That is, oh my goodness gracious. Raza Company AC. All over Black Dragons, like it's going out of style. I mean, just absolutely disgusting stuff. Every step of the way, providing something new, providing some special sauce, and let alone that fact, but just a nice harmonious marriage of aggression and strategy. And let alone that fact, Carter, but the decision making that we see at times, like having Live work his way up the solarium stairs and just sit upstairs. Not there to exactly kill people until the moment's right, but just there to be, again, that thorn in the side of Black Dragons, that extra layer that they have to consider. And once again, they completely oversee it. There's nothing really in their periphery to give them that moment where they're like, oh, you know, potentially he's around this space. There's no way that they're going to split this 2v2, right? Well, wrong. No flank drone to assist with that. No nothing. Live works his way through the weeds and is able to make a huge moment there at the tail end of those defenses for RCAC. And it's a 6-0 defensive half. That is pretty wild for Chalet.
And they're doing it so well, man. Like, sure.
Yeah, what do you say, right? I mean, like, strategically, it is so sound right now.
Yeah, and there's really nothing from Black Dragons, aside from, I guess, the broad issue of, like, time management. But again, it's like, can you really blame them when you're dealing with a team that is so aggressively and almost to an over-the-top extent in your face? Like,
yeah.
It's hard to deal with, man. Like, it's just hard when they're... The easiest way to counter it is like, oh, they're not hitting their shots, so we just, like, win the fight when they peak. But you can't always rely on that, and now that they're hitting their shots, you actually have to, like, try and come up with these innovative ideas, bring the Ying, bring other stuff. Maybe that's what you could say, that if we look at the operators they kept bringing, they were always focused on utility, Flores, Capital, this stuff, and the Yings, the Amarus, if they had impact, it was minimal, and when they were brought, it took too long to get a plan going. I don't know, but whatever it was, Raza Company Academy, we're not making it easy for them anyway. And now 6-0. Just one Chalet attack has to go their way. Maybe it'll be barred games, maybe it'll be anything else. But just one Chalet attack, I think, is a very easy thing to bet on.
Yeah. Most definitely, sir. For Black Dragons, gonna be patience here. Keeping things stacked over here as it is going to be bar games. You have to play this library space. This is not something that you just give up. You can see the crunch starting to come in from Raza Company. A little bit different in comparison to what we saw on their defenses. They more than likely would have had somebody up in that library hall trying to fight people for office, but instead, Black Dragons, they're going to trust the map. They're going to trust what it gives you, which is a nice little setup here for this library space. The fire arrows out, and looks like things are going to kick off now.
I was about to say, good kill from Florio, but with that player falling on library stairs, this mezzanine player, yeah, he's got to fall back, and he's pretty easy to pick off. It's a good contrast you brought up that Raza Company would fight for every inch, but that meant the players roaming were never lacking support. But this time, as the castle falls back, the Warden was alone on top mezzanine, gets pressured as a result, and then the castle dies anyway. So even though you played this passive defense, Raza Company literally hopped in that empty space the second it was given up and completely exploited the fact that these defenders were alone. But of course, they lose one body, then STK doming Basetto, Live going down 2. It was such a nice play, and yet it is all being wasted. Of course, some nice kills from Black Dragons, but that TK really making a decent round, all things considered, still for Raza Company. A lot more sour overall. Raz now walking down the library stairs will trigger the Banshee, trying to draw the player, peeking short, recoil a bit too bouncy for his liking. 7-0 not gonna happen. Still 5 more to go if Black Dragons want OT, but at least now they know Raza Company are beatable.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately enough for them, that team kill comes in. Things could have been completely different if that player ended up staying up. But Black Dragons, they send a prayer up top, and fortunately enough, it's a TK on the side of the offense. But strategically, if we really break things down as to what happened in that round, that's exactly why Raza Company AC was playing the way that they were on defense, folks. That is what Chalet will do to you if you are not capable of winning those big moments. You just get, I mean, essentially reduced to atoms, Carter. There's really nothing you can do in a moment like that if you don't have the proper support, and that's why we saw them double down in a lot of those circumstances on their defenses. Black Dragons try to pull it back to bear at the bomb site, try and trust the map and what it gives you, especially with that delay up top, and Raza Company did a great job of punishing them as they start to fall back, let alone the fact of that first pick as well. So hopefully for Black Dragons, they can kind of have a little bit of forward thinking and try and find some key moments earlier on in these rounds to try and put Raza Company AC on their back foot, because I highly doubt at any moment, unless they've been kind of beaten over the head with a hammer, right, that they are going to be going quietly into this night.
No, and now we see
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
the double shield. All right.
You knew it was coming at some moment.
Yeah, I mean, you knew it was coming. Yeah. Honestly, kind of surprised that we didn't see it right out the gate. Will say though, picking the double shield, re-picking the double shield, might I add, into the clash. Assuming the Foyer probably hit that a little bit, could be a bit of a risky decision, but if you're able to just push the shields from enough different angles. And
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
it's all over! The clash on the opposite side of the push, and yet the entire team is where she's not. You wanted to end this quickly. Well, it went even worse than round 7. Still a long way to go, but Black Dragons mounting some solid rounds quite quickly.
Yeah. And honestly, I know it was a failure to launch there from Raza Company AC, but I mean, hey, not a bad idea at the end of the day. I mean, Black Dragons, they are able to boil things down inside of that last round and able to just eke out a round win. So might as well try a rush and see if things go off without a hitch. But there was a lot of utility standing in their way. You have Grishmont Mines, you have, you know, the Clash there as well. That really wasn't all that big of a deal given the fact that she was over towards the library side. But the main thing was obviously Gudo, very well aware that players could be flooding in on that solarium / bathroom side, and ends up gunning down, I do believe, 3 inside of that round. So very well done to him, able to nip that in the bud and move us on to round 9.
Well, 6-3 is still a very, very strong score line. If you do win 3 defenses in a row, especially with how strong and quick these have been, we are getting to a bit of a rough spot for Raza Company. But
5 seconds remaining.
very, very strange. We see a commitment to a rush again, so I think we'll see probably the slowest attack from Raza Company Academy we've seen so far. Again, as slow as, you know, as slow as they can handle, as slow as I think they can stop it.
How slow is it going to be? Because we have everybody set up over here on the library side, and this is more what I wanted to see out of Black Dragons, Carter. We were talking about, you know, the fact that RCAC was playing the map pretty wide on defense, trying to hold on to the entire thing and force them to take map control away from these live bodies. And this is one of the ways you can deal with it. If you spearhead the same portion of the map and you have all 5 of those people work in an active zone trying to claim that, it becomes very difficult for the defense. They have a low amount of people in that space. So seems like RCAC really want this library area, and that's probably going to pour over into, you guessed it, office, given the circumstances of the bomb site.
And the shield. You mentioned earlier how Piano could be such a difficult position to take, and just kind of that fact personified. Especially with the mute jammers, might be a simple fun, right? You didn't need to shoot it. Oh, I guess it would start triggering the meter moment at the floor.
Reloaded.
That would, yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah,
That's
very
really,
unfortunate.
that's really funny though.
It is hilarious.
That's actually their only hard breacher. You've only got one Selma for the dining hall now.
Oh man.
I actually even know Selma for the dining hall. Oh, that's so
Can't make this stuff up, baby.
That actually might matter. That actually might
It
matter
really might.
might matter a little bit.
Why does IQ have to have such a big head?
Because you either... Oh, that's... Okay, wow, that's a criminal Valk cam. With IQ up. Wow! Bro, that is insane.
Oh my days.
Bro, IQ literally got bonked by a Selma charge on top of that Valk cam. And Dokubi's just sitting... playing Flappy Bird in front of it. It gets flanked by Ask. 5v4 for Black Dragons. All right, those defenses might have been crazy from Raza Company Academy, but there's starting to be some glaring holes in these attacks, rush or full clear, that are really, really, really starting to give me concern for how this half is going to go. The STK is basically sitting outside West Main window and is one of the only 2 attackers left alive. I imagine in 27 seconds we will see a pretty aggressive tactical timeout called by the coach or the team of Raza Company Academy, as while it is not formally speaking a flawless round, it was a flawless round. And the timeout's called before we even hit the round 10 screen.
Yeah. I will say this, guys, I think we need to get in the lab here because these offenses on Chalet are not looking good. this is
crazy. That's crazy. That genuinely might be one of the funniest flanks I've ever seen. This guy's literally like, dude, this guy's just sitting in front of my Valk cam. Please just walk up short and flank him.
And of all people, too, it's Mute. Like one of these slowest operators that you can use on defense, and he just marches over there and shoots this guy behind bar. Like
that's actually so funny. I doubt they even know too. That's the funny part. Like there's probably no way they know that there was a Valk cam there.
Oh yeah, no way. That's gonna be one of those things where they do VOD review and they're gonna go, oh, that's how that happened. Right now they're probably all like, oh, this Ask is just marching around the map doing whatever he wants.
IQ's going on the ranked blacklist after that one.
Actually, though, Fresh is updating the list right now.
He is. Well, again, 6-3. Raza Company Academy have the benefit of being up 6 rounds, but these attacks really have looked so meritless in many ways that honestly a 3-round comeback, depending on how this round goes, is really possible for Black Dragons. But that's the issue with going up 6-0. If you were to play out this match, it was like a 6-6 scrim, and you play every single round, maybe they win this one and then lose literally every other attack they do, but they just have to win this one. This one just has to be good enough. 9 people need to die, and the 1 guy remaining needs to be on Raza Company Academy for this to be a 7-3. But, given the problems we've seen, this round is particularly important, not just because it's map point, but also because they have a long way to go to really look like they can close this out in regulation.
Yeah. But I will echo what you said earlier as well, though. I mean, they could simply just fall into a round victory and it's over, right? So it's really, the world is still their oyster, and we'll just have to see if Black Dragons can do the unthinkable, which is split this map completely down the middle on the defensive side, which never happens for Chalet. Like, yeah, we do have some defensive tendencies when teams are good at it, but not to this degree.
0 wins on the attack for Chalet would be comical. That literally happened on Bank in the NA close qualifier yesterday, but for it to happen on Chalet.
Yeah, I saw Seth's tweet, Super's tweet about that. It's absolutely hilarious.
Because Bank is usually attacker sided, but because it's so big, that usually assumes and requires a level of at least somewhat sophisticated coordination for the attack. Chalet, you literally can sit outside the map for half the round, and depending on the team, that can literally just be enough if you bring the right utility. So as we're as we are approaching potentially a 6-0 defensive half for both teams. Definitely not the map I ever thought I would cast that, because I can't remember the last time I casted a 6-0, but 4v5 for Raza Company to start, all the positions from Black Dragon still held. I mean, again, we are approaching another defensive victory for Black Dragons.
It's pretty scary, honestly. This is an Ash, so should be able to deal with this mirror window.
Not gonna
see Hornet. Yeah. One compromise in place. Second one out, that will end up dealing with it. But this is all on just good timing right now from Black Dragons. They've already got their pick. They know where Raza trying to work their way in from. Potential over on Ego Balcony, but still a decent amount of time in this tank for the offensive squad to try and get something going. But Hornet constantly looking for another person to sting. Will send out that shot, hit a nice one. It'll be Flasher to pick up another one, but ask to reconcile this situation, bring it down to the 2 versus 3.
Not only getting an opening pick, but of course that C4 right there. As Raza Company are starting to put together a round that they're just kind of happening into via gunfight victories here and there. The one not only to get the advantage in the first place, but then to regain it as we reach the 45-second remaining point. SDK will spot somebody moving through the floor around that stock position. Flasher might be able to hack those cameras, maybe gain some relevant information. With so low time, and odds are not a whole lot in the sight for them to look at that'll spot these defenders. Black Dragons are making the right move, playing passive. 2 players in sight, 1 player on blue waiting for the drop. So once Raza Company go down, they're spotted. They can be shot from behind if they fully commit to the side push, and there's not really enough time to do double duty. And again, they're in a 2v3. Black Dragons have the manpower, the patience, the positioning to close this out, to stop the 7-3 victory from happening, and to nullify the tactical timeout. A 4K from Ask, the veteran coming alive to continue Black Dragons' reign of terror against Raza Company.
Well, we've said it time and time again over these last couple of months about this squad. If there's 2 people that you had to rest your hat on and go, they're going to be consistent, they're going to be somebody that can pull this team across the line, it's going to be Ask and it's going to be Hornetow. And they have shown up in spades here for Black Dragons. Specifically, Ask on this defensive side has been doing so much to try and bring this back. And they are flying towards a 6-6 split here, sending us to overtime in one of the most interesting ways I've seen Chalet break down in my entire life.
I mean, I just can't believe it. Like, I literally just cannot
Genuinely.
believe it. Like, what's going on? How can nobody attack Chalet, man? Like,
it's true.
Like, I understand, you know, it's all like, and I said this for Raza Company Academy, right? Like, I get you're playing an aggressive team. It's easy to get caught off guard by somebody playing a position a bit harder than you'd expect. And, you know, for example, Hornet, the castle, playing inside a library, gets the mirror window cracked, and instead of falling back either down the stairs or in the library, he decides to hold that position, play behind the castle barricade, and hold a long angle. But again, if you drone on that position, you see the castle barricade. If you're playing close in that double door, rotating for him is really risky to just swing around and take him down. There's also no way that can really trade him. If he pulls back in the library, okay, he might drop down the hatch, but then you still need to drone that and make sure it's clear. It is just Black Dragons are giving Raza Company a similar taste of their own medicine, and it's just a bit shocking that despite clearly being well-versed in that aggressive playstyle on defense, Raza Company are not at all well-versed in the weaknesses to it of, again, bringing ops like Ying, who can disrupt the setup.
Well, I will say, at a bare minimum, at least they have brought Bassetto on a shield here. This is something that can be very conducive to trying to clear things out. Hey, and you got me there for sure, but at a bare minimum, at least it's in the lineup and something that's helpful. They do have Clash, though, on the defense, which can obviously be its own issue for the offense, especially given the fact that they don't really have any utility to try and stop Clash from doing her job. So it's going to be up to RCAC to try and make the most out of kind of a poor situation. Now, I will say this at a bare minimum. They do have the library space taken control of. They do have Fireplace Hall, so this is going to reach kind of a stalemate moment here before we see the next strike come through. We'll see if RCAC wants to try and send somebody up towards Solarium, or exactly what happens with this, but something's got to give, Carter.
Something does. And the issue with just one shield against the Clash is, before with the Monty and the Blitz, you could have 2 shields pushing for different angles, and that counter isn't as effective, but not as effective. Now the Clash can fully focus on that shield, or anybody playing on this balcony easily do double duty, rotating left and right in between all of these positions. Black Dragons playing decently passive behind it. The shield and piano still there. 2 players around Blackwall Master Bedroom still there. Honestly, maybe there's potential for a backstab up Solar with all this attention drawn by the Monty, but the only player on that side is Flash3, and he's going to have to commit to a repel if he wants to take that position. Bassetto will creep in. An extremely minimal execute to put this diffuser down, and it might just work. Hornet's out of position. The C4 comes out way too late. and Raza Company have got the man advantage. 4v3 as the Monty goes down. And finally, this call just to get the bare minimum. It's not worked yet, but we are just 1 kill away. Hornet on such low HP. It takes every bit of effort in every inch, the few they had acquired. But they get 1 round over the line, and Raza Company Academy steal away Black Dragon's pick.
Lynx, sometimes it just comes down to a little bit of mismanagement, and that's what we see. I mean, the defense has everything there to try and stop that. They've got nitro cells, you've got Warden up, he can see through those smokes and at least call that, or, you know, apply his own nitro cell to the situation, and none of it works out. I meant it when I said they're going to reach a stalemate, folks, and you saw it on that wall. They're just sitting there trying to bide by and see who's going to get the pick, what's going to happen, what's going to give. And finally, we just see the smokes go down from Monty. He's like, hey, I'm going to try and force their hand. And it works so masterfully, Lynx. So well done.
Well, and one of the main reasons it works is when you look at the lineup that Black Dragons decided to bring, their only real form of plant denial, like direct utility, was that C4. There were no smokes. There was nothing long range that you could do a lineup and force them off. No, it was either Hornet's in position or he's not in position. And to be fair, given how close the attack was, sometimes you're going to be a bit out of position. You might be a little late. You know, you want to be there to deny it, but it was a good read from Raza Company Academy. You have to admit, realizing the operators that against them, reacting accordingly. Really good stuff, but boy, oh boy, were the attacks before that rough as hell. But that is Chalet going the way of Raza Company Academy. Their map pick of Bank coming up right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as Raza Company surged to a quick 6-0 lead on Black Dragon's own map choice. That map kind of ended a little bit too close for comfort. And Carter, we spent so much time highlighting the greatest strengths of Black Dragons, being Ask and Hornet, just for them to get shut down by Live and Flashtree.
Yeah, and to be fair, obviously Ask and Hornet having a bit of a weak game, Live and Flashtree having a very strong game, but individually overall, I think it was just a symptom of Raza Academy on the defense, and we'll get to this later, but Black Dragons on the defense as well, just smothering really any opportunity for the attack to find ground overall. So even though we would have liked to see more from Ask and Hornet, if the attack is having a hard time getting in the building overall, unless Ask is hitting 3k flanks on Nook, which he only played like one round, or Hornet is somehow managing to do the same, and he also only played Nook one round, what are you going to do if you're trying to go for full clears and the entire team's getting shut down?
Yeah, and even more so if we want to talk about how operator lineups seemed a little bit off. It didn't seem like there was a whole lot of strategy. This entire game just boiled down to who had the hot hand, Sam, who was winning those gunfights.
Yeah, I think the strategy mostly poured in on the defensive end of how they wanted to try and hold map control. That's really where they were focused on that, and that does dictate you hit your shots, right? And that's exactly what we saw from both defensive squads, respectfully. I mean, Black Dragons, once things end up switching, they kind of do what we saw from Raza Company AC on their defenses. Hold the full breadth of the map, try and force them into these gunfights and force them to take the map control away from you, and it works out time and time again. So obviously things eventually boil down to what we saw in that last round, where no real flanks coming through, just pretty hard-nosed siege. Just both of them are trying to figure out how to get a plant down and how to thwart that game plan, and it just goes the way of the offense as a little bit of a missed priority there.
Well, and to highlight that final round, as it's about to come up, the opening pick didn't happen until right there with 49 seconds left. Every other opening kill before that happened before the minute mark, and that's only the second time the attack actually got an opening kill that game, and I think it's very fitting. That's the round that Raza Academy won, was when the attack actually got a 5v4, and for once, the defense wasn't able to start the round on their terms by taking the fight to the attack.
Yeah, and overall with a difficulty to transition any power positions taken by the offense into any map control that actually mattered. The one time that they were able to do it with the opening engagement, like you just said, Carter, there was actually a plant. The Monty got the bomb down, and as we know, retakes are incredibly difficult. And if we move on to a map like Bank, you could argue that retakes on Bank could be even more difficult, Sam.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, especially when you think about things like the basement or like CEO, a lot of the different plant priorities that you have on these bomb sites make things so easy for the offense. So both of these defensive squads are going to be stretched to the limit here, Depths, because you really need to make sure not only is your utility in play, but you are yourself positioned well, because things can happen at a split-second notice, just like we saw in that last round of Chalet.
Yeah, and Carter, right before we go into this next map, you got to think, we've talked about the dichotomy of Bank versus Chalet. Really small map that's usually easier to attack. Both of these rosters had fundamental issues getting wins on that attacking side. Do you think the next map of Bank really kind of presses that issue and makes it even harder?
I don't know. What I'm really curious by, because you can do a similar playstyle for the defense on Bank, but because, again, it's larger, you're inherently going to spread yourself thinner. It's a lot easier to support a defender on Chalet because the rotations are smaller. But if you got a guy playing aggressively in, say, the CEO office, peeking ATM, and he's a bit too by himself, that's a lot easier for the attack to exploit. So how I think it's going to pan out, at least personally, I would look to those aggressive positions. Is open area being held decently by the defense? Are they able to get aggressive onto ATM from, say, like CEO or Elevator without being punished? If they are getting punished, I think this game, no matter who wins, is going to go a lot differently in terms of how it actually happens than Chalet will.
Especially when I feel like we've got to shine a flashlight towards Hornet, where he didn't really show up that much, Sam. We expected him to be huge, but he was kind of absent.
Yeah, he just really wasn't there, and you could definitely see it, especially from Black Dragon's offensive side, where they were never really able to get a solid start. The only one we really saw was, I believe, the very last round they played of offense, where Ask got that pick over towards Trophy. But, in my personal opinion, more than likely just an overzealous moment there from the defense that ended up giving that pick over. But, hey, we're going to let Chalet sit in the past, Carter. I think it's time that we jump into Bank and see what they have to offer here.
I agree, personally, because sure, Raza Company Academy do end up winning that game, but those attacks, there are a lot of holes, a lot of problems in that attacking side, and something we did not talk about much on the desk, but I really want to see here as the operator bans start coming through. Powerful operators are going to be left up. We need to see teams actually take advantage of them. I understand that teams are going to run Warden on the defense, right? I understand. But not everybody is Warden. Find where he's playing and allocate the Yings to the other side, to a different part of the map, to try and break that stalemate there, because just leaving those operators on the table, which Ying will be available now, and going full utility clears if it's not working is going to be a problem. Now Bank is different. Maybe we see, as Raza Company Academy are starting on the defense, maybe we see them run that Brava, that Capital back, more of that utility play, and it works out. But with Ying, and now especially Sam, Grim being unbanned here, you've got the full kit available to you.
Yeah, I think the only thing about this ban phase that's really going to be the big issue for the offense is obviously not having access to Habana. That's easily rectifiable, but we'll see what they want to bring to the lineup. It's more than likely going to be a Maverick. Big shocker there. We might see him prioritize that later on, but there's so many options for things nowadays with secondary hard breach and all that kind of stuff. It's not as big of a deal as it used to be, but Habana still is the hatch queen. So whenever you have a map like Bank that has a lot of hatch play, you're more than likely going to see her priority in the ban list go up. She'll be removed for that exact reason.
It's also important to acknowledge that what we are likely going to see on this map, the defenses from Black Dragons and Raza Company Academy, to be fair as well, but from Black Dragons in this case that they're starting, is going to be different. When you have lockers, we will see people roam, but there's going to be far more utility on site that is far more important than we saw on Chalet. Anybody who's watched even a little bit of Bank knows we're going to have Goyo here, knows we're probably going to have Mira here, and certainly knows we're going to have Smoke here. And sure enough, they're brought by Black Dragons, with Vulcan packs likely biased towards the server plant, Nux to be in a position to line up those toxic canisters to deny the plant. So while you are still going to see roams, the utility was basically spaced not only between the site and the extension, but really heavily towards the extensions on Chalet to make them stronger. Here, because of how much teams focus on planting inside a server, there's going to be a lot more utility there, so the positioning will become a lot more important on Bank as there's less utility to bolster it, like we saw in Chalet.
Dodge being held. Server as well. Black Dragons covering all the bases necessary for this basement setup. Raza Company AC will more than likely be processing these top two floors here for a little while. Expect them to arrive at the shores of the hatches about a minute 45, a minute 30. Hornet actually is going to hit his shot over off of marble stairs, and he takes down Perez, who's just off doing his own thing and gets gunned down inside of the elevator hallway.
That's the kind of plays that, if the defense is going to do, we need to see that punished by the attack if we genuinely want a different game than what we saw on Chalet. But Hornet able to play aggressively on Marble, dome the Deimos, then immediately fall back. Despite Raza Company even making some of the adjustments I wanted. We've got the Ying and the Sens brought out immediately. No Grim, but still a lot of those operators that are meant to break stalemates, to bolster executes or break positions. But even on the flip side of that, again, there's tools left off the table. You only get 5 operator slots, I understand, but Vulcan pack on the board, no Twitch. Only source of destruction really now are those grenades from STK. And is he going to be in a position to deal with them? Basetto trying to push forward a little bit. Catch Nux off guard as the drone's going down, one around the corner. Not the smoke, but Warden instead cut down, is asked distracted by that intel. Will result in man count being equalized between the two teams.
We'll get some server access. Still have the capability to get these walls open and start prioritizing the server plants. With the man count equalized, now you just really need to worry about where these nitro cells could be delivered from. So red hallway becomes a very hot priority for the offense in trying to thwart their game plan. This exothermic will go off after the canister ends up freeing things up. And an oldie but a goodie here for the Maverick, Carter. We've seen this many a time. Swiss cheese the far wall, hold for nitro cells, and are we going to get this plant to go down? A smoke out and a kill!
Oh.
Nux!
Love that.
Oh my god!
And even though you've got somebody watching this angle for the nitro cells, again, you just have the smoke doing the lineup, even through the mirror window. Look at how far back this player's playing. Another 10 more seconds of denial in his pocket. That gives an opportunity for Raza Company to get the plant down, but in the disadvantage with Basetto losing more and more HP. Both C4s wasted though, and the final toxic canister gone. There's a slim opening, but there might just be one. Need to control the swing as the Goyo swings out. Basetto still low, but not putting the diffuser down. He finally falls, trying to reposition. The defense holds on as long as they can. Black Dragons, winning on time, come away with the first.
This is why you love your smoke player. What a shot. Let alone the fact of just fantastic utility placement. Practically the man of the hour there for round one as Black Dragons are able to take that in a pretty convincing way. Did get a little awkward there towards the tail end, but we're more than capable of dealing with the last bits and pieces of Raza Company AC. Now a nice little start here to bank as we continue this defensive just masterclass from both of these teams. Black Dragons are going to send things up top. And what a heck of a way to start things off, really. I mean, they get that nice pick over towards, you know, the elevator space, making an aggressive play up the marble stairs, and then are able to at least slow down Raza for a little bit of time. They eventually try and transition over towards the server offensive take, and are not able to thwart the overall game plan of Black Dragons, which is lean into that utility. It's a standard when it comes down to the basement, but they still get it done with flying colors.
Now that the defense actually has room to fall back, it's not like Chalet where you really feel like you have to fight for every inch that you start with at the beginning of the round because, well, you give up library, what are you going to do? Fall back to the side and hold it for a minute and a half? No, you've got to hold on to that control. And to be fair, you have to do the same on bank. But because of how much control the attack has to clear, if you can get a 5v4 a minute into the round, all right, if you have a lot of utility on the site, a fallback is much easier to stomach. And with Vulcan packs, smoke canisters, 2 C4s, you have a lot to fall back on as the attack will spend time to fill the space that you left behind. CEO, this is a bit more like Chalet. You kind of have to hold on to everything. You got to hold on to checkers. You got to hold on to stock. Really not a lot of room for rotating off. Maybe somebody can go for a flank down below and move around the middle floor, but 3 to 4 defenders are going to be up here. The attack knows that basically before they even start the round. Attention being paid to the stock position early as a mute jammer will stop the Selma from revealing Florio's position. Not behind the deployable shield as we sometimes see, but still playing aggressively by that stock double door. Certainly problems in the way that Raza Company Academy will have to clear.
You can see they're trying to be patient here. Hoping that Live can deliver with these Rotero drones. Break up some utility, open some things up, maybe some better lines of sight for themselves, and then they can start working their way in. This is a pretty one-dimensional take. They will be working their way in from the stock and square side, so Black Dragons will have an opportunity to get somewhat bullheadish, see if some of these aggressive antics could work out. Basetto will start to swing in. Makes you really worried about how these angles could work out, especially with the creative ways you can kind of work that wall card. You saw him standing in on the conference table, and that's the kind of stuff we're talking about.
And not only that angle, but this is sort of the classic stalemate that the attack can reach. All right, you'll be able to clear out stock, you'll be able to push them back, but what now? What else do you have? Sure, square and stock are great, but a lot of teams get here and then really struggle to push forth because you have the, well, 2 C4s now, but 3 total from the defense that can be tossed out, rotate down below, thrown up against the floor. This can work. A minimal attack here can work, but there are a lot of ways that the defense, with utility or even just being able to sprint a bit farther than you intended or the coverage lapsing just a little bit, to find a way to stop the attack from putting that diffuser down. This is what we kind of need to see from Live. Push a little aggressively, but you can also see Hornets ready for it. SMG-11 trained on the door, but the timing works. Live able to catch Mute looking the other way, and now is when Raza Company can start pushing in. Now is when they can look to put that diffuser down. The advantage, and also forward pressure onto the marble hallway, and CEO spots the Mozzie through the wall. Just a couple errant shots will put Ask into the ground. So the Ace will make their play. Seto will move in. Diffuser should go down successfully as the C4 goes wide. Off plant spot working out. Live will finish Nux up above. Raza Company, so minimal controls, so little going their way outside of stock and square, and yet they make it work with but 1 pick. Gudo and Ask now effectively shut out of the sight as everyone hops on the rappel, hops out to stock, holds the longest angle they can feasibly hold, and the most passive position they can play and still win. Nice, potentially double. from Gudo right there, but the time is too low to rotate back up and even get close to the diffuser. He'd already be beyond the pale. Raza Company, with a very minimal but disciplined take of CEO, will tie the game early on.
Well, a little bit of a stalemate there, but Live does it live. He works his way up towards managers, or rather janitors, and is able to take down that player sitting deeper inside of the site. And that's really the activation there for RCAC. In fact, I really thought that they were just going to fly in through the windows and everything else as soon as that pick went off. But they were able to kind of slow things down just a tad bit, and they played it pretty close to the chest, all things considered. That case goes down at 5 seconds left on the clock, but RCAC still has so many things going for themselves, given not only the circumstances of the man count, but the areas in which they're holding. The main thing being those north windows. It's one of the hottest priorities when it comes to that top floor site. If you're able to have, really conducive angles working their way in from those windows, especially post plant, you're more than likely walking away with a round win. So very well done to them to equalize things here, and capable of finding just our second offensive round throughout this entire series.
And it's won by the same team and won effectively in the same way, which is, all right, we basically only have 2 rooms to our name, but we're going to use that to get a plant down. And it works both times. It feels very close both times, but it does work out. And so I think it's only marginally, but the CEO round maybe a bit more effective or convincing or what have you. Then the Master Bedroom Office round that Raza Company Academy were able to close off their opponent's pick of Chalet on. Sens being brought into the lineup again. Never thought I would see the day we're in a competitive match of Rainbow Six. Only 3 rounds in, Sens would be brought more than Ying. Indicates that some teams clearly have faith and at least wanting to try out the new ROU projector ability of being able to drop that wall once the rush goes in. Also, of course, Warden not being as effective as he was before. Open area defense, as you can see from Black Dragon, says only a couple players up top, the remainder holding the site.
Yep. Sense is going to become a really big deal. I guarantee you're going to be seeing a lot of her at SI, just in comparison to what you used to see. I'm not saying she's going to be a top 3 operator, getting played, but when it comes to execute heavy offensive strategy, she works in so very well, especially given the circumstances of what Carter was talking about. You can't see through the light screens anymore with Warden. Anything that can see through smokes cannot see through the light screen, which is a great change. Shout out to the Ubisoft devs for that one, because it makes sense, extremely useful, again, especially inside of these very execute heavy offenses. So let's see what RCAC does with this tool in their kit.
Setting breach charge.
Taking their time to open up all these angles. Breach charge opening up the elevator hallway. Control that avenue of rotation, either back to the site or to go for a flank. Depending on where they're attacking, teams like to rotate down Marble and try to go for a flank server. A little backstab, and then vice versa. Rotate down server, try to catch anybody pushing in past the Marble stairs. So just opening up that hallway. Give you a bit of purview and control, but this is an incredibly slow attack from Raza Company as one player navigating their way beneath the skeleton key shots. It's the Mira from Florio. Now they're rotating more towards Marble Stairs with a minute left. Flash 3 effectively able to cut off their rotation back. They might trade out. At least they're able to find one. Florio down as well. Can be finished off. Perez trying to bait out the revive. Lengthy pre-fire. Will instead finish off the Mira and land the transfer onto Hornet. Gudo trying to play in a bit of that extra space as Raza Company will move into the site. They'll know one will likely be there, and they just found him. So how much do they know about the castle? He's got so much work to do. With one shot, Gudo reveals his position. The Twitch is aware, right around the corner. The attacker's flooding into the site. Nothing he can do. 2-round lead, or at least 2 rounds for Raza Company now. A 1-round lead, but 2 in a row since the first.
They're looking really solid. Waking up on the right side of the bed here, at least when it comes to banking these offenses. We've touched on it quite a bit throughout this series, but offense can be quite a difficult task to try and coordinate. There's a lot of moving parts to it, let alone the fact of the utility you kind of try and figure out in the moment, especially the fact that we have attack repick in Common Day Siege. All things are of high priority as you're trying to figure out what's valuable and what's not inside of these prep phases. And RCAC so far has been doing a pretty bang-up job. The only time that they really had any issues, Carter, was this basement defense. And what do we see out of that? The main thing was that Black Dragons were capable of getting the main pick over on Marble. They set RCAC on their back foot. They default into into a server-sided take that doesn't really have a lot of teeth. It doesn't really have a lot of gusto. It's just utility getting poured into red hallway with no real bite behind that bark. And that's where Black Dragon stood very tall, especially with their smoke player being able to not only thwart the plant, but also hit a very nice shot on the longer angle, holding that play in towards red hallway.
Move to repeat sites now as Black Dragons go back to the only one they've won. And to be fair, it's the one where they were able to get a pick super early on, fall back, and then let all the utility do the talking, which the bulk of it is still present here. The Goyo, the Miras, the Smokes, all that's still in play. I believe the Maestro is in the addition.
Maestro is indeed, yes, sir.
But at the same time, I do like this adjustment from Raza Company, bringing in the Twitch, which was lacking last time, only relying on nades brought by the Sens to clear those out. Now, not only can you hunt down those Vulcan packs, but maybe even find some of those Evil Eyes too, depending on the moment. Depending on the moment you find, or depending on how well you can hide it.
Yeah, depending on what happens too, could get those mirror windows as well. Twitch is a great operator for this situation, honestly. You know,
for this site.
Yeah, right. You think about like Bravo or something that could work in as well, and maybe steal a couple of electronics. Like that's great, but Twitch is probably your priority here, just given the fact that there's so many things that are destructible and so many things that she can just outright remove. So we'll see if STK is able to get anything into the good graces of the offense. A little spam there for Perez, and honestly, I respect it. But probably the last spot I'd expect somebody to be in such an important match, but you never know what people are capable of, so might as well go through your default checks.
This round was won last time, not because Raza Company got out of that control, but because of how much utility was left towards the end of the round. And now that Black Dragons are stacking more in their way, specifically the Evil Eyes, you might already have full middle floor control with a minute and a half remaining, but can you destroy all these Vulcan packs, get all of these Evil Eyes? Those are the two biggest ones, because these smokes are good, but you can start rotating in, planting, and backing off. But those Evil Eyes are going to be a massive issue. Already one in server, zapping live as he goes to get the wall. A bit of a tricky spot because they opened it first. Yep, he's got to duck around the corner, destroy it, and then back off.
Yep, and this is a super smart play as well. If you guys have noticed, there's a popped mirror window on this panel here, and the reason that that's there is because they want to make it to where Bassetto can't just walk up and place this exothermic down. So instead, they're going to have to use Maverick, and unfortunately enough for live, I think he's going to have to make a pretty poor hole here. I mean, he'll make it to where it's at least walkable, so good on him. That's what I always look for. You do not want to have to vault through this, otherwise you're more than likely going to die. But with 30 seconds remaining, this is looking very similar to what we saw in the last basement defense.
Oh, but Bassetto caught Ask on that long angle. Well, finishing him off with the smoke. It's actually Hornet, I believe, downing him all the way from elevator. Live will recover the diffuser, but Ask has been far more disciplined with his toxic canisters this time. He's got enough to wait out the entire remaining portion of the round. Perez with a nice kill onto Hornet, but all of that utility still there. As Live found a gap, he's losing HP. It's going to be so low, but he just barely gets it. It costs him his life. But a 3v3 still established. Man advantage now gained as STK pushes as deep as he can. They all line up for him. Not able to hit that collat towards the end, but a triple very possible, especially with Flash 3 on the back line. Comes down to the wire, and they have to fight through all of that utility. But now 3 in a row for Raza Company Academy. Not at all scared by the fortress that Black Dragons have built.
And that's just so unfortunate for Ask there. It really is. He had the right idea. He had the utility, Carter, but just mismanagement of time, mismanagement of really just the case. I don't think anybody heard it going down, given the calamity that was more than likely the audio downstairs with all those yings and explosions and everything else going on. And then finally somebody just hears the tic-tac of that keyboard over there inside of, you know, the main space, and just not enough timing. That smoke goes down, and just by the skin of his teeth, capable of getting that case down, and it means the most to this offense, as Black Dragons can't even find a defensive round when everything seems to be a green light for them.
Huge play by SDK there as well. Channeling that same forward-thinking plays that we saw Raza Company do, well, have done a bit throughout the time. The 3/5 of this roster have been a thing, but again, making sure, like, all right, I'm going to push deep here. We took down the guy close inside of red. If anybody tries to get aggressive, I have an angle to catch them as they swing, as they push, and try to take the fight against anybody playing that
Attackers need
diffuser.
to
So
locate and
just good
defuse
thinking.
bombs.
Very simple thing. Very common thing to do as well, but Raza Company being as confident as they can when, as you pointed out, Sam, all the utility being thrown up by the attack and the defense. Ying's going out, Toxic Canisters going out in response, Evil Eye's being shot, bullets flying everywhere, diffuser going down. Not an easy situation to make heads or tails of, especially if SDK is taking a position right in the thick of it, but to keep a cool head, hold that position, and then get the final 3 kills of the round. Really, really nice stuff from the Twitch. CEO defense now as it's been very, very plant-focused for Raza Company every single round. Safe for open area, I suppose, but tried to go for a plant twice on lockers, went for a plant and won it on CEO last time. But it was only with stock control and square control, and things only started breaking their way when Live got a timing around Janitor. Might be able to find it again, but it's not a guarantee.
Yep, I really like the idea from RCAC as well, because Bank, it might be one of the most objective focus maps that we have, right? Because a lot of the times you're not capable of carving out the defensive setup. They're going to have some things to rest on, some bastions to play defense around, and it can be extremely punishing if you go for something like that unless you get a true blindside onto the defense. So instead, priority to the case, priority to getting that plant down, and it has been the saving grace for RCAC on multiple occasions now. They have not had to delve deeper into these bomb sites and try and take out Black Dragons. Instead, they force a situation where Black Dragons are now on the offense. They have to come to them, and it's been working out swimmingly thus far. Black Dragons obviously are more than likely going to be trying to prioritize stopping this plant. They've done that at least when it comes to these basement setups. They just have not found their stride when it comes to things like this top floor.
But I like this adjustment from Live. The very player who was able to find that kill in Janitor last time. He's on Nook playing, and he's already worked his way to Marble Stairs, and he's got a kill as well. Just immediately pops up, takes down Florio. Nice adjustment, even though STK still loses his life. Good reaction from Black Dragons there, but I love that from Raza Company. Before, Florio was able to rotate back to Marble once the utility came through, and there was nothing they could do about it. This time, they throw in that same utility, but put the Nook there to actually cut him off as he's rotating back to top Marble. Really nice stuff, but losing SDK, you hate to get punished for that good deed.
Yeah, you really do. This could be Florio down as well, who's been having a pretty poor bank thus far. 0-4 for him. He'll be missing out on SDK from the offensive side as well, as he's 6-1 currently. Everything's starting to slow down a bit as both of these teams have gotten somewhat injured after those bodies go down. Raza Company AC doing their damnedest to try and keep this square space alive for themselves. They will try and hold on to these angles. It's going to be a constant search and rescue mission as they look to try and find a space to put this case down and successfully hold these crosses. Perez will work his way over towards the north windows. It'll be Live to try and hold on to more than likely the longer angles from square, as it'll be down to Basetto to get this plant off.
They got that 5v4 so early, but with it immediately traded, they're stuck in the same position they were before, and there's no odd man out like they could find inside a Janitor. You got the player playing close with a shotgun. Hornet's not playing nearly as passive as he did before. You got the players watching the long angles too. Live tries to creep in to dodge the Yokais, but Gudo watching with an ACOG can see right through that Hell Scanner. And see right through any tricks Raza Company Academy are trying to pull. Ace also decides to offer himself up to the UMP. It was such a nice idea at the beginning, but nothing breaking Raza Company's way after this. It'll be down to the wire, and it's Black Dragon still with a thin lead, but a lead nonetheless as the time hits 000. Both rounds won on time by Black Dragons. But just one more, decisive or not, will tie the game 3-3.
Solid strategy, all things considered, for the top floor. Yeah, they lose the player over towards Marble, but they are mainly focused on their defensive standpoint upstairs, and they make that go off with flying colors. So for Black Dragons, there's not a lot of things that they really had to worry all that much about. It was all about making sure that they were ready for what Raza Company was going to try and finish the round out with. And that was the big thing there for me for RCAC. They just did not really have a straightforward path there. It was a pretty odd road as they were trying to trailblaze their way in through the main walls upstairs for CEO, and they end up getting punished. Live trying to make the most out of a bad situation, and all that really happens is he donates himself to a good cause. So Well done to Black Dragons as they're able to shore up this score line, but not out of the thick of it just yet, as they will send us to open area and kitchen.
10 seconds to go.
And bringing that Nook back into the fray, and I think what? This is certainly at least the third sense.
Yeah, the third round.
I was going to say.
Oh, sense? I thought you were going to talk about Nook. I think this is the third Nook. I don't know about the third sense, though.
I know it's at least the third sense, because I already brought up that they were brought twice, and I know this is the third time. But either way, a lot of Sen's play, even if it hasn't necessarily been the most impactful, at least forwardly for Raza Company Academy. It's just cool they keep wanting to try this out. It's the third time the Nook's been brought, and even though they didn't end up winning the round, definitely a lot of impactful Nook play brought by Raza Company in some very effective ways.
Carter, is it big brain as hell to have the Solus here, just in case those light screens are up and you can see the case through all the light screens?
Could be, honestly.
You know? That'd be pretty wild, honestly.
Honestly, like, I kind of saw the Solus, but because she brought so infrequently, my mind, when I see her, has never really adjusted from before. So I'm like, Solus, like, okay, Solus, whatever, that's normal. And I'm like, wait, it's actually not normal. Look at this Perez, by the way, just lurking in through main lobby. Oh, well, GG there, unfortunate. So, well, watch his teammate get blown up by the C4 through the floor. But he's worked his way up quite far. Only issue is you got those mobile cameras, the Yokais, and also the default camera up right here, that Hell Scanner. Ooh. Just domes that one player, another one right around the corner, but Florio will be aware of it. And yet the Nook slips by. Paris now looking up to try and completely break the spine of this roam on the top floor as his team is falling around him. SDK is able to trade, so the Nook can't have any more impact, but the Solus playing aggressive! Both players taking a lot of damage. Bagudo a bit quicker on that one. Might get the most decisive victory of the round, able to rotate back to the site and secure the advantage for Black Dragons.
It was a little shaky to start here on Bank, but finally Black Dragons has punched through the clouds. 3 versus 2 on our last round of their defense. Capability to try and sew this up at a tie ball game. Gudo, very low HP to bring to the table, but still alive, still breathing. Still has the capability of getting yet another kill, and let alone that fact, he has the capability of shutting out a plant if they get that far. Selma charges down for Flastery as STK will continue to hold down the line here with the 417 Blueprinter. So many different ways that this could break down as it gets more awkward. The Selmas make so much noise. Florio capitalizes, and the ace is down for the count. It's up to STK to try and pull it across the line, but I highly doubt he makes it. The M590 practically has slugs in it at this range, as he will blast that man inside of Electrical, and that will be the first half of Bank.
3-3 half, quite good for the defensive side, or at least you're very happy with it, just that this game has been incredibly competitive. Also the most dominant round Black Dragons have, I would say. Well, depends on how you cut it. Winning 2 rounds on time, being so good and stalwart and holding your map control. One could argue that those are very dominant victories, even though people technically survived by the end, and that's only the first time that Raza Company Academy were left with 0 players remaining by the end of the round. Definitely the big strong suit for Black Dragons on that attack, even in the rounds that they lost, was how aggressively, and we've used that word a lot, but differently than how, I mean it differently than how I've used it before. Before, we would discuss about Raza Company Academy always fighting for every inch, right? Retaking position specifically. That time, Black Dragons just never wanted to give it up, but they were passive. Not really taking all that many fights, not really looking to push things too far, but just, I suppose, maybe not aggressive, assertive in their presence on either the top floor, the middle floor, or the bottom floor. Raza Company Academy able to find some nice openings, but Black Dragons always making them fight tooth and nail to get into the site. Tie game, and how strong Raza Company Academy were on the defense. Let's see if that far-flung style we saw them bring on Chalet will be able to work here on a bigger map.
Deploying shot drone.
I was always a little worried about what Black Dragons was going to do with Chalet offense as things started to become more and more murky. And that's led into this. What happens on their offensive side of Bank? And they're bringing in the lineup initially before the attacker repick. I was really hoping that they would work Deimos in, so very happy that Hornet has rested on this operator, especially given what Razo was really showing with their op lineup. I mean, you look at this and you know that they're going to extend up towards this mid floor, especially with Perez on the vigil, let alone the fact that he's rocking that Boss G. That means he wants to get aggressive, guys. He wants to get out there and get those big picks, and that gun is absolutely fantastic for that. If you can hit your shot, shots. One of the best in the business when it comes down to it. We'll see if Perez is capable on the top floor.
My first Dokkaebi call goes out, so depending how much Black Dragons are looking to get early on, could face somebody soon, but Dokkaebi call begins and ends, and Perez is doing just fine. Black Dragons holding these long angles right now. They will spot the Fenrir moving around Tellers. Ooh, double peek. Not the Fenrir, but that Boss G inside of ATM, or rotating down, helping the defender down below. Hornet hot on his heels, but the moment's really gone. You could likely rotate around and get Gudo, but it will be a lot of a sync on time because Hornet can't just walk through the lobby. The defense has that cross covered. Oh, shot through the wall! Somehow finds a double through two different rooms in one single spray. Live might get the trade, but Ying has overperformed and then some.
Disgusting stuff. Has opened up this round as wide as you can possibly get it. And Live's being tracked as well. Attack helicopter on him. No priority coming in from Hornet just yet, as obviously these two can see each other. They know he's inside of open area. Hornet will be feeding them this information. Lane over towards the hatch, looking for his pick, and as soon as this gunfight goes either way, he'll be dropping off, whether it be a little bit of time or what. But Nux, he just sees the tip of his skull, and he makes a massive hole inside of it. 2 versus 4. The defense cannot bring things to bear. They've lost too many bodies on this mid-level, and Basetto is out of smokes.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Only 10 seconds to waste on that marble stairs side. One player tracked, Flashtree holding the line in that position.
Seconds remaining.
Smoke may be unread inside a server, but the attack's coming from the opposite side. They know where the castle is, even if the death mark's not active. The Deimos just swings in and can react in time. 3 seconds remaining. Where's that case going down? It's right in front of him. He sees him. The time's gone. He sprays through. He wins it. Despite the control on marble stairs, they commit to a plant server. And Basetto's position, seemingly ineffective, comes alive with 1 second left.
Incredible. That's all I have to say. Incredible out of the smoke. Works his way over to server, gets smoked off. One of the most Counter-Strike-esque moments I've seen in quite some time with Rainbow Six. Just patiently waiting to see when is the proper time to remove the skull of this planter. Let alone that fact, but actually canceling the plant. He doesn't even down that guy, doesn't kill him outright at all. He kills the other man, the Twitch, that was overseeing the situation. But either way, RCAC come out of the thick of it with a round win that they should have never gotten.
I thought for sure, given the amount of people we saw Marble Stairs side, that's where the diffuser was coming down.
Yeah, B-plant, right? Obviously, right?
Yeah, we'd see it. You know the castle's there. Even if the Deimos dies, you can trade him out. Maybe somebody drops down Marble. The guy with the diffuser follows the Deimos down the stairs, and you drop elevator hatch. But no, instead they decide to drop open area, thinking they can take control of the opposite site, but Black Dragons, I think, taking that server position for granted. They're just assuming it was free when they really had no right to. Easy mistake to make sometimes, one that will cost them dearly, and in a game that has really come down to a second or two here or there. One team having control of one room over another. Those kinds of rounds are really going to hurt you if Raza Company Academy, like we saw in Chalet, were able to string enough together to make the math work for them, even if it's a 51-49 game.
Just wild. Wild set of circumstances, especially with that last round. I mean, practically unwinnable for RCAC in the situation that was in front of them, but hey, sometimes you just get a moment where the stars align, and that's exactly what we see. And they'll claim the lead for the very first round on their defensive side, but now that leads us into round 8. It's going to be a top floor defense here for RCAC this time around. Solid defensive standpoint set up. Got the mirror windows in here as well. And the Electro Claws 2 for Flashtree, just trying to hold up a few of these panels. Black Dragons is probably going to be a very similar set of circumstances that they will try and place onto the map in comparison to what we saw RCAC go for on their offensive side. So expect them to prioritize square, stock, as well as those north windows. They look not only for picks, but, you know, a plant priority. They'll work their way through this map.
Reloading them.
You can see Live not being punished nearly in the same way, rotating back to square that Raza Company Academy were able to punish that same position when they were on the attack, at least the second time. Having the Nook play there to cut off, well, Live the Nook playing there. Cut off the defender rotating back this time. Fallback position taken by Raza Company Academy, and Black Dragons are basically reaching the spot where previous attack did before. You get control of square, stock, pressuring Janitor, but not much beyond that. Betting a lot on this Osa with the Talon Shield to be able to push forward, work her way into the site, and put the diffuser down. Ask able to find Baseto, then STK peeking the square position. It's going way better than Raza Company could hope for when they were on the attacking side. Every time a gunfight's given, Black Dragons are winning it. Osa put so low, Flash 3 just barely with those TCSG shots, able to thread the needle around that shield. Now Black Dragon's in a bit of a difficult position, but still the 4v2 to fall back on. Still that dominant man advantage, 2 bodies wide. 1 long angle held by Flash 3, 1 close angle taken by Perez. And the deathmark goes on the long player. Do they know about the guy in Janitor? He's so close, he's able to flick 1 HP, but his Flash 3's downed. Not much the Mirror can do at this point. He can converge on his position. Finds one, but hitting the reload just around the corner. He's got to be ready for this. The Ace has got a whip. He somehow does. 3K. 2 seconds left. Ask with no time to rotate. They make a miracle happen again. Just around the corner. Shirley can finish this. Shirley land the C4. Detonates Black Dragon's chances. And lightning strikes twice on bank with Raza Company moving up 5-3.
That man typed lol inside of the stock hallway. In a live round, Carter. Ask could have been anywhere. This guy's typing lol in the hallway.
He types, like, Ask is a second into the defuse. He types lol. No, like, no intel, no Z-ping, no nothing on where this guy is planting. Looks, face checks, doesn't see him, is like, he's probably in the corner. It's C4's. He's still gonna die, but he does get the plant off.
Look at how little HP he has in this situation, and he still takes that gunfight and wins it. Without that crouch, by the way, if he didn't, Shaiko peek that, he's getting cooked. Like, all 3 of those bullets were square on his head at head height. And, I mean, just insane stuff out of Perez. Sure, he'll be talking about that one for quite some time.
2 rounds now where Raza Company have pulled off a ridiculous 1vx. The first one on time, and the second one, I mean, that 1v4. On no planet did I think he was going to be winning that. I guess 1v3 technically, but on no planet did I think he's going to be winning that. On 1 HP, sure, yeah, I guess he's got the isolated 1v1 with the guy pushing into CEO, but he's 1 HP, and like you said, if he doesn't crouch there and swing that aggressively at that time, he's a dead man walking, and I think he kind of knows it. You can't just wait with 1 HP. That guy's going to move around the corner and take you down. You've got to take the initiative and swing, and to have the confidence right there, even on 1 HP, to make what is objectively the correct decision. Really, really nice stuff to get another round that Raza Company had no business winning. Black Dragons are doing so many things right. They're even getting things right that they didn't even need to force. Raza Company peeking them and just winning the fight when the defense didn't even need to swing. They're capitalizing off those mistakes, and they've not been rewarded with a single attacking win so far. It is brutal.
Yeah, you got to be feeling for them right now. They're doing everything right, but still come up with the wrong answer. Hard thing to understand sometimes, but, I said it yesterday. That's why we don't play these games on paper, folks. There'd be a lot of things that would be different about R6 history if that were the case. Instead, we let the gameplay do the talking, and right now, Raza Company AUC, they are showing that they are absolutely blessed, not only with capability, but also with a divine power sometimes to just pull these rounds across the line. Although Black Dragons, they're looking to try and stop that in its tracks. They'll take down Flastry upstairs, but we've seen a lot of rounds start like this for Black Dragons on the offensive side. I'm not going to trust it till we get a little bit later on into this round.
The luck's got to run out eventually. It has to. Opening pick, sure. Perez able to find one. Player drops down the stock hatch immediately after that. Massive 4v4 for Raza Company to achieve as all remaining defenders now on the site. Diffuser can be recovered on that top floor. Perez likely going to try to do a lot of heavy lifting in this position. But with one player inside a loan office holding this cross, you know he's there. Do they know about Perez? DMR sees the angle, fires some shots. Boss G reveals the Vigil's position. He can drop down that hatchet if he wants, but with a minute remaining, they know about this Vigil.
This is such good round management from RCAC, Carter. They get that pick to bring things back to a 4v4 up top. Jackal's going to track Perez, yes, but this is exactly what they want. They want the Vigil to be the nuisance. They want him to be the priority. That's why this operator exists in the first place. Another big pick going the way of Live as they are constantly sideswiping Black Dragons. They are just getting gunned down through the thick of the trees. And STK with yet another one. Perez with a full flank, and Bassetto as well as Perez. It's LeBron. Completely decimating these players. It'll be down to Hornet. A nice 2K, minimal time left, and a chance here.
Surely the luck's got to turn Black Dragon's way now. As Hornet pieces up 2 people inside of the site, long angle, he can recover the diffuser. Everybody softened up, comparable HP, but Perez has got the angle on the hatch. Spots the feed, but doesn't land the shot. Hornet tagged up. We've seen Perez make magic happen from worse, but he's able to stop any miracle from happening in round 9. Match point now for Raza Company Academy off the back of 2 miraculous 1vx's. Just a normal 2v1 conversion to move up 6-3.
It's absolutely absurd stuff. Black Dragons looked like they had the priority there at the start of the round as well. They get that nice pick upstairs. The roam game doesn't seem like it's going to work out as solidly as it had been going, but instead RCAC get that nice pick over towards the elevator hall. They take down Ask, and they're able to fall back, and then they just make a mockery out of everything that Black Dragons is trying to do with the map, let alone the fact of the LeBron James D Wade play over on Square as both these players gun down the guy flying off the top rope. RCAC has made this defense at times look really difficult and at times really easy for themselves. But either way you slice this pie, folks, it has constantly been them coming up as the victors inside of our bout. And they're looking to take this in a clean 2-0 fashion on map count.
10 seconds to insertion.
Looking like they could take it 2-0 map count with only 1 convincing defense. Unbelievable stuff, but I mean, that was basically what happened on Chalet. Six defenses in a row, and then just 1 convincing attack is enough to push it over the line. It's a bit different in terms of how it's actually happening here, but Raza Company Academy just keep finding these ways to win that are unbelievable to happen once, let alone twice. Bit of an adjustment on this basement defense. Castle being dropped, so likely not as stark of an extension on that middle floor. Instead, just the normal stuff. Goyo, smoke. The Fenrir a bit different than what we saw from Black Dragons, and no Mira like we saw from Black Dragons defense. She might have to be a bit more forward with the smoke canisters you throw, but it's utility-based setup to counter a server plant. Black Dragons will not be shocked when they start spotting these operators.
No, they won't. I'll definitely tell you this, though. This could get a little awkward for Black Dragons. Depending on the timing of how this all goes down, especially if STK is able to get out of his position right now and get back downstairs. Unless they have a lot of these hatches open as fallback strats, he can just freeze these things up and make life a living hell for Black Dragons if they're not able to manage their time accordingly. You can see it's actually going to be a little bit different here for RCAC. It's not a full fallback. They want to try and prioritize the entire map. Start on the top level, get the drones in from Black Dragons, make them think that they're up there, then pull back to the mid floor. And they're going to do something very similar, Carter. If they're able to get a kill here especially, I mean, this might be an impenetrable defense for Black Dragons to try and deal with on the bottom floor.
I can't believe it feels like they're roaming hard. It feels like they're roaming harder on the middle floor without the castle. But that's kind of the thing that can happen if you don't have any of those castle barricades to move around and you stay too long. 1 fell swoop, 1 open angle, and you might find yourself going down 1 body, let alone 2. No Zoto canister used, no C4 used by SDK and Perez. The miracle worker from Raza Company Academy taken down in the 3v5, and you've opened up all the hatches for Black Dragons. They've got the Twitch, they have time to pop these Vulcan packs. Candela will go out trying to pop it with the SMG-11. Will pop the second, but now the Twitch drone goes in, incinerates Live. He's stuck in his own inferno. But what do they do now, Sam? With 50 seconds left, all your utilities popped, all the vertical control established. What is left for Raza Company Academy?
I'm sweating bullets right now, Carter. It is a war zone in the basement. Somehow Live makes it out alive inside of that hellscape. Well, 40 seconds remaining. Black Dragons, they have to bring something to bear. This is where it always comes down to it for Black Dragons. This is their brass tacks. They're never able to find that real moment where they feel comfortable to just try and blow the doors off their opponents. And finally, Ask gets one, but Flashry with another. 1 versus 3, and we've seen similar circumstances before. Ask, please plant somewhere away from this portion of the map.
You can see Ask planning all the way in B, and you've even got people watching server. Florio covering that position will fall. SMG-12, the opposite gun you want in 2 long-range engagements. Becerra will try to work his way forward, but they've spotted his position. He's somehow got to quickly duck for cover behind the bomb chassis, and he will make it. Slowly creeping forward, 1 player, gold! But it's an ace from Ask! Nothing but sterling silver from the Ying in round 10, keeping Black Dragons alive in the series. And Raza Company Academy biting off more than they can chew on that basement roam.
Yeah. It was a terrifying prospect, but when things get scary, there's one man that you can count on 9 times out of 10 for Black Dragons, and it's going to be Ask. A huge round there for him. That'll force a timeout from Raza Company AC, as they've more than likely recognized that the prior 2 rounds before this as well were not exactly supposed to go their way. There was some large heroics as well as a little bit of a stroke of luck at certain moments and times that were able to bring things across the line for them. And after that huge moment there from Ask, after that huge moment from Black Dragons, they choose to try and ice out the roster and talk about things amongst themselves. We'll see what they bring to the table with this next defensive round.
Which, as they should, again, keep in mind, only real 1 convincing defensive win where at least elements of the setup were able to win overall and make the better argument. It's been 2 1vx's, and then now their first round loss, but one where Black Dragons were just able to outmaneuver a defensive strategy that wasn't too difficult to outmaneuver. Maybe the way Ask did it isn't something you can guarantee every time, but 3-man holding the middle floor with no castle barricades, you're going to open yourselves up to a lot of risks. So the strategy Raza Company Academy will go for is retrying the locker site, but bringing the Clash into the process. You've got, not only do you have the Clash being hidden inside of gold, is the Cade being hidden as well? Likely to try to not only deny anybody from picking those secondary EMPs, but that Thatcher as well. Very rare you see 2 operators attempt to be hidden, especially as they're both standing on top of each other.
I love this, Carter. I love this a lot. Because RCAC, what they've done here is they've completely switched up their gear. This pacing is going to be wildly different from what we've seen for the entirety of this series. Not just this map, the entire series. We haven't seen them truly pull off a full turtle setup, and that's exactly what this is going to be. It's going to be down to utility and down to them trying to rely on this closer gunplay. Oh! Oh my! These are the things that you don't consider inside of a competitive round.
Brother!
15 seconds into active play, we have a dead Clash inside a server.
Bro, what? Hard red ping on the Clash inside a server. Becerra has his gun in hand as Clash. I know Ask is in there a little quicker than we'd expect, but if you're to go through all the effort to hide that Clash, be a bit more careful. We got drones dead inside of the site looking at the Warden and the Cade. It doesn't matter. He's already got the 4v5. One of the ops will be dedicated 45 seconds to hiding, taken down. And we also saw the Maverick repicked in the middle of the phase. I don't know if they spotted the Cade, but either way, whether it's complete chance or intentional, brought an operator to cut through any electrified hatches as well. So all of that work from Raza Company Academy not paying off, and Ask feeling very confident as he hot breaches into square.
Yep. All of his teammates already covering the majority of the top and mid floor, so they know where the priority area is for the defense, and obviously more than likely going to be an open area. And it is. Spam in through Printer, and yep, you hit the nail on the head, Carter. I was thinking the same thing in the back of my mind. You cannot be where you are live. Everybody knows the angles over towards that hatch, and they're more than likely just going to kill you outright. And that's exactly what happens. Now Raza Company AC are lacking in the utility game that they built up for themselves.
Yeah, you lost all 3 of those smoke canisters. Like, flashbangs are coming in. They know you're there. And Live just getting a bit too cocky, thinking maybe he could, I don't know, shoot a drone or get somebody falling off and catching them off guard. But Black Dragons are not like how they were playing on Chalet. Getting completely befuddled by the aggression from Raza Company Academy. They're ready for it here, and they're meeting them. Not even pound for pound. They're completely outweighing them right now in a completely different class at the moment. 3v5, and I guess you still got these Vulcan packs alive. Hornet put to 1 HP, but all of those TCSG shots not resulting in a kill. Vulcan packs now being popped. Black Dragons have all the control, destroying all the utility, and a 5v3, and still every single Candela in Florio's pocket to go for this execute. I simply refuse to believe that this defense is going to find a way out of round 11, and it seems 6-5, inevitable at this point. Ask a 3K followed by the ace to get a flawless round for Black Dragons.
Just not the level of respect that Black Dragons really, needs at that moment in time out of RC. Did not think that, they could just be there so unbelievably quickly. And what a moment from Ass to start things off, right? Just bullying his way into server, finds the clash. Probably inside of that lineup, Carter, probably the most important operator they have at their disposal. And he dispatches him. He dispatches him in 15 seconds. Like, get the hell out of here, man. That's something you'd expect inside of a matchmaking lobby, not this. And Ask is still capable of pulling it off. In fact, I actually think Basetto probably heard somewhat of an audio cue in his right ear, and he's like, there's no way. There's no way. Until that leg smacks his dome, and then that's about it.
I can't believe that all that focus we put on them hiding Clash, and Ashwoody just walks into dirt in the first 2 seconds of the round like these herds, and shoots the Clash in the face because she doesn't have her shield out. That's actually insane.
Yep.
Well, it's the way it goes sometimes. And the trend continues of the bulk of Raza Company's rounds coming from 1VXs.
I swear on everything, if we get OT here, that's just absurd.
I swear on everything, if Raza Company win and it's another 1VX, I'm going to lose my mind. But at that point for Black Dragons, if you let 3 1VXs slip away, you got some culpability at that point.
Actually. Now, I will say this as well. I mean, for everybody in chat, are you not entertained? I mean, come on. This has been fantastic to watch.
CEO defense now, though, coming out from Raza Company, definitely the least entertaining of all. Well, I don't know, depending on your perspective. It's been pretty stalemate heavy on these attacks so far. Now, no Osa in play. Could maybe try and force control of CEO. Entirely focusing on the Damos, Stokely, and the Ying to find those positions, create pressure at every single angle, then use the Yings to break that stalemate. But it's CEO, so you're still going to start in the same 2 positions you always do.
Yep. TP inside of stock will be dispatched from the Ash charge. Hornet currently upside down, holding the main hallway. And this is the usual setup that you see around this space now. You get these 2 reinforced walls, a deployable shield out towards Square, and it's very useful, especially with those little footholds you see on the far side. Not only useful for dealing with players hopping in, and a janitor player can take them out, but also impacts that stop things like that. Look at how difficult it is for Black Dragons to break this up right now.
That's every Selma gone. 1 used to burn the magnet, 1 used or destroyed by an impact, and then Flash 3 Electric Claw tricks it right there. So Live can still play aggressively here. There's no nades to push him out of this position either. So you're basically either going to have to swing him from stock or somehow work a flank up Marble. And it's very narrow and tight on CEO. The odds of finding a gap in that position are quite low. This Ying needs to do a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah. Especially with these Goon mines, since, Live is Legion, there's not going to be a lot of flank options open. At a bare minimum, you're more than likely going to have to shoot something, which will give up your situation in the first place. So for Black Dragons, it's probably going to be a lot more Square Hammer than it is going to be Scalpel. With less than a minute left, they're going to have to try and bully their way into this bomb site. And you can see RCAC getting prepared for that exact future.
Yeah, Flash 3 paying attention to the ATM area. Knows that because they've held on to stock, odds are somebody's going to lurk in this position. Excellent read. Gudo making a perfectly normal, perfectly reasonable play, but Flash 3 just very aware. Great game sense. 5v4. That 1 Selma charge on stock. All of that lost control. All of that unrealized momentum. It costs Black Dragons in a key moment. Florio will find 1, but committing to that repel, the Legion will give his life away. And now we're in a 1v2. 14 seconds left. No utility. 1 player on the long angle, but time is running so very low. With just around the corner, he's got to land this pre-fire. Sees to Amai, breakdancing in the corner, but there's just too many to deal with. Basetto can creep forward, spot the planner, and send Raza Academy to the grand finals of the SAL LCQ.
What a game. 7-5 on Bank as well. Both of these maps not exactly making the most sense at time, Carter, but I mean, entertaining nevertheless. That's the big thing there. Yeah, what a firestorm in between these two. And you really do have to feel for Black Dragons, because there was a lot of times where it seemed like they had the right idea in mind. They just could not follow through. And honestly, I think if you want to encapsulate all of this, really what we saw happening over towards that stock wall, you could just spread that across the entirety of these two maps and go, hey, they had the right idea, but just could not execute.
Yeah, and we can call Connor in to talk about, of course, Raza Company Academy now making the grand finals, the LCQ. Also now, Connor, the third time they have beat Black Dragons in this qualifier overall.
And it's not only 3 times, it's 3 times in a row was now Black Dragons get sent to the lower bracket. And Carter, it's just really rough when it seems like Raza Company finally figured out how to attack once they really focused on an objective-oriented execute.
And honestly, like, when on that attacking side that Raza Company Academy started on, yeah, once they realized, especially towards the end of that Chalet, because really, the narrative of Bank has to start with that final round on Chalet when they were able to win Master Edmund Office with a very minimal direct take. But the small amount of ground they were able to gain on the attack was, as you said, from those objective-focused executes, when needing to win a key gunfight here or there to be able to convert it successfully in the end. And it was only good enough to get a 3v3 overall. What foundation they had going into the second half, that style of attack was absolutely important. You also have to address the fact they won 2 ridiculous 1vx's, and if they hadn't, Black Dragons would have won the map 7-5 or 7-4.
Yeah, and Sam, I feel like we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the magic in the room for Raza Company being, once they swapped onto the defensive side, they had absolute clutch factor, especially when they didn't, they only dropped 2 singular defensive rounds in that entire series.
Yeah, there was the sprinkle of fairy dust over this roster here, Dabs, and I don't think anybody is going to argue that fact. You see literally right there in front of your face some of the antics that they get away with in this game we'll be talking about for quite some time, especially if RCAC ends up making the major, ends up making the invitational, and we're talking about these guys at nauseam in the group stage. I mean, what a crazy set of circumstances inside of both of these maps, especially up against a roster like Black Dragons, which, I mean, we've talked about it. Inside of these LCQs that they've played recently, they've looked very strong. But it seems like we might have finally found their kryptonite. 3 matches in a row, Raza Company Academy are able to take it to the big, bad Black Dragons.
I mean, in all honesty, I feel like a lot of those huge hero plays for Raza Company weren't even Black Dragons playing that poorly, Carter. It was just somebody on Raza Company stepping up.
No, and I mean, I think it's, if you want to talk about playing poorly, it was in the small decisions that maybe a mistake was made, right? Planting in server instead of the immediately secure, and I believe they knew it was secure, lockers over on the basement site, where we saw that 1vx on time from the smoke player, Paceto, in server. Then you also have, I think, the 1v4 over in CEO, where things are a bit hectic, but everyone is kind of sprinting around the site, that end up peeking that player in around square in a or giving 1v1s to him. I think maybe if you were to highlight one and say they played poorly, it'd be the server one, because that CEO round, man, it's a 1v4, and sometimes the comms are a bit hectic and shit just happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, and trying to find just the one thread of possibility through the chaos that can allow you to win, that was what Raza Company was doing perfectly.
For sure, yeah.
It's just so hard to make sense of chaos, but Sam, that's the kind of magic that you need to make a run at the 6 Invitational.
Exactly that. I mean, I don't think that there is a single team in the history of Rainbow Six Siege that didn't have that somewhat special sauce at moments, right? There's nobody who's like, oh yeah, they just play the game fundamentally every single time and they just win. Like, you're always going to have one of those moments
team
where...
empowered, beg to differ.
I mean, a little bit, but still, you have moments like, oh, I don't know, diffuse through a wall. You have moments of, oh, I don't know, joystick shooting somebody through the floor of Bank. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about, right? That's the thing. And yeah, I think that they have that in spades, at least when it comes to their region as of right now. They're playing very well up against their own stock. Now, does that change when they hit the big stage, Daps? I don't know.
And that's also if they make the big stage.
True.
They've still got one more game because they punched their ticket to the upper bracket final. But now, Vivo Keystars and once again that Black Dragons team that we just saw, they've got to fight out in just a little bit. And makes you worry, you know, Vivo Keystars, I think they looked a little bit better than what we've seen on display from Black Dragons. But once again, Carter, I don't want to really gloss over how good Raza Company have looked because it's been inspiring.
Yeah, I think I have a couple things to say to that. One, Raza Company Academy, I mean, the defenses we saw in Chalet, really well thought out. The strategy, the playmaking, everything on that defensive half from Chalet was really quite good. Well, I think Black Dragon's responses left a lot to be desired. Definitely the best Raza Company Academy have looked by far and away was on that 6-0 Chalet defensive half. 10 out of 10 from them. And I think on the attacks, they still leave a little bit to be desired, but the direct takes were at least doing enough. But I think if you're talking about Black Dragons versus Vivo Keyed, Black Dragons did look very strong on Bank, bringing some nice ideas, I think consistently, far more consistently than Raza Company, really outplaying the defenses put forth in front of them than their counterparts did. So as we pull up the stats and you look at how things actually shaped up, I think it's fair to point out that, sure, Raza Company Academy did better, but Black Dragons didn't do all that bad. Sure, only one player above 100 EPS, but I think a lot of that is just because you went down 0-6 to start on Chalet defense.
And especially for Raza Company, if we look on the right side, Basetto, he was somebody that we highlighted yesterday, and he's the one that stepped up in their match against Vivo Keystars. Raza Company, Sam, they could do it without him.
Yeah, exactly. And even given the circumstances of Basetto not exactly showing up in the same way that we saw previously, you know, they were still capable in some pretty crazy moments, especially given the fact that Black Dragons actually had them on entries over this entire series. It just seemed like RCA was constantly ready for what came next, and they weren't getting too caught off guard by some of those moments. They were just going, hey, things are going to happen. It's Rainbow Six Siege. We might lose a body when we try some of these strategies, but let's just make sure that we're keeping ourselves in it mentally and physically. And they were able to pull off multiple different situations where, I mean, all things considered, we thought that they were fully out of it. So good stuff to RCA, specifically good stuff to STK. An EPS of 114 and just solid stats across the board.
Yeah, and Carter, mainly in the mid to late round is where SDK was able to strike. He wasn't involved that early on, but my gosh, in the chaos, he found that thread.
Oh, absolutely, and especially when Black Dragons were keeping a pretty decent stranglehold on the entry, at least on Bank. The Chalet was just whoever was on defense was getting the opening pick. But SDK in the mid-round was quite good. I think also on Bank Live in the mid-round was really quite good. I think on those attacking sides, the few rounds we did see Raza Academy win, it was Live being able to find a pick in the mid-game. So STK certainly Live, I would also put as another player who maybe wasn't the highest rated, but certainly had a lot of really powerful moments in the same vein that STK did.
Yeah, and you got to agree now, Raza Company has earned a little bit of a break as the next game is going to be coming through. We do have the bracket. We can show exactly how we got to the point we've gotten to because, Sam, you know, we've had a bunch of 2-0s today. We've yet to see an ultimate decider map, but in those maps, there's a lot of parity. You can talk about how Raza Company against Vivo Keystars, that went the distance. That was max OT, but all these other games felt like, you know, it's just been dominant victories.
Yeah, 100%. We went from 64 teams inside of this bracket, folks, down to 3 on a beautiful Sunday in January. And somebody's got to get sent home. That's what's going to be coming up next. Black Dragons, no break at all. If they want to make SI, they've got to go through not only Vivo Keystars, but find a way to get over RCA. And that is quite crazy if you ask me. But we'll just have to see. I think that Black Dragons is one of those squads that does play very well with their back against the wall. So, I mean, hey, for everything to play for, chuck everything out the window and hope something sticks.
Yeah, and now Carter, Black Dragons, with their back against the wall, they do have to keep their SI back alive, they have to play 3 BO3s in a row. That is an absolute slog fest. That is in the trenches, if you ask me.
It's in the trenches, but you had a hell of a warm-up against Raza Academy just here. It's not like you were playing Team Empire. It's like, all right, this team's sitting in the side for 2 minutes. Like, the only thing I'm warming up is my droning, but not much my gunfights. Raza Academy give you a run for your money, and Black Dragons, it might be a grueling schedule, but you can't say they aren't warm going up against Keystars up next.
Yeah, and you guys unfortunately are departing us. You're done for the day. We're going to be throwing it over to a quick 30-minute break before there's a whole lot of Siege still left to be played. We've got that Vivo Geekstars versus Black Dragon game. We'll be joined by a couple of new casters, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the South American 6 Invitational Last Chance Qualifiers, where dreams can become a reality. 64 teams began their journey nearly a month ago, and through tough competition, that number has whittled down to just 3 rosters, with their dreams of punching their ticket to Boston seemingly within reach. As we pull up the bracket, we can begin to see how all this action has unfolded. And man, oh man, there have been some great games, but one thing has remained constant, and that being so many 2-0s. Throughout everything, starting off, Raza Company knocking down Vivo Keydstars to the lower bracket in similar fashion to how Black Dragons sent down Vasco, led to Vasco, unfortunately, our only Argentinian team, being the first one to go home. Just a little while ago, Raza Company came out strong against Black Dragons, and that sent them down to meet with Vivo Keydstars once again, as 2 Brazilian teams with the threat of elimination looming over their head are going to be facing off in the lower bracket finals. My name is CDAPS, and I'll be joining you as the host here today, but fortunately for you guys, I'm not going to be by myself. I'm going to be joined by 2 beautiful and sultry voices going from across the pond over in Europe. I'm going to have Demo, I'm going to have X joining me as we're going to break down this wonderful game that's just ahead of us, being Black Dragons against Vivo Keydstars. Demo, I'll go ahead and start with you, and then X will go right after. How are you feeling today?
Ollie, what do I do? He's asked me to go first. This is out of my comfort zone. I'm good. Go to the other guy. I'm not good at this.
Demo never goes first. He's going to be panicking now. See, that's first of all, I can't believe that you've said it. You've gone on about, oh, everything's been 2-0, everything's been 2-0. This is the day that we get the 2 best of 3s, and you better believe that one of them's got to go to 3 maps, because you're right, it's been a scandal so far, and the games have been oh so close. I think back to the first map that we casted yesterday, that barn burner going all the way on Skyscraper, and we were only 1 round away from going to, we went to an overtime in the first map, and we were so close in the second. So there's got to be a bit of potential for it here today, and I hope that the teams have got their A games on.
Yes, and one of those teams that we talked about yesterday was Vivo Keydstars, where they almost took Raza Company to the very end, but Black Dragons, who we just saw a little bit ago, I'm sure you guys were watching in the wings, were slightly disappointing. But, you know, Demo, we know that this team has so much potential.
Yeah, of course, we've seen them at the major, and you think back to that run that they had in the qualifier, the last chance spot for Brazil. This was the team that kind of shocked everyone, beating the world champions, for goodness sake, in that qualifier. And you kind of looked at their performance at Manchester, and again, it wasn't bad. I actually think they put up quite a good performance at the major. So yeah, I think overall for Black Dragons, that they're a team which they need to just kick on and just build from the success that they've had already inside of the year. But currently, in my eyes, I think they're really struggling on the attacks. I think that is the cause for concern. I think over the course of the 2 matches that they've played already, they've only won like 8 attacks. And at this level, it's not good enough. So I definitely think that Black Dragons, they need to tighten things up. They need to focus on getting those attacking rounds on the board, or else this could be a very quick series.
Yeah, and Ollie, if we're going to talk about the attacking side of Black Dragons, I think we need to cast a little bit of focus on the left side, but we'll actually go to Vivo Keydstars instead. A roster that seems like a 5-man punch. It's a team that nobody has really stepped up and been so incredibly strong because they haven't necessarily needed to. Everybody has their role and they're completing it well.
Yeah, I think it was nice to see Stemp get his moment in the sun last night. He got the MVP in the Vasco game down in that lower bracket semi-final. Of course, that was the game that brought Vivo Keydstars into this lower bracket final now against Black Dragons. And we sort of commented on him at the time. Vivo Keydstars didn't come up against a lot of opposition really against Vasco. I think Cafe was quite a close map, but again, it's that individual performance that we've seen from this roster, whether it's Daffodil, whether it's Stemp, they've really got quite a bit of punch. And with a backline like Miracle and Lender, it seems to be working quite well for them at the moment. I've got a really good feeling about Vivo Keydstars going into this matchup against Black Dragons. My one thing that I would sort of preface that with, and something that I'll be, trying to look out for, and it's very difficult to see, it's only only something you can get to feel when you're really in the room with them, is yesterday it did feel like they tilted just a little bit after that overtime on Skyscraper. They went into the next map, they went into Nighthaven Labs, and it was, what, a 7-2 or something like that? They just seemed to fall off the face of the earth when they've been competing and going toe-to-toe with Raz's company, who, by all accounts, are storming through the qualifiers at this moment in time.
Exactly, and well, we will see the map ban phase once again. Maybe Nighthaven Labs off the table. Yep, Vivo Keystars, sure, they left it up, but they didn't want to take it away. And Demo, we will be starting off with Skyscraper.
Well, it's a big, bold move, I think, from Black Dragons to go straight in for the Skyscraper pick, considering how well Vivo Keystars actually played that map yesterday. Yes, they did lose, but it was an 8-7, and the match could have went in their favor. So already, that's going to be a big challenge for Black Dragons. A very bold pick, but who knows? Maybe they've got something up their sleeve for us. We then head to Chalet. Look, this is a quintessential Brazilian map in my eyes. Nearly every single Brazilian team that we see at international events always do well on Chalet. And certainly Black Dragons earlier, they've showed weakness on Chalet, especially on that attacking half. Not being able to take a single attack out of the 6 rounds, not picking up one, is a cause for caution. So Black Dragons, they would need to have changed things dramatically if they're willing to leave that open again. And again, Keystars, I think they've got the ban phase pretty well and have went directly in for that Chalet pick.
Yes, and everything becomes way more interesting with the map ban phase. Like you were saying, there is the potential weakness of Black Dragon's attacks on an attacker-sided map like Chalet, but more than anything, it feels like we're going into uncharted territory, because through the closed qualifier, these two rosters did not meet, Ollie.
Yeah, and there's always a little bit to be said for that. I honestly think you could look at those maps. I think that Vivo Keystars probably not really going to mind too much who they're going up against. We've seen them play Skyscraper. We know them to be a team that can attack it. It was equal 3-3 halves yesterday when we watched that game, and they played against Raz's company, who, as I've already said, are already in the grand finals. So we know they can ball. We know they can play on Skyscraper. What we've just seen from Black Dragons, that really scares me. I feel like Vivo Keystars have won the map veto. I find it really funny how none of us talked about the third map that was Lair, because no one even thinks it's a possibility right now. In my eyes, Vivo Keystars, they've nailed the map ban. And surely, this is a clean 2-0, and it gives them a nice, easy ride into those finals.
If I'm being completely honest, I kind of agree with you, but maybe if we do finally get a deciders, we're going to completely jinx it. Going to Lair should be really interesting, but overall, you just gotta think Black Dragons, even if they win this series, Demo, they're gonna have to have played 3 BO3s in a row if they want to punch their ticket. They're in a very, very rough spot.
Yeah, it's about stamina, isn't it? It's about being able just to go again. All these kind of, I think, made the prediction for me as well. Probably 2-0, I think, just based on the maps that we have. One thing about Black Dragons that you do worry about is you kind of have that argument of, was them getting into the last major, was that a fluke? Was it just a blip that nobody really seen coming? That team did not perform during the last stage of BR6. They weren't very good. They finished bottom of the pile, and for them to go on a bit of a miracle run, where, especially against the Furia side, who everyone's seen that Furia side was hurting for a majority of that stage. They looked like a wounded animal. I think Black Dragon just pounced on a weakened foe at that stage. But now we're at the stage where they have to go and do it again. And I think from what we've seen off them yesterday against Vasco, where against the Argentinian side, who, yes, they do have experience with, players who played for Cruelty, who have been at majors, for example, you would still expect the Brazilian region to still be on top inside of South America League, because that's the way it's kind of always been for the past years. Me and Ollie have been sat here waiting for just one Argentinian side or one Mexican side to really step up, but it's never really happened for them. It's always been Brazil. They've always ran the show. They've always called the shots. But Black Dragons against Vasco, I think they were quite fortunate to get through. Vasco, I think, put up a heck of a fight. Then you look at Vivo Keystars against Vasco. Vivo Keystars walked in, done exactly what we expect them to do. Whereas Black Dragons, they had a more difficult time. And if there's the kind of measure, how did both of them perform against an opponent that they've already played? And certainly against Raza Company, which both teams have played against, you would still see Vivo Keystars probably put up a better fight than Black Dragons did earlier.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. With the transitive property, you got to give the edge to Vivo Keystar here, but I'm going to go ahead and leave y'all to take it away. Have some fun out there.
Thank you very much, CDAPS. We are going to be getting stuck in now to what will be the second best of 3 today, the lower bracket final, the winner of which will advance through and play against Raz's company. And of course, we've already seen a lot of Raz's company over the course of the weekend, as they are already inside of that grand finals, fighting for the final spot here in the South American League as to which team we are going to be sending, in addition to the 4 others already going from this very powerful region. We're going to be kicking things off with Skyscraper. A little bit of familiar territory demo. We got to see at least Vivo Keydstars play in this map yesterday, and I've no doubt we'll be referencing that quite heavily as we get underway here in their game against Black Dragons.
Yeah, I think so. We've seen a great display. I think from Raz's company and Vivo Keydstars and Skyscraper, it was just a really good game to watch and to see how both teams were almost punishing each other for whoever made the mistakes. Black Dragons need to go toe for toe. You know, they had to have studied that map yesterday that Vivo Keydstars played, and they have to be picking out those weaknesses, because there were weaknesses. You know, we've seen that being exposed. You know, where Vivo Keydstars, maybe they lack just that little bit of a bite that you maybe need in some of the rounds, a little bit more of the kind of execution flair. You know, bringing in operators like your Grim, who isn't going to be here. Your Yings, for example. Blackbeard's another operator that I think can work very well on the majority of maps, as we know just how strong he is. So yeah, you would hope that Black Dragons have something up their sleeve, and they are ready for this, because they need to be.
Taking a lot of thought and time over this attacker ban. It is going to be the Monty. Now, of course, there's good tape for Black Dragons on Skyscraper, the Vivo Keydstars having played it yesterday. The Monty didn't play too crucial a role, I don't believe. Something that we did see, though, was a double electrification ban. And part of that was, of course, brought by Vivo Keydstars. The Azami there getting removed. Probably, for my money demo, one of the best defenders you can ban on Skyscraper.
I agree.
I think with the layered nature of this map and the fact that those Kiba barriers, I mean, you think about places like Shrine, Drum, Dragon, not to mention if you're going to want to try and play aggressively inside of sites, or, you know, hold on to office wall from behind the bar. There's so many different opportunities there for Azami and those Kiba barricades, and it has an incredible high pick rate. Not too surprised to see it removed, but that being said, it does open up some things that typically are removed, Demo.
Yeah, I think the Azami almost, it forces the attackers into almost bringing a DMR every round. So you need to try and incorporate, you know, your Lion or your Twitch into it, which can be quite tricky for teams where you can have this certain play style. And then, again, a Twitch and a Lion, is as much as what they are still, I think, fairly good operators, maybe don't pack as much of a punch as, you know, your Yings, your Capitals, for example, you know, those more utility-heavy operators. Like you mentioned, with Azami being banned away, we've got other defenders who, as we know, are very strong. You're looking at Cade, for example. You're dealing with reinforced walls. Bandit being gone is certainly one of those operators that you like to see a lot of the time, but certainly Cade can still do that job, albeit not as actively, because the recharge is significantly long compared to just placing down a Bandit wire immediately. And then you've got, you know, the usual suspects. You've got your mirrors, for example, Ollie. We know how strong some of those mirror windows can be, especially towards your office defense. As we move in to the round, you can see the lineup. Actually see the Solus on board, an operator that drastically the pick rate has just disintegrated from where she was a couple of seasons ago, with a change where you don't have that active scan immediately in the prep phase to hunt those drones early on. And of course, the recharge rate a little bit more difficult to deal with. And of course, you do not see what you're actually looking at unless you overcharge the gadget. So just a lot more, I would say, awkward tendencies that you get with Solus. But look, if a team still wants to play with it as this kind of roam operator and pick these drones, which currently is what Neskin is doing, then yeah, it's an all right play.
I think especially recognizing that Black Dragons maybe aren't the best team on the attack, removing some of that information is going to go a long way. The opening pick, however, has gone to Black Dragons, and Hornetow's seen to it that another one is added onto the tally. Both Neskin and Stemp have been downed. Stemp playing on that Tuberau, so maybe looking to hold and keep some of those walls frozen for a little bit longer than they've been able to. Nice and consolidated now. It's going to be Daffo trying to make something happen. just on the edge of drum. He does have a chance to peek in there behind minibar and make that rotate into Geisha. But it looks like there's a serious lack of info for these defenders right now.
Yeah, they've obviously went for a fairly heavy extension. If not mistaken, every single player is off-site. Nobody interested in actually playing inside a kitchen or inside a barbecue. And the reason why is the idea is just hold it from above. You have vertical angles onto both of the bomb sites, the hatches well in towards kitchen. But you need to stay alive. You need to have a good roam game, first of all. And whenever they've already lost 2 players, their backs are really up against the wall. And now they're just playing kind of individual siege at the moment. Look how separated both of these players in the top floor are. So they need to try and win their individual engagements. If they don't do that, they will be slaughtered.
I thought Daffo had got the kill there, but he did get gunned down. Now all comes down to Miracle. He's got the shotgun. He's been able to pick up one, but not any more. Black Dragons, recognizing they couldn't just force the site there. They needed to make something happen up above, and they've done the hard work in the early portion of the round. Great opener there for them. For the team that we've branded as a team that can't attack, Demo, they've not done too bad there.
Well, there's one attack. Yeah, the roamers, especially the roamers towards the further side of the map in towards office, just got picked, very early on, and then you're fighting back from a 2-man disadvantage. It's not easy for them. So Black Dragons, I think, understanding, just use the man advantage that we have. We know that the players are going to be in towards the top floor. Nobody's really interested in playing inside the bomb site. We just have to trade. You've seen everyone was kind of converging in, trying to take control of T-Room, Karaoke, and Geisha all at the same time. You had players moving in from Black Balcony, players coming in just from T-Door, Drum Door, a guy outside Geisha as well. You just had all of these different avenues, these pressure points that you're trying to hit, and there's not enough men to hold all of that from the defense. So yeah, good start from Black Dragons. You just need to keep it up.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm going to be taking us to something a little bit more traditional now in terms of a first choice bomb site as well. Downstairs in kitchen, it may be an attempt to sort of throw Black Dragons off their game a little bit. But with it not working out, we're going to be headed over to Tea Room and Karaoke instead. Pretty ballsy lineup from Black Dragons. The heavy intention on that roam game. Deimos will be chosen. And also the Brava. I mean, the Brava, what's it going to be after here, really? I mean, the Mute Jammers potentially, but more likely those Banshees enable people to just be able to walk up a little bit quicker, not get stalled out along the way.
This was a very important position as well. Miracle yesterday, I thought you played the Black Stairs extremely well. It is such a pivotal position to really hold on from the defense. Obviously, it's a staircase, one of 2, which leads up into this side of the map. And also, by holding on that staircase, you also deny access to the Black Door, which leads on to an exterior balcony. Very easy for attackers just to sit out there, so you need to try and hold that as best you can, because that gives you access then to that long corridor that splits both of the bomb sites in 2. So Miracle, done it yesterday. Hopefully he can do it again for his side. But a much more slowed down approach from Black Dragons, I think. They're just getting themselves into position. They have been able to pick up that roamer, so again, for the second time, consecutive rounds, Keystars losing that opening kill. But Black Dragons just gonna play the pace here, Ollie. They know they have time, they know they have man advantage. The main focus is get that Geisha wall open. That's what you need.
It's a very different approach, isn't it, than what Vivo Keystars were used to yesterday, where it was very fast-paced and very aggressive. Black Dragons, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. They're just slowly chipping away, looking to take small bits of progress and then capitalize. Again, 2 kills come in for Black Dragons before a single response here from Vivo Keystars. And again, it just feels as though they're playing a little bit out there on their own. Stemp will be able to pick up one. Do have Daffo. He's going to be targeted on that death mark now. He's, of course, going to know where that Deimos is coming from and going to try and win out on the pre-fire, but doesn't know that he's already pushed him behind the drum. Fortunately, his teammates are doing a lot of the hard work for him. Eventually does put the Deimos in the dirt. But it's all down to Flo. Not able to do anything there as he hops inside a Karaoke. Stemp really holding firm there.
I think the main issue is the player outside of Geisha Breach, Ollie, lost his life. The Thermite was the first one to go down in that 4 versus 4. And if you don't have that pressure coming in through Geisha, the player on the drum, that what we've just watched there from the Arune, she can continue to do that because there's no pressure coming in, from behind her, which, players coming through Geisha, you have that rotate open in one of those walls, and you can see that player is going to be playing in towards main stairs. So that was the main issue. It's just that one engagement didn't go their way. Maybe they should have maybe doubled up outside of Geisha. That's the pivotal room. We always look at that bomb site and think Geisha control is crucial. It opens up both bomb sites. It splits them in two, because as much as what I mentioned about Black Balcony being very important and getting into that long corridor to split the two bomb sites, you can do the same from the other end, coming in through Geisha. So Black Dragons, they needed to have the decision making just a little bit better there. Double up inside of Geisha. Don't let that player get the better off you, because if you lose Geisha, the guys in drum can't do anything. And that was where, we've seen the Deimos come in. A strong operator in, that scanning position can spot out that Arune. Arune should have been dead. Realistically, that Geisha push comes in. He's getting pressured by the Deimos. Missed his shots, missed his first shots as well. Deimos was alive before the reswing came in about 2 seconds later. You should have had those players coming in from Geisha, swarming that guy. He doesn't get to do anything.
That's what it looks like when I play Deimos. And I'm not very good at it.
Didn't know you played Deimos. I thought you were stuck in, I don't know. What's...
Oh, hello. Neskin?
Maybe you're an Ash. Is that you? Maybe is that showing us? Is that you and Ash?
Absolutely not. I would have been Neskin in that circumstance.
Oh, just aimlessly wandering out of an open breach that you made yourself.
Yeah, I mean, 3 rounds and 3 opening picks have gone over to Black Dragons, and I mean, it didn't slow them down in the previous round, did it? Vivo Keydstars did a good job of stabilizing, but that was a 3 versus 5, don't forget.
Reinforce the wall. I do find that position very weird to play if you don't have the clash. We see the clash being used with that single wall being opened by the minibar, and you just control the balcony. But they didn't do that, and the guy just walked up, killed the guy, and ran away, and they've had to reinforce it.
Yeah, very much. I mean, it realistically cost Black Dragons nothing to get that done. They're going to be able to now Flores open that office breach. It's going to give them a couple of opportunities. Potentially a little bit of repel action as well. Askers got to play a traps right now. Do also have Flow on that karaoke repel, and Askers
seen him on the BP.
Glimpse there. Askers getting caught out here. That BP down inside of Geisha, as you point out. You might know where he is, but you've still got to be able to try and do something about it. Just going to go and try and go for the walk up. It will be a trade out. You think about what you've lost there. You have lost the Flores. Maybe not too much of a problem at this point.
I think it's okay.
Still, the advantage is with Black Dragons.
As long as you have the hard breachers alive for the mirror windows, that should be the main concern. Down goes Ask to a fairly sloppy kill to give away. You would think that's a position that should be droned out. He should be ready for that, but just had no idea that Daffo was still in there. A jump in coming in from the single breach has been spotted out by the Fenrir trap. Hornhouse still got his one before he's been traded off and has a 2 versus 2. I mentioned that keeping the hard breachers alive, well, that's all they have left. Doesn't look as though these mirror windows are in a good position right now to actually be used and abused. They're playing in these kind of tuck positions in towards Minibar and Stemp. It was really the man of the match for us in Vivo Keystars yesterday. Able to pick up 1, but so much to do for Gutto, and he goes down as well.
Yeah, Stemp again, chucking those numbers right on up there. Nice and tucked in behind the bar. Good stabilization there from Vivo Keydstars. I feel like that commitment to stay out there on the roam was massive.
You need to get your 1 back, don't you?
Yeah, if Daffo would have come off that too early, it just would have given too much time and space away to Black Dragons. As it stood, it then required a very ballsy jump in through the VIP breach, which was very quickly dealt with, and things just started to fall into place quite nicely there for Vivo Keydstars.
One thing that I do find quite interesting about the way that Vivo Keydstars have been playing is, one, they've been losing that opening duel consistently. Which, again, is a point that we made yesterday in Vivo Keydstars versus Raza's company, and how Raza, they were winning the opening pick, and Keydstars had to try and battle back from behind. And, Raz the company were struggling with closing things out. Similar can be said here from Black Dragons, is that they're getting the opening pick, but again, they're struggling to close the rounds out. So you do see that comparison between Black Dragons and Raz's company, how they go up against Vivo Keystars. And I think it's just because Vivo Keystars understand, you know, I think that play from the Fenrir kind of exhibits that. Is if you are at a man disadvantage, at around about the minute 30 mark, I think it was, you just can't go back and just sit in sight. Because there's so much time for 4 players just to operate against the 3, get themselves set up, and then execute with that extra man. You really need to fight for it. You really need to try and get stuck in. And look, if you go 4-2 down, then maybe that round wasn't meant to be, but you just can't throw in the towel. You sitting in sight is going to be an inevitable loss. So you need to go out and try and battle back and get that pick.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Black Dragons need to take a little bit more advantage of it. This is surely going to be a freebie. Is the flag just
he's
a
on
little bit in the way?
He's on his drone.
Miracle. He knows he's there. Drone goes in. Surely you know he's on the drone. Trying to bang him through the flag, but just dropped down a little bit.
C4?
Yeah, I think Neskin attempted it, didn't he? Well, there'll be no one there now. That opportunity has slowly but surely slipped by. Still, Vivo Keystars, round of applause. Nearly at the halfway point in the round, and they haven't lost anybody just yet. Could this be the round they get the opening pick? Who knows? I mean, it hasn't mattered all too much up until this point. Neskin's hungry for it, though. Look at him go. Or to the drone. He knows that there's going to be somebody over there. Opening pick will go to Black Dragons. Neskin is going to get caught looking the wrong way or not. He's just playing ring around the rosy right now. Can he land his shots? No, gets burned out by Hornetau. 3 versus 3. We're locked in that engagement so tight that a lot has gone on elsewhere.
That was a great play. Nice attempt from Neskin, realizing there's only one guy actually towards that office. I may as well have a go at a 1 versus 1. Somebody slipped into sight, but good information coming in from the Valkyrie, able to spot out that player, just wandering into sight. Miracle, though, is getting caught out, though, Ollie, as the player is swung in straight towards Karaoke, but look where Diffuser is. Go, has it downstairs.
Flo will pick himself up a double and a third there to close it out. Stemp and Daffo. Let's have a look at this last one. Oh, just sees the backpack. Flo there really getting some neat shots in to close it there for Black Dragons. Leveling it up 2 rounds apiece.
I mean, Flo just individually wins that round for his side. 2 versus 3. Diffuser in the first floor, downstairs inside a restaurant is where Gutta was. And he swings in through the window, and actually he's timed it perfectly. His player walked into T-Room, gets killed by Miracle. You know Miracle is towards top of Black Stairs. He's no longer holding the window. As soon as his teammate dies, he takes that opportunity, swings in, so he's not going to be caught out in the animation for an easy kill for Miracle. By the time Miracle gets back into Karaoke, he's already in, wins that engagement, opens up the site. I was really worried because, again, I seen where the Diffuser was. They were both segregated from each other. But he just individually wins those engagements, wins the gunfights, and wins this team the round. So, all credit to Flo. Incredible stuff.
10 seconds to go.
On number 5.
5 seconds to
Back
go.
into T-Room and Karaoke we go. Stemp, has he placed a mirror window there on the VIP wall? I think he did. That should help the roamers out a little bit. They are going to be digging in quite deep over toward that side. I'd like to know where the other mirror window's going. Now, in Ranky, I like to play around with a little mirror window on the T wall, looking back into T. And if you open a lot of things up, you can get some nice angles. It's not a good one, but it's not a bad one. You know, it kind of works some of the time. Second mirror window here is going to get placed out over on the Geisha wall. So now really trying to limit that ability to get these walls open, as, of course, our breach charges can't really be placed too neatly on those walls. If there's a mirror window there, and you can always open the mirror window and throw impacts or even just shoot out of it. So it does just cause a little bit of slowdown for those attackers.
I think Black Dragons have also been trying to kind of sneak their way in. You know, there's a few players who have been playing pretty solo, that kind of lone wolf attitude, and they're just trying to see if they can worm their way in to that bottom floor and then try and explode in using the 3 sets of staircases that Skyscraper does offer. And Nuxa is one of them. Miracle, usually on his trusted smoke in this position, but has since then switched on to the Warden. And there's Nuxa. What did I say? He's going to be looking for those lurk kills, and he finds 2 because of it.
Daffo will grab Hornet Tower as he tries to aggress on through, but this is a desperate attempt right now. SMG-11 in hand, the plant going down. Can rotate up in toward Geisha. Black Dragons don't even really need the info here. They've just got so many bodies that as soon as one person gets an inkling, one person gets a bit over-aggressive, now they've got that information. They know exactly where he is. C4, I mean, desperate attempt, isn't it? Ask is going to find that final kill. He's really come alive at points here on Skyscraper. And yep, that's a nice little wallbang. Vivo Keydstars just requesting that timeout there. Obviously seen something that they don't really like the look of them. It's the last round of their defense, so it's a strange time to take it, but there's obviously something fundamental.
Sloppy round. Fundamentally, it is. Surprised there isn't a barbed wire operator. I mean, yes, they're bringing in the Melusi to try and stop those crouch walks happening up through the staircases, but barbed wire takes 2 hits to go, whereas a Banshee, 1 bullet. There's a big difference in terms of time wasting. I think you need a barbed wire operator. That's usually what we see, kind of, you know, a lot of teams on maps where you do feature 2 sets of staircases going into, you know, pretty much your bomb sites, which Skyscraper does have. I think you need the barbed wire there, so yeah, probably operator selection. You have to look at trying to field that wire into the lineup somehow, just to stop those crouch walks from happening. Because that's not the first time Black Dragons have tried to do those kind of solo plays, and this time it's paid off. I mean, obviously it's a rat play style that you're attempting. It's high risk versus high reward. High risk is your player could walk up the stairs and just lose his engagement, and because he's by himself, you don't have the opportunity for a trade, so you go at -1. The upside potential is you go +2. He finds 2 picks, which is exactly what happened.
I would argue a must-win round right now for Vivo Keydstars. It's not very often that you see a Skyscraper go attacker-favored in the first half. Black Dragons so far have played a decent game. Been consistent in that opening pick. I think they've paced themselves exceptionally well, especially on a map where you can get a little bit carried away.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see how Keydstars are choosing to respond. They're still going to be rocking with that Cade and that 2 Brow. Going for maximum time delay there. Should be fairly easy to deal with the Cade Claw in that position. You can go below, you can drone it out and then use the impact EMP, but the 2 Brow canisters, that's where it's really going to start to slow things down, and if placed correctly, it could give an opportunity for the Cade Claw to come back online. There are a couple of little mini games that you're going to want to start thinking about there as an attacking side. Elsewhere, we did see a mirror window that was played over toward Tea Room, so there is a significant extension. It's going to be Daffo that's rocking that one.
I think it's going to be a lot more of a utility-focused defense lineup. The Tabaro and the Cade being brought in, so wall denial is going to be the aim in the game. You combo that with a Mira as well on site with the mute jammers. And then a Legion, which I'm happy to see being brought in. You know, you have to stop those crouch walks from happening. The Goo Mines are going to be great for that. Barbed wire positioned on the staircases. You see Hornet Tower as well, setting up his own drone downstairs, potentially looking to pressure house stairs, but he will have a much more difficult time with that bit of barbed wire and possibly a Goo Mine as well to go through. But you just don't see that same extension from Vivo Keystars this time. They're still here, almost a little bit of a phantom pressure, because I think they'll drop off immediately. Oh no! Daffo, not aware of the player lurking downstairs, gets caught out. Another kill that you feel probably avoidable, Ollie.
Yeah, a little bit avoidable. Good drone work, really, from Black Dragons and good situational awareness. Neskin going to find one onto Guito, but Ask immediately there with a response. Neskin now just feeling like it could be time to retreat back a little bit further. Dokubi Call coming out, a Miracle trying to make his way back through that Dragon door. Blender there with the cover. Still a mirror window to play from here. Hornetown could be in the hot seat. You can definitely disable that mirror window. But with the breach still not being open, and let's be honest, it isn't going to get open now. It's still not going to be so easy. It's going to be a lot of funneling through this single doorway. And with 2 C4s up, there is chance that Vivo Keydstars are able to hold on here.
That's a strong pause. You look at the reposition there from the Cade. The breach not being opened up means he can dig himself deep in towards the office, has this great line of sight straight onto the Minimar door. All they have to do is hold their positions and trade each other. In a 3 versus 3, it is possible.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
You see the mirror window pop, Neskin on for 2. Hornetown takes Miracle down before he can draw for that C4, and he tears through with the pistol. Lender with the last to find, but Black Dragons found an extra gear. Fueled by Hornetown. It went from unlosable to lost very quickly there, and Black Dragons, they're going to take the half 4-2.
Great rotate. The positioning there from from Black Dragons was great. Vivo Keydstars were really expecting more players coming in from Dragon. You know, that was kind of where the odd man out, you know, the last player alive for Vivo Keydstars, he was situated towards that part of the map. The rotate from the Dokkaebi coming round to that single window, realizing that the breach isn't open, it's electrified. You have to stop that Cade from playing in that position. So that's why you rotate the man over. You rotate him over. It allows the Ash to get in because he's being pressured, and you just collapse in that 1 versus 2. And there's nothing that the TCSG can do at that stage is fight against 2 different angles. So I think that the rotate was exceptional. The positioning of understanding what we don't have compared to what we need to do was great from BD. And they take a very well-deserved 4-2 split.
Yeah, they deserve it. Let's be honest. They've shown us why they've picked Skyscraper right now. They are very capable. They can attack on Skyscraper, despite what we may have seen earlier on today on different maps. Got to feel a bit bad for Neskin in that spot. I was really hoping that he was going to be able to get his C4 out and try and make something of it. As it stood, he ended up dying with the C4 in his hand, which again isn't ideal. That's some sort of that sort of denial is really what you're going to be looking toward in those moments to give you a little bit more of an edge. We are going to be back into the game now. I don't think it was a tactical timeout. I think it was a brief tech pause, but it seems as though whatever the problem was, it has been resolved. And we can rejoin. Black Dragons now going to be flipping over onto the defensive side, and Vivo Keydstars with a bit of an uphill battle on their hands.
Bomb located by attackers.
So Vivo Keydstars were able to take 3 attacks against Raza Company yesterday. But they'll need to do 1 better than that, Ollie, if they want to secure at least that overtime. Black Dragons, 2 defenses, which on paper, Ollie, would seem very doable on a map like Skyscraper. But Siege isn't played on paper, as we always like to point out. Not played on grass either, it's actually played in a video game. Played on a PC, or a console if you're a console lover.
Played on
Any
gold.
mobile lovers?
Played on little gold chips inside your PC. I'm sure that's what chips are made of, isn't it? Gold?
I don't know. Feels a lot of PCs would be robbed. A lot of chips would be robbed if there was gold in them.
I'm sure there's like tiny little bits of gold in them. Because it's really
Is
conductive. Yeah.
Is it?
See, you play PC all the time, you don't even know what it's made of.
Why would I?
People keep stars. They have gone for the BB, but the BB is down. Guito.
Ow. Ow.
I mean, you're playing Blackbeard, Neskin.
I need a VAR for that. I want to see that.
Did he dip out of delivery or something?
He was outside delivery door.
Yeah.
And he's got both impacts. He didn't like impact to run out. I don't know if he's just caught Neskin completely lacking. Remember, the shield's only bulletproof. Your head is not.
That's really helpful information right now. I'm sure that Neskin would love to hear that at this moment in time.
But I don't think... I mean... I don't think it's something that he should not know.
Well, Daffo is going to punish Guito as he does go for a bit of a double dip there. Maybe a little bit of a bait out and to get himself on the rappel and was ready and waiting. A couple of players now rotating in through Dragon, and well, there's going to be a glimpse, maybe. It's a horrible angle that I died to it the other week in ranked, and I was absolutely fuming. I didn't have a clue that it existed. Once it gets you,
I like this.
it'll get you good. Kills continuing to trade here. The Vendetta in hand. Can it be put to use right now? Miracle not able to find his mark. Daffo, he's sitting pretty low HP as well. There's been no attention paid in toward that Geisha side. And with this T-wall still fully reinforced and electrocuted, it's going to be quite tricky for them to really make a significant push here. We've got Miracle going to be looking to try and push in through that black balcony area, and Stemp and Daffo are both kind of doubled up right now. But with only single doors to watch, they're needing something a little bit more. A push in from Stemp finds a headshot onto Ask at the same time. Miracle bursts onto the scene. Daffo, he's found his one, and it's now all down to the Warden. What a push from Vivo Keystars. That's a 3-2-1 if ever I've seen one.
That is such a difficult way to win the round as well. You think about the position that they were in right there for Vivo Keystars. Wall reinforced, electrified, you can't get in. You have to walk through single doorways. One of the doorways towards Drum, I'm pretty sure, still had the Goyo on it, so that was never going to be an option. But you had to push in from the T-door. The most important pick there had to have been one on the Cade. You probably question the Cade and think, how have you lost that opening pick? Like, how do you lose that? You have the bomb chassis. Everyone's played in that position. It's really easy to hold on to that doorway from there. You know, Miracle tried to rotate outside towards Black Balcony. He was never winning that against a shotgun that was up close and personal. I think the issue is that the Warden, once he got the pick on the Miracle, why did he run away? Why did he run down Black Stairs? What he's done by running down Black Stairs is left his other teammate over towards Geisha in a dreaded 1 versus 2. They've seen the guy run all the way down the stairs. He's not going to be in a position to hold the corridor. Stemp immediately realizes that, straight over, has that pinch with Daffo, and they take that pick. That was the blunder. Why has the Warden ran away instead of playing close on the corner with the shotgun up, stop Stemp from moving over? You win that round. That's what should have happened, but he threw it away.
A much needed round for Vivo Keystars. They're now on the trail by 1. Lender this time going to be on the Blackbeard. Let's see if he has a better success than Neskin does, or did. Mirror window can be popped, but it's still going to be a little bit of a problem. That and the fact that it's got a Cade Claw on it as well. Could we be about to see a hop in there from the Ying, already prepping the Candelas and maybe looking for something a little bit quick? Daffo going to jump back into his drone, so not immediately looking to try and hop on in off the back of those Candelas. Could be an argument for a little bit of wasted util there, but he does still have a couple in pocket.
I'm actually surprised that Jaeger hasn't seen an increase in play as well. Just with not as many flashbangs now, you know, the ADSs are going to get even more value. And same with Wamai also. 2 of the utility denial operators, just I'm surprised they haven't really taken to the skies. But again, there's still time for that, and I see how other regions, of course, the top teams coming into Invite will perform.
Let's get a good look.
Black Dragons opting for a similar strategy to what Vivo Keystars were doing over here, and it was just trying to deny those walls as best as they can, using the Cade, using the Tabaro. A single wall being opened again. I'm not a massive fan of it. They used the EMP to try and deal with the Warden. It looks as though that has actually missed. So they've used the Yings to not a great deal of effect, but Ollie, they're going for it.
Well, they've gone for it, and it hasn't worked out. They've gone for it straight into the DMR of Flow. Miracle, 4 kills here to find. Best bet is going to be an exit. Look at the mute jammers that have trapped up those drones as well. It's really not been a standout round, not a round to remember here from Vivo Keystars. Miracle just seeing if he can bait out a freebie. One for the stats page, because let's be honest, he's got a minute, but this is going to be a very tricky task indeed. I'm surprised to see the mute jammers causing them so much worry and so many problems when they do have the Thatcher open. Especially given that Miracle still has 2 EMPs in his pocket. Whatever the plan for that utility, let's be honest, it hasn't really worked. We saw this yesterday with Vivo Keystars when they tried to EMP out the Warden for one of these little pocket plays. That went the same way. Didn't work either. Neskin going to do a fine job of running the clock down here outside. Tubarao Zoto canister. Going to slow his roll somewhat. Surely someone just give him a freebie. He deserves it at this point.
10 seconds.
Patience has been phenomenal. Surely at the 3-second mark, surely you go for the swing. Look at the discipline. Oh, they're just KD players, Demo. KD players through and through.
Oh, you can take the boy out of secret. Can't take the secret out of the boy. That's the Twister discipline that has been installed into Miracle. You just wait for your freebies, mate. You're in no rush. Take all the time to let Savage talk about what they're doing. You know, he's been there before.
I think Savage would have to shout quite loudly because.
But that's something that.
Yeah, no, I mean, let's be honest. Whoever is going to be calling the shots on the side of Evo Keystars, it is a free little opportunity, isn't it? It's a free little bit of time to have a little bit of a chat and figure out what's going wrong. They used the timeout really early in the well, not really early, but they used it in a strange point in the round in the context of things because it was round 5 going into round 6. They've only got one round of their defense left. I don't know. It seemed like a strange time to use it. Again, we're in tech pause. I can hear 3 players have left the lobby so far, so hopefully we get them back in nice and speedily and we can continue. But Black Dragons Demo, they have surprised me and they've made us look like fools. Are we to eat our words now? Because they are poised and ready right now to take this map of Skyscraper. Okay, it isn't over just yet, but they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I think right now for Black Dragons, it's just keeping up that pace that they've kind of set. Vivo Keystars, they've tried a little bit of a rush. It seemed a little bit all over the place for me. You know, Ying outside of the window, which, yeah, that's where it's supposed to be, but you kind of need that main breach open if you really want that play to work. But you can't get the main breach open because you're dealing with the Debar, you're dealing with the Cade. You still had a decent amount of time to try and get through that. You know, there was at least, minute 30 at least for the time they went for that quick execute. So there is still time for them to play with, but they just full send it. And it's very similar to, you know, some of the rounds we've seen yesterday, especially whenever they were on Nighthaven against Raz's company, where it's kind of like a lash out round, as I like to call them, where you're doing things without any thought behind them. You know, instead of slowing down, you take a step back and think, okay, what are we going to do? You're just doing it. So that leaves you in quite a predicament. So I think for Vivo Keystars, they need to keep the calm in the squad as much as they can and just really think about what they're doing.
Well, it's been a full weekend of last chance qualifiers. They are going on all over the world right now. And these are the teams that are already qualified for the Six Invitational 2025. Of course, a lot of these teams qualified through the regular global point standings. Their points gained for winning majors and placement at majors. So you're going to see teams like XB's Coast, Team BDS in and amongst that mix. As of course, they've been at majors and placed well, or in some cases won them. So let's look at who has qualified of late. The latest addition to the list is going to be a CAG. They made it through the APAC qualifiers, I believe, earlier today, Demo, as we are still in the midst of working out who is going to be going there from EU.
Yeah, CAG, I think it would be a shame not to have them at Invitational. They're a household name inside of APAC, and of course, around the world. You know, we always see them at the international events. Do they ever place as well as, you know, for a team who constantly get these events? Not so much, but yeah, you know, they're a dominant force inside of Japan. They always have been. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe this will be CAG's year. You never know.
And of course, the Europe and MENA qualifiers have been going on over the course of the last couple of days, and we've finally got our 4 teams that are going to be going up against one another for that spot. Of course, there is 1 spot available for each region, and North America, I believe, happens a little bit later. Is that maybe next weekend, I think, off the top of my head?
Yeah, same with Europe.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit later on. So still a couple of spots to be filled. All the teams that got to the Six Invitational via the qualifiers. This is an interesting one. Where teams have placed, or just teams that have got their
teams that won the qualifier?
Quals?
Yeah.
Some big household names in there. Team BDS 2020 and 2022 making it through the quals.
They went on to win it that year.
Who did?
TSM came from the quals.
Yeah,
went on to win the whole thing.
22. Yeah, TSM. I thought you said that BDS had BDS is one I was going to say.
No, that's this year. That's this year they win it.
That's this year they went. Okay, we need to fill that one in then when it comes around. Space Station as well, 2019 to 2023. Bit of a quality.
Remember the Makers team? The Makers team as well. I mean, there's an Italian team in the finals next week, so you never know. We could have a repeat.
Yeah.
For EU.
Fnatic 2020. NIP
and Team no Fnatic this year.
No Fnatic this year. So a long and storied list. I'd like this. This is a great graphic. I want to know where they placed.
Even Room Factory as well, because that's what VP are today as well. That's another old one. Supremacy, French, you know.
2019 Team Empire as well. That surprises me.
Yeah. Went on to be runners-up that year, if I'm not mistaken, against the mighty G2.
I was going to say that would have been that would have been the year that they got second, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and then they went in to win the next two tournaments after that. Went on to do a back-to-back double. So yeah, we've had a few teams who have been able to
like that.
Yeah, it was Milan Pro League Finals and then into the Rally Major. So yeah, I mean, look, there's been teams who have came in from the qualifiers and went on these runs and have performed extremely well. And of course, SSG and TSM being the two outliers. So who knows, maybe whoever comes out from NA will go on to win the competition this year. You don't know. It seems to be a recurring theme with the Americans.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I wouldn't go that far, Demo. Surely not an NA win this year at SI.
Wildcard gaming for SI winners.
I mean, they've got that home turf advantage, haven't they? It's in Boston.
There you go.
Well, thank you so much for bearing with us during that small break, but it seems as though we've got everything ready to go and we can get ourselves back into the game. Black Dragons still lead by 2 rounds here. Vivo Keedstars a little bit on the back foot, if I'm being totally honest with you. They're coming off the back of a really sort of sloppy rush attempt at a round, which we haven't really seen that work all weekend, to be honest, from them. I'm sure it goes swimmingly in dry runs and scrims, but in an official game, it is a different story altogether. Let's go back to some more tried and true methods. What's the Ram doing in this lineup? I mean, I guess they're attacking downstairs. They're going to look to try and take upstairs and rip open a lot of that floor, but I mean, taking upstairs is mostly half the problem.
I mean, they do have a Tabara that they have to go up against. So you would hope that Impact EMP plus the Thermite Charge will be enough to get through that single wall. All eyes on Geisha, of course, as we know.
Oh, it is upstairs. I thought the site was downstairs from the first look through, but it's actually upstairs, isn't it? So what the hell is the Ram doing here?
It'll probably be for a window jump in and also to create some noise. That's the two main things that you like to have. It's generally used for those kind of quick pocket pushes in a sense. I see it work pretty well for like just rushing in through Black Balcony, for example. Just throw the Ram in. You then have access to that very important point if you know that Black Stairs is clear as well, which sometimes if that door is shut, it gives the defenders a false sense of security and then just a Ram comes through it. I do the same with like a Blitz, for example. People just don't expect that immediate barrage, that explosive entry into the map. But you can see that the pace is just slowed down for Vivo Keystars, and it just comes to show that they're trying to set up for this kind of 3-2-1 execute in a sense. But Nux is going to be the main issue. This is the guy that they need to get rid of.
Ooh, great kill there from Miracle. Was able to catch Ask out. Cass kind of gave himself away a little bit there. He was obviously playing pretty aggressively on that breach. Dokubicall, can only imagine, was to assist in getting that Ask kill because it hasn't done anything after that. Pocket reinforcement now can be used and try and shore up things inside of T a little bit. Still going to leave part of it soft, but the part that was open is now going to be fully reinforced. A rare occasion where Vivo Keedstars actually get that opening pick. Now it looks like they've got a bit of information to go off here. You know exactly where the Cade is, and Stemp, balls of steel staying on his drone there and watching a C4 be thrown at him. Miracle with another. He's going to be making his way up those Black Stairs now, and he's going to have a fight on his hands at the top. 3 kills on the round for him. We questioned the Ram pick. Maybe it was for the R4C. Who knows? Hornetow grabs one. But with 3 more to find, it would be an ace if he was to complete here. now caught out on that Deimos death mark. Miracle can start to get that diffuser down and really confirm this round for his team. It's Lender to pick up the final kill onto Hornetow through that Geisha wall there. Much better round from Vivo Keydstars, and tactical timeout requested from Black Dragons.
Yeah, probably the best round I think we've had in the match so far. Clinical. The way that they wanted to just almost frustrate Black Dragons in the defense. There wasn't really anyone in the building for a long period of time. And obviously for a team like Black Dragons, where they have those roamers, they want to get in your face, they want to play aggressive. If you don't allow that to happen, it will start to tick them off. Same thing happened against Raz's company in a very aggressive side. Vivo Keystars, we praised, were able to deal with that aggression extremely well by slowing down the pace and frustrate their opponent. Same thing's happening here. You have that pressure coming in from actually the bottom floor, which there is nobody actually roaming towards that side of the map. Black Dragons were not interested in holding downstairs. You're playing actually quite a lot of up angles as well. You know, Miracle on the R4C, looking up through, picking off these important positions. Is that down to maybe, you know, the detriment of the defenders just walking into those angles? Maybe, but still he has to be there in preparation for those kills. And then you've seen that flood hits on towards those backstairs. That's what they wanted to target and get themselves in towards karaoke. So yeah, Black Dragons just a little bit frustrated. And now they head into our bedroom site, Ollie.
Well, they're really clutching at straws now, aren't they? Really taking us through a full rotation with other sites still available. Could have gone back upstairs into T, could have gone downstairs to barbecue. But no, instead they're going to go over to the bedroom. Firmly a fourth choice pick site here on Skyscraper. One that kind of requires you to hold upstairs in a very similar way as you would if you were holding office and exhibition. You need a bit of vert. They've reinforced that hatch as well as the office wall. So whilst they're spread pretty thinly across that top floor right now, I imagine there will be some sort of consolidation toward that office side. Vivo Keydstars going to mount their attack, potentially through Geisha, to take control through T, through Terrace and Dragon, and work across that top floor. Of course, with the site being downstairs, you can't afford to spend as much time as you would normally if that was a top floor site, so time can be of the essence.
All about that top floor. That's what you need to control from a defender's perspective. Seen what happened, you know, yesterday whenever a team attempted that bedroom hold, and if you don't have the top floor control, the attackers just gonna walk in and do whatever they want. So they've really hunkered down. They've brought in the Cade, the Dabaro, denying those walls. It plays very similar to what an office is. And by losing out on your hard breach, this means that you're never going to get those walls open. So they have to play from behind without a hard breach and just go from kills. So now for Black Dragons, they need to be switched on. They just can't be caught out by almost just this kind of crouch walking maneuver, this rat play. The Nook, you know, Stemp, who's impressed me incredibly well these past 2 days, has to make an impact here. He's the player that you look towards to get these kills for his side.
Lights on.
Candela's going to go in there through Sword's window and could just provide a little bit of sound cover and a bit of distraction for the meantime. Miracle is going to make that rotation. Mute caught out there by Deimos. That information will start to get fed through. You can see that Stemp giving a little bit of a glance there over toward reception, but in the meantime keeping his sights trained. Flow gonna find Miracle there. The Ying out of action for this round, and that death mark is kind of petering out into not a lot right now. No one really in position to do much about it. This shotgun at close range, but a great wallbang from Stemp. The information was exchanged. He's now going to be able to drag one back, but Flow with a second isn't making things any easier right now. Stemp and Lender have got 40 seconds, and well, we spoke about clearing that top floor. We spoke about vertical. None of it's really happened here for Vivo Keydstars. We've gone for a very horizontal approach, but it might work out for them. Stemp finds himself a double. No nades left, no real utility. Flores drone can come in and maybe gather a little bit of info, maybe force a defender out of position, but these guys are locked in right now and shots are going to start to be hit. Guido and Flo, they've got a beautiful cross right now. Surely they can't mess this one up. Comes down to the 1 versus 1. Flo has to stabilize. A sketchy end to what should have been a fairly straightforward round for Black Dragons. Puts them onto map point.
A round win is a round win at this stage of the competition. Doesn't matter how you get the wins as long as you get them. Always going to be difficult for Vivo Keydstars battling back with your opening death being your hard breach, your only hard breacher. You can't go upstairs at that stage. You can't get the wall open. Not as though they were going to have an easy way of getting the wall open anyway, with a Tabaro and a Cade on those walls. So you just have to try and fight for your picks. I mean, Stemp, he did get 2 outrageous wall bangs as well, don't forget, to get him back in, get his teams back into that game. So you could argue saying they should never have had a chance anyway, which, yeah, I think you lose the hard breach, you're trying to go from a horizontal take. It's just not going to work. And, all credit to Black Dragons, they lose out to some kills that you just think, oh, well, we got wall banged, it is what it is. In this kind of game where 1 bullet to the head equals a death, it is what it is. But you still dig in, you play that 1v2 trade, albeit a little bit scary, but still, you get over the line. Vivo Keystars, you can't be letting your hard breacher die straight away. You can't be having that. You're always going to headlock yourself in. Yeah, just they need to tighten things up. They need to.
Well, there are fewer and fewer opportunities for them to tighten things up here as Black Dragons sit on a map point right now. Vivo Keydstars, they've used the timeouts, they've used impromptu timeouts. There's nothing more for them to do. To try and get this done the old-fashioned way. Hard work, nose to the grindstone. Going to be looking to try and guarantee walls open this time with that Thatcher and Thermite combination. Blender also going to be playing on that Blitz, and when we've seen Vivo Keydstars play the Blitz previously, it's tended to go a little bit too far and a little bit too off the beaten path. Not always with the player directly behind him in position to do something about it and play off the shoulder. That's one of Blitz's strengths, is that ability to quickly move through and clear, but also cause that distraction and allow a bit of a shield for your teammates to play behind. So far, Vivo Keydstars just getting themselves set up. They've cleared this bottom floor. It seems like they're very intent on doing so as well. I don't know if they've got information that says that there's somebody down there, but I mean, we can see from the outlines, there's no one home.
I think it's more just to stop any potential of C4s maybe from below, which again does happen. Teams will rotate below in the light stages and then just C4 you. A lot of the positions that you'd like to plant in can be destroyed from below. So I think that's also a safety precaution, but even being able just to control perhaps some of the vertical angles, we've seen they had great success. But last time they were here, Miracle using the vertical angles to his advantage and actually being able to pick, get picks. For example, of what Landa was looking at, a great pick. Sadly, he has the pistol, but the pistol will make it work on those back stairs before they actually lost Stemp, who was attempting to help the Blitz. But Ollie, look where the Blitz is in a great position. Never mind, he turns his back at the worst time, and he's gonna get punished because of it.
Still not a bad position for Keydstars to be in right now. 2 versus 2, 40 seconds. The diffuser is going to be cold. A C4 ripped and ready. Can Deimos hit his mark? It's down to pistols. It's high noon right now.
Reload!
Both players fluffing their shots, but Neskin eventually shutting him down. Hornet out, direct trade, immediately coming to his teammates' aid. Hornet out, the player, has done so much for Black Dragons here today, not only in this game, but their previous map as well. Locked in the 1 versus 1 with Miracle. Miracle has to push, he has to make something happen. Hornet on the flip side just needs to stay alive. There's 2 seconds left, the diffuser's cold. Miracle, what are you doing, my friend? Hornet down, keeps himself alive, tucks himself in, and secures map 1 here for Black Dragons.
Where was the diffuser? Was it the Blitz who had the diffuser in towards top black stairs? Was that the issue? Oh, I don't know. It's a really difficult round to kind of say what should have happened. It was the Blitz blunder. That was the issue. Blitz gets himself into a great position, controls top of black stairs, can walk straight into karaoke, can then try and get the plant down, put the shield on his back, Miracle was already inside a karaoke with him as well. He could have had that cover from the window, but the Blitz gave himself up. And then the attackers always have to battle back. I think there was also like quite a big engagement being won with the guy in Geisha. You know, that was a 1v1 that had to go the way of the defenders if they wanted to win that round. And I mean, a scrappy fight with the 2 pistols over towards the Ollie. But look, I don't know, Miracle, should he have done better in that clutch? Probably, but it is what it is.
It's always tough to put it onto one person when it comes down to a clutch like that in a game that was quite dominated by Black Dragons and the way that they approached it. We're going to hit a very short break. After that, we'll be back with CDAPS to break down map number 1 and set ourselves up for map number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we just witnessed Black Dragons take down Vivo Keydstars on their own map choice of Skyscraper in pretty solid fashion. My name is CDAPS, and I'm joined to my side with Demo and X. X, I'll start with you, correctly this time. How do we feel about Black Dragons' mental to bounce back after a tough series loss just a little bit ago?
I think they've done fantastically well. You know, I feel like a bit of a fraud. We kind of came on here and we were like, oh, Vivo Keydstars 2-0. They played Skyscraper yesterday and, you know, they played fantastically well. And that just really wasn't the case. Black Dragons came out, showed us why they picked this map, showed us that not only can they play it, but they can also, more importantly, attack it. They got a 4-2 attacking split, which is fantastic given the context of things. And there they just went from strength to strength.
Yeah, and overall, Black Dragons, so much improvement on the attacking side, Demo. It felt like night and day difference from what we saw just about an hour ago.
Yeah, of course it was. In the course of 4 maps, they've only been able to muster 8 attacking rounds. Already, after map 1, they've got half of that. They took a 4-2 split, which is not an easy thing to do on a map like Skyscraper. And once you kind of set up with that 4-2 split, the rest of the game just feels a lot easier, a lot more comfortable, because we know Skyscraper defense, you have a lot of things going for you, a lot of strong operators, you know, particularly Cade and Tabaro, I think, were causing issues for both teams. I think that was showed really, really well. But it was just more, I think, the pacing of Black Dragons. They were able just to turn it on at the right moments. And just these little areas, these little pockets that some of these players were finding themselves in towards, were able to disrupt Vivo Keydstars a lot on the defense.
Yeah, and where Raza Company was able to find success in the chaos at the end of the rounds, that's what Black Dragons were able to do for Vivo Keydstars. Once that clock was going to about 30 seconds to 20 seconds, it was completely locked out by Black Dragons.
Yeah, they did a good job of controlling the time. I think they played some of the clutches very well indeed. I think Flo had a big game with a lot of multi-kills coming in. That was definitely something that was noticed at the time. Overall teamwork and cohesion from Black Dragons could be argued to be a little bit better, as they were, you know, coming to one another's aid a little bit more there. And again, a common theme, and I'm not, you know, it feels almost bad to point this out for Black Dragons, because they just played the game that was in front of them, but the opening pick rate for them was incredible. But we know Vivo Keydstars are rubbish on the opening death. They just keep giving it away.
Yeah, and unfortunately for somebody like Hornetow, who's usually really involved in those early engagements, it was actually Nuxka taking it away. But for you, Demo, I want to say, Hornet, he is a very prolific fragger, but he's also going up against his old team in the form of Vivo Keydstars.
Yeah, Hornetow, I think, was phenomenal for them during the major. I think he was like top 10 rated players across the whole competition. And don't forget, it's not as though Black Dragons made it all the way into the final, so it was very impressive from his perspective. And certainly a player which I think is very, very good at the game. And yeah, Ollie's mentioned before, you know, the opening pick scenario. That's scary if you're looking at it from a Vivo Keydstars perspective. You've won 2 duels out of the 11. Yes, you've been able to battle back for 2, but it's just not a consistent way of being able to, you know, play Siege, especially whenever we've seen a few times. The opening death was the hard breach, the sole hard breach. You know, that is a big mistake in the fundamentals of Siege.
Yeah, and if we move on to a map like Chalet, which, you know, can easily be defined with that first opening engagement, if a crucial piece goes down, it begins to definitely ring alarm bells for Vivo Keydstars, even though Black Dragons, just about an hour ago, really did struggle on this map. But it seems like it is already ready, so I'm going to toss it to you guys over. Have fun on Chalet.
Was a very thank you very much, CDAPS.
Dramatic pause.
I don't know if I was to take it there or if it was
waiting for the EastEnders theme to play. That's what I was waiting for.
We're ready. Map number 2. Let's go to Chalet. Again, a map that we've seen Black Dragons play a little bit on today. Differences between Chalet and Skyscraper. Bigger. Chalet is a lot bigger map. That can give players a lot more space. It can give players a lot more time. And I would like to see how Vivo Keydstars respond to that, because yesterday we sort of saw them capitulate in map number 2. Obviously, they've been on then since and had good results against Vasco, but we know that Vasco maybe isn't at the same level as some of the other teams inside of this last chance qualifier. Let's see if Black Dragons are going to get it done in 2, or are they going to book the trend And Vivo Keydstars take us to that illustrious third map that we've been waiting for all weekend, Demo.
Yeah, look, still a big worry, I think, for Black Dragons is they've already played this map. And, you know, you look at the stats. 6 attacks, 6 losses. That was the big worry going into this game, was just previously how they had played. And looking at Skyscraper, maybe they've been able to sort things out. And they've been able to actually just tweak things and get everything in ship shape. So you would hope that Chalet is not going to be a repeat. I mean, there's no way they're going to have a repeat. You know, getting 6-0'd in 1/2 on the attack, as much as what it is a rare occurrence, it does happen. Having that happen again, that's not going to be a possibility. So I think it will be a better Chalet from them.
Well, it is going to need to be. Monty and Blitz have both been removed alongside the Tubarão. Vivo Keydstars with that final defending ban. What is it that they are going to take away from Black Dragons here? Could it be the Mirror? Could it be the Valkyrie? It's gonna be the Azami once again. Tubarão and Azami, your defending bans, and shields are gone for the attackers, albeit aside from the new and improved shield, which is, of course, Blackbeard. We did lose Miracle during the ban phase, so hopefully we can get him back in nice and quickly. What are your thoughts about the bans, Demo? Because we didn't see the shields. I think, honestly, the double shield ban is probably good for Vivo Keydstars, because we've not seen them play shields very well all weekend.
I mean, I think the surprising thing is Blackbeard is the shield that gets to remain out of the selection that you have. It's scary. You know, Monty for me is nowhere near the same beast. I don't know if that's still where teams are still thinking it's the same operator as what it was previously. He's not the same. He doesn't have that same potency on the attack. Blitz on Chalet makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of really good rush strategies that you have with Blitz. You think about jumping in through, you know, bathroom window, in towards the top floor, being able to take library really, really early is also a big bonus for Blitz. You look towards the basement, just running in through trench wall, being able to take control of pillar. There are some really strong instances that Blitz can just open up around. So I think that is, yeah, a pretty good ban if, you know, teams like to favor that Blitz. But, you know, BB still being up. We didn't really see that much Blackbeard play. I think over the past 2 days, it's been a little bit strange to see, because he has been, you know, an operator that we've seen throughout other qualifiers in other regions. You know, Kansan, he is actually able to get an ace yesterday on the Blackbeard in the North American qual. So you can kind of see that other regions will favor it, whereas Brazil just haven't really taken to it as of yet.
Yeah, and then the flip side arguments say that, you know, are we seeing we're not necessarily seeing the best teams in Brazil here, but we're seeing teams in other qualifiers that have really been there and done it, and we're seeing a lot of experienced teams that are finding themselves in these last chance qualifiers. There's almost different layers and levels to the teams that are in the LCQs, depending on which part of the world they are going to be in. So there's kind of that to take into consideration as well. Shields certainly can be strong on Chalet. I think to some of the window play that you know, you got potential for, and the Blackbeard also does lend itself into that quite nicely. But if you're going to be looking to take ground like you would on a Monty and really be that human drone clearing out that top floor, that isn't something that you're really going to be able to substitute for. So if that was a plan or a strategy, it will have to be navigated around, because that is not going to be in play here. Black Dragons looking to take and carry this momentum through, but after this demo, it gets hard again for them, because they've got that rematch against Raz's company, and obviously we're getting ahead of ourselves, but we're filling for time, we're waiting for the game to start. That's still at the back of your mind here as a Black Dragons player, is we've got to play him again, and this time we've got to win.
Yeah, and I think Raza company, they've looked really dominant in all the games that they've played. They haven't dropped a map, which I think is really important for a team who at the moment are the favorites, and maybe we're the favorites coming into it as well. You know, it's a team who, it's not like that they've been separated from one another for like a long time. It is a team that we've seen play together for quite a while, and you know, obviously what's happened, you know, with E1 and losing the organization, and then having you know, a huge supporter, you know, Raza, who is, you know, a forefront face for the Brazilian community, and you know, having that backing, I think is very, very important for a team who want to play just as though they're ice skating, because that's kind of what they're doing. They're just gliding for everyone that they're up against. So I think whoever comes out on top in this series, and especially if we go to a map 3 and the fatigue may start hitting, I think Raz's company will be very, very happy just sitting back and watching these two teams almost tire each other out. That's kind of what it's like.
The thought of ice skating there, Demo, it sort of brought me back to realization. And the outside of the window right now, it is snowing, it is raining, it is icy.
Not for me.
It's
no snow
all
over
those
here.
horrible things. And we're sat here watching drone footage of beautiful beaches. Let's have a look at the South American League's win history at the Six Invitational. This is a little graphic that we had for yesterday and, of course, for today as well. Gives us all of the different regions and how many times the South American League has won. Now, there is an argument to say the South American League hasn't won any because it used to be called LATAM, it used to be called Brazil, it used to be called all these different things, but all of the leagues have been renamed, so it does still count. So versus Europe and the Middle East, it is 32 wins, 32 defeats level. Will it be level after SI? I doubt it, but I don't know who it will favor. Will APAC catch up, Demo? Can they find 17 wins to catch up and overtake? Or is it no bueno?
I mean, the thing is, we now know all of the APAC teams that are going to be representing. So we've got KAG, who obviously had just qualified recently. We have PSG Talon, so Fabian and the Koreans will be in town. We also have Scars, so the second Japanese team representing SI. Then we also have the X-Bleed roster, who I think out of the 4, X-Bleed are probably the highest rated there, just based on how they've done this year. It's been a great year for them, and certainly, with the with the confidence going into SI, I think they'll be a big threat. You look at that roster. We've got players there that me and you are big fans of. Any team of Reaps for us is, Reaps 96. Some say Shaiko was actually modeled after Reaps.
This has got nothing to do with the fact that you're very good friends with Leader, of course.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. You're a massive troll. Big fan of the roster because you Bezzy mates with one of the players, but it's just not a bad thing, is it? I think they call themselves
no
Bled.
bias here. X-Bled, I believe. I think it is.
X-Bled, is it? I don't know what it is. I was looking at it on the global standings earlier. Oh, it's just Bled on the global standings in that tied 15th place with PSG Talon. Actually, the question didn't give me the answer, but let's have a look at the players with the most kills. Now, who else is going to be at the top other than Nesk? He is likely to break 1,000. In fact, it is almost definite that he will do at SI. Palu, I mean, there's a chance that Palu will break 1,000 as well, to be honest with you. He's nuts. 897. Cyber coming in that 3rd place. Bolo's a surprising one, Demo. I think seeing Bolo at 784, that surprises me.
Especially because he didn't have the first 3 invites, whereas a player like Ness and Cyber, they certainly did.
Yeah.
Look at Shaiku's KPR, bro. He's got a 0.10 difference between him and Paulo, who would be next beside him. That's insane from Shaiku.
Yeah.
Even Virtue.
699 kills. Yeah, I think Virtue's going to have a lot because he's a bit of a journeyman, isn't he? He's been around a long time.
He used to be entry. He used to be the entry for Fnatic back in the day. I think that's where he got a lot of those kills from, because as we've seen in the G2 days, he took a much more supporting kind of role.
Yeah.
Souls 1,
Psycho.
support, top 10.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the best players in the world, without a shadow of a doubt. Hilarious how you've started calling him Souls 1 as well. Still gets me.
I think someone who SI always shows up. I don't know what it is. We've seen competitions, we've seen stages for Joystick. May as well have not been there. Comes to SI, he puts his good shoes on, and away he goes.
Yeah,
gets his dancing shoes ready.
Psycho, bit of a throwback name there, of course. From I mean, a throwback in terms of performance. I don't think we've seen
Wrote the book.
Psycho.
Anyone can clutch.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen him at his best for a while, to be honest with you.
NIP, the downfall that easily studied, because
oh boy, a lot of those kills are going to be pretty old in the grand scheme of things. Who is somebody that isn't there that you would have expected to be there?
Oh, well, I mean, if we gave him another 5 years, I think Benja Boy will be there. Benja already, as we know, breaking records, as what he did.
I wonder what Benja's on now. Is he drinking on 400 or something like that? He's got to be nearly there.
He's only played at 2, hasn't he? That's all he's played at, is 2 SIs, yeah.
Play with the most plants. We've got loads of graphics here. Geo coming in at 79. Brede slacking by 1, on 78. Where is CCCI plant?
I honestly, I was thinking the exact same thing.
On here.
That's really
a
surprising.
Troll.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Goga isn't on that list.
Where is Goga?
I don't know. I mean, there is Uno, who obviously did play for a few teams. I think he did play at SI with Ents. That was his first SI, I think, in his rookie season. I think he did play at that. And then we've seen him, with G2. We also seen him with Heroic for that 1 year as well. I mean, even Sky's been up there. That's someone who has been retired.
Well.
Has Sky's been retired for is it nearly
2 years?
How long ago did he go? Is it nearly 2 years? And he's still there, but against Skies, he was at the very first one, albeit it was the Xbox version of SI, which he did go on to win.
How impressive is it, by the way, that Canadian has got 59 plants,
twice.
Souls has got 36. They've both appeared on both graphics.
Yeah. It's longevity, isn't it? I mean,
well,
I think Canadian
Canadian,
I think, has the best longevity out of any player in the world. I think it's not even there. There you go. I think he has the best longevity out of any professional player.
60.
Not even close.
What is this? Clutches at SI? I'm imagining that it is.
Yeah.
Still, there's some names that aren't here that I'm surprised aren't, because 13 clutches is a lot, but there's a lot of players that get a lot of clutches. I feel like Souls shouldn't be far off this list as well.
J90 has only played, I think, at 2 SIs as well, and he's got that many. But again, that was, remember the Astralis run at SI23, where they were giving away clutches. That's how many they had.
No, they really were. Astro, Geo, Palu.
I love these kind of graphics. I feel great. This is putting such a smile on my face. Memories.
Sky's back in it again.
Boss Goat.
Yeah. Virtue.
Yeah.
Cool graphics. I mean, we love a clutch, we love a plant, we love some kills. I see now, the fiend in me is fiending for the full list. Someone's got a list of all this somewhere. Where is it? We need to see it. Do we have to go through and have people gone through and counted? How has all this been collated? We need to know. We need to know what other players are on. I want to be able to randomly pick a player and find out how many hundreds of kills they've got, or how far off they are. The clutch graphic. Who's on 12, for example? Surely someone's on 12.
Yeah. No, I think overall for SI, that's where everyone wants to be. This is it for, I would say, every single player. It is getting to SI. It is going for it. Oh boy, a name that we haven't seen in quite a while. Onigiri, 27 kills. I remember the game extremely well in Oregon.
Yeah, I remember it.
Absolute fiend on the Dokkaebi.
No, I remember that. Top floor. It was a good game from Onigiri. SI 22, a 2-1 win versus Rogue. Now, I'm not always so clued up on the best of kill records, because there's a lot of different classifications for it, isn't there? There's best of 1 online, best of 1 on LAN, best of 3 kill record, 1 map out of a best of 3, and all this sort of stuff. Yep. It gets a bit complicated.
I've got the stats for that if you want it.
I'm sure you do. I mean, when we've got beautiful graphics like this, you can't just spout stats. It's not gonna hit the same demo.
But answers your question. You've got best of 1 record, which is joint held in terms of across all competitions. Invite obviously for Onigiri, but it would do. We also got same 2 players in the same team, Herds and KZ from last year. Best of 5 is Gunner at the Manchester Major. A best of 3 online is 55, which was held by Citizen and also tied with Ambi. And then the LAN record for best of 3 is, again, from KZ at SI24.
A lot of names recurring there, but not names that we saw in our all-time graphics. Not just yet. Still maybe a little bit too fresh on the scene. Speaking of fresh, we are ready to get stuck into Chalet now. A brand new map for this series. Second map Black Dragons, of course, successful on Skyscraper, a 7-2 win. And a bit of an extended delay getting into this second map, so I do thank you very much for bearing with us. Fingers crossed, everything will run smoothly from here on out. It is going to be Black Dragons starting off on the defense. Of course, to remind you all of the bans as they were done before we hit that rehost button, it was a Blitz and a Monty, so both primary shields have been removed, along with an Azami and a Tubarao. So those little makeshift forts that you can build yourself out of Kiba barriers, not a thing. Tubarao Zoto canister, and oh how cold it is not going to be here present on Chalet.
So, Chalet, aggressive map, fits into a much more of a gun-favored map that we have alongside probably looking like Border. You know, Chalet and Border, I think, play very similar, where it's all about that man advantage. It's about that extra kill that you can get in those rounds. I think walls are very easy to open a lot of the time. Can be pretty utility focused, though. You look towards, you know, setups that you have with mirror windows that you have to go through. Deployable shields are fairly common as well. Azami being a ban is obviously going to be a good aspect for the attackers, that they don't have to go up against just those constant concrete barriers being put up in your way. So it is, I think, quite a fairly attacker-sided one. Yes, I know there are double shield bans, but shields aren't as prevalent as what they used to be. But certainly with, you know, the Azami being gone and also the Tubarao, opening walls should be a lot easier. You get walls open on a lot of these bomb sites. It makes it a lot easier.
It really does, and as you say, there's not really many things that are going to stand in your way. The Bandit battery here or there, it's going to come into play a little bit more when we start looking at the basement, but for the meantime, defending the top floor and the site being that mid floor shouldn't be too much of a problem. Bandit cutting it extremely fine there, so fine in fact that the wall will still be open. The Capital Firebolts coming in to further push back those defenders. Not a bad point really for Vivo Keystars to gain control of this top floor. They've already forced a couple of defenders to scurry themselves down Solar. We can see that there really is only Fenrir left playing inside a Solarium. Now's the time to gather that information and to get yourself up there and not allow these players to retake.
Just a slow round from all accords, and Black Dragons really trying to not give away that opening pick. Right now, I think for Black Dragons, they're going to try and just play maybe with the idea of falling out of sight and then going for a retake. And, well, Nuxa has went for the big dive downstairs and has been able to kill Miracle, who was lurking outside. So the attackers have been stunned now as that man advantage is gone immediately. Black Dragons has just survived. That's the game plan.
Especially with so little time remaining. There's only 15 seconds and there's a diffuser that still needs to get put down right now. Trying to push down those solar stairs is going to be unsuccessful. Asquith 2 and Hornetow to close it up. Vivo Keystars, they had everything that they needed there, but they were just far too slow.
Yeah. Pacing issue. Big time. Big pacing issue. Whenever a team is holding upstairs for that long and they haven't lost any players, you sit there and think, what have the attackers been doing? They were up there for a good 2 minutes before they decided to leave, and whenever they left, everyone was still alive from the defense. So you had minimal time to deal with any verticality or trying to play on the hatch, you know, the generic way of how we see the kitchens play out. That's out the window. And you also haven't got any picks, so it's not as though the bomb site's going to be empty for you to walk in and go for a plant. Just too slow. Too slow from Vivo Keystars. On a fast attacking map, which Chalet is, you need to do better than that. I always say Chalet, especially towards the top floor. If you're dealing with the top floor bomb site, or if it's a kitchen into a top floor hold, the windows are the most crucial point that the attackers need to control, because they shut down the rotates, they create those dreaded crossfires. You need to exploit them. And I just didn't see enough of that.
5 seconds left.
Not when there's so much potential for those crossfires. I mean, why no one was on big window catching the players as they rotate? Why no one was on bathroom? Why no one was on solar? It really just begs belief. They did such a good job of forcing the players back, and you can see Black Dragons, they're playing on solar stairs, and it was almost as if like We can't believe that we're still being allowed to play here. Hang on a minute, there's no one cutting our cross. We can probably just retake this a little bit. That's exactly what they did. Round number 2. Black Dragons will be forced into a different bomb site, and they are going to be going upstairs. Still going to be trying to get that bandit trick off, as Flo will be playing on the bandit, and they've actually fully reinforced as well toward the top of library stairs, so it really does have a nice little box in which to operate in. Does mean that the roamers that are going to be playing out on those library stairs and in and around Ivy aren't going to be as well supported from the site. Well, that might not be too much of a problem.
Oh boy, you've been caught out. I mean, Nuxa just caught aimlessly hunting drones, and Neskin, it's a little bit of info, able to pick up one, but what a shot to send Neskin to the cams. My word, a great pick, and again, that's one thing that Shally, it's all about the gunfight, Solly. If one player dies, you need to get that trade back.
Well, Guito did a brilliant job of doing that. Valkyrie camera had already been shot as well, so unless he's been really crafty and put 2 in there, but even then, with the IQ, you'd find it out. So you can imagine it was just a nicely executed swing. Drone there being set up for a flank, it really isn't going to last too long at all. There are still going to be a couple of players below. We can see the silhouettes now of one down there. I imagine it could be Ask. He does have the C4, so would be in the prime position. Now with a minute left, the attention is going to turn toward this main wall. Now you do have the Thatcher, you do have the Ace, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Yeah, again, with no Tabara on the board, should be fairly simple to deal with the bandit trick. And yeah, put the Selmas on both ends. Bandit can only get one, and a great firebolt to push him out of half wall. Great bit of utility placement being done. Now with 30 seconds on the clock, half wall no longer in control for the defense. You would expect this will be quite a simple plan.
I'm still worried though. Stem, he's going to find one onto Ask, just getting a little bit too over-aggressive.
Why are you worried? Why are you worried?
Black Dragons didn't play that well at all. I'm going to be honest with you. I really feel like they could have dug in a little bit more. There was 30 seconds left. The wall's just been opened. They had the C4. There was a bit of potential there for him to just sort of play a bit more time and play passive. They really went in and swung that, especially walking right up to that balcony door and taking that challenge. Just seemed a little bit bold, a little bit brazen from him.
It was, I think, an intent of, we've lost the guy in half wall. We don't retake it. They're just going to walk in and plant. I think that was the big issue. So you understand why they made the play. But look, it's high risk, high reward. Either win that engagement or you don't. It's either you get one hand out of the grave, or you've just allowed the enemies to shut it, tight on you. So that's the way the cookie crumbles. Keedstar, great bit of utility to get the guy a half wall. Did you see, as soon as that wall was opened up, the guy was insta-dead. Wall opened, flame out immediately.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, there was some nice synergy there, wasn't there? I think that really assisted. And it was impressive from Vivo Keedstars to get it done in what appears to be a short amount of time. They've used the round very well. And the fact that they didn't run out of time was fantastic. You do wonder what the plan would have been if Black Dragons hadn't have forced that retake and tried to redeem the armory wall guy from falling, but I guess we will never know. We are going to go to bar and games this time. This usually requires a very thorough clear of library. Neskin going to be positioned over towards Solar. He's likely going to lurk his way through at a later point in the round. In the meantime, it's typical that there will be quite a heavy focus in on toward that library. Lender going to pick up that first kill onto Nuga. Brilliant opening there. And a rare occasion where we see that Vivo Keedstars actually come away with that first pick.
Yeah, good start for Vivo Keedstars. You eliminate the Fenrir as well, so whatever traps he has activated, that will remain activated, that he can't switch them whenever he's dead. And one thing I've noticed well with Black Dragons, as soon as they lose that opening pick, they are so desperate to try and get that kill back. Again, look, they tried to go for some sort of maybe a jump out play there. Or actually, I think he was going to shotgun the wall beside that reinforced wall towards top fireplace and then kill somebody inside of office. But with the castle barricade being opened up, they can no longer go for that play. So instead, they just have to sit and play with the utility. You are kind of lacking, like, I would say, you know, Jaeger or Wamai here. Especially Wamai, I think, is phenomenal for the top floor, just with the beams that you can place the discs in. So I don't think these shields will be lasting for, you know, very much longer if there are nades on board from Neskin.
Yeah, the Flores drones haven't found the shields, have they? They've been used elsewhere, but there's still plenty of utility to get rid of them. Guito, just trying to play in on that half wall is a real risky spot to be in. He's looking for a bit of support here from Flo. We can hear those Capital fire arrows going out. There is going to be a down over onto Stemp. So far, Black Dragon's doing a really good job of holding on to this top floor. Going to get rid of that mirror window and give himself another option to peek from. And the kills, they're going to start to come. Lender, he's managed to worm his way in here, and along with Defoe, they've put themselves in the advantage right now. Ask from the closet. The heck of a lot to do. There's only one place someone's going to be if they're tucked into sight, and it is inside of that little stock room right there. It's a super popular position. Vivo Keystars dealt with that top floor clear very well indeed and forced Black Dragons into an early timeout.
Yeah, great utility dump. I mean, Landa doing oh so well to pick up the free picks. I mean, there was a bit of an issue with losing that player outside of the balcony, and you think, oh no, maybe the tide's turning for Black Dragons. But I don't know if you noticed as well, throughout the entire round, Vivo Keystars played with that extra man extremely well. The extra man that, I wish there was a telestrator to really show this off, but it was Miracle. Miracle was in the basement for pretty much the entire round. Nobody was downstairs, you know, to challenge him. And he was able just to walk up and clear those staircases, just walk up into blue, nobody's home. And then you seen he was able to get the final pick. And that just shows where Shala, if you have that extra man on a very large map, with 3 sets of staircases, you can really abuse that. And I think Vivo Keystars, they understood the assignment extremely well.
Well, they lead for a very brief time right now. Scoreline sitting at 2-1, and down to the basement we go here. Black Dragons just off the back of their timeout. They'll be looking to switch things up a little bit. If I was a guessing or even a betting man, Demo, I would hazard a guess as to the content of that tactical timeout being time. Let's try and slow these people down a little bit, because look at the lineup that's been brought. We've got a Goyo, we've got mute jammers, we've got smoke grenades, and they've brought the Clash. There is a heck of a lot of time denial there and a lot of stall, area denial, whatever it is you want to call it. Are they maybe looking to try and take advantage of Vivo Keystars? Because let's be honest, they've not always got the biggest spring in their step. Some of these attacking rounds have been a little bit slow, and in the past, when we've seen them try to play a little bit quicker, they've often tripped up over themselves.
Yeah, also don't forget that the shield changes also affect Clash, which is, I don't know, I do feel quite sorry for her, because I feel as though it was like, you just caught a stray for no reason. Look, as much as Clash is annoying to deal with, the fact now that you really have no chance at all of, like, you know, kind of doing the classic, he hits you, you then kind of move to the side, you dodge a few of his bullets, and then you put the shield in your back. Now with the kind of the effect of it takes longer to recharge the animation. Whenever your shield gets bashed away, you will stay on the animation even longer now. So it has hit Clash, you know, a little bit harder in that aspect. So one thing just to watch out for is just how easy now it is for Clashes just to be absolutely annihilated by somebody who's walking up and just constantly hitting her. And it's going to be making, you know, a really, really easy kill for the attackers. But like you mentioned, a lot of time denial, the Goyo and the smoke accompany that with the wall denial and the Cade and the mute. And I suppose the player denial with the Clash. This all comes down to Vivo Keystars and how quick they move. I think it's a really good lineup from Black Dragons, looking at how Vivo Keystars have actually played, which has been quite a slow set of Siege today, and just both maps from what we've seen. So I think it's a great idea.
I just hope that Vivo Keystars can recognize it and react to it quite quickly as well. They've got some good tools to deal with these things. They have got the Twitch with the shock drones, and that's going to be a good tool in getting rid of some of those Goyo canisters a little bit early. They don't have the Flores, which would be another good option. Looks like that wall is going to start to get opened along with the hatch. Now, the hatch is going to be Clash's biggest vulnerability right now. Nuxka is going to be taking a little bit of damage there. He does have a shield placed inside a boiler room. And I guess with the changes to Clash, it forces Clash to be played as a little bit more of a team operator. Unfortunate there, just getting caught up on his teammate and almost body blocking one another. Brilliant fire arrows coming through, really forcing Ask back here. And he's been softened up as well. Stemp, second kill on the round. He's dominating that long angle. And the nade is further going to push Clash backwards. Not able to do anything as this plant goes down. Clash now does start to move up, but it's so little, so late. Hornetau, a desperate attempt at clutching this and finding something, but no attempt there at the old Bikini Body 360. Lender and Daff, they're going to be ruling the roost there. And Wine Cellar convincingly going the way of Vivo Keydstars. That was one of the best attacks onto that site I've seen in a while.
Yeah, Vivo Keydstars, they looked at the setup and say, okay, it's a full man 5 turtle. That's what we're dealing with. Look at the Capital placements. First one, being able to be used to push the Clash away. Second one goes in to not only, again, push the Clash further back into connector, but also get rid of the player inside of pillar. That long angle, wow. Such a, I don't even know what's the word to describe it, just a brutal angle that you have to take a challenge onto if you're a defender. You know, basically, if you're caught out, you're dead. It's very rare you would ever see a defender actually kill the attacker in that scenario. And then as soon as that pillar is clear, Ace was straight in. Not even a second thought, just straight in, get that diffuser down. You've got that long angle open, no worries whatsoever. And I think that's the case of Black Dragons, where they went for that attempt. And I would say that Vivo Keydstars has pretty much ignored 95% of it. Like, they've just played that as though, you know, there wasn't a Goyo, if there wasn't a Clash. That seemed as though that would have destroyed any lineup who just sat and 5-man turtled.
Yeah.
If you look at how the Capital comes into play and generally the logistics of that bomb site, I think you need a roam. You need the retake.
Yeah.
You just can't sit back. It's going to be an open funeral, open casket.
No, absolutely. It really didn't matter what was chosen there. It was always going to end one way.
Loading new magazine.
Neskin, got a bit of info here. Guito is interestingly sat on a mute jammer. So the death mark isn't going to be able to be sent through, but we can still do it the old-fashioned way. How many is he going to take with him, though? Only one. Daffo and Neskin make a good job of clearing that initial roam game out. I did like the strategy there from Guito. And, of course, from Ask. He's gone down there to place the mute jammer. There was a Valkyrie camera there as well that they were looking to try and work off and give the roamers a little bit of a chance. But ultimately, Vivo Keydstars, regardless of the mute jammer, you can still go at him the old-fashioned way, the old 1-2 punch.
Yeah. Obviously, the demo's causing a lot of issues. That's why the mute is in play. I don't know if you are aware of this. I don't know whatever happened, but if you get scanned with a death mark and then you walk into a mute jammer, as you know, you should be cleansed. Whatever's changed, if you then step off that mute jammer, while technically you would still be tracked, you get tracked again. So you actually have to stay on the mute jammer entirety of the time. It didn't used to be like that. As long as you stepped on it, it would cleanse you and that would be it. Now you have to stand on it the entire... I don't think it has. We had a discussion with Kangaroo Kenny about this. It feels as though that's quite new, actually.
I remember in the reveal
they
spoke about it. I'm sure they spoke about it in the reveal, and that's how it works. Vivo Keydstars making short work there as we're flapping our gums about Deimos and the way that the death mark works. They were flexing their muscles and securing another round here on the attack. 4-1 scoreline. Black Dragons having already used their tactical timeout. Things ain't looking so great, Demo, if you're a Black Dragons fan. But if you're a fan of Siege, or you're in sort of neutral party watching this game, you might be quite thrilled. because the chance of a third map is becoming more and more likely. And of course, when you put that into context and realize, okay, we can see another map, so what? The winner of this game is going to go on to play Raz's Company. Now, both of these two teams have already lost to Raz's Company. That's why Raz's Company is already in the finals. So it does add a little bit more fatigue into the mixture, and of course, a little bit more pressure.
5 seconds to go.
Another thing as well that
Attackers
I kind of look at with Vivo Cage Stars and the way that they're actually attacking Chalet is, I think they're understanding the fundamental of how aggressive you have to go in during the kind of first minute. You have to dominate that pacing. You need to get early map control. You have to get those opening picks.
Attackers have located
I think they're checking, you know, that list off, you know, with the entry, the first minute, extremely well. And I think that's what's teeing them up for the remaining 2 minutes. It's just having that extra man. You know, Black Dragons entry engagements, I mean, just the kills in general haven't been there. You look at the scoreboard, Ollie. Top kills is 4. That's it.
Yeah, and especially when you put it into context that so far they've been quite... They've been an individual team in the sense that...
Very
Hornet
timid, it feels like.
Yeah, Hornet and Flo did well on Sky, and Hornet's had a decent day overall, but we're really looking for that team performance out of Black Dragons. And when no one's hitting the shots, when no one's really setting the world on fire, that's when you can, you know, really start to call some alarm bells. There's 3 players that have got 4 kills between them. We're inside around number 6 now. It's not good enough, is it? It's not where it needs to be necessarily. Somewhere that Vivo Cage Stars have been a little bit better is inside of that opening engagement. Even if you've not been getting it, at least it's been traded out nice and quickly. So that advantage has never been lost for too long. At the moment, they're circling upstairs here inside a library. There's going to be an Aruni gate here for Neskin to navigate, but if he leaves it closed, then it's almost a little bit better because it doesn't give the game away, but shooting the default will certainly give the game away.
Once again, Vivo Cage Stars taking all the time in the world. And the thing is with Black Dragons and the way that they're gearing up, it feels very similar to the last time they were up here, where they're almost just hoping that the utility will be enough. But we've seen the utility dump, and the placement of those utilities has been extremely well done from Vivo Cage Stars. And Miracle again on this lurk, hoping to see if he can just appear and surprise somebody alongside Stemp. And there we go, he finds the opening pick.
Catches Flo in the flow as he's just wandering there in and around side, but a couple of kills come back in as trades. Nuxka going to be the next player to fall. That flank only good for 1. Hornet going to be tucked into that stock as it's always the last player inside a stock room. How many is he going to be able to find? He softens a couple up, gets 2 downs. He's locked into a 1 versus 1 now, and he's seen the diffuser. Oh, the clutch for Hornets out just when Black Dragons needed it. Manages to tap the guy as he hops in through the window. There's only a few places he's going to be coming from. If there's a couple of things that are known, it's that the last defender is usually always inside a stock, and the last attacker, well, they're usually going to be coming in from that double window.
Feels like a lifeboat has just been cast into the sea for Black Dragons to get on, because they needed that. Oh, so desperately they needed that. We should be sitting looking at a 5-1 split, but a 4-2 is how it's went. So it gives Black Dragons an out. Look, Black Dragons earlier didn't get a single attack on Chalet. On Skyscraper, they're able to get 4. And they look good. They look good in the attack. They're going to need to repeat that if they want to get into at least an overtime in Chalet. Look, I would argue, Ollie, I think on an attacker side of Chalet, which I mentioned before, you know, with a band like Azami and Tabaro on the board, you would be looking at a 4-2 split. So I would say it has went the way it's expected, but certainly some of the rounds haven't.
Yeah, the scoreline may be expected, but the way the rounds have happened, again, maybe not so expected. I do still feel like, although that will give Black Dragons a huge swing in momentum, that it is still going to be a pretty tough job for them to attack this map, just given that we saw them struggle with it only a couple of hours ago. It is a different team, though, and Vivo Keystars can't just go off that and go, oh, well, they struggled against that team, so they'll struggle against us. That isn't always how it works. Hornetown is primed and ready on his drone. They know that there's a Vigil knocking around. They know about Neskin and Daffo just playing inside of Ivy and at the top of Fireplace. Certainly plenty of vert available for these players to be working on as well. In contrast to the way that we saw Black Dragons play it, there is going to be a rotation between that Ivy door and the box on that half wall. It's going to be Ask with the opener. Able to take Neskin out. You could argue that maybe Daffo should have stuck around a little bit longer. He was kind of assisting Neskin a little bit there in that Fireplace hold, and he's sort of just gone wandering.
Yes. Very strange. I think on Chalet, doubling up with a teammate is a great idea. You know, we mentioned about the trade game. That is important to have. A C4 will be wasted. So no denial from below is going to be available to Vivo Keystars with Landers letting his fly out the double window and catching no one. See, this is the issue whenever you lose that first man, is all of a sudden it feels very empty, the map, doesn't it? It feels massive in the eyes of the defenders and the attackers. Again, you have that extra person to rotate onto a window, onto a position that you can just hold the crossfires. That player will be on the double window. But also keep in mind, the Flow's going to be the player with the diffuser, so for them to get the plant down, he's going to have to swing in.
Needs to get himself off that rappel, doesn't he? 55 seconds, there's still time for him to make a rotation to pretty much wherever he wants to. And what a shot he's going to find onto Miracle. Maybe he isn't going to need to make that rotation. Lender going to be looking to make his way up those main stairs from below. We've got Stem just looking to hold an angle as well. Tucked in at the moment. The diffuser has been juggled. That means that Flow can stay on this window, and Nuxka is going to be the one that is charged with getting that in somewhere useful. Lender going for a little bit of a hop out here. Could look to try and go all the way, but the plant is going to go down. Takes down the player on that double window. Stemp with a huge engagement to win, and Nuxka comes off the plant. He will find himself one, and there's 12 seconds left to go. Lender and Stemp, they are very split up right now, but that Boss G's a nightmare, but a great weapon to have if it's in your hand.
Wow. I mean, Boss G is a Boss G. We talk about this gun has been an absolute demon. And it showcases just a one-shot at any range is absurd. You have to highlight the run out. Killing that player in double window, Ollie, that was the most crucial kill that could have happened in that round. You know, Black Dragons, it was a good 3v3. They understood, play a guy in double window, other guy covers the bathroom angle. And then you just go for the plant.
How did Lender get the kill, though?
You jump off the balcony.
How did he get back so quickly then?
Not hard. As soon as he gets the kill, there was like a good, what, 5, 6, 7 seconds? You can run back upstairs in no time.
Yeah, I just feel like he sort of teleported.
As soon as you jump through that balcony, you literally see the guy in double window, like, immediately. Like, you can kill, like, you just kill him straight away, and then you're back in. It is quite easy.
I'm not disputing the fact that it was easy. I just feel like he was quite quick.
Let me load up. I'll go into a custom game. I'll time it for you. I'll see how fast I can jump over and then get back up.
But you've got to account in the fact that you've hit a round-winning shot as well. I think that's
all day, every day. All day, every day for me.
That's got to account for in an LCQ for SI. I think that's got to account for
it's like breathing for me.
It's got to count for some level of time. Lender doing a great job there on the run out. Stem firm as ever. Spoke about standout players, and he certainly has been one. Hornetown Ask, they're trying their best, but there is not that same level of bite on Chalet from Black Dragons. Daffo is going to see to it that the teeth sink even deeper. This Flow is taken out early here. Daffo going for a second, just goes for a bit more of a double dip and a double swing and will be punished. It doesn't really matter too much because the advantage is firmly with Vivo Keystars at the moment. Guito down before a single logic bomb phone call has been used. When you've lost a Dokkaebi and a Capitao, you've lost a heck of a lot of your pushing power.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Black Dragons seem as though they're just rushing things ever so slightly, Ollie. That's not a good start. Losing 2 players to high utility operators. Not good indeed. So now the other 3 players have to dig in deep and find these picks. But whenever you're dealing with this bomb site and you have that upstairs hold, the utility is... It's got to be like a swamp trying to get through it. You've got BPs, you've got a Warden sitting up there. You've got a Wamai as well. A lot of things just going against you. Keep in mind who has the diffuser. It is going to be Hornet. Blender and Stemp both had a kill each, and no Nux Ollie. A big old job to do, but not even close. Stemp. Another good swing. I mean, this guy, Ollie, whenever he wants to get aggressive, he is terrific to watch.
It's great, isn't it? It'd be on my team. I'll tell you that. Map point for Vivo Keydstars then. Black Dragon's attack there really just petering out into nothingness, losing 2 important operators right from the get-go. And as we know, when you're attacking Chalet, it's all about clearing that library if you're focusing on bar and games. And if you lose your Capital, you lose your Dokkaebi, you've lost a lot of what you were trying to use to do that job.
Attackers need
And the confidence is obviously swelling from Vivo Keydstars over the course of the last couple of rounds. I feel like, in particular, Lender, Stemp, and Dafo, they've just come alive. They've found another gear yet again. Now they're going to be taking us to the kitchen, what could be the last site in this map. Lair, of course, awaits us, Demo, as our deciding map. That's where things, I think, could get really weird.
10 seconds left.
And it's the new map. I think people are still trying to figure out
5 seconds left before.
what it's really like. Again, that'll probably come into fruition this year, is where we will see the meta just really start to establish itself on Lair. But right now in Chalet, 6-2. Same worries that we had about Black Dragons and just how they cannot attack Chalet. It's same again. Still yet to win a Chalet today, which is just absurd. Vivo Keystars have all the confidence. Again, I just think it came down to the gunners.
Yeah.
You know, Black Dragons haven't been shooting straight. Vivo Keystars have, and it's just that Chalet. Chalet and Border are like that. Whoever turns up in the day with the gun power.
The teamwork should be able to drag you through on Chalet, though. And that's what's surprising to me, is that they can win rounds over on Sky on the attack, but they can't win rounds on Chalet on the attack. It just seems a little bit strange. Something's not quite right there with that sentence. Nade is going to push Dafo out of position, but he's more than happy to retake it. But he needs to be cautious from the back as Hornetau just walks in and picks him off. Ask, he's joined into the party on that top floor. And Neskin now with a frantic rotate downstairs needs to get himself back into the fight. Was maybe looking to play for a bit of a flank or something a little bit later on, but you're not going to have the luxury of doing that right now. Stemp has retaken that top floor, but it leaves a lot for Lender to do as the solo site player at the moment.
Yeah, just a rat play coming out from Black Dragons. They wanted to hit it as fast as they could, and now the retake is being attempted, but yeah, still no good from Vivo Keystars. Black Dragons will secure their first round. 5 players remaining up against 1. Full site control for the attackers. Stemp feels though he has to run a marathon to get anywhere near back to the site from where he is. Just a case of who's going to get his kill, who's going to be able to pick him off in time. Diffuser planted, but yeah, 40 seconds. Mate, take the timeout. Honestly, take the 40 seconds.
Well, they've also still got an official timeout that they could use as well. I think Black Dragons are just going for one of the trademark sort of lash out rounds now. If things aren't going the way, what's the worst that could happen? There's still another map in the series. They won their map choice. It's not unusual to lose your opponent's map choice. See if they can get anything going with it. Stemp will be given a chance there. Now the fly's going to start to circle. He just send himself outside. Not giving away the KD. He's 11-5 right now. He wants 12-5. No, he's going to be 11-6. A flawless round for Black Dragons. Ask, I believe, picking up 3, maybe 4 kills in that round. He was certainly the spearhead in the charge. Very aggressive round from Black Dragons, but one that isn't going to be easy to repeat. And certainly with Vivo Keydstars only needing one more round to take it to a third map, one that is unlikely to be repeated another 3 times to take us into an overtime.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to replicate that. I think whenever a team can then just kind of play a little bit more reserved and just look out for moments like that, usually it is a bit of a cheap trick. You'll only see it be good for 1 round and that's it. Keydstars up to the bedroom is where they go. And now, don't forget that this was a round where Black Dragons looked as though they were going to convert it. They were able to get the diffuser down in this attack. But losing out on a big window rappel, you feel quite naked then for everyone else as soon as you lose that crossfire coverage. For Vivo Keydstars, and just looking at the setup, I mean, they're going to be playing pretty heavy in the closet. As you can see, they've reinforced the double walls inside of closet as well as the single wall in towards bathroom. So that just means that anyone who could want to play on towards bathroom window, they're really going to have nothing to shoot at, which is one thing you just have to make sure you keep in mind, is that the bathroom window player is going to be pretty null and void. And also even that single reinforcement, we actually seen it being used during the last round. Again, it can be used as a plant position for the attackers. You have that reinforced wall. You can't get shot from bathroom door.
Vivo Keydstars looking a little bit more ready for something that could be happening quite quickly. The sights are trained on various doorways and windows. Why am I there? Neskin will get droned out at the top of Fireplace. Quick double check on the drone to see if he is still there or not. Or a challenge comes in. Nuxka going to be looking to get those Flores drones out there. There are going to be various pieces of utility to get rid of. Mainly castle barricades for the time being. It looks as though Stemp has just placed his deployable shield now. Keeping it in pocket just to decide at a later point where that was going to go. It will go in a typical spot on top of the piano. With the BP being placed as well, it seems as though Vivo Keydstars have waited to see which direction this push is going to come from before committing some of that more important utility.
Athwal is going to be the hot seat for any player on this bomb site. And Dafo has to worry about those Capital bolts Ollie, and again, we've seen Vivo Keydstars, they used it to great effect. You do hope that Iswama is going to be giving him something to help, because that's the only counter that there currently is to the Capital. Well, I suppose a Runegates as well, but it's quite easy just to not shoot into a Runegate with the magnets. You don't really have a choice. So Black Dragons is all about the util. That's what they're aiming up for. They're burning through magnets, and oh my! Vivo Keydstars, they've won aggro Ollie. They've tried to actually push into these utility players, and they've been punished because of it.
Well, they've grabbed 2 kills back, make it 3 as Neskin gets himself a double. Miracle. He's found one onto Flow. This was going quite well for Black Dragons, and all of a sudden, Nuxka in the 1 versus 3. He's got that deployable shield to deal with, and Neskin can just pop out the other side. Black Dragons successful here on Chalet. Vivo Keydstars, they are going to take that map. Unbelievable stuff there from Vivo Keydstars. I'll be honest with you, I was expecting Black Dragons to come in after that performance on Skyscraper and have something to say about it, but they were not able to chain those attacks together successfully enough, Demo. It was almost a masterclass from Vivo Keydstars, and I feel like they held their nerve right up until the end.
Yeah, Vivo Keydstars, they got stuck in. They needed the battle back. I think they set themselves up great with a 4-2 split. And, you know, we knew Black Dragons were going to struggle coming into Chalet based on how they played previously. And yeah, same thing again. Look, they were able to take 1 attack, but 1 attack out of what the 4 that they had, it's just not good enough. And then obviously they lost 6 earlier on. So yeah, the Chalet, it was an easy pick for Vivo Keydstars. Whenever you looked at the map bans, they take it rightfully so. And now we move into our 3rd and final map.
We do. We kind of said at the start of the day that we were going to have some 3-mappers today. I don't know what it was. We just felt it in the water. We're going to hit a short break. After that, we'll be back with CDAPs. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. An argument could be made that this map could have been even more dominant into the favor of Vivo Keydstars, bar some heroics from Hornatow in round 6 against his former team. But Ollie, we finally have a decider map as Black Dragons were outclassed on their defensive side, and their attacking woes reared their ugly head once again.
He certainly did. Black Dragons, a team that can attack on Skyscraper, but not on Chalet. Who'd have thought it? It sounds like a weird sentence to say, does that? But that is the fact of the matter. And Vivo Keydstars have shown just exactly why they picked this map in the series. And they had a fantastic understanding, particularly of their own attacks. The utility that they were using, we didn't see any of the fast pocket plays that they were trying on Skyscraper, but we clearly saw some very well-rehearsed attacks.
Yeah, it was like they felt a lot more comfortable on this map, and man, I would hope so considering they were confident enough to pick it. But Demo, one of the biggest complaints that we had with Vivo Keydstars on Skyscraper were definitely focused around their entry engagements, and it seems they're much improved.
Yeah, I think they dealt with the aggression from Black Dragons pretty well during this game, and look, the kills don't lie. You can see that Vivo Keydstars were on top in that department for the majority of the time. I think Black Dragons, I do think their structure was pretty good in terms of how they wanted to set up for the few attacks that we did see. It just came down to the losing out those crucial gunfights, which is kind of the balance of the scales that you look at with Chalet, is just who does it tip in favor for? Who's going to be opening up with those important kills at the right moments at the right times? But I know Black Dragons, I think after losing out on that 4-2 half, they just looked pretty deflated. You know, we kind of knew that they needed to have a good defensive half if they wanted to give themselves any chance of winning this map, just based on how they have done previously. And, you know, you look at the kills, 2, 3, and 4 at the bottom, you know, for Black Dragons. And you look over towards Vivo Keydstars, it's more well-rounded. And that's your difference there. There's your stats.
Yeah, and X, it's one of those things, just everybody on Vivo Keydstars firing on all cylinders. That's what we like to see out of this team. On Skyscraper, it left a lot to be desired, but once again, as they moved on to Chalet, it's just a team game once again.
Yeah, they did a great job in that opening kill department as well, and the team element of the opening kill this time was that they were doing a great job of trading off that. There were some fantastic early pushes that we saw, a lot of stuff focused around the Deimos, and there was an attempt really from Black Dragons to try and circumvent that and to try and work around it, but ultimately we did see Vivo Keydstars coming away on top in that opening pick more often than not. Far better than we've seen them play really all weekend long, in my opinion. I think this was a map that really suited them, and we can see just exactly why they chose it here.
Yeah, and they seem to be hitting their stride at the right time, because a single loss, all of a sudden they're going home, their dreams are dead. But now Demo, the slate is wiped clean. Both of these rosters, they took their own map choice in pretty convincing fashion with completely different storylines that we've seen so far. As we look forward towards Layer, which map out of Skyscraper or Chalet would you kind of expect it to emulate more of?
Can I say none? Can I have the third option, which is neither? Because Lair itself is obviously still fresh. It's still new. It's bloody massive. Like, it is a huge map. I do think we're starting to see the meta start to kind of set the tempo with Lair and how teams want to try and attack it, which obviously hopefully we'll be able to kind of explain that a lot better as we dive into the matchup. But Lair itself, look, it's going to be roamers, a lot of roamers you would expect. But again, still plenty of opportunities for teams, I think, to play that aggressive nature. There are some areas that you can exploit with a lot of good utility dump, which is one thing Vivo Keydstars did really well on Chalet, was how good their utility dump was. There will be options, there will be opportunities going into Lair for that.
Yeah, I think one of the cool things about Layer that we've seen, X, is a lot of potential minimalist takes where you can kind of take maybe 1 or 2 rooms, then all of a sudden you're knocking on the doors of the bomb site. And with that quick nature, once again, maybe Chalet is a little bit more to what we're leaning, potentially Vivo Keystar sided?
Well, quite possibly. I think the early adopters in maps are always, you know, some of the pioneers, really, and then they kind of fall behind the pace and people take their ideas and work on them. So it's really difficult with a map like Lair because of how big it is and because it was almost put straight into the competitive pool. you know, it does still feel like we're in a learning process for it. It's not like this map was out for a year or so and then got put into comp, and that's where things can be, you know, a little bit more understood before it goes in there. It's great to see it played. It's been left open a couple of times already by Vivo Keydstars. They left it open in the upper bracket semi-final against Raza Company. Obviously, it wasn't required, but they also played it against Alpha Team back in the lower bracket quarterfinal. This is of the closed qualifiers, and it was an 8-7, so it went all the way. It went to a maximum overtime. What that tells you, I don't know. I don't know if it tells you that they're a great team, if they're a bad team. We just know they've got a little bit more recent experience on it than maybe Black Dragons do.
Well, and with that, we can kind of end the speculation. Layer is ready. I'll go ahead and let you guys take it away. Have fun out there.
Third and final map now, Demo. We head to Lair to decide who is going to be meeting Raza's Academy in that grand finals a little bit later on this evening. But we have two teams that are battling it out right now in Vivo Keydstars and Black Dragons to see which one of them will be going up against that Raza's Company for a second time this weekend. It's been a long old brawl. The qualifiers for SI, the last chance qualifier, is always a bit more of a marathon than it is a sprint. It starts off with huge open brackets that whittle down into closed brackets and qualifier upon qualifier, and finally you get down to the sharp end of things. Well, these two teams are a mere one step away from it, and we go to Lair to find out who is going to be the winner.
Yeah, it's a map which I think still everyone's getting used to. Everyone's trying to figure out what is best for them. How do they want to play it? Look, we've seen, I think, a fairly decent amount of Lair from 2024, and this is where you would expect now going into 2025. It's just going to erupt very similar to what happened with Labs. Remember the first year Labs came out, it was here and there, and then the following year, especially like this year as well, it's taken off. You know, everyone's playing Labs. Labs feels like just a household map, and you would hope that Lair is going to be the same.
Would you hope it? I really like Labs. I'm still 50-50 on Lair, I'll be honest with you. I think that, I don't know what it is. I feel like Labs came in and it was like welcomed like a long lost friend. And Lair came into the pool and I was just a bit like, ooh, a lot of outside to in.
Well,
there's the Sky Bridge. I don't know about it. It reminds me more of Canal than it does anything else.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
No, it's not.
I feel as though Labs was like, oh my god, this is just like Clubhouse but better. Everyone already liked Clubhouse, and you add on to that and it feels great. Lair, I think it's the size. Too big.
The basement's massive, isn't it?
Honestly, I think you could do a basement on this map. If it wasn't there, I think it'd be great.
Speaking of large maps and operators that can take advantage of them, the Nook has been removed. Monty, bit of a mainstay ban in this series. It's been removed in every map we've played so far. Tubarao taken away by Black Dragons yet again here. Are we going to see the Azami ban again from Vivo Keydstars, or are they going to go to something a little bit different? We've seen a heck of a lot of Valkyrie this series. Wouldn't be surprised to see that removed, but no, it's going to be the smoke. It's a rare occasion we get a smoke ban, Demo.
Yeah. Smoke's universally just a great operator. Everyone knows that. You want to take it away from Miracle? Then sure, you go and take it away from Miracle. Yeah, I think the ban's pretty good. I think Monty's great just for a big map. You want to clear things pretty effectively. Monty's going to be great for that. Nook, plenty of opportunities that certainly Black Dragons have shown that like they've been shown to play that operator, and on a big map where you can kind of just rat up one of the many staircases that there are, then yeah, it's going to be great. Now we go straight into the basement. From what I've seen, and generally the kind of main attack of how it goes is the big garage area. I feel you're wasting your time over there. I think that's usually not what teams want to go for. I think you try and take mid control. I think you try and go for the vertical take. You have the hatch that leads directly into the bomb site. You then have the yellow staircase that is a pretty effective place to push in from. If you can open up those con walls, you're straight in. So that's the take I like to go for. I like to try and go in from that side, take your mid-floor control. Yes, there are teams that want to come in from the other side and take in towards, you know, the big portion of the garage. and then work their way through the myriad of utility. But look, you have to be a pretty good opportunity spotting team if you want to go for that. Whereas if you take the mid-floor control, you're almost just playing it safe, and you can't really go wrong with it. To avoid that mid-floor control coming in, we have a hefty roam game. You've got the multi for the drone denial. You've got the cameras, which are going to be used by somebody in sight to assist these roamers. And Ollie, your favorite, the Capcan.
Capcan is great on Lair. There's a lot of doorways, and it's massive. You can't afford to check absolutely everything.
Oh, I love it. I love
Bit
it.
of a shotgun blast
I love
there
it.
as
I love
Flo
it.
is going to be taken out by Stem.
Oh my god.
Something quick, and we're seeing something fast. Stem does manage to dodge out of the way of the C4, and Neskin has joined in on the action. A smash and grab here from Vivo Keystars, and it's Hornetow to try and slow it down. Guito, he's stuck out with Hornetow as the plant is going down, and there's nothing they can do about it. Couple of Capcans still on the door. Guito gonna be able to take Stemp down. It's a long road on this retake, but it's looking like it could be possible. 2 versus 2. Lender gonna have to make that Monty sing right now, but Miracle does the hard work. C4 is going to go out. It's going to cause a bit of sound distraction, but look at the info that Hornetow's working from here. He's got no idea. He's going to swing that corner and immediately be met by Miracle. Nice cross being held there by the remaining 2 attackers. Quick stuff from Vivo Keystars.
I love it. This is straight up my street. So, the take that I wanted to see coming in from the mid-floor did not happen because there was a massive amount of a room game. Vivo Keystars seen that and said, okay, they're doing a 3-2 split. Let's just try and hit sight. And the way that they've hit sight is using an exterior drone hole, which leads into boiler, which can be yinged out, as was shown. They then use the Gara hook from the Umaru to go in a window that is on the first floor. Not as though it's like a high window where you normally see the Gara hook being used, but because the Gara hook just instantly gets you through the barricade, you combo that with the Ying. It means the smoke can't play inside of boiler. We know the site is empty because everyone's off site. You're straight in and you just pick up the kills. You have a Blackbeard coming in from another way, which again, Blackbeard already showing how difficult he can be.
10 seconds left.
Phenomenal. The remaining 3 defenders were the whole rover setup. They were all off site. They all had to come back to site and they had to try and retake their own bomb. Oh, brilliant. Love it.
Some would say that that is so good.
I can't use that. That's actually been padded by someone else.
Well, it was a great first round. A little bit cheesy. Not something that you're going to be able to repeat. But it certainly slides the momentum in your favor. Hornetow is going to stamp down his authority in round number 2 with an early C4 kill onto Stemp. That's the book gone. One of the more typical operators that has been brought for this take, as the rest can sort of flex around depending on the ideas that the attackers have. That is that Vivo Keystar have right now is they've got Bs and they've got a sense, so they're going to be looking to try and deny lines of sight and also discover where people are and stop them from moving around. Flores should be used to try and move in and remove any pesky pieces of utility. There is going to be a focus on getting that wall open.
Bandit trick. Good for one side, but not the other. Good to see that neither team has really struggled with opening walls up during this series, where we couldn't really say the same for like Vivo Keystars during their game against Raz's company. Whenever they were in labs, they really struggled with getting those walls opened. I think losing that first player is going to cause them a number of issues. Now, as we kind of dive in towards the top floor and the way teams like to execute it, you kind of have your 2 thought processes. You have your very minimalistic take, which was kind of what everyone did at the beginning, where you would just open up the wall, you'll take one side of the map, and that's really it. Now, teams, they like to bring in the utility. They like to try and take from both sides and just really try and pinch the defenders as many opportunities as they can. But look, that comes down to having good man advantages, having good utility dump as well, being really proficient with operators like Grim, like Ying. But whenever you're losing players, just left, right, and center, Ollie. Hornetow on for the ace. Staff are going to give it to him. Oh, he is. Hornatao, take a bow. Huge ace in round number 2. Very swiftly moves on from the first round disaster. 1-1.
It's like it never even happened. The momentum has already shifted back toward Black Dragons. A big performance. Vivo Keydstars left stunned there. If all they've got on attack here is one nice little pocket play for the basement, it isn't going to get them too far.
Protect your bombs.
Plenty of sites to go at here. And Black Dragons, well, they're going to go down to the basement again. We get to see Hornatao here. Love a little SMG ace as well. It's not often that you get to see one, but if you're going to see it in any region, Brazil's usually a good one to start. Back down to the basement we go then. There will be no similar rush instead. Vivo Keydstars setting themselves up for something a lot more traditional. The ram will be brought. A little bit of hard breach as well as a Dokkaebi sprinkled into the mixture. And it looks like it could be that mid-floor take that you were going on about, Demo.
Yeah, I think whenever you see, you know, the ram immediately come in, it leads us to believe that's going to be the case. Lion Dokkaebi, great combo for hunting the potential roamers. Scopos, an operator that I don't think's been featured here during this series, and great operator for Lair. On a massive map, where the roam game is always going to be there. Having an operator that can just TP and 1 HP back to the site and be full health again is nuts. Yes, I know you can create the same with a dog and just go back to the site and get stim, but you don't get that access TP and, you know, being able to actually get yourself out of, you know, some sticky situations. So Black Dragons not going to be caught out by that same trick. You can see 2 players this time are going to be double up watching that window. But we know that Vivo Keydstars aren't going to be going for that take. They're going to be looking for that mid-floor control. But they have to deal with the roamers. And sure, there isn't any roamers that they can see at the moment, but we know that shell being placed all the way to that top floor, Ollie, can be activated at any time and can be just devastating if they time it to perfection with a great flank.
So many good operators in Siege. I'd literally forgotten about Scopos because I think it's the first time we've seen them all weekend. But brilliant operator. The ability to switch between the shells and teleport from one side to the other. Late flanks, lurks, one of the best guns on defense. The position that Hornatao currently occupies is a deadly one. Just going to be tucked into the armory hallway. He's got the option to move through. Get himself in toward armory. Lender. Going to start things off right now. Castle Barricade will slow down the push a little bit from Miracle right now. They're definitely not going for anything too quick. Aski's going to get softened up pretty significantly as well. Thinks about popping the Goyo canister. Thinks better of it. The longer he can hold on to that, the better. And with there only being around a minute left, those are going to start to become key pieces of utility.
It's a great start. Not only have you been able to pick off the castle, but you've also been able to do a significant amount of damage onto another Ask. Just a sliver left, and feels though this round kind of lives and dies based on how well Hornatao can do on the flank. He's ready with the impact. Out goes the Lion Scan along with the Dokkaebi call. Oh, whiffs the shots on the player right below him. And the rest of his team, Ollie, is starting to just get slaughtered in the bomb site. Hornatao needed to make it count, but he could not.
Ask is likely going to get stunned here and finished off there as Neskin's waiting for the catch. Going to start to try and get that diffuser down as well. Hornatao, once again, we're seeing Black Dragons trying to attack the bomb site that they are meant to be defending. As they're caught out on the roam. Site empty of defenders and the plant being confirmed.
Yeah, you can just see how difficult it is to hold on whenever the vertical angles start getting opened up above you. It really forces you into like some really difficult rooms that are fairly claustrophobic. And a lot of the rooms actually on that bottom floor has like a door that leads outside. So like there could be an attacker just waiting for you. So it is quite difficult to defend. And again, a roam game is usually how we see things work out. But again, what do you do if you're Black Dragons? You tried to go for the heavy roam game, you got countered. You tried to play a little bit more reserved on site. then they just go upstairs and use the verticality. So it just feels like a lose-lose situation for Black Dragons, and
Attackers have discovered the
maybe
location
they
of a
just
bomb.
stay away from the basement, but that can be very difficult to do, I feel, on a map like Lair, where the other bomb sites that you have, the other 2 mid floors, they aren't the greatest. Because again, you have the same issue that I feel basement has. An entire vertical flooring along with a site hatch. And also on top of it, this time, there's exterior walls that you have to worry about.
5 seconds to go. Attackers are
Black Dragons seem to be scrambling for answers at this point in terms of site selection. The one round that they've won was off the back of a Hornetau ace. Now that's all well and good, but it isn't something that is going to happen consistently. On the flip side, Vivo Keedstars seems to have quite a confidence about him, as you see Stemp just walking all the way through. He's got a nice pre-placed drone there at the top of the stairs. Didn't even take the default out on the way because he wants that element of surprise. He knows that this site is going to be held from above, and just seeing if he can get anything. If he can grab a pick right now, it could really open things up. There's a bit of vert there, and he gets the inkling that someone could be hiding. Flo will be taken out. The game's up, but he's got a really important kill. He was never going to be able to choose which defender he took out, but of all of them, he takes out the Warden.
Yeah, good operator, especially whenever you do have flashbangs and smokes in the lineup. You actually have a bit of everything, you know, flashes, smokes, claymores, nades, breached and charges. You've got a good number to pick from in terms of util. And look, this exterior wall being opened up, Ollie. You know, you look at the castle, where can you really go? Yes, he has that half wall, but he just has to hope that his teammates can hold above, because if they don't, he's going to be a dead man. And speaking of the upstairs, Ollie, Zafo's getting to work.
He really is, not wasting any time.
Oh!
Although will be taken out by Ask. Bending bullets around the door frame there, it seems. Neskin, Stemp, they're both going to be in position to respond, though. Hornetau, we've seen heroics once, are we going to see them again? No! Stemp, this time with the SMG's bigger brother, the SMG-12. We'll take him out. Timeout requested there by Black Dragons. Things not going their way on Lair.
I'm really impressed with Stemp. Like, he has been the guy who is, from what we have cast it, he's just been the consistent threat for Vivo Keedstars. He really has been. I feel he always appears with, like, the really important kills. So he's been great. And considering that he is such, you know, a young player who's this, you know, we've only really seen him come in last year. And I think he's been sensational. I don't know. Am I getting next up vibes from him in terms of Brazil? I don't know. Is that maybe too soon to call? Because look, we've seen. Look, we had the same vibe about Alamo whenever he first came in.
But
Don't
the
lie,
thing is,
we did.
next up in Brazil is very different to like next up in NA, next up in EU.
Don't think we have any next ups in EU.
I think we've used them all, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
You look
Engines
at who's-
were the last two, really.
But you look at who's come up over the last sort of 18 months, 2 years, and we've you know all the people that everyone sort of put a bit of hype behind, and you know, all right, maybe not Benja and Spoit level, but there's been other players that have been like, oh, these guys are next up, like not next up to go into a top tier team, but next up to go into a team inside of, you know, a tier 1, playing every week, you know, when the league's going and stuff. So, but then next up in Brazil, I just feel like it's such a wider net, isn't it? There's probably someone that you could kick out, though. There'll be someone that's honking up a lobby somewhere.
Bomb located by attackers.
I mean, there's always going to be changes, isn't there? There's always going to be new blood, you know, being put in. And look, some players, you know, how long can they keep going? You know, we've seen plenty of retirements across, you know, a lot of the regions. You know, for example, Cameraman, you know, he's now trying to stand at coaching, for example. And that was, you know, one of the most stay-at-home names that Brazil have.
Didn't see him much in those lists, did we? Thinking about it. Thinking back to the graphics
He's
of
more of a major player. He's a major player.
Yeah, maybe not as much in SI play.
He doesn't do
SIs. A couple of
he
SIs
does
as well,
majors.
didn't he? Yeah.
No, he's never missed an SI.
Did he not miss
He's
one?
been at everyone.
Has he?
Well, we'll see if G2 can qualify, because then he would be here as a coach if G2 get in.
Yeah.
Again, it's not official that he's a coach, but he's been put on the team list on the website for it.
Round number 5, Black Dragons have just taken their time out. Is it going to do any good for them? I wonder what the content was. Because Vivo Keydstars are playing a really nice game of Siege right now. They're doing a good job of adapting to the holds that Black Dragons are setting up.
Drone's ready.
They've got multiple strings to their bow. And we've seen them play a good number of different takes. This time it looks like it could be a little bit more traditional. Something maybe through ops. Get control of that sky bridge. Start thinking about working the wall open.
Yeah, I think the walls, that's the main thing. He's ready for the other wall as well, but they've then decided to forego the exterior wall with, you know, having the other two reinforced. Sometimes we see like rotates, and then you also bandit trick that double wall that's just been opened up, but instead they've just decided to hold it down, forego the mirror window immediately, and just really kind of almost form these layers that you have as well inside a layer, which we don't see all too often. Main thing is, though, is that Hornetown just needs to control this portion of the map and just deny any form of split push that can come in through, you know, one of the back staircases or even through that exterior door as well. He has that mirror window that he can fall back into also if he needs it. I just wonder if they have enough hard breach here, because they've already used a significant number of aces. Do they have any more to open up the rest of these walls?
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Couple of kills going to start to fly, and Black Dragons are going to come out on top of that. Stem, beautiful pre-fire there. We'll get caught out in the goo mine. Doesn't really matter, they already know that he's there. Can retreat, get himself outside, and look for an alternate angle. Maybe double up a little bit with Miracle here. Miracle had a chance, but blew it. Ask better with the reaction and the high fire rate of that Vector. Stem, we've credited you multiple times throughout the series. You're currently 5-2. And you're going to make it 8-2. Seems unlikely in 15 seconds. Black Dragons aren't giving anything away right now.
10 seconds to
No
go.
reason to peek, although Ask is going to give the game up. Gives his life, but it's all for a good cause. So that Flo has the information required and can clean up that final kill.
Yeah, very weird attack from Vivo Keydstars. Usually if you want to target the area of Art and in towards Bathroom, you need like a Ying or a Grim. And they just didn't really have any of that, which surprises me. I think with the lineup that they had, where it did seem very minimalistic, one, you probably needed more hard breach, considering you are going to be up against a bandit. Just the Selmas aren't going to cut it at that stage, especially then if you have to go up against mirror windows also, which you would like to get rid of with the ace. I just think the lineup was wrong for the attack that they wanted to go for. That's the way I kind of view it. I think Black Dragons just were able just to swing without any util being thrown in their face. Is quite easy for those kills we picked up. Again, still, for Vivo Keydstars, they now walk out that top 4, which has been the most successful place for Black Dragons. It's been everywhere else. That's been the issue for Black Dragons. It's all the other bomb sites.
10 seconds to insertion.
Which stands true because they've got 2 rounds.
5 seconds left.
Worry, I think, here for Black Dragons is if they don't win this round,
Defuse the bomb.
then they have to perform on the attack. So far, we've seen them be able to attack Skyscraper and not a lot else. Again, a big map, challenges. Could be quite difficult for them if they're not successful here. Vivo Keydstars, I believe this is the most important round of this series right now. They're able to get the advantage here before the break. Could be huge. Stem is going to kick things off. Kill onto Guito. Not what you want at all. It's the Legion that's going to reduce the number of goo mines that are going to be out there. There's only going to be a couple on the floor right now. Vivo Keydstars, they're just going to take full advantage of it. How did he get the kill onto Ask as well? It went through as a direct trade. Unbelievable stuff from Stemp there. He's done his part and more in this round. 3 versus 2 now in favor of Vivo.
Yeah, this kid, something else. 5 deaths with inside the first minute is absurd. But it is the attackers, they have the advantage. And as long as they can just double up and take these trades, eventually they will win the round. They've got Hatch. They can get into the bomb site if they want to. You look at the positioning of the 2 defenders, They're so far apart from one another. They need to try and tag team this. They need to double up, but it just doesn't feel as though they're doing that. Hornetau trying to hold on to site. Looks at trying to go for a flank. Hornetau is able to pick up his single kill on the Miracle, as he was the odd man out. Oh, and the jump in from Hornetau using the rotate. Finds another. Hornetau. Take another bow if you want to, mate. Phenomenal work. Again, this guy just dragging them through the mud. Rounds it. Vivo Keystars look as though they were going to capitalize. Hornetau says not today. Not today.
Another huge round from Hornetau. 2 of the 3 rounds that Black Dragons have won can be attested to him single-handedly right now. I said I had a feeling it was going to be a very important round.
Attackers need to locate and
Let's see if that holds true. An even 3-3 split right now. Vivo Keystars will be kicking themselves, but they didn't convert that.
located a bomb.
Everything was lined up for them to do so. At the site, it was a 50-50 really on which angle gets held. Do you hold the door or do you hold the rotate? Unfortunately for Vivo, they picked the wrong one. All is not lost yet, though. Still a very tight game. And I think more importantly for Vivo Keystars, they're now on the defense. It's not that they're better on the defense or the attack. It's that Black Dragons historically have struggled attacking in this series and across this weekend. We'll have to see what sort of problems, what sort of mini games Vivo Keystars can set up here to make things more difficult for Black Dragons.
Now, Black Dragons. He didn't do all too well on the attacks on Chalet. Did pretty good on Skyscraper, bear in mind. We'll see how they deal with the attacks on Lair, which do play out very differently to both of those maps that I've just previously mentioned. Mirror window on the exterior breach just makes things very awkward for the attackers, especially if you're bringing in an operator like a Thermite. Can't open up that wall if you do. But certainly for an ace, again, can kind of scuff the breach a little bit because it's not as clean with the kind of shapes that get made with the mirror window in the middle. And of course, impact tricking. Always going to be a worry. They do have 2 sets of impacts that they can use. Or sorry, 1 set, but 2 impact nades. For the attackers, I mean, even bringing in the Maverick, it's just in case the bandit tricking gets a little bit out of hand, but there ain't even any bandit to worry about. Just a simple mute jammer, so I don't think you'll be getting much value with the Maverick. Nice little play from Ask as well. You see what he's doing, going downstairs to back up onto that very strong position on towards the catwalk kind of area, the hallway. Balcony at the top. Just removes anyone who could be playing in that position and forces them either back into sight or into a more aggressive position, which Lenda's actually taken up with a shotgun close. Because 9 times out of 10, the player below bucking will walk up those staircases at some point.
Ready for the catch when that does eventually happen. Guito and Hornetau got themselves into ops now. You still have to be somewhat careful. Very vulnerable from a C4 from below, but you can see there are no defenders hanging around in there. Unfortunately, Miracle's dropped out of the lobby. The round will go on. It's happened well into the action phase right now. Lenda gonna grab one back, but Hornetau is not finished. There's one player that Black Dragons need to step up and be consistent. It could be Hornetau. He's currently on 12-3. We've credited Stemp enough. It's only fair that we throw a little bit of credit Hornetau's way. Doing a brilliant job of keeping his team in this. Whether his team deserve it or not, he is there and he is gunning. You can't deny the kills that he's picking up. Gonna get caught looking the wrong way right now. Barrel stuffs, but Guito's better. Picks up a second. Stemp falls. Nuxka to close things off. Obviously, Miracle dropping out there. Not ideal.
Yeah.
He's going to have caused some sort of panic in the comms. But it's a round that Black Dragons have just got to take.
Yeah, unlucky. One of those, it happens. It does happen. It is unfortunate. For Black Dragons, they can only play with what's in front of them at the end of the day. And look, they've done very well to, first of all, clear that warden away. I love the way they used the Grim to be out the corridor. You now know that nobody's going to be playing close towards the bathroom. And you just walk in and kill that warden as your teammate pushes up. Look, again, you have that DC. They can see it's a 5 versus 4. Even if that warden takes that one, you're still going to be there for the trade. You still have that man advantage. Yeah. Mira was very unlucky. Very, very unlucky. He heard 2 goo mines go off at the same time. One of them was for the window. The other guy's coming in for the bathroom. He had to pick which one he wanted to go for. He's decided to swing the corridor with 2 people in them rather than the easy kill with the one guy in the window. Look, very unfortunate round. I think that's all you can say for VO Keystars, but Black Dragons still just playing their siege, getting that round win. They take the lead.
And Black Dragons deserve it at this point. You know, if they all rally around Hornetown, he continues to go off the way that he has been doing. Who knows what may happen here? Maybe they will scrape themselves a win over on Lair. Hopefully, we can get Miracle back into things. I can't remember, Demo. Are these guys playing in the arena or are they playing from remote location? Because hopefully it seems odd that one player just drops out from what looked like a bit of a disconnect. Hopefully he can get his internet back online and get himself all set up. In the meantime, it is just going to be a tech pause, unfortunately. So you're going to be left with us flapping our gums. We've got loads of things that we can go through, though, Demo. Obviously, we've seen 2 full maps already. We're in the midst of our 3rd, and it really does feel like it's hotting up. At the start of the game, Vivo Keystars looking fantastic. Nothing could get in the way. But Hornetown, he's got that main character energy going about him today.
Yeah, he's just grabbing the bull by the horns, and he's doing a great job. Look, you think about Hornetown, and we've seen what he was capable of at the major. You know, he was one of the top performers that we had in the whole tournament, let alone just for his side. And, you know, you have to give a lot of respect to him and just what he's been able to do. You know, an ace to kick things off around number 2 is not easy. And then just an outrageous clutch coming in where he's just picking up kills just in such great fashion. Yeah, phenomenal stuff. I think Vivo Keystars, they'll probably be kicking themselves, I think, particularly with that final attacking round, because it looked as though they were poised, ready to win that round. But look, Hornetown's just better, and they're going to have to deal with that. Already, Black Dragons, they get that first attack. They're going to be feeling confident. And look, Vivo Keystars, you put that down to, look, we lost the guy to disconnect. It's unlucky. You go next. I don't think there'll be any tilts or anything like that. You just keep playing your siege. And you go again, because look, you get that top floor back. You know, it's not as though it's locked out. You get to go there once again.
And we can still see what their intention was, you know, with the full 5 as well. I think that's the more important thing, isn't it? They got forced into a position that they, you know, kind of really not planned for. And it was fairly early on into the round. Okay, it was, you know, too late for any sort of rehost or any sort of technical pause. But ultimately, we didn't really see the full idea there, I don't think. And there's still that question mark over Black Dragons and their ability to attack. And that question mark will remain for a good deal of time until they start to consistently prove themselves. You know, so far they've got a couple of rounds over on Sky, and they've got a round that was a 4 versus 5. So you've really got to take it with a pinch of salt for what it could be. Demo, it's a tech pause. We've got graphics for tech pauses. We can keep going through. Let's have a look and see what production have got in store for us. So far, we've had SI Champion graphics. We've had all sorts of things coming through. We are back to the SI Champion graphic. Oh, it's going to be such a shame at the end of this, or at the end of February, when we've got to ruin this beautiful 4x4 and we've got to add another one onto the end demo.
Yeah, it is. You know, you look at the trophies. You've got 3 for EU, 3 for NA, and only 2 for South America, which for a region that we always say is the most dominant region. But not in terms of SI wins, but obviously, like, one particular team.
You can be dominant, though. You can be a dominant region.
You can be.
And not necessarily win the big prize all the time.
Yeah, and I think if you kind of look at the teams who have won it, one thing I have noticed about, like, SI particularly is it's very difficult, I feel, for teams to win SI and then go again. Yeah. There's only been one team in my eyes that have done that, and that's 2018-2019 G2, because that's not, like, that team was silly.
Yeah.
Continuum, again, they transitioned into evil geniuses at that time, and they were never going to win whenever you had that dominant G2 team in that time, so that was very difficult for them. SSG again, did they really kick on and do more? People say probably not. NIP, I don't think so. You've got TSM again. Where did they go after that, Ollie? Like, TSM literally just disappeared after they won the hammer. G2, we'll not talk about G2. And then W7M, and again, you're seeing the drop off with that team this year.
Yeah, obviously W7M then moving into that Furia organization. You can see this is, I mean, it was fitting, wasn't it? Let's be honest. In Sao Paulo, picking up the SI Hammer on home territory. One of the best grand finals that we've ever seen, I think, arguably.
Yeah, it is.
And, you know, I'm a neutral fan. I really didn't mind who won. I was just so pleased that we got such a good grand finals out of it, because there's been some SI grand finals which have, you know, under-delivered a little bit, and you've got all this hype, you've got all these games. There is so much to live up to for a grand finals when you're in a tournament setting, because quite often you can have a game that was in the semis that was maybe arguably a better candidate for the best game of the whole tournament, and it was maybe a game that meant a little bit more in terms of a team getting through and a storyline continuing that was then going to go through and make it through to the finals. But this just had everything that we wanted.
Yeah, and don't forget, I think the pressure for W7M was absolutely absurd. Even though they were the favorites, it's the pressure of everyone sitting there talking about this team saying, oh, well, they're not that good unless they win an SI. They won the two majors. We've seen what they done that year, but it means nothing if you don't win the big one. That was the main thing. You don't win the big one. You're not better than G2 2018, 2019 unless you win the big one. There's still arguments to be said, because at the end of the day, G2 won back-to-back SIs. Nobody's done that. So that was the main pressure point, was they needed the hammer to cement themselves as one of the greatest. Because that's the fact. Look, Team Empire, they won two back-to-back, you know, quote-unquote majors. It was ESL Pro League Finals at the time, but again, something that we would consider majors in this day and age. Still meant nothing unless you get that hammer. That is the main thing for phenomenal teams, is all about the hammer.
And then for some of the haters, even that wasn't enough. You know, it wasn't enough that they won the SI and then didn't go on to do that. So a team that we have you have a bit of a love-hate relationship with, Demo. A team like, let me have a think. G2 perhaps. Let's have a chat about G2, because many iterations of roster, obviously old school Penta into then G2 was legendary. It looks like that's where we're going to be going. 2019 back to back at Montreal. These were the glory days really for G2, and I think, you know, you look back at them now and you think, yeah, these were the days. Yeah,
you sit there and just think, where did we go wrong? Don't you? That's the way I look at it.
Study the downfall. Someone study the downfall.
I know where it went wrong, but I don't think I'm going to mention that on broadcast. Look, G2 back in the day, just sensational. You also think as well, like the Kanto pickup at the time was sensational, and then you had these boys coming in. You know, the new iteration of G2, where it was the new faces from the previous team who had recently won it. And yeah, this was just a run that nobody seen coming. I literally predicted G2 to win SI just because I thought it'd be funny. And they actually went and did it. And the thing about G2 specifically at that competition was you probably had 4 players out of the 5 who played the best Siege of their life. And it'll be very difficult to see if they ever reach those highs again. Because the style, the individual, like, I wouldn't say that G2 at that tournament played the greatest team play. I think the individuals that competition were absolutely insane. You had Benja Boy, who was just unplayable. Alamau was clutching everything against the Brazilians. That was where Alamau kind of showed, you know what, maybe I'm the bane of the existence for my own region. That's what it felt like.
It was phenomenal, wasn't it? I think, as you say, no one saw it coming. I'll be honest with you, I don't even think that people on the team necessarily saw it coming. You'll have interviews and stuff, and teams and players will always go, yep, we're going to win the whole thing, you know, and it's that self-belief and it's that confidence. But deep down, there's a different answer sometimes. I don't even think that G2 thought that it was possible that they were going to go and win the whole thing. And it does just go to say that there's a lot to be said for miracle runs. There's a heck of a lot to be said for seeding and which games you get up. You think about the most recent major that we had, Demo, the Montreal major, and there's some teams that made it quite deep into that major, and we were looking at them doing the post show and thinking, this is not like how have these teams managed to get here?
Yeah.
And it's just quite simply because of the path that they've taken. And it's what we always mention, there's always a little bit of luck that gets sprinkled in as well. Hopefully, we are going to be getting ourselves back into the game nice and quickly. I thought I heard it in my ears, and I did. Oh no, we've not got the game yet. Apparently, the game has just been unpaused and then repaused. I could hear it going away in the background of the headset, but unfortunately, he's still struggling to get Miracle back on in here. Must be playing remotely demo, and the internet obviously has gone out for him. So time to maybe boot up the hotspot off the mobile device. I think that's been done before, hasn't it? Yeah, a little bit of 4G. I do believe that we've got the game coming back in around 5 minutes time. So I think we are going to head it to a very short. Oh, we don't actually have a break. Unfortunately for you guys, you are just going to have to continue to listen to us flap our gums. Demo, we've got 5 minutes. What is the topic of discussion going to be?
Well, I think we'll just talk about what we've kind of recapped so far in terms of layer. And in terms of what we've seen the attacks be, because like we kind of mentioned during the pre-show, how is the meta of layer, forming? How is it getting there? And I think we've kind of seen the way that the basement is. I mentioned before, verticality will just rip you a new one. If you don't have a good roam game, you're going to be punished. Black Dragon's obviously struggling quite a lot on that basement. You then look at the mid floor as well. Not an easy bomb site to defend if you can get in towards that top floor as the attackers. If you can play that verticality, you have that hatch. And a lot of the time, I feel for the defenders, you have to retake. Like, you have to play outside of your bomb site, which naturally isn't where you want to be. And you just have to try and just play in and around the corridors. We've seen, for example, a setup. There's a big, massive rotate. This one right here, there was a rotate in the bomb site to allow the defenders to get back in. And that allowed Hornetow to actually clutch from that.
It was a big clutch as well, wasn't it, from Hornetow? He's had a couple of real standout rounds. Obviously, we've had about a 15-minute break at this point, so you've got to wonder what that does to the momentum. Obviously, Black Dragons, they were certainly rising to the occasion somewhat, and I think Hornetow had really hyped up his team with a couple of those clutches. And then on the flip side, you think about Vivo Keydstars, not quite on the back foot just yet, but it's starting to feel that way. And then they get the technical issues coming through, and that starts to cloud judgment and cloud vision. Miracle himself, I imagine, will be quite stressed at this moment in time, just trying to get himself back in, frustrated that the internet's gone or whatever it might be. It's going to be difficult for them to keep a clear and level head right now. I don't know exactly what the sort of circumstances of it are. Are they all sort of sat there in dead silence? Are they allowed to talk? I don't really know. Usually it's silence.
I think it does happen. Yeah. Because what'll happen is they'll all be in like a TeamSpeak channel somewhere. And what will happen is the admin will just set everyone to mute, so they can't speak inside the TeamSpeak during moments like this. So yeah, they just have to go with it and just sit there and hopefully they don't cool down.
I believe we've got another graphic. Let's have a look and see what it is this time. We are going to be looking at the teams that have already qualified. So, of course, this isn't the finals. This is the lower bracket finals. So we are deciding who we are going to put up against Raz's company later on tonight. It is going to, of course, be either Black Dragons or Vivo Keydstars, and one of those two teams will make it through. Now let's look at the teams that they are going to be joining in there. One of the best in Europe. We've got Team BDS. A lot of hopes are going to be getting pinned on that team from Europe this year, because if you look at the other teams that we are sending, well, you never really know what you're going to get from them. FaZe Clan W7M, it wouldn't be an SI without FaZe there, would it? And W7M, obviously, looking to continue that org's legacy. Beast Coast, Team Secret, Team Liquid. It's basically now or never. I'm not going to.
We said that last year and the year before that.
Surely, I'm not even going to say it. It's now or never for Team Liquid. Dark Zero, a team that's impressed me recently, and a team that I really got behind at the Manchester Major, for example. Obviously, they've had a couple of changes since then. They've got a new coach coming in Kangaroo Kenny. Someone that we have spent a lot of time with them. We've worked with him. We've chatted to him. Good guy.
I speak to him most nights. I think that move for Kangaroo Kenny, I think it's going to work brilliant for both teams. Obviously, ITB not in SI. Well, they're still playing at the moment, but didn't get in through the points. And look, ITB, as much as what we love that team, always, DZ's a step up. You think about the organization, massive step up. And, you know, just speaking to him, I think the team's really happy with the things that he's been able to come in and implement, because obviously he's going to have a very, very different coaching style than what they were used to with Mint. And I'm not sitting here trying to, you know, slight Mint, but I just feel as though Kangry Kenny's going to just modernize them and bring them back up to speed, it feels like.
It's different styles, isn't it? You know, yeah. I think Kenny's come in and being given quite a lot of free reign over
He'll be
ITB.
great for Kobe Lax. I think the Kobe Lax, Kangry Kenny, look at what he did with Noah, for example. I think that'll be scary if he can work with him the same way he did with Noah.
And there's going to be that nice little bit of synergy there with Nath as well.
Yeah, someone can understand Nath. We've got a translator for Nath now, so that's great.
We're basically 50%. It's a 50% EU team almost.
Nearly there.
That maths doesn't check out, but we'll roll with it. Space Station, Virtus Pro. So the reason that I say that Team BDS is a sort of prominent hope for Europe is that Team Secret, you never really know what you're going to get. VP, you certainly don't know what you're going to get. Now we've got some of the teams that have qualified through the last chance qualifier. Oh, APAC teams.
APAC teams.
These are going to be the APAC teams, the APAC representatives in the 6 Invitational history books. No, it's my fault. I'd not brushed up on my Portuguese. I was scrambling to try and read the title there. But this is all the APAC teams in the 6 Invitational history, and we can see just how these teams have fared throughout the ages. Last chance qualifier for the APAC team this time was, of course, CAG. So they are going to be joining once again. We can add another little comma 24 to their streak. Pretty impressive from CAG, really, Demo. 21, 22, 23, 24.
Yeah,
it's almost like
the consistent team. Obviously, keep in mind as well about, you know, out of all the APAC teams, what teams actually made the furthest? That's what I think a question that a lot of people want to know. And the answer to that is actually Norengu up there in 2019 with a 4th place finish. That's the highest that APAC have gotten, a semi-final. That is it. Fnatic also, honorable shout out to them. They also got pretty close. They actually came 5th to 6th place in 2020. But other than that, there ain't much to really say about APAC as of recent years.
I think, you know, you could definitely talk about APAC in recent years. We could talk about, you know, Fabian going over to PSG Talon. We could talk about the Bleed roster and what they've been able to achieve, and the fact that I think they've captured a lot of neutral fans and, you know, given that region another little boost. There's certainly been a lot of energy pumped into that APAC region, and there's been quite a lot of investment there as well. Think about getting Fabian over to PSG Talon. Fabian, I'm not going to sit here and say he could have walked into any team, but he was a hot property and he could have gone to different teams. Got a great CV. The old 3-time over there, so certainly a region to keep an eye on. But we thank you so much for bearing with us during that long extended break. But it seems as though we have everybody back into the lobby. Miracle has been able to rejoin, and we can continue where we left off, headed into round number 8.
Yeah, it's good to see him back in. There were talks that potentially a coach would have to come in, and that's not ideal for a lot of teams. It's very rare that you would, you know, see a team come in with a coach and still perform extremely well. Doesn't happen a lot, so it's good to see Miracle back in, thankfully. And we can kick on. Look, very long break. It's not going to do either team any favors. They're going to be pretty cooled down. I mean, actually, it may be good for Vivo Kid Stars because maybe Hornatau isn't as hot as what he once was.
I mean, maybe he's just spent 15 minutes in training grounds shooting targets and little balls that float across the screen. Who knows? Maybe he's been able to maintain that level of heat.
5 seconds.
Time will certainly tell. Vivo Kid Stars going to be defending the ground floor, or sorry, the basement level now.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
We're going for that slight bit of extension. We've got Stemp rocking the Mozzie. Going to try and limit some of the droning capabilities of Black Dragons. Seems like everyone's sort of really hightailed it away from the site there. There's quite a significant extension here going on.
Looking at Black Dragons and their lineup, I do like it, Ollie. It's what you want to see in terms of you know, the basement attack. You have the ram for the mid floor. Amo's going to be great for those roamers that you know are going to be out and about. Of course, the Blackbeard, which is just great at entering in through any number of the exterior doorways and windows that go straight into that basement. It'll be great for challenging on to just those one-way angles. Right now for Vivo Keystars, it is about making sure you can stay alive in the roam game and waste enough time. You know, going for a roam game and just dying within the first 30 seconds, what was the point? You know, you may as well have just sat in sight. It's all about wasting that time more than anything if you are a roamer.
It's definitely a slow and considered round, isn't it, from Black Dragons? They're not looking to really double up anywhere or significantly take any ground. They're still just getting themselves established. Hornet does have a track onto Mozzie. Not the best spot for Mozzie to really be in. He does have a little bit of support. Neskin going to be at the bottom of the stairs, but equally he doesn't want to give Neskin away as well. Ask going to be clearing that sky bridge. Now that Deathmark's expired, Stemp's in that limbo land of has he gone back down to site, or is he still a threat out here on the roam?
Yeah, this is the issue with such a large map. These roamers are going to have an absolute field day, but he needs to make it count. Similar to what we looked at whenever Black Dragons were defending here, their roamers had to be impactful. Equally can be said for Vivo Keystars. Looking at the attack, they're actually going to be pushing in, Ollie, from the other end of the spectrum, aside which I've mentioned, you're going to need a lot of utility. You've got Goyos, you've got keeper barriers you have to battle your way through. It's not going to be easy. Thankfully, they have a Blackbeard who is going to be great in this scenario, but he still can't get through the flames, and with 30 seconds left, they're going to be good for 20 seconds each.
Time's going to do the rest here, really, isn't it? 25 seconds ticking down. The hatch isn't open right now above Lender, and he's just biding his time to blow that Goyo canister.
Get through that door.
He's going to choose now as the opportunity, but overextends, gives himself away. Hornetown is there with the pick. The first blood coming in at the sub 20-second mark. Neskin, what a shot! That's the Blackbeard, by the way. Taken out. 6 seconds. The plant's going to start going down, but it's immediately come off as Hornetown has no choice but to take the engagement with Stem. Daffo, he's going to add on to the pain. Black Dragons peter out. They needed a lot more time than that.
See the impact of Stemp. Upstairs, picks the opportune moment, eliminates the player upstairs on the verts, and then eliminates the player going in for the plant. That's how you roam. That's how you expose this map and the weaknesses that it can have for the attackers if they don't go for that early roam hunt. They knew he was up there, Ollie. We knew he was Deimos tracked. Like, they just let him go. You cannot allow those roamers just to sit up there. You can't. You're going to get punished.
I think you've got to commit.
You have to. You have to do one or the other. You have to. And on such a big map, this is not a map where you can hesitate. It is not. Time is a factor. You're up against Goyas, you're up against Azamis. That's the issue in my eyes with going from that side of the map. Is you're kind of pushing two doorways. You only have like one wall you can open up, and it's like not a great wall. It's literally right beside a doorway anyway. It's just so difficult. So that's why I like coming in from the boiler side. You have that hatch open. You have the vertical angles. You can open and connect the wall. That's my preferred way of attacking. But if you are attacking that way, your utility needs to be perfect. You need to remove the keeper barriers. You need to remove the Goyos early. Time is of an essence if you go for that push.
Especially when you think about it and you think, well, what did the other death marks achieve? He should have just sent them all onto the Mozzie until the Mozzie was dealt with and continue to track that Mozzie and understand where he is again and again. But Black Dragons gonna let that lead just slip ever so slightly. It's now gone back to evens. 4-4. But if last round was anything to go by, they are going to need to up the pace regardless of the site they're attacking. And especially increase that work rate. Because for all that they spent a lot of time, I don't have a problem with teams spending time. The problem starts to come where that time is seemingly wasted. And nothing really gets done in the amount of time that you've been spending. Couple of shots there getting put in onto Ask. He's going to be down at about 50 HP there. Neskin, happy to play pretty aggressive on this breach, and the Azami can, of course, keep plugging up the hole. I think he even stopped the drone from getting in there.
And this is looking like a better lineup if you want to try and attack in towards the bathroom and art side of things. You have the Grim,
Attackers have located a bomb.
which again can be great for that side of things, and even the Blackbeard jumping through the window wall, you know, his shield also does the same job. So I am curious to see how they're going to want to set things up, and Hornetau opens up with the first pick. That is an important one as well. Eliminates the Azami, so the Kiba barriers can no longer be regenerated and be in play. I think he missed out on, what, 2 there, doesn't he? 2 Kiba barriers he misses out on, which would have been nice to have, especially to maybe clog up, I don't know, the breach, for example. That would have been great. But this is the kind of minimalistic take that we talk about, and if you can clear things well and you can open up the walls without, you know, minimal issues, it is a very, very simple attack. But there is always the risk of C4s, because in that attack, where you want to plant, very easy to get C4 from. That's the only thing you have to worry about.
An E1D and some B's going to go out there. That deployable shield is going to be a little bit of a pain here for Hornetau. He's able to remove the barbed wire. Miracle gets a great shot onto Nux. Lender is going to fall in response. The Terminator that is Hornetau. He's going to need to be stopped at some point. But still, there is an advantage here for Vivo Keystars. Ducking and diving, but the engagement will be lost. Daffo found down, and Hornetau, he's not finished. Is it going to be another ace? Yes, it is! 2 aces in one map! He's single-handedly carrying Black Dragons over the line right now.
This is a generational performance. 2 aces! When was the last time we've seen a match for 2 aces? Anyone got a stat for that?
Yeah, I can remember it. I can remember it well.
Oh, can you?
It was in 2001, BR6, Furia, yeah, and it was Fantasy on Chalet.
You've said 2001, you are aware, yes?
2021.
I was going to say, I was 2. I wouldn't have remembered that game.
I was going to say, Fancy probably wasn't born in 2021.
I don't think he was. Actually, now that you say it, I think, was I with you? Was I with you?
It was BR6 day.
Okay.
He got something like, I think he got like 18 kills in 4 rounds or something.
Finker days, wasn't it?
It was
it had to be a blatant Finker day. That's what that guy was really good on.
5 seconds to go.
C-Daps has mentioned...
C-Daps has just told me about some Canadian League playoffs.
Ain't nobody watching the Canadian League, little buddy.
Some Canadian League playoff back-to-back aces.
I'm pretty sure Canadian League had like 1 viewer, and he's like some guy called like Jesse or something.
Well, Black Dragons take the lead once again here. All off the back of Hornetau. Obviously, we've had a rehost, so the kills aren't going to show exactly true, but you still get the picture if you look down. I think last time I looked, he was 12-3, so I don't know. He's probably approaching 20 kills at this point inside a lair.
I think he might be on like, is it maybe 18, 17, 18?
Yeah, he's certainly not going to be far off. Ask. Very quickly dealt with. Could be a second one here for Lender if he bides his time. He's just going to dip back and recognize what he's got. That mirror window will be opened, but it's Hornetau on the prowl, and it looks like there's some drone information working ahead of him. He is going to just miss out there, but the pre-fire will be good. On to Lender.
6.
Almost feels like he's got a bit of an aura about him right now, doesn't it? It's like people don't want to challenge him.
Surely he can't do it again. That's too much. That's insane. Back-to-back aces, 3 aces in a game. I don't think so. But he does give himself the start. Feels like a 9-dart finish, Ollie. That's what it's like. Back-to-back 9-darters would be impressed from him. The Black Dragons, they've tried to go for an early approach and take control off the top floor. Stimp is still up here. There are players in the room right beside him, and now repositions into the corner. 1 drone would be enough just to take him out here, and feels as though he's actually going to be misdroned unless this drone that Hornetau's on is going to be able to spot him, but I'm not entirely convinced that it has.
If there's one player from Vivo Keystars that you want in the hot seat misdroned, it's going to be Stemp right now. There's a great opportunity here, and it's gone a little bit better because it's just a straight 1 versus 1 now. Q-mines have ticked up over time, but he doesn't want to throw them and give the game away. Will go for the swing and the pre-fire. Doesn't anticipate another one, though. Tornatau is going to be on the other side. Guito, he picks his one. 3 versus 2, 35 seconds. Still very doable. The diffuser is in a position to be recovered right now, but Hornatau's got to hit some more fantastic shots. He's got the info, but it's a little bit of a stretch too far. Daffo at long range is going to be able to cut him down, and that's going to render the diffuser cold on the ground once again, the second time in this round. Don't forget, we're attacking downstairs, and it's been a very unsuccessful clear of that top floor. Vivo Keydstars really digging their heels in and not being moved.
Yeah, a few issues there for Black Dragons. One, it looked like a mistime approach onto that first player that they were trying to target. And obviously they lost that first engagement. And then it just felt as though maybe the droning was off. Like, information did not seem as though it was at all-time high for Black Dragons. You look at Stemp, was just able to sit in a corner, not be droned out. Every player in that 3 versus 2, by the way, were upstairs, and we were dealing with a mid-4 site, by the way. Everyone was off-site. But that's what you expect to see. You expect to see the defenders try and fight tooth and nail for that top floor. Stop them coming in upstairs and using the verticality, using the hatch. Just win your engagements, but yeah, I just think the information game just felt off.
I think if Hornatau's droning, there's a bit of a problem. I want to see that guy with a gun in his hand, not a drone at his feet. Or not a drone at somebody else's feet, should we say. An opportunity for Vivo Keydstars to once again take the lead. They've not really led much here on Lair. Had a couple of good rounds at the start of the map, but Black Dragons have done a great job of keeping it nice and close. As we approach crunch time, though, there's a chance that this game goes into an overtime if neither team can start to chain rounds together. Both teams with an opportunity of putting themselves onto a map point and series point right now. So again, you're likely going to see a little bit more of a cagey round. And last time we saw this approach from Black Dragons, they went, in air quotes, the wrong way.
Yeah.
That boiler room side is infinitely better for a lot of reasons. And a lot of those reasons were showcased. Now there's a very similar lineup here from Vivo Keydstars that will mean that if they try the same thing again, they're probably going to get a very similar result.
They have to deal with the roamers. That's the main thing. We need to see them commit to eliminating, Mozzies. Stemp maybe will have a go as well on the mute for a roam game. You need to get the Deimos in position. You need to have everyone around him. And you just need to pick them off. Like, that's all you can do if you want to succeed with going for a mid-floor take. You're bringing in the Ram. Great, yes, for the verticality, but you also need to hold that verticality. You cannot allow that retake, because then you can't plan. Then you have that vertical working against you as you walk into the bomb site. So half the round gone, and it just feels as though they haven't done enough just yet. And yes, Stemp, just right beside a Deimos, right beside a Dokkaebi, 2 of the operators that need to be getting these kills are just faltering to him. Finally, they get the kill.
Hornatau is going to bait it out. Nook's getting a little bit unfortunate there because he just drawn for some secondary utility. I think he was going to try and flash and then push. Upstairs should be able to be ripped open now as this Ram Boogie drone is going to run through. Now's the time to be getting rid of those Vulcan canisters as well and giving yourself a little bit more time for later on into the round. You've still got to find them. You've got an idea of where they're going to be, but you don't know exactly where these things have been placed. And all the time you're dancing on that floor, you are leaving yourself a little bit vulnerable.
Also keep in mind that the hatch is electrified, so they're not going to be able to get themselves down that hatch, an easy way into the bomb site. But this time they're doing a better job. They're popping Goyos all at 40 seconds. They are going to last for about 20. They have the impact TMPs though, Wally, and they have been able to secure that. So hatch is now open. It gives them a way in. But this player in connector, this is the danger player. As long as Neskin is alive in that position, he can stop the plan.
A little bit of info for Hornatau to go off here, and he doesn't need much to secure a kill. Still a couple of C4s left. Neskin's got one in his hand. He's going to send it out, but it isn't going to land. 10 seconds, and Ask is going to start to add on to the pain. Miracle, he's the sole survivor, and with that plan going down, he needs to hit this shot, but Flow is better. Comes off the plant briefly there, thinks about getting it down, but there must have been a bit of info. He knew that angle wasn't being covered from elsewhere. You can see the player rotating upstairs to get him to position to hold that for him. Black Dragons match and series point again off the back of Hornetow. We had a rehost only a couple of rounds ago, and he's already back at 9-3.
Yeah, I think he's got to be plus 20 at this stage in this map, isn't he? He has to be. It's absurd. One thing that really strikes me there about Black Dragons is how well they've adapted to last time. And they've actually played to the way that you should be attacking that site. Night and day difference, Ollie. One, you've dealt with the roamer. Yes, you trade it, but still trade to trade. You then use the verticality to eliminate the util. They pop Goyos at 40 seconds. That's a fine time to pop it at. And then you still have enough manpower to flood your way down boiler and get yourself onto that doorway and go for the plant. Also, the pick from Deimos, that's what I mentioned about that basement, where it can be very difficult for defenders. Once you get boxed into those rooms, whenever the verticality is open above you, you have those exterior doorways that lead outside that an attacker can be on. You've seen the Deimos, knows the guy's going to be forced out into that room, walks through the door from outside, gets the kill. That's how that bomb site plays out. And if you do it right, it is such an easy attack.
Big pressure round now coming in. I mentioned, was it round number 5? I said I feel like this is going to be a very important round indeed. And it has proved true. Black Dragons now have the edge. Vivo Keydstars, they're going to be kicking themselves. They've lost to those clutches multiple times from Hornetow. There's nothing that they can do about it right now. They need to lock in and focus. A good close game here on Lair. If this one goes into an overtime as well, it just adds into that level of fatigue. I mean, Razza's Academy, they're going to be licking their lips right now. They're going to be praying for this to go to an OT. Oh, get him fatigued, tire him out. Saying that, they're probably just chomping at the bit to get involved, aren't they?
Yeah, probably. Time is ticking away. Those guys will just be wanting to get in to the server in that grand final. Here we go now. Match series point, Black Dragons. 1 round's all they need, but that's easier said than done. Attacking the top floor. Last time we seen them execute, coming in from operations room, targeting that main breach, making sure they can use the utility, coming in from operators like the Grim, and just forcing their way into the bomb site. We actually haven't seen any plants go down as well, which is sometimes a little bit surprising, but I suppose in this kind of matchup on this top floor where it has been so chaotic and just trades back and forth. But yeah, I get why we haven't seen that plant go down this top floor as of yet, but you never know. This could be the one. Naxa, who's yet to get a kill since coming back from the rehost, is on the Blackbeard, has the diffuser as well, so we'll be looking at him to try and get down the plant. But with half the round already gone and no kills as of yet, the more time that gets wasted, Ollie, the more you have to favor Vivo Keydstars.
Absolutely, Black Dragons, we've already seen them slow down to a real crawl before. Is that nade going to get the FNAP? No, it is not. Now Nux is in a real tricky spot. Is he going to get swung? Waiting for the drone to come through. Gives him a little bit of surety. That can get called out now. He can start to move through a little bit. You know, there's likely going to be a player inside of that connector room. Another nade going to get sent out, and it's going to be Ask with the opening kill. Stemp taken down. He's gone a little bit quiet, Demo, for a player that we've highlighted multiple times. You need a bit more out of him in these big, big moments. He hasn't really been there to deliver.
I think, kind of look at the wing con for Black Dragons. They're going to be looking at targeting the vertical angles from below to put some of the defenders in a very awkward position. And if you combo the buck below with a B being hit on any of the defenders, you have that constant spotting, and you could just rip him with the Scouting Key from below. So there is possibility that that's the approach they want to go for. But the diffuser, Ollie, that's the all-important thing that they need to plant.
It's been juggled over toward Flow right now. Blackbeard going to be trying to push through off the back of these stuns. Can they make anything happen? Warden really tucked in away, and Neskin will find one before a trade comes in from Flow. Hornetow, the man of the moment. He's been downed, but it's asked to step up to the plate. 2 versus 1, essentially, as this plant goes down. Daffo is going to finish off another. Lender's got an inkling, but no, we're locked into the 1 versus 1. Daffo comes up, trumps there, keeps his team in it. There is no closer way of a round ending there. The plant going down. 2 versus 1. Players downed all over the place. Daffo manages to see through the chaos.
Wow. Unbelievable round to send us into OT. Just chaos everywhere you look. You could see the idea from Black Dragons that time around. It was the pressure in from Bathroom, coming in through the art window, and having that pinch as everyone comes in for that plant, coming in from the other bomb site.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Issue is that how well Ask actually played that position as the Warden. Tucked himself as deep as he could, made it very awkward and very difficult to actually be caught out. We actually see him, he actually did a belly crawl to find a kill, Ollie. He had to kind of hide behind that little bit of like a table area. And then he picks up that kill. All of a sudden, then everyone's just dead. It's a 1v2. Plant goes down. Player comes off the plant, gets an immediate kill. But thankfully, they both doubled up to push that player who was going for the plant. And you get that easy trade. But my goodness, what a round. And oh, not over yet. Not over yet. 2 rounds at least, we will see.
Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
Sides, of course, are going to swap back and forth here inside of an overtime. It's a coin toss to see who starts on which side. Vivo Keedstars are going to be starting on the defense. It could be a good thing, but it's been equal 3-3 halves, so who knows if it's a good thing or not. They are allowed to continue the momentum that they've been gaining over the previous 6 rounds on this defensive side. Again, going to be looking to dig into this top floor. We saw Black Dragons in particular have a pretty tough time of clearing them out of here last time they attempted this site. And that's probably one of the reasons why Vivo Keedstars have felt the confidence to go back here. Mirror, targeted there by the Deimos, and a freebie for Lender. Oh, it's just so beautiful, isn't it? Waiting for that death mark to come in. He now knows where the Deimos is. That info was getting exchanged across. Just need to be cautious from the windows, but there's going to be no immediate pressure. God, it's just so free, isn't it, for the Blitz?
Finally gets his kill.
Swings the corner, easy as you like. It's a terrifying thing to know that's coming in, especially if there's a player on the shoulder of the Blitz.
Still, 1-for-1 trade isn't entirely all bad for Vivo Keedstars, especially whenever they've been able to eliminate Dokeby, who still had 1 phone call to be used. But it's still, I think, a fairly decent trade. A minute 15 left. D4 is actually going to be pre-placed and just sent flying. I thought maybe he's going to hold that for a bit of information. But nobody's going to be on that position. He was hunting for that Deimos, but not going to be the case. Deimos, speaking of, decides to push aggressively into the mirror window, and Vivo Keedstars are having to hold firm here, Ollie, as Black Dragons now are just attempting to get into the bomb site. 1 player by himself, Flo, is attempting a solo plant. Nobody's with him.
Surely this doesn't go down. Where is everybody? Stemp out there on the periphery. Guito was still outside when that plant went down,
Upstairs.
by the way. They have a bit of info here to go off. The time. It's going to be something that does become a bit of a factor. Stemp is in a must-win engagement right now. His teammates can worry about the guy upstairs, but Stemp, he's got the info, needs to hit his shots, but Black Dragons clean up a round they had no business winning. Oh, it's so beautiful from Flo. They tried for a pinch from Vivo Keedstars, but Flo's just better. Is that keyboard hit from Stemp?
$ percentage. Is that code for something?
I think that's just you've hit your keyboard in the middle and you've hit T, $ percentage, and up as well as holding shift.
Stemps. I mean, Stemps has basically just baited his teammate and still not got the kill, by the way. That should be the easiest 3-2-1 pinch ever. He is stuck in a corner One guy in front of him, one guy behind him. I don't know why Stimp's sitting there jiggle peeking the door is the way he did. He just needs to swing with his mirror. So lack of comms, massively lack of comms that round. Didn't even know the guy was inside a site planting the diffuser. I mean, you look back and you think, how does Flo ever win that round? One, how does he get into sight and plant the diffuser without being killed? And two, how does he walk away from that 2 versus 1 pinch and get both of them?
I don't know, and I'm wondering if there was info as well, because there was yellow pings. So I'm wondering if there was a BP there.
Yellow, it was defenders had the pings.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if there was a BP there.
I don't think it was like dead on. I don't think it was a BP looking directly at him, but they knew he was in that corner.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's you need to be doing better. You need to be doing better there.
And it makes me feel very differently about the matchup now, because although Hornetower was solo won a couple of rounds, he's had 2 aces in this map, you now get the feeling that Vivo Keydstars maybe don't deserve to win, because that's a very winnable round right there. That's one that you should be winning. And Black Dragons, for all that they've been carried by one player, they've not really done anything wrong in a sense. Makes me feel a little bit differently about the series as a whole. Now a lot of pressure on Vivo Keydstars. Going to be looking to try and move through operations. Successful bandit trick there onto the ops wall as well. You don't always see that wall be tricked. Typically, if you think about bandit tricks, you may be thinking the main wall into sight. Not necessarily that one. It's kind of on the periphery. It's a really important wall, but it's not often one that gets bandit tricked.
Mine active and
I think I've mentioned the walls haven't really been an issue for either team. Usually the reinforcements have been opened up. Bandit, yes, maybe on one side, but we both in time. Black Dragons. See how they want to approach this defense. It does feel as though that they want to play around with a couple of these trap operators, which makes sense on this top floor where there is a number of ways into that, that top floor via windows, doorways. You want to have the traps available just to stop that from happening, give you that little bit of a heads up if someone's jumped in a window, hear the goo mine go off, hear the FNAT go off. You give yourself as many options as you can. Vivo Keydstars and their lineup, Ollie, it doesn't really strike me as it's a lineup that's going to pack a punch. You don't have that influence operator. You look at the Grim, which has brought nearly every round for for Black Dragons, and it was working really well for clearing out some of these strong positions. I just wonder where the kills are going to come from, and how are they going to get the kills if they can't use the util to force them out?
Legion there, targeted by the Deimos. Pluto does need to be cautious right now, but it's going to be Lender, the first player to fall, caught inside of the FNAT as they're trying to make that push. Stemp not able to make good on that Deathmark track. Not a lot of time left here, and you kind of get the feeling that Vivo Keydstars have not really got what they wanted right now. There's a lot of single doorways and windows that are going to get pushed, and it's going to be a flawless for Black Dragons. A down was all that they were good for there. Black Dragons, they have a rematch on their hands. It took all 3 maps and an overtime in the final one, but they eventually get it over the line, Demo.
I mean, it kind of deflates you that final round because you were expecting just a little bit more. You know, Vivo Keydstars, were able to battle back and get into OT, but just that attack almost kind of sums up, some of the main issues that they've had, and it's been pacing for me. I feel as though the pacing across the series on some of their attacks has been woeful, and that kind of cuts it for me. It's just you need to play fast, especially in a region like Brazil, where we know that this is a chaotic region. We see it all the time in internationals. You don't see slow Brazilian teams. Brazil are the ones who set the meta. We've seen this for the past number of years. You don't see them play slow. You don't.
No, it's a little bit of a shame really there from Vivo Keydstars. I think with the pacing that they were bringing to the game, there was a good opportunity there for them, and I think they've just let one player have too much freedom. They've let one player really pop off and shine, and given Hornetower a lot of space. I mentioned, through some of those later rounds, it certainly looked like they were almost scared to push them and not really wanting to take that challenge head on. They really held the momentum for a lot of time there, but it does just go to show that, it's all about that end result. And, well, Black Dragons, they rallied around Hornetower there. and really brought it home. Now, the difficult part starts. It was one thing beating Vivo Keystars, needing all 3 maps and overtime, but now you've got to face back up against Raz's Academy, and it's a match that they've already played today.
It is, and obviously Raz's company, they've looked great, you know, in every game that they've played. They've looked strong, haven't dropped the map so far in this weekend. So yeah, they will be the favorites, but Black Dragons, I mean, especially Hornetau, I don't know, it's a good thing and a bad thing, because one, you've got Hornetau who just played out of his skin. The bad thing is, what if he doesn't appear in the next game? What happens?
Yeah, you do wonder, is it something that can be used up? Is there like a finite amount of Hornetau popping off? Or is it an infinite supply? And I guess we get to find out, don't we, when we see that next game start to play, because we'll see if it's, you know, something that's going to become a consistent theme, or if Raz's company are going to have a better idea of how they want to try and deal with him. I certainly think that Vivo Keystars didn't pay it too much attention, and I don't think you can let it occupy too much of your mind, only because, you know, what are you going to do with it? You can't let it affect every single gunfight that you take. You don't want to be calling out, that's Hornetau. You want to be calling out, that's IQ over there, or that's this operator over there. Because then, you know, people start playing against names, and it gets a little bit dicey. We do have an interview lined up, and we are going to get to hear from that right now. So we're going to throw it over towards CDAPS.
Hello, everybody. I've got Guto right next to me, coming from the Black Dragons. And first off, I want to say congratulations, Guto, on a really well-played game. How does it feel to win a game by such a close margin?
I'm not hearing you.
Alrighty, seems like we're gonna try to.
I'm not hearing you.
Try to fix some technical
I just
issues.
seeing
We're actually
like
gonna go right back to the casters.
they're saying, but I don't know hear you.
I think there's a bit of a problem with CDAPS there. I'm not sure if we're getting him
has he done the
loud
classic mute?
and clear.
Has he muted himself?
I think he's muted himself. We're not getting the loud and clear from him there, but that would have been the interview with Guito. Obviously, we don't want to take too much of the players' time up here, really, because it's kind of an interim interview, isn't it? These guys want to be laser focused on that next game. It is going to be coming around very shortly indeed, but we do have to give the players a little bit of time to breathe, because they can't just fall out of one game and straight on into another. But I'm sure that Raz's company were watching that one eagerly demo, waiting to see who it is that they are going to be facing up against once again. We have the summary for the entire series right now. Obviously, Black Dragons winning 2 maps to 1. Finally, we got a 3-mapper, and we even got an overtime in the end demo.
Yeah, we did. Cracking series across all of the maps, all played very differently as well. That's one thing that you have to kind of mention, but Hornetau, I mean, 43 and 23 Ollie is absolutely absurd. Entries, unstoppable entry. Didn't even die in the entries as well. 0 deaths, 71% cost. My word.
Unbelievable there from Hornetau in particular, and he's going to need that again in the next series if Black Dragons are going to be successful. I believe we've got our technical issues ironed out, so we are going to send it back over to CDAPS and Guito for our interview.
Alrighty, let's try this one more time. First off, I wanted to say congratulations, Guto, on a very well-played match. And first off, I wanted to say, how good does a win of that close margin feel?
Feels everything. I think like step by step. So we are really happy to play like the final against Raza Company again, and it feels good.
Alrighty, and you already mentioned it. You are playing against a Raza company in just a little while. Do you feel like your team has already made the adjustments necessary to try to get a little bit of revenge?
I guess so, because like when like was defeated against them, we just talked about the mistakes that we made. So I think we know what we had to do, like, to beat them.
Alrighty, and I don't want to take up too much of your time because your team does have to prep. You have another match. Do you want to have any closing or final remarks to any of the fans?
Just thank you all guys to support us, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you so much. And that wraps up our interview with Guto. You know, he's going to be back in just a little bit, but still, we've got so much Siege left to be played. One more series to be exact. We've got the bracket ready to show you how we got to this point, because my, oh my, has it been a very, very busy weekend filled with so many games. That one we just watched, that was the lower bracket final, now punching through and pushing Black Dragons to the grand finals to fight against Raza Company once again. And if you look kind of properly, upper bracket semifinals, that was Black Dragons losing. Now they beat Vivo Keystars and they're going once again. Today, they will have played 3 BO3s, and that is a ridiculously tough thing for them to accomplish. And overall, you have to think, how much of grind do they have left in the tank? How much gas do they have? And will they be able to continue to push through? We don't know quite yet, but we will answer that question in just a little bit after a quick 30-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, where everything has led to this moment right here. Starting off with 64 teams and countless matches, we are finally left with just 2 rosters remaining, both fighting for the ultimate honor, punching their ticket to Boston to compete at the 6 Invitational. My name is CDAPS, and if you're just now joining, you might have just picked the perfect time. If we want to take a look at the bracket, we can paint a nice picture about how we got to this very moment. For the South American 6 Invitational Last Chance Qualifier Finals, 4 teams entered yesterday morning. However, with all competitions, there has to be winners and there has to be losers. Vasco Company from Argentina and the Brazilian roster of Vivo Keystars unfortunately have been eliminated, leaving us with just a Raza Company Academy from the winners brackets and Black Dragon from the loser bracket here in the grand finals. I will not be alone in breaking down this exciting game about to unfold before our very eyes. I am joined by 2 beautiful casters in the form of Demo and Extra Troika. Ollie, I'll start with you like apparently I'm supposed to. How excited are you for this grand final?
Looking forward to it now. It's obviously the culmination of the weekend that we've been covering here. There's been a lot of siege going on this weekend, whether it be closed qualifiers that are sort of a little bit more behind closed doors, or whether it has been stuff that has been streamed out on the main channel, as we're finally whittling down these teams to the final 4 to find out who is going through. We sent CAG through from APAC a little bit earlier on today, and now it is time to send our South American League representative.
And so the stream, this one right here, started almost 7 hours ago, Mr. Demo. And one team has been playing the entire time, and that would be Black Dragons. They are trying their best. They are going through the slogfest of the lower bracket, and hopefully they have a chance here today.
Yeah, it's been a long day, but it's not going to get any easier. You have to go again into another series against an opponent who's already beaten you in this competition, and who's going to be feeling pretty fresh. But Black Dragons, I mean, look, I think the only place to start is Hornetown. That's it. That's the tweet, everyone.
I completely agree. The last map that we just saw on Layer, I do not think there was anybody in that lobby who wanted to win more than Hornetown, Ollie.
It was evident, wasn't it? He picked up 2 aces, countless clutches, and a real big leading figurehead in this Black Dragons roster. Without him, they would not be here tonight in this grand final.
And you were already talking about it just before. What happens if Hornetown doesn't show up? A lot of pressure needs to go onto somebody like Ask.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's scary.
I mean, I think Ask has had his moments, Demo. I know that you've sort of got him in your mid-tier of rating, but I think Hornetown's just a different beast again.
Yeah, it's you look at that Labs game, or Lair game, sorry, that was just played. If without him, they wouldn't have won it. That's as plain and simple. If he did not show up and get not only 1 but 2 aces, and then also a quad clutch as well, they would never have been in that game. So you have to look at Hornetown as the player who's going to drag them through the dirt. I think everyone else needs to step up. Like you look at it's so top heavy. The bottom half is just, 2 players negative at this stage, and you're in the grand final. It just shows that one player's played out of his skin, which he has.
Yeah, and I agree, especially when Hornetown didn't necessarily play the best just earlier today against Raza Company. It makes you think, once again, how much pressure is on his shoulders. Probably an amazing amount, especially as we talk about Raza Company here. This is a roster that has now beaten this Black Dragons team 3 times in a row, Ollie.
Yeah, they've also had the benefit of going through that upper bracket, so they have played the fewest games to get to this point, and they've given the fewest things away, and they're going to be fairly fresh and ready to go right now. A team that I know impressed us quite a lot yesterday when we were watching them in that series against Vivo Keystars, which, to be honest with you, seems like a very long time ago now. But ultimately, you've got a combination here of anybody can play, anybody can clutch, whereas we see Black Dragons being a little bit more top heavy. I think it's far more even across the board here between these 5 players.
Especially because Raza Company has come out and really surged to some dominant game wins. You can see with Black Dragons, they've gone back and forth. They've been wishy-washy. They've struggled on the attack, but Raza Company or Raza Academy, they just kind of show up on either side of the ball.
Yeah, and I think it's also very clear to see just how less games that they've played. You know, we were dealing with players in, 80 kills, 70 kills. We're dealing with people in the 30s. You know, it just shows how less Cs that they've played. But that's because they've been winning their games. They've been winning them 2-0, 2-0. They haven't dropped the map yet. And you look at that stat line, that is a lot more consistent compared to what we had just seen from Black Dragons. Everyone putting in a shift. No real standout. It shows that everyone can do the job. As long as they have the same team performance where everyone steps up and does their part, yeah, I think they'll walk in here and probably walk away with a spot.
Especially because people like Live, people like Flashtree have still had moments where they've stepped up almost to the same level that we've seen Hornetow do on Black Dragons. Hopefully for Raza Academy's sake, Ollie, they can kind of cancel out what Hornetow is bringing on Black Dragons.
I think it comes down to fundamentals, doesn't it? Giving him the time and space to be able to pull off those aces, giving him, that much sort of respect in a lot of ways. Something that's impressed me from Raza Academy, I keep calling him Raza Company, is that, they've got that togetherness and they've got that trade ability. They're fantastic on that opening. Someone like Live is going to be someone that you want to keep a keen eye on in that opening engagement. Hornetow went flawless on openings in that previous series, which I don't think is going to happen again. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that the more team-orientated performance here from Raza's Academy should be enough to pull it through.
Yeah, and we actually have the map vetoes ready because we can talk about how these teams play all we want, but we more so need to focus in demo on where they're going to be playing. Gives us a little bit of a better insight.
Yeah, we'll see how the bans go through. Bear in mind that these two have already played each other earlier today, and it was Chalet Bank Border was the lineup. Well, we see Border and we see Bank. We didn't see the Border in the last game. That was the decider. Didn't even need that. But Bank, we certainly did. And you can see that Raza have went straight in, going for that Bank pick, knowing that they had already beaten Black Dragons there. And Black Dragons, again, same old story, struggling on the attacks. That has been the big weakness for Black Dragons throughout the competition. We do have a new decider. It's going to be Lair. We just seen Lair. Again, I mentioned before, Black Dragons probably wouldn't have won that without Hornetow showing up.
Yeah, and that's probably what Raza Company saw and they liked and they wanted to attack. On Skyscraper for Black Dragons, they seemed a lot more fundamentally sound when they just played against Vivo Keystars versus Lair, which you would say, Ollie, is really a lightning in a bottle. Is it going to strike twice type performance from Hornetow?
Well, who knows? The only way is to throw him on into it. And if we get there, then maybe. So I don't want to foreshadow this one again, but I look at the map veto, and I think that Raza Academy have done a great job of navigating it once again. The border pick from Black Dragons just blows my mind. Raza's Company, they were playing so aggressively yesterday in the games that we've seen, and today, that map seems to suit them down to the ground. It's aggressive, it's border, it's all about the attack. It can be so good, and you can be so aggressive on that map. And then you think back to that Bank game that we saw this team play only, 3 hours ago or something? It was very decisive. So you look at the map veto, it paints one story, but as we know, I thought that going into the previous series, and look at what happened.
Yeah, we always have the ability to be wrong, but if we're just going to apply all of our logic onto a map like Border, it's going to be a very full court press type map on the defensive side. I expect people like Live, people like Flashtree to be challenging those, entry points that Black Dragon are really trying to go towards. Ollie, or pardon me, Demo, let's go to you. We've really been focusing on Black Dragon's attacks because that seemingly is one of their weaknesses that we've seen all weekend long.
It is. It's a cause for concern. Siege, it's a game where you have to play two halves, defense and attack. You got to do both if you want to have a shot at getting into the big tournaments and having a shot at winning the big prizes. So, yeah, it's the attacks for me. And even if you kind of look at how they had, done in our previous matchup as well, look, it was better, but still, weaknesses were being shown there from Black Dragons.
Yep, definitely so. I do want to go, before I toss you, I want to get some predictions on the board. We haven't done it that much. Ollie, I'll start with you. I want full score lines and everything, like map Team X, Team Y, with the numbers. Fully send this.
Border 7-4 Raza, and then I think Bank. I don't think it's going to be as. I think it's going to be a little bit closer. I'm going to say like 8-7 Bank.
Alrighty, Demo, on to you.
Well, it's currently midnight, so I'll go 2-0 Raza Company. Straight in, do the job. Let's go 7-2-8-6. Let's go for that.
Alrighty, and with that, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go. Have fun out there.
Thank you so much, CDAPS. We are going to be getting underway with our grand final right about now for the South America Last Chance qualifier. These two teams are playing for a spot at SI, which will be coming up at the start of February. SI, as you know, is our most flagship tournament of the year. It has previously been held in Montreal for a good amount of time and then started to roam around the world somewhat. This year, it's going to be in Boston. That is what these two teams are playing for right now.
Well, here we go. For all the marbles into the grand final between both of these sides. Look, Black Dragons hoping to make it back-to-back events. Don't forget, back-to-back events would be great for this team. Whereas Raz's Company wanting to make up for missing out in the last major. They were there at Manchester as E1. They're hoping to get to the big one. They want to get to SI. Here we go. Border, my favorite map, Ollie.
It is your favorite map. Are we going to see some of your favorite operators? Well, the Monty's band. Is the Blitz going to follow here? Or maybe we're going to see the BB band. Blackbeard started to rear its ugly head, didn't it? A little bit toward Lair. When the going gets tough, the BB gets going.
I think you have to ban like a Ying or a Grim here.
I think a Grim would be a good ban. It's going to be the Blitz.
Well, no shields. No Blackbeard, of course. But
apart from the best one.
Yeah, I think Ying and Grim alive are both terrifying.
Yeah.
I think that's a given. The reason why is you think about Border as a map. It is a pretty small map. It is certainly, you know, in the bottom half of, small areas. Square footage, is that how we're doing it? I don't know. It's not compared to what we just seen on Lair, for example, what we're going to be seeing later on with Bank. So that's where, Grims and Yings in those tight areas are going to be great for just disrupting the enemy. And there are some really strong positions. You think a sandwich window, for example. You think outside on the AC unit, looking into archives, another great area to have your Ying or your Grim. They're just very strong positions that you can just disrupt from. So that would be the main issue for me with those kind of bans. Is yes, I know the shields are great, but Ying and Grim together are a terrifying combination. But look, we'll see if they want to go for it. Again, that's only my style of Siege. Teams are different. Teams have their different ways that they want to go about things. Like, you take, for example, Raz's Company, their lineup. They're bringing in Nomad, so they want a little bit more flank protection. They're bringing in Brava. They want to have a bit more utility than I want to hack some of those gadgetries. That's just the way they want to go about things.
Of course, all subject to change until locked in. There is a 6-pick option, so the attackers can get out there in their drone, find out what the defending setup is going to be, and then plan appropriately. The Azami and the Mirror, the two defenders that have been removed. No real surprise there. Azami holds a lot of value on every map. Border is certainly up there. Their ability to play inside of CCTV, those Kiba barricades can lock off some long angles and give you some really nice peaks to make. Black Dragons starting here on the defense. They're going to be upstairs inside of Armory. We do have option for a bit of an extension over inside of CC, but because the Azami is banned, it isn't going to be a real hard hold. It's going to be something that they are more than likely happy to sort of dip away from. Nuxka get caught out there a little bit on that main stairs angle as he rotates up metal. And we'll just get tagged up a little bit.
Yeah, you can see it's a much more slow and steady approach of a Border that Raz's Company on the attack are going to try and execute, which is, I would say a little bit surprising, considering that I would say they've been the more aggressive team in the competition, where they have just tried to almost headbutt their opponents, like right from the get-go. So we'll see if the slow and steady approach maybe works better for them this time around. And you can kind of see that the setup in terms of the attack, Ollie, is a bit of everything. You're dealing with taking in towards security. You've got a player outside on the archives window. You're just trying to look for picks, I feel.
I think that's all you can do at this point, isn't it? You've got to try and play for a pick and see where the weakness lies.
Almost.
Yeah, softened up a little bit there from over on ventilation.
Deploying a drone.
STK be occupying that really key space right now. It's important that you have somebody on that window. Does just help to cut things down a little bit. It's going to be Hornetow to start things off here.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Picks himself up one. So going to be a trade there on the cards. There is potential for it. Stun goes out, and there's a bit of a double pinch coming in as STK goes to the other side of that east balcony, but he's getting caught with a stun in his hand, and Hornetow picks his moment perfectly. Unable to deal with that player, but Live and Flastry, they've exploded elsewhere. And yeah, Hornetow, you can play there if you like, but we're going to play around it.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
Oh, beautiful C4. Ass coming in with a headshot over onto Flastry as well. There's ebbed and flowed, but the hard work that Hornetow did at the start of the round is paying dividends. Great swing onto Guito. But look at where the diffuser is. It's miles away. It's outside a break room, and Ask knows it. Just gonna be hanging around there on the balcony, able to pick up that final kill.
Well, tight round. Comes down to a 1 versus 1, but just diffuser placement. That was the downfall. They couldn't get Eastairs control, which, in my eyes, a little bit of a rookie mistake, Ollie, at this stage of the competition. You should be taking Eastairs. You're dealing with one guy in the corridor with a reinforced wall. Sure, stops you from wall banging him from the window, but you should just flash him, you nade him out. He's not Superman. You know, he's not bulletproof. You don't need to bring in an operator with kryptonite to get rid of him. It just feels very lackluster there that he's been able to find 2 picks from it.
Especially when the alternate option is just push somewhere else, right?
You just avoid him.
Just avoid him. Just yeah.
Security looked quite clear in my eyes. I think there was one guy in security, the Legion, that was it.
You could have very easily got yourself into CCTV, taken that, opened the wall, and where's the guy on Eastairs going to go? He's got nowhere to go.
Imagine if there was, like, you know, operators. They're just great at just clearing people out of tricky positions.
10 seconds to go.
Something that maybe like bees. I don't know why I'm feeling bees.
5 seconds to insertion.
Maybe bees. Maybe fire.
Fire would be really good. Really hot.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
What about if we blinded him?
Are we describing the plagues of Egypt? Is there a frog operator?
A locust operator? Do we need to become Ying salesmen?
I mean, I get why. I mean, here's the thing about the Ying pick is Warden's not banned. I think if Warden's banned, you abuse the absolute living daylights out of a Ying, but with Warden up, first of all, it forces the defense to always have to bring a Warden just in the off chance that there is a Ying. I think if Warden wasn't there, because it is like the kind of deterrent, isn't it, off the Ying? That's the main issue that they have.
Maybe we become Capital salesman or Grim salesman.
I also think Grim would be the ideal operator. You're so good at the moment. So good for that info, pushing areas. Great gun. Free speed as well. Can't go wrong.
Perez going to be out there on that vents window. We've had a great view from STK's shock drone as he's been removing a lot of the utility that's been placed in and around the site. And, caught wandering.
Sloppy kill.
Nuxka going to be taken out again here as first blood. There's just no reason, is there? It's nearly halfway into the round. You know that there's going to be someone on vents window by this point.
Loading new magazine.
It's one of those avoidable deaths, really, for Nuxa, who hasn't had the greatest of series during our last matchup. He doesn't help in this one either, as there's more kills going in favor. As a company, they do lead in the man advantage in this round. Look at the hold. It is obviously situated in towards the top floor, but as players start dropping like flies, it does put the kind of claustrophobic aspect. The big C4! Oh, gets him! Should be dead to rights. I do not know how Flo's alive.
Things weren't looking great for Black Dragons a couple of seconds ago, but they've managed to turn it around, and Guito gonna sit Perez down. Live.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
He's had a bit of an explosive opening round. He got himself 3 kills, but it didn't really matter. This time he's been able to secure the diffuser, but he is going up against the Warden and, of course, the Fenrir. Looks like he knows that someone's here inside of security. He's going to need to pre-fire this. Pays for it with quite a few hit points. Left on basically 1 HP. Flo isn't much better off, though.
I think he's one shot, isn't he, as well?
Flo's just tucked in at the moment inside a workshop. Live. Does have a couple of smokes to go with, but of course going up against the Warden, goes for the wiggle. Flo holding that narrow pixel angle. Obviously hears him coming. Wood would have done the job if he hadn't of. Couple of good rounds there for Black Dragons. Raz's company seeming good at getting that upper hand, but they're not really able to keep hold of it.
No, it was a similar issue to what they were having yesterday, where they're getting that opening pick fairly consistently, but then they just struggle in the mid round and how they want to adapt. I mean, this was messy. I mean, STK should have got the kill here. You know, massive from Flo to get that C4, threaded through and get that kill. 1v2, a little bit sketchy. The fact that it kind of came down to individual 1v1s, but look, the HP advantage, you know, just one bullet from the MPX is enough there. But yeah, just Raz, it seems like teething issues at the moment. Just struggling to really figure out what they want to do whenever they have that man advantage, and it does feel a little bit individual from them. So I would just like to see them slow the pace down, which I hope they will, because there was a period yesterday where they were, you know, getting the opening pick, and then they kept losing it, and then they kind of took a step back, got the opening pick, and then just killed the game. Just completely stopped everything going on. Took about 15-20 seconds, talked about what they were going to do, and then they go again and they win the round. That's what I want to see from them.
The thing with Border is that you very seldom get that time to do it, and I think that Black Dragon's doing a good job of keeping that pressure on. They are going to a third choice site right now. We're going to be going downstairs into bathroom and tellers. Again, happens in a very similar way to the way that a lot of the sites go here. If you're an attacker, at least, you need to take control of that top floor. Office is going to be a key area. Security, CCTV is always going to be somewhere that's vied for. Armory this time comes into the mixture as well. We can see that there is going to be a drone there knocking around inside of Armory. Hornets out. Going to be playing on these east stairs, and what a shot! He can do no wrong at the moment, Demo.
Oh, what a day. What a day for Hornets out at the moment, but look at this. A quick, aggressive push into Armory. Great little take there from Perez, knowing that his teammate on the sandwich repel is going to give him that cover to move across. Nobody can swing him from lockers. Uses the nade to trap the Cade in the corner, makes him move, and picks up an easy kill. Great bit of util and great teamwork there.
Problem with the player that Raz's company lost is that was the Nomad. That was going to be your flank protection. That was going to be a little bit of security, so that once you cleared that top floor, you were confident that you were going to be able to hold it. Live, he's been able to creep into ventilation. That wall not being reinforced.
You've seen him.
He's criminal.
Yeah, that should be quad reinforced in my eyes.
He got a glimpse of a player there and doesn't really want to give the game up. Needs to see if he can have another bite at this cherry. He's going to start to push in instead of opening up the wall, just to try and give himself the best option for some surprise. He's going to be able to put a couple of shots down, but the game is up. Does he know the player is inside of customs? No. Takes a few shots, but still lives to fight another day. Really dancing around these players down there. And as the book, his job is going to be to open up some of this vertical.
Yeah, still think they're okay though. They have breach in charge than the Ace, who can do the majority of the work on the bathroom verts. But right now it's the kills that they need, and everyone from the defense is just going to be able to leave the site and move into strong positions like Customs. I love this, by the way, from Hornetown, using the smokes early to play aggressively in towards East stairs, and then he's ready on the vertical angle, Ollie. This guy, absolutely nuts.
I'm telling you, you can't put a foot wrong here tonight. It's 15 seconds left and we're eyeing up a hatch drop. These usually only ever end one way.
10 seconds left.
It looks like today is going to be no different. Flo, Hornetal, pick up one apiece. Live, it was a valiant effort with players already looking to retake up those east stairs. It's never going to be a good one. Raz's company. They're looking a little bit slow tonight, Demo. I wonder if this break has been bad for them.
It's not been good. It doesn't have the same energy as the way they were playing earlier and yesterday. I mean, again, that same position for Hornetown. Exact same position, nets another kill. Can't deal with a guy. They can't deal with a guy. Also, if you look at everyone else, it just seems as though the information game's really lacking. A lot of those positions that players are in, they should be killed. The guy in customs by himself should be cut off, nailed, dead. You, like... you had upstairs control, you have catwalk. You know? Cut that guy off as he rotates in and out of customs. I mean, that kill from Mortar was just, yeah, absolutely crazy. And the time getting away from them. In Black Dragons in a very commanding lead. A great round to do the full rotate. And know what, Ollie? They're even going to treat us. They're going to go for the quad. Customs.
Not a site that you see very often here on Border.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
But still a viable site. If they're feeling pretty confident, then, you know, why not? Let's take it. Again, you're going to need to take that top floor control. You can start to work in a little bit more from Passport. There is, of course, the chance of a little smash and grab. But realistically, I don't see why Black Dragons wouldn't go for something else again. Now, don't forget, Black Dragons start off on the defense. We're expecting them to have a pretty good time of things here. It is their map choice.
10 seconds to
But
insertion.
Raz's company, especially with some of the options that have been left open to them,
5 seconds left.
there's been some glaring opportunities and some inability to shut down key positions. I'm not even going to say key players, just key positions. It doesn't matter who's playing there. There's still ways and means of doing it. The lineup again demo just looks a little bit stale for me. Double hard breach and Thatcher. You're not leaving yourself many options there for something that's really going to give you a spearhead.
Yeah, I think you've nailed you've nailed the nail on the head. There you go. Yeah, just you don't have that potency. You don't have that bit of venom that you can really inject into your opponents. Brilliant K-Trick. Wow. Don't see that all too often, especially with a Thatcher up. Sloppy. Things go from bad to worse right now for Raza. They're struggling with opening up walls, Ollie. You have a Thatcher and a Thermite against the Cade. That's it. Eventually the wall will get opened up. They even had to bring it. They even had a Twitch as well. They had everything for that. And, you know, they still had to waste a Thermite charge for it. And waste a significant amount of time. Uxa, just, yeah, stand in front of a window, mate. Yeah, what do you expect's going to happen?
3 for 3 on opening deaths. Not having a great time of things, is he? But it isn't mattering. Black Dragons are fighting from behind. Whereas Raz's company, you know, really taking this bull by the horns and using and working this advantage. Seto, live. Seem to have found some life. Now they lead by 5 versus 3, but Ask playing aggressively on the breach. Will take Perez down. Seto does still have the diffuser, and the site is nice and open. This should just be tapping it into the back of the net. Let's single out these defenders. Flo and Ask are both playing on opposite sides of this ground floor. Flo's actually going to go for a bit of a rotate upstairs, but he's going to be given a kill onto live. Not the engagements that you want to be let happening.
Still doable for Raza to get their first round on the board here. 2v3. Diffuser in the hand of Aseto. He can't really do anything as of yet without site control, and he will now rotate over towards the main breach, but it's all about Ask. If they know he's there, then yeah, it should be an easy round, but if they don't, with that window being barricaded, it could be an issue.
Oh, what a swing there from Ask.
Unlucky.
Lets Basetto know that he's there. Even though he doesn't get the kill, it still does a fantastic job of deterring him. Now Basetto's one shot. He's got the diffuser. Ask has the confidence to swing and peek again. That's Kit down. No one even playing on the vert above him. He's barely moved his feet this entire round, and eventually will get finished off. A little bit overconfident, but this is going to be a 1 versus 1 very quickly. And you've got to push through that single doorway. Flo's not going to let it happen. You might be able to collect the kit, but what are you going to be able to do? SCK, he knows this. It was so winnable there. Black Dragons playing to the win condition perfectly. The time's low. You 1 versus 2. You've got a choice. Do you challenge onto the single door, or do you let him come through, let the player start planting, and then take the 1 versus 1? Either option has got good argument for success.
I'll be honest, I just think that was just such a troll round. Like, just... One, struggling with opening the breach. It ain't good. And then two, that off position from Ask. Don't forget as well, Ask initially misses the first engagement against the Thermite. He should be dead. He is in that position. There's vertical angles above him. He should not get away with that. Should not get away with that second kill. Why Thermite is full sprinting towards the breach, I don't know. I mean, Ask also almost counter-trolled. He swung for no reason as well. I don't know, bro. It just...
10 seconds
And everything that could go wrong is going wrong for Raz's company right now. Everything.
Yeah.
5 seconds to insertion.
It's not been a pretty sight.
It's not looked good.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
You take a hard look down at them and see, you know, which one of them is going to be the one that stands up and says, you know, they've used the tactical timeout. Who in the game has got the presence of mind to be like, right, guys, we need to get our heads straight here. Yes, this is their map choice. But with the way that we're losing it, it isn't boding well for the series as a whole. Can't let Black Dragons gain that momentum. Well, this is the kind of team that Black Dragons is, Demo. They were always the thorn in everyone's side inside of BR6. Even way back when. They were that 6th, 5th, 4th place team. And they would upset the big teams when they needed it the least, you know? Yeah, it's different roster, different players, but the sentiment remains.
Need to get something. Somebody needs to step up. It's a much better team performance this time from Black Dragons as well. Everyone, well, bar one player, is getting stuck in. I mean, poor old Nuxa, he just, it's almost like the punchline at the moment, isn't he?
Defender is exposed.
Not having the greatest of times. STK takes a lot of damage. Look at the lineup from the attack. Again, it's focused around that information game, which... Sure, I think it helps you in the early portion of the game, but how do you get rid of a player like, you know, Exhibit A? Well, finally they do, as Live has decided to walk up and catch Hornatow as he's actually dispersing his toxic babes, and maybe a bit of a crouch walk round, because look where STK is, actually punches the goo mine. They know he's here though, the FNAT goes off, oh! It's caught in the open, and Nuxa finally on the board.
Bit of poor drone work there, I think. Poor information gathering, not knowing that that FNAT was there at the top of the stairs. You've kind of got to assume that there's going to be one there. You know that they're playing Ephemeria. Hornatow's been dealt with, sure. Great. Still 4 players to get through here. We've got a lot of rotation opportunities. A little avenue at these 90 stairs is very flexible at the minute, very free-flowing between Fountain and inside of Break Room, inside of CCTV. Lion Scan coming out.
Attackers have dropped the
We
bomb.
still have a player playing on those metal stairs, but Nuxa, he's redeeming himself for previous rounds, and then some. A triple from these metal stairs. Ask with a brilliant swing onto Flashtree. And Guito there to take Perez down. Just a player on metal stairs. Dear, oh dear, Raz's
I didn't
company.
expect this. Didn't expect this. One team.
Well, yeah, clearly.
Showing up. One team not showing up.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being confused
Where do we
by
go
attackers.
from here? Round number 6. Black Dragons are on the precipice of a flawless
Bomb
half.
located by attackers.
They're going to take us downstairs to workshop and ventilation. And so far, they are making a mockery of Raza Company. It is not even funny the way that Black Dragons are dispatching these attackers right now. They can seemingly do no wrong whatsoever. It is their map choice, but this is going to play heavily in the minds of the players on Raz's Company. And let's be honest, Demo, Black Dragons, they've had a few hours to warm up.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
They've been playing all day at this point.
Maybe they're just a long distance team. Just stamina hunters. Because it has been a long day for them. It has been. But they need to keep going. They need to keep going here. Obviously, for Raz Company, it's just a case of you need to just do something. I mean, or it's a case of you go next. Maybe we're at that territory for Razzie. You just think, okay, sack it off. We win the next two.
Yeah, I think the thing in the back of your mind is going to be that Black Dragons have to attack, but Border is a very attackable map. And
well,
personally, I just don't believe that Raz the Company are bringing the best tools to attack.
It seems to be basic for my liking. We've seen this across all different regions. Like teams who bring basic setups don't do well on this map.
And it's not even that you have to bring anything complicated or flashy. There's just some fantastic tools out there to make things a little bit easier. I don't know. It's it comes down to more of like an ideological thing, doesn't it? Where it's like some people are a little bit set in the way.
Vision.
You know, it's how they want to do it and how it should play out. And other times it's, you know, it's the other way, isn't it? You think maybe we should be bringing some Spearheads. Maybe we should be bringing a Grim, a Capitao, a Ying, whatever it might be. Black Dragons have got to the point they're not even playing the Warden. They're like, these guys aren't bringing the Ying. Forget it. Play something else.
Actually, not a bad clear from Raz's Company. I mean, they've been able to take upstairs, and obviously we know verticality on Vincent Workshop is all important for it. But I will argue that I feel that Black Dragons has just gifted them that. Like, they just dropped. They didn't really want to fight for it. No shots landing anyone at the moment. And now they're just going to try and play in the offsite positions, play in towards customs, in towards supply, in towards bathroom and tellers, and just try and hold the site from the exterior rooms. That was a one tap if I've ever heard one. That was a single tap from UMP through the vert. Surely not a second. No way, Flo. Is anyone going to challenge him? I don't think they want to.
We're going to rip open the floor a little bit more and see if they can give themselves a better line of attack. Flo going to take a couple of points of damage there.
Dropped.
15 seconds left.
The diffuser was going down briefly, but Guito is going to see to it that stops dead in its tracks. There's only 8 seconds left here in this round. The diffuser's cold. Nuska, he's going to be down on those main stairs. Ass fighting for all he's worth. Picks himself too.
Did you see that?
Secures the round once again for Black Dragons.
Did you see that from Ask? Jumps out of supply window and kills both of them as they line up. I mean, that's the common plant spot. It's right below the hatch, right on the vents door. A guy in supply can make that play. My, oh my. I mean, just too many bodies that you have to try and fight through. Yeah. You know, vertical angles were actually being used against them. You drop into sight, and yes, you get in, and you can start trying to go for the plant. But this is where the retake on Border is really clean. You've got players in supply, players in customs, player in towards blue, towards bathroom. All they do is they just flood. They just trade man for man. That's all you can do, and hope that you stop the plant. You think about the guy above. Again, that flank coming up from East Stairs was able just to put enough pressure that players were not holding the plant going in.
A flawless half for Black Dragons then.
Bit of irony here, by the way. Bit of irony. In the game earlier between both of these sides, it was Raz's Company leading 6-0 on Chalet. Black Dragons couldn't attack. Well. How the turn's tabled.
Yeah, indeed. Black Dragons. I mean, we've built them as a team that struggles to attack, but they only need one round. Like, this is eminently doable at this point.
Changing mags!
They only need to get lucky once. With the way that they've been playing, I don't think you would be mad at me for saying that Lady Luck has been on their side today. And that is fairly obvious with some of the plays we've seen work, some of the shots that these guys have pulled off. There are a few things that have gone their way, and sometimes you need that. Raz's company. At this moment in time, you get the feeling that they could fall into a swimming pool full of coins and come out with a rock. There's no luck whatsoever on the side of them at the moment. Black Dragons just need to take the time here. And again, Demo, look at the lineup. Look at the difference here in what is being brought. Finka, Amaru, Deimos. We've got everything that we need. We've got all sorts of options for later on down the line.
Yep, this is it. That's what I love to see. It's going to be actually a plant on Sandwich Window, Wally. All of the Yings are going to go in and accompany that with a Finka, the Deimos. It's just going to be calamity. The Warden, they've targeted the Warden specifically to stop him trying to use the smokes, to get through the smokes, get through the flashes, but oh, they're ready for it. Lives actually appeared, Ollie, with 2 kills, a C4 as well. Oh my, the rush, decimated.
Really didn't work out so well. I like the vision from Black Dragons. I think it's worth trying when you're 6-0 up. But the Amaru was dead before they even managed to get out of the getting in the window animation. A very rush round, or a very nice pocket play that was attempted, but it wasn't meant to be. Raza Company very quickly dealt with that. I like the vision, though. I love the idea of bringing the Deimos to target out the Warden because you know it's going to be there. It's not going to stop you from playing the Ying, but you are going to, you know, give a nod of acknowledgement over toward that Warden, just so you can at least try and wrap him up in a gunfight and mean that he's not in the right place at the right time. Still, it didn't work out entirely. Raz's Company can breathe a sigh of relief and congratulate them that they've finally been able to pick up a round here on Border after 7 rounds of play. As we enter the 8th, we go downstairs to Ventilation Workshop. Now, I don't think that Black Dragons are just going to play the next 5 rounds by running headlong into the gunfire that Raz's Company will be dishing back to him. So it isn't going to be so easy.
10 seconds left before insertion.
But it has given them a foot in the door.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Here we go. 6-1. Still a long mountain to climb back up for Raz's Company. You never know, it could be a case of anything you can do, I can do better. Nothing stopping Raz's Company. Also going 6 in a row. But it will be difficult. It really comes down to mental fortitude at that stage. One mistake and it's over. Black Dragons. Initial rush. Fast operators. Didn't work. So they've sacked that off. They went more information based with the Lion and the Deimos. Again, 2 operators that combo very well. If the Lion pings out somebody, then you can just track them with the Deimos immediately, which is exactly what's happening here as Perez actually took a step outside. Ollie got detected, and because of that, they can now scan him with the Deimos. But oh, he doesn't care, Ollie. Quick snapshot on the Hornet's Howl, but there's Ask on the Deimos, picks him up.
3-3 after an early flurry.
Good angle.
Perez,
good angle.
Really throwing caution to the wind there. Ask. Playing patiently. Need another track out there on the death mark. Knows that the Legion is downstairs. Doesn't really help him. I think he was hoping to be able to track the player inside of Armory. It's going to come down to Guito. He's going to push in through small, gets a glimpse of the Warden, and is able to down him on the way through the hatch. Another player nicely dealt with now, and attentions can be turned vertically. You do have a couple of nades, you do have the Vendetta pistol, so you can make a couple of holes vertically, but not going to be ideal tools. Time now, though, to jump in the drones and figure out a plan.
Yeah, the main win con here for Black Dragons is, 1, isolate these last 2 remaining defenders, and the best way you can do that is by using the remaining Deimos track that they have. Now, do we know if they can track either of them? Have they been spotted by a drone? We're not entirely sure, and the fact that it hasn't been used leads me to believe that maybe not, but now we do see it be used on the Legion that they've actually been able to find inside of Customs. Just isolate the kill, go for that single player, and then it's a 1v3, and that's exactly what they've done.
Beautifully executed there. Ask able to make good on that death mark this time. Basetto is just trying to throw toxic babes out there, trying to stem the flow. It's 30 seconds, and he knows as well as anybody that he needs to try and make something happen here. He can't let these players execute on him. He's going to find the first onto Guito. That gives the game away, and the plank can start to now go down. He doesn't have the information as to where Ask is playing, and it shows. Ask there, just crouched inside of customs. Black Dragons give us a masterclass here on Border, going 1-up on the series.
A convincing scoreline. 7-1, not much more to be said than that. It's just that a map to forget right now if you are Raz's company. But look, they're not out of it yet. They still have another map to go, and it is going to be their pick at the end of the day. Bank is what they have chosen to go to for map number 2. Let's hope it pays off.
We're going to hit a short break. We'll be back with CDAPS to break down map number 1 and set ourselves up for map number 2 here for our grand final in the South America League. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and Harry, Ollie. We seem to have taken for granted Raza Company's ability to attack because after 6 successful border defenses, which is easier said than done, Black Dragons have taken their own map choice of border in dominant fashion. Ollie, in the pre-show, we really tried to nail in and hone and focus on the Black Dragons attacks being their biggest issue. But in that sample size that we just saw, no matter how small, it does seem like they improved a lot.
Absolutely. I think have Raza Company forgotten how to play? Like, have they just been so cold? Have they not played enough games this weekend? Because that was an absolute drumming that Black Dragons just dished out. And I don't think we were expecting it. In fact, I know that I wasn't expecting it. And I think that the general sentiment on the desk was we'd kind of built Raz's Company up to be this Goliath of a team that were going to come through and just steamroll over everybody. And that was kind of exactly the opposite of what happened.
Yeah, the opposite of what happened essentially was Raza Company on their attacking side. They focused and put too much emphasis on the early round. You know, Demo, they weren't able to transition towards the execute phase, and you can argue that that's the most important part of the round.
Yeah, I think you kind of look at Raz's Company and you just it lacks any kind of punch. You look at Black Dragons; they were getting away with bloody murder a lot of the times. This for me, that sums it up. The way that Ask was able to win this round is just it's absurd to me. You know, winning a customs bomb site is just doesn't happen. You should always be winning that in the attack. The bomb site is not good. It's very easy to attack if you get in upstairs. You have 2 hatches to play with. You have an exterior wall. You have a window into sight. All of these red flags that you kind of atone to a bomb site, just they didn't capitalize on that. I think that the game plan for attacking border was all wrong. I think it was too basic, too simple. You don't go to this map if you want to play like this. This isn't the kind of map that you can just take it slow. You have to play with pace. You have to play with the cheese operators. You look at the best teams in the world and the way that they just demolish teams, are running through them with util, using Yings, using Grims, using shield operators. Yes, Blitz and Monty's banned, but Blackbeard's still up. Blaz is still up. You've still got all these great operators that we atone to, like, you know, an Armory Archives rush. You're just not doing that.
Yeah, it's been really just uninspiring from the side of Raza Company. And something that we've talked about is Black Dragons now. This is their 3rd series in a row. I don't think they've necessarily been getting tired. I think that they have just been kind of aura farming in the meantime. And, you know, Ollie, I can say, I think they're hitting their stride at the perfect moment.
We often say this about teams, you know, it isn't really about how you get to the finals or how you get to any particular important game. It's about how you play when you're there. And for Black Dragons, yep, they might come through the lower bracket, but that doesn't matter right now, because if they are hitting form at the right time, that is exactly what they need. Raz's Company looked slow, they looked off the pace. I don't believe they were bringing the right operators. I don't think that they had a good understanding of how to win attacking rounds on border here today. Black Dragons weren't invincible. There were chinks in the armor. There were opportunities that you could have exploited had they brought the right tools. But I think repeatedly, Raz's Company were just trying to clutch into old tried and true methods and not going for some of the, you know, big impactful operators that are available.
And now, Demo, we talk about we're going on to Bank. This is the next map going forward, and we've seen both of these teams play it directly just a few hours ago, and it was a surprisingly close 7-5 victory in the way of Raza Company. Now, when you have people like Hornetow and Ask really stepping up like they didn't do earlier, do you think that result flips?
I think there's a big possibility just with how Raz's Company have been in that first map. You know, you look at that series that you just mentioned. Already, you had that kind of warm-up initially on Chalet where Raz's Company were ready for it. They 7-4'd them over there, and then you kind of build that momentum going into the second map. Now they're at their stage where they've just lost their first map in the competition, bear in mind. In this weekend, it's the first map that they've lost. They have to battle from behind, which they haven't done that yet.
And now I'm going to give you guys off to the game. Have fun out there.
This could be the last map we see here for the South American League LCQ Demo. And what a time for a Blackbeard to be banned. We haven't seen it yet, but Black Dragons see fit that there will be no Blackbeard here on Bank this evening. Raz's Company, Likely a Monty ban.
What's
it's
this
a
up for the
nut
first
ban.
time? Okay.
I mean,
Also,
Monty
before
upon bank is huge.
it is. Also, before we start, just to let you know, so CDAPS already today went to me first. Is he crazy? Okay, went to me first. Second, called me Harry. Who's that?
Even your own mum doesn't call you Harry. It's a true story. Demo it's Demo on the birth certificate now.
And if you're saying Harry, it has to be a Demo Dempster following that. We all know that.
Cade and Mirror removed on the defender side. Valkyrie available on bank. Monty available. A lot of options here. Black Dragon starting off on the attack. Raz's company starting off on the defense. Could be good for them, to be honest with you, because they need a little bit of something after that performance over on Border. Bank is a very different map indeed, and a lot requires setup, utility exchange, and a bit of coordination as well. Border, it can be explosive. You can rat around, play around one location, really make yourself a little bit awkward, but you don't have that same level of flexibility here on Bank.
So whenever we had seen the matchup on Bank earlier today, it was an even split to kick things off, but then it was a 4-2, which, you know, ended 7-5, so it was a 4-2 defensive half for Raz's company. They get the start in the preferred site.
5 seconds left.
But the question is it going to be enough, though? Because they have to try and build early. If they let the game get away from them, as what happened in Border, could be an early finish than what was expected for a best of 3 in a grand final.
We want to make sure that we are sending the best possible team. This is a seriously stacked region with a lot of pride and a lot of ability to play this beautiful game. We don't want to be sending anybody unless they absolutely deserve it, so I would like to see 3 maps here just to guarantee that. Quick play here from Ask, gonna immediately jump down into the sewer. There's gonna be that worry of Garage as well. Mirror being removed, a mainstay operator for this basement site. There's going to be a BP that is facing the Garage, but for the time being, that needs to be watched. The Nook might be banned, but it doesn't stop someone else from just creeping their way in.
A bomb has been located.
Obviously, for a Bank basement, you would expect to see the kind of mid-floor hold where teams will extend an open area. Also have a little bit of pressure in towards the elevators, which we'd seen previously. And it usually comes down to how well you can play that utility dump at the end, using the Goyos, using the smokes. So really for the attackers, it's time is of the essence. I'm happy to see the Twitch pick come in as well. That'll make things pretty easy. STK, with that long angle, looking straight on the dirt tunnel. Picks it up with that DMR. It hits hard, has the ACOG. It's not a great start for Black Dragons. They've lost the Grim. Big operator that you would like to have in those final 30 or 20 seconds.
Black Dragons will start to get some hatches open now. Sufficient work has been done on this mid-floor. Flo can look to try and open that up. You just wonder if Ask just got a little bit too ahead of himself there. If that hatch still isn't open, just need to be cautious. There will be a player hiding out on blue stairs as well that will need to be dealt with. SDK is in there to assist. Live. He's got a hatch and some main stairs to worry about, but all being said, Raz's company, they're in fine fettle right now. Big stall out from Black Dragons.
Yeah, still have the smokes. The Goyos are still up. I have no idea how they get through this. You have Nats as well on the staircases watching that. You don't have your Grim because Ask jumped the gun too quickly. You're just going to be walking into utter death.
Still a couple of C4s kicking around as well. I'm going to stop Flo from picking himself up a kill, though. Perez immediately there with the trade. Flastry as well. This is just single doorway watch, but what a kill from Flo.
10 seconds left.
That could open things up somewhat. It might be a little bit too little too late, though. Look at Hornetow. Still trying to clear out inside a server, and you just got the Warden sat there waiting and watching. Flo adds another one to his tally. Ultimately, Raza They are going to come away with that first round.
Gotta be more clinical than that. I mean, that round from Raz Company, fairly expected setup. There's nothing crazy there. We've seen that all too often. That's the usual film that's running. But it's as though they never watched it before. If you're up against the Goyo and the smoke combo, immediately you're playing with 2 minutes on the clock. You know, that's all you have. You're down a decent amount of time. So you have to move faster on the clear of the roamers. That's what has to happen. You have to move in, you have to get the hatch open, you have to pop the Goyos, and then you move in. They didn't do that. They were skipping steps. You know, and moving in through dirt tunnel before anything was opened up, for any remnants of control was there. I mean, Ask would have been a great player to actually have for clearing away the Warden on the blue stairs. You know, fire the Grims in, spot them out, take an easy swing. I always think Siege is the beautiful game.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And the thing about the beautiful game is it can be very simple.
5 seconds left.
In terms of video games. We're not talking about esports, mate, not sports. Okay? Different, big difference.
Attackers are heading out to defuse
And
Still a game.
it is still a game. And it looks scary, but Siege is such a simple game. It is a simple game whenever you actually think about it. It's as though you're writing your shopping list. You just go and check off everything you need.
Eggs, milk, bread.
Reloading! Cover me!
It's done, isn't it?
Take
Easy shopping
mid-floor,
list.
pop the Goyos, plant. There you go.
We often talk about checklist teams and how they do see success. Black Dragons, they may be the kind of shoppers that don't take a list. Maybe they like to browse. Maybe they like to walk up and down every aisle.
Straight into the reduce the clear aisle. Seeing what's on offer.
The yellow stickers.
That's it. Oh, a roast beef sandwich for £1. Oh, I'll take that.
I wonder if yellow stickers, I wonder if all like discounted food is yellow stickers like across the world.
Great question.
Ooh, nice challenge there from SDK. Playing a little bit risky, but just letting the window players know that he is there. Looks like feel as though they've got sufficient main lobby control right now. Patrick attempted there on that stop wall, but it isn't going to pay off.
Now, this bomb site, of course, does revolve around a lot of window play. Hornet's actually got everyone. He can scan anyone that he wants. You have to have the window play accompanied with another point of pressure. May that be coming in through square. May that also be coming in through spiral. That's kind of your two options that you have, but the window play is a necessity. They've used their Selma charges and open up the Canto wall, obviously the stock wall. Oh, Nuxa, you gotta win that. I mean, that's a common gunfight that you have to engage into, but Live gets the better of him. So with a minute left, and this player inside of Janitor, this is the guy to kill. Thankfully, Hornetau does.
Good push from Hornetau. The kill that Black Dragons desperately needed. Still on the window, but Flo not able to get anything going. He's got the Candelas. There isn't a Warden. He is able to get a bit of info. You can't stand still if you're death marked. SDK,
oh,
he should be dead to rise. Genius! Oh, he placed the Kiva barricade on the floor and was not able to be wall banged or floor banged. That gave him the extra time that he needed. Oh, the castle barricade was prepped as well. That's beautiful for a late round rotation. 20 seconds left. Flo's still out there on the rappel. Can send a Candela in, but players are going to start to crumble. He might be out there on the rappel, but he's going to do nothing. Perez picked up 2. A wonderful hold. Black Dragons made to look like rookies there.
You like that one, didn't you? I can tell you like that one.
I've got a smile. I'm a big fan.
Good, good. Yeah, showcases how Azami can play around the demos. You get tracked. Again, they keep a barriers. Unless you have a DMR, you're not ripping through that in quick succession. So yeah, it just keeps them live long enough. You could see that was the issue. That was the player causing them a lot of trouble, because Ying couldn't really do anything as long as the Azami was in that position. You go for the repelling, you're going to get gunned down. So yeah, naturally you rotate the demos follow, but you've been big brained, and then he safely gets back in. It does make me wonder though, why was there no one on square ready for if he moves out of the bookshelf to get the kill. It didn't seem as though they really had an idea what they wanted to do. I'm pretty sure the remaining 2 players, one of them was in lobby, walked up Spiral, and then the other guy was outside stock. So I'm very surprised with just the positioning there. As soon as that Deimos left square, the square wall was opened up, somebody needs to take his place if he's rotating below. You still need to have that pressure on the reinforced walls.
Early time out there from Black Dragons, recognizing things are not going to plan and maybe feeling like there's a little bit of deja vu in the air. They did struggle to attack Bank earlier today against this very side. Being the series that obviously sent Black Dragons down into the lower bracket where they had to run the gauntlet.
10 seconds remaining.
They've done the hard work.
5 seconds to go.
I feel like some of the ideas from Black Dragons have been good as well. You know, the lineups are good. Bringing the right sort of tools. We are just seeing quite a lot of hesitance. I want to see a lot of focus on that opening pick and really look to try and isolate and single out a player.
Get clear!
Camera ready.
A lot more of a roam presence. Got the Vigil, got the Oryx.
Swapping back!
There'll be some pretty nasty operators to deal with. Obviously, the Vigil and the Boss G speaks for itself. Also, a great counter to the Deimos, which has been giving them issues. And an Oryx on a map which is big. You can get around the map fairly quickly, and also can use some of the hatches to jump up floors if needed as well. You look at open area, you know, in my eyes, I'm thinking, okay, where's your Monty? This is like Monty's best bomb site by far. You can just walk into the site and plant, but they haven't went for that avenue of approach. Instead, it's going to be a lot more of a vertical take, where you're wanting to bring in operators like the Ram. Again, open area, you can open that up in through stock. There is potential for them, but still at the moment they just more focused about this roam game and hunting these roamers. And oh, a great opening pick there. Takes down Live and in the hot seat, getting shot from who knows what way. And I think that's done enough. The defenders are gone.
That's exactly what we wanted to see from Black Dragons. A good focus on that opening engagement, and Ash with a drone at the feet and a couple of kills to back it up. Basetto and Flastry now in a real tough spot. Minute 20 on the clock. Split up from one another as well. Flastry, great shot there onto the player on rappel. Can remove the flank cam. Get himself back into sight. The Kiba barricade is going to slow him down, but it isn't too much of a problem. The sight, maybe not where you want to be, I'm going to be honest. There's still a Ram knocking around, and that boogie drone is going to start to rip open that floor. Going to make it very difficult to play in there now. Black Dragons, surely this is the round they need.
Bomb located by attackers.
This is tough. This is tough right now for Raz's company. And the 2v4, droning, that's your best friend. You have 4 drones still alive that you can utilize. It should be as easy as drone out the players, figure out where they aren't, more or less, and then try and target that area and get the plant down. You have hatches, you've got the window outside that of course you can jump into, and yeah, the vertical work is doing its job as Basetto just aimlessly walks underneath it. Now Flastry on 1v4, ain't no way he's getting this.
No, I'm going to miss a couple of shots there as well onto Flastry. Maguito will be there to shut him down. As we said, the site, maybe not where you want to be. You start floating around underneath that vert thinking that, well, they might be pushing down the stairs, they might be coming to beepers. Nope. With 4 people alive, there is more than enough eyes to keep somebody upstairs watching onto that vert. Ready to drop the hatch at a moment's notice. Timeout and a round off the back of it from Black Dragons. And it all came off the back of a really well-timed execute right at the start of the round. I don't think there was really any way that Raza Company were going to get themselves back into that the way that they lost 3 bodies in the first couple of seconds. But again, it's a third choice bomb site. And the content of that timeout won't have solely been on how they are going to win inside of open area. It will be more general about the game as a whole. Previously, when we saw him attack downstairs, Ask, he kind of went a little bit too far ahead.
Yeah.
The cart was before the horse, as we like to say.
I hate whenever, you know, my cart goes before my horse. I hate that. Go outside and, oh, where's my cart? Oh, it's already gone. It's already down the hill.
The horse isn't going to push the cart, is it? It's got to pull it.
I don't think... Yeah, it's true. I don't think horses are known for their pushing power.
No, it's a one-way only.
So, little bit of an adaptation, little bit of a change. The Monty finally makes an appearance on Bank. I think it's a good response to have the Monty if you are struggling with areas such as server. Because Monty can just walk in. If you want to go in free dirt early, yeah, Monty's fine for that. Nobody can really touch him. Reloading. But the main thing right now for Black Dragons is they need to deal with the roamers efficiently. They cannot waste time here. We know Raz's company and the way that they want to play. They're going to have the denial with the smoke, with the Goyos. So time is of the essence.
And whilst they brought the Monty, all they've got to deal with those Goyos is going to be the Twitch drone. Realistically, you've got some nades, but you've still got to get into position to be able to use them. The best way of remotely dealing with it is going to be the Twitch drone. Of course, a Flores drone would work well in conjunction with that.
A bomb has been
It
located.
does put a lot of pressure on those two little shock drones. Bees. No, there's going to be a player on the stair, but Bassetto, what a C4. Keeps himself alive. He's playing that at pretty close range with the shotgun. No one's really going to want to challenge that. This is where you need your Monty to come in and start doing the work.
Oh, I worry. I worry a lot. You've lost the Grim again. Yes, you're going to try and get the hatch open, but we know they have the Tabaro to just slow things down for an extra 30 seconds. Actually, here, a hatch get opened up, so Tabaro not switched on. But again, this Warden on Blue Hole, it's the most classic position on Bank. They still yet to deal with it. Seto, again, another kill before he gets finished off, and that's an excellent trade if you're a Warden. You've been able to take 2 for 1 and also burn, what, at least 2 minutes, 15 seconds there on the clock, and you still have the smokes, you still have the Goyos. You're laughing right now if you're Raz's company.
Black Dragons really need to pull a rabbit out of the hat if they're going to get something done here. Hornetau, maybe recognizing that, going to go and try and hit a rotation. Not got a lot of time to pull this off. This tells me that they're going to be really trying to focus out on these kills now. The Monty, they're going to be able to solo plant? Likely not. Still a C4 in STK's hands. Guito needs to hit this shot. Needs to hit this C4 or stop the player from sending it. Black Dragons, they're going to come up trumps. They get a couple of kills, but live battles back. The plant has been confirmed. And now with the Monty, this goes to be very winnable for Black Dragons. Raza Company, it looked like they were in an unlosable situation. And now they're faced with the prospects of retaking upstairs. Guito, he's going to be tucked in, ready for this flank. The Monty, they can deal with themselves. They do have to be cautious about getting hit, but if they can maintain a good distance, they're going to be laughing. Perez just going to float into the angle, and Guito tucked away upstairs.
Ow.
Inside a cafeteria finds 2. I said they needed to pull a rabbit out of the hat demo, and they've done it.
How you ever win that round from that position is just beyond me. Like, it's... You're up against the flames, the smokes, everything, but... I think Jeff Goldblum said it best, Ollie. Life finds a way. Somehow. You have to kind of question Raza Company at this stage. They've done everything perfectly.
Protect your bombs from
You think about the Warden, you think about the shift the Warden just put in.
Yeah.
And for them to not win from that is absolutely insane. But at the end of the day, it comes down to... I think it comes down to live missing the smokes as well. Which you can't do that. You cannot afford to miss the smokes.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
And especially where Hornetau dropped, because he just kind of dropped in to try and cause that chaos and make something happen. Like,
He's still a default plan.
Yeah, he either gets killed or he makes a play, you know, and if he gets killed, then it's a bit of a distraction, isn't it? And I think that accompanying with the plant going down at the same time, the smokes then get harder to throw. STK, he was in the hot seat, he had the C4. That was really what I was looking toward as like the guarantee of a nail in the coffin, because the Monty was left to solo plant. Black Dragons didn't have the fortune of bodies to be throwing all over the place. Everybody had to perform their role. Guito had to cover from the hatch. He had to kill STK or shoot the C4 out of the air. The Monty had to get the plant down. And Hornetow, well, he just had to go and do Hornetow things, didn't he?
Feels like the tide's turning. You know, with that round especially.
Yeah.
Because they're rightly back into this matchup now. Okay. Immediately. Raz's company not wanting to go downstairs, they'll go back into their rotation. They head upstairs to their top floor. And look, this was a round which kind of fell flat in its face a little bit from Black Dragons, but look, they've adapted well to come back, Ollie. So if they can adapt as similar to what they did in the basement attack, who knows what they're going to be in store for. But looking at the lineup, I mean, the single hard breach again, you've got a little bit more potency, I think, with having the Finka in perhaps instead of the Ying. Just because you'd be playing for kills more so than playing for the util dump.
I think that's what's going to work for them, though, isn't it? You know, Black Dragons have been a little bit plant-focused so far, and you could tell that they were really trying to get the plant off last time. But I think recognizing, you know, they've got a lot of denial, they've got a lot of things, they've got a lot of tricks up their sleeve. Let's just play for some picks. Let's get the Finker on side and see what we can find. Hornetow, man of the moment. Currently going 4-4.
What an angle.
What a nasty angle that is. Onto the square stairs door. Or the top square door, should I say.
Again, not a good start, and I mean, Black Dragons, I'm looking at it, and what have they really done, Ollie? Canto wall shut. Nobody outside of stock. Like, I mean, what do you say? Like, there's not much going on right now. Minute left. Think the stim goes in. A death comes in. Same old woes on this top floor. Just can't get the grips to Ollie. I think they're gonna get maybe flawless here, but never mind. A pick comes their way. Now into the 3 versus 4. 40 seconds left. There's actually a drop coming in from the skylight, I believe. Oh, they know where he is. Big C4. Yeah. Perez nails that one. Nuxa goes down. He also had the diffuser as well, Ollie, so they have to go into the bomb site if they have any hope of retaining that, which does not make things easier. And this rotate up square stairs to try and assist one another. I just don't see it happening.
No, Lions can to root the defenders in place, but they don't really want to move right now. Guito finds one, but that's his position given away. Flastry, he takes out Flow. Down there onto Flastry. Effectively a 1 versus 2, but realistically, Guito with a long angle to swing here, and 2 players on the other side of it. Not able to get the job done. Perez with 4 in that round, by the way. He kicked it off with that kill onto Hornetown, who was there to finish the round. Black Dragons lacking a lot of identity in that top floor attack. Not really committing to anything. You know, it wasn't as if it was a lobby push. Canto wall was closed. It wasn't really much of a square push. It wasn't like a 3-2-1 through the windows. There was no stock pressure. There was no one just walking up main stairs. Just kind of a lot of nothing, really.
Locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, I think it is a big worry, isn't it? You need to have more than that on the top floor. Again, you know, we've seen teams come on bank and just dominate that window gameplay, but that just hasn't been happening. I think it's more of a case of Raz's company have been very wary of the window gameplay. Like, they haven't exposed themselves, they haven't gave away any kills that you think, probably could have avoided that. So you have to give them credit just on how refined they're playing on the defense. They're not wanting to overextend themselves. And Perez having a stellar match. 8-3 is where he currently sits after 5 rounds. Line up. Oh boy. Bit of a combo. We've got the Glaz, we've got the Capitao, so smokes aplenty. Got 6 of them. So my understanding would be open up the double door on kitchen, smoke everything out, walk in, go for the plant, and have the Glaz and Monty cover everything.
Yeah. Monty can be fantastic for this. Often you bring a clash if you're going to defend down there because you expect some sort of a shield to be present. You can do it with the Glaz. You can do Sense is also a good option. We've seen some good little Sense pocket plays when attacking this bomb site. A lot of it does hinge on you getting a bit of an understanding as to what's going on inside of blue stairs, but this looks like a bit of a smash and grab, to be honest with you. Capital Bolt is going to go through. There's no Warden on side. Hornetow kicks things off with a kill onto Bassetto. But STK is going to be in the bomb site to respond. Ask again. Going to be the first player to fall on the side of Black Dragons. Whether it's the opening death or not, that is becoming a consistent theme. And they need a bit more out of him here. Hornetow, though, the impact, all that's going to do is open an angle for him to go and work through. But Perez is above, able to close him out. An attempt at a rush has been thwarted right now. We've got STK. He's just going to dip himself back on those blue stairs. Plus smoke canister's going to go out. Maybe going to allow the cross. STK worried about getting pushed from the top. He's got the shotgun. It's the perfect weapon for this sort of an engagement. He goes for a wiggle swing. Is he going to find it? Yes, but the Monty's there to take him out. Keeping things nice and equal. Monty on one shot, though. And there will be a couple of goo mines. Maybe a rogue one inside a sight. Flastry downed and finished off by Flo. And now Perez. He's had a standout game so far. He got 4 kills in the last round. 8 and 3 right now. But with a whole minute left on the clock, you don't fancy his chances against a Monty and a Capital, especially given that they've got a bit of information to work from.
Well,
C4
what he does have is a C4.
It's going to be available. And the Monty is quite low. These players, for the time being, they're a little bit split up. But they have got a bit of time to work with.
Just needs to try and get the Monty rotated in to spot the vision, and hopefully Monty sees him now. He will. All Flo needs to do is not die. That's as simple as that. Do not die. Don't give him the 1v1. Oh, what have you done? You've died. C4 goes in.
All he had to do was not die. And the Monty, one shot, C4, the blast. I mean, doesn't matter where that C4 lands, it's killing the Monty. That is a round that you cannot afford to lose. Oh dear. We said Perez had a standout game. He was just given so much time and space to stabilize, wasn't he?
I'm going to crash out.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
I think Black Dragon's going to crash out after that. That is not how you want to be losing the round right there. Why wasn't Flo playing with the Monty?
Literally, all he had to do was stand right on the double door.
He just had to stand double door. Yeah.
Wait for the C4 rip and swing.
Yep.
Camera in position.
Wait for the C4 rip and swing. That's all he had to do. I don't know why he's holding some bougie angle on square. I don't get it. I don't understand.
10 seconds left.
It was so simple until it was overcomplicated.
5 seconds to insertion.
Noska and Ask not having the greatest time of things right now. Currently 2 and 10 combined. That is a contributing factor as to why Black Dragons are 2 rounds down right now. Round number 7, side switch. Black Dragons off that defending side, off that attacking side, excuse me. Well, let's be honest, they haven't had the best time. It's not even that they played bad. That last round, they didn't play it particularly badly until right at the bitter end.
Yeah, well, that's what counts. You have to win the round.
Yeah.
Don't win,
Some
you don't
of the
win.
rounds on the top floor, they didn't play badly. They just didn't do anything.
Nope. At the end of the day, if you're sitting in a 1 versus 5 and you've had this fantastic execute and there's like one Mozzie off-site and the Mozzie kills everyone, bad round. You lose the round. So, 4-2. It was the exact same half split for Raza whenever they were actually in a free position, and they went on to win 4 defensive rounds to win the map. So now it's kind of the reverse. So all Raza need is that same free split. That's all they need. Free attacks. They've done it before. Can they do it again?
Perez, the young gunner, firing on all cylinders right now. Hornetow, he has really been shut down on Bank. Going evens right now. And uncharacteristically for him, has found himself a first pick a couple of times. That's been something that we've credited him on. Going good on the entry. 6-0 in the previous series. That is not going to be a stat line that will be continuing here today. Heavy extension of utility upstairs. Now the defenders for Black Dragons have since dropped off that, but there will be the remnants of it. Castle barricades and a few reinforcements knocking around inside of open area. Some of the hatches have already been opened. That's going to give a perfect avenue for STK to get himself down. And oh look, you can deal with Goyo shields before the final 20 seconds. That's incredible, Demo.
Insane, isn't it? To think about that. I thought the defenders had to pop them.
Only defenders can shoot them, and only in the final 20 seconds.
Now that would have been a little fun mechanic, eh? That would have been a little bit crazy. But no, looking good right now for As a company. Burning away that util. They've got that extra man that they can utilize. Maybe walking down main stairs. Could have a really late rotate in the garage. A lot of pressure comes down to Ask now. Only the 2 smoke canisters left. And he has to make them count. It has to be pinpoint accurate. You cannot allow Basetto to get this plant down, because if you do, it's going to be over. Oh no, he's missed the smoke goalie. And what did I just say? Comes into fruition. How are they going to win this round?
Not only has he missed his smoke, but Tubrow has still got his C4 in his pocket. This is unforgivable stuff. And now you're faced with a retake at a man disadvantage. There will be a player watching those main stairs. You can double push it all you like, but it is going to cost you. You might get the trade, but Guito, you've got a much further way to go right now. Beepers, that's going to be where the next player is. And Black Dragons went for a real ballsy retake there, but not only were the players inside of Beepers and on those main stairs, but they were a little bit higher up as well. Raza Company getting the plant down there. Shouldn't have been allowed to do it in all reality. Still, smoke canisters missing as well. How many times do we see smoke canisters missing on default plant spots there? It's the same every time. Is the C4 still in the hand of the Tubrow for me as well? Like, that's just send it.
Yeah, I think that the kind of denial game from both sides has not been great. Like, it hasn't been. And it is something you expect at this level that just it needs to be better from. Like you mentioned, it's the same plant. Everyone knows that default plant position. All you have to do is go in a custom game and just practice your lineups. You know, you have an art pro for a reason now. It should be even easier. But I don't know what's going on. But anyway, Raz's company have responded incredibly well considering where they were in border.
Yeah, absolutely.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
For all that it looks like we're hurtling toward a third map, they have been 2 very quick games. 7-1, potential for a 7-2 right now. Maybe back on Lair before we know it.
I think we will be.
We will be though, won't we?
Yeah.
That's the way it's headed right now. Unless Black Dragons can pull a miracle out. They've already used their tactical timeout. They did get around after it, but they weren't able to continue that with any gumption. Oh dear, can't just stand there, Flo. Trying to impact Trick out and he gets shot on the windows. Needs to be quite cautious here. He's got himself into a horrible position. And unlike the Azami, he's not going to be able to save himself from the floor below.
What are you doing?
I mean,
what are you doing?
You've just got to stick it. You've just got to firm your position. Perez, 13-4. We were asking who on Black Dragons, who on Raza Company is going to step up, because we've had, good team performances, but I mean, he's got that magic sauce this time.
Look at the difference between window play. I mean, obviously, Flo. I mean, look, I've used this analogy before, but it's like going to a restaurant and the chicken walks up to you and says, "Kill me." That's what he's just done. The chickens want to be eaten. So I don't know why he isn't wasting more time, wasting a little bit of utility. I don't get it.
He's on the Warden, he's on the Wamai as well. He can just throw discs out.
Yeah.
And hello? What? Ask. Okay, that's the kind of game it's going to be then. Ask is just going to walk up to stock window, find one on the rappel, one crouch doing God knows what, and someone on the drone looking the wrong way.
I don't know where the second guy. I seen the guy on the rappel, the guy on the drone. Where the other guy died? I didn't even see that guy.
Know. No, the middle guy was just lost. He was just lost in the sauce. He's going to get another air. Oh, gets burned by Flastry. Predicts him on the prone as well. That's a bit unusual. I thought that he would have the advantage there on that prone angle. Still, 2 versus 2. Minute left. You got a Zoph and a Lion. I wonder if there's any Yokai drones that are kicking around. Oh, nice shots there. Flastry. We're able to take down Nuxka.
Swapping mags!
Could be some yokai drones, but they're not going to get moved anymore. Drawn for the pistol. They're thirsting after this kill. He's got the SMG. He needs to be cautious. Going to hit the reload. Grabs Flastry. It's shotgun territory. Surely it's shotgun time. He knows where he is. He's down to the pistol. Are you going to take now to challenge? Can he hit his shots? Yes, he can. Hornets out. Black Dragons, they've relied on him so many times. He's not had the best of times here on Bank, but he comes out of the woodwork when it matters. Huge 1 versus 2.
It was a right game of tug of war, wasn't it, that round? Starts off with Raz's company with a 2-man advantage. And then Ask makes it a 1-man advantage. Oh, SDK was just unlucky there. Just get caught in almost a collateral error, killing the guy in the rappel. And then it goes into a 1v2. And you think, oh, okay, never mind. Raz Company are going to win this round. And then boom, the man, the myth, the Hornet.
A wise man once said, he floats like a butterfly and stings like a hornet. I'm not sure who that wise man was, but I'm sure it was said. Could that be what Black Dragons need right now to keep themselves in this map? In the context of things, it doesn't necessarily matter if they lose this map, because it is Razza Company's map choice. They've lost it already once to Razza Company this very day. Or maybe it was yesterday now. It was at least yesterday for us. I don't think it was yesterday inside of Brazil. The deciding map would be Lair. But a player like that can do strange things to a team. Can re-energize them. Only 2 rounds off the pace now. 5-3 starts to look pretty doable, in all honesty. All depends on how Raz's Company respond.
Into the mid floor, into open area. This is where we head. Seeing a Sense, by the way, come in for the first time here this evening, Ollie. Sense, for people who didn't know, did get a minor change where whenever you fire in the Sense walls, you can now choose to drop it at a moment's notice. That can now be controlled by the attacker. You just don't have to wait for them to expire. You can drop them at will. Look, I think people were sitting there talking about, oh, this is going to be crazy. Sense is going to be an S-tier operator, and I don't think so. Like, sure, you can turn it on and off, but I don't really know many opportunities where you would like to use that. And as I'm talking about this, Ollie, we've inside a minute. 4 people dead.
Yeah, Perez has just gone on a bit of a rampage there, hasn't he? Bit of a lash out round from Raz's Company.
I didn't even see the Sense. What are they doing?
Did we see a minute and 10 seconds, minute and 20 seconds, something like that?
Quickest round in a while.
Yeah, very quick fire round. Razza Company wasting no time there, not letting Black Dragon set up, not giving them any chances whatsoever. Just getting themselves straight into the building. I mean, if Perez is feeling himself, put him in the hot seat because he's gunning tonight.
Oh, right. A match point, sorry, for Raz's Company. All we need is 1. That's it. 3 perfect rounds are needed for Black Dragons. They go basement, Ollie. They were not successful here. They were missing basic util lineups. Their smoke's missing out. C4's missing out. It needs to be better, Ollie. It needs to be.
It needs to be better. I like the changes, though. If we look at what they've brought the Maestro. It's immediately going to attract a Brava. Brava has been picked off there, though. STK has switched from Dokkaebi to Brava back down to Twitch.
5 seconds left before insertion.
We're also going to be rocking the Warden this time instead of the 2 Brow. That maybe gives them a little bit more opportunity to look through any smokes and to be a bit more successful on that C4 lineup. So overall, I like the adaptations here from Black Dragons. And they're going into it with eyes wide open. That isn't going to help anything, though.
No.
How and where has Flo just died?
He's peeked from Garage. Yeah, he peeked from Garage. He's basically going for a spawn peek. That's what he's done as a Warden, and I just don't get why. I don't get why. At this stage of the round where it's not as though you're down and out 6-0 down. Still a chance. I mean, 6-3, we've seen this, be pulled back before, but you're just doing your team no favors. Oratao able to get 1 kill back before being traded off, and that's the important thing, traded off, Ollie.
Yeah.
As long as you keep that man advantage ahead, that's the main purpose. But the roam game just looks as though it's crumbling at it seems, Ollie, and you are dead, my friend. You're not getting out of this elevator alive. The elevator from hell. I mean, Nuxus actually came over to help him with
what
it.
a play.
Oh, the Elder starts screaming with
that
bullets.
Teamwork.
Gets him out, and now he's back in sight.
Yeah, I mean, Nuska's played a blinder there to get him back. It's at what cost, though? Because, yeah, it's 3 versus 3, but look at the HP available on the Maestro and the Fenrir. We're dealing with, like, 20 HP and 15, maybe? Not a lot at all. Pretty much one shot. And there's still a good portion of the round left here. The Raza company to figure out what they want to do. Got a little bit of hard breach. You do have STK in his shock drone as well, so hopefully they can start to move through and remove some of this utility. Get rid of some of those Vulcan canisters. Deal with some of those Maestro cameras as well. The Vulcan canisters, of course, will be a lot easier to deal with. Maestro camera, you're going to have to wait until that is open for you to be able to shoot it. And you're going to try and bait that out a little bit now, but I'm sure that Nuxka will know better than that.
45 seconds. You burned the Goyos, but you still have the smokes to go through. The only thing going for the attackers, I feel, Ollie, is the HP and some of these defenders. It's not going to be favorable for any wide swings or some of these engagements going through. And oh no, not again. Misses the smokes. He was going to be over towards the bomb chassis, Ollie, but it's not the case. But Ash still able to pick up the kill, but he does not do his job, his main job, and that was stopping that diffuser being planted.
I'm so surprised that he's still got 2 Toxic Babes in his pocket. I thought he would have thrown them on the default spot as soon as he realized he wasn't getting any joy elsewhere. Now again, a tough retake, but there is a defender rotating up that top floor. Barricade, though.
That barricade
Why has that been barricade?
Yeah.
That's going to help STK out so much right now. Basically isolates this engagement with Nuxka. STK going to try and bait a little bit. Basetto, he's going to find one on Taguito. STK, another. Ask, playing the baiting game, but there is no more time. He's going to get himself downed out there, and STK there to finish him off. We're going to all 3 maps here tonight, Demo.
Oh, we are. And look, has to be said that Raza's company being able to battle back from a right old thrashing over in Porter to come back and win bank very cleanly. You know, that's a good scoreline, 7-3. That's comfortable in all avenues of approach, the way you want to view that. And they deserve to win that map. Basic stuff on the defense. Basic stuff. Ask. Missing the smokes. Like, again, twice, you know, in a short number of rounds. That shouldn't be happening at this stage. This guy's playing for Liquid, by the way. It's not as though this guy's like a rookie. He's been there. He's seen for ages.
Camera. He had a Maestro camera on the plant spot.
They
don't get it.
They need to brush up on the basic, it feels like, because that bank just was not good enough.
No. Yeah, I mean, we can't pin it on any one player, can we? He certainly didn't have a great game, and there were others that did struggle a little bit there on bank. We're going to hit a slightly extended break to give the players a little bit of comfort in between the second map, and the third and final map. We are going to be headed to Lair. As I said, slightly extended break, but stick around. We'll be back in just a few.
For a match that with the fate of 2 teams and their 6 invitational aspirations on the line, there is not a more fitting way to decide it than with a map 3 decider. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we just witnessed Raza Company claw their way back on bank to force map 3 against Black Dragons. My name is CDAPS, and I'm joined side with Ollie on the side of me, as well as Harry, Demo Dempster. And Ollie, I'll start with you. For Raza Company, we've talked about Live and we've talked about Flash Tree at great lengths, but it was a new challenger that approached in the form of Perez, who truly was able to just push this team across the line.
He really was. It was almost off the back of his gun that we saw Raza Company doing exceptionally well here on Bank. Again, a little bit of a misunderstanding, I think, in terms of how Black Dragons wanted to attack this map. The curse of Bank and attacks for them has continued somewhat, and really it was down to Raza Company to take advantage of that and to really dominate some of that hesitation and some of that sort of, I don't know, mistaken identity in terms of how this map should be played on the attack. And Perez was a leading portion of that. Plenty of multi-kills, a fantastic KD overall, and a real standout player.
And now Demo, I hate to constantly bring up the negative aspects of the game, but I really do feel like this game just boiled down to constant utility mistakes from Black Dragons.
Yeah, it's basic stuff, you know. Even if you look at some of their earlier attacks, not being able to deal with player on blue stairs, not being able to clear away Goyo canisters, for example. You know, this is all basic stuff. Even fundamentals like that 1v2 should always go the way of the attackers at that stage. And then look, you look at Black Dragons on the defense. Yeah, missed smoke grenades, haven't been great. I think positioning as well was sometimes at questions. It did feel as though the rounds that Black Dragons were winning was kind of down to moments. You know, that's the way I kind of viewed it. You know, another moment here from Hornatow where he's able to get that clutch in the 1v2, but really it was Perez running the show here today.
Yeah, Perez definitely stepped up, and you already touched briefly on Hornatow, but Ollie, I want to kind of go in that he was not to the level that we expected after his performances in the last few maps.
No, I think, you know, Hornatow went a little bit quiet, and we kind of hypothesized about this a little bit, didn't we? We said, what happens if Hornatow doesn't get aces, if he doesn't have these big Hollywood moments? And I guess we got our answer. They lose 3-7, you know, because he just wasn't there in the same capacity that we've seen him there previously. I think there was some pretty shocking performances on the side of Ask and Nuxka. If you discount Ask's 3K, where, as we've seen, there was a kill that he got onto the player on Repel. It was a collateral kill into the player behind, and then the other guy was on his drone, so was never going to shoot back. So you can kind of discount 3 of those and say, well, or discount 2 of them at least, and say, well, he went 3 and 10. And then with Nuxka going 2 and 8, you know, things weren't really adding up, especially with a lackluster performance from Hornatow. You flip it onto the other side of things. Again, a great team performance on the side of Raza's Company with Perez flying the flag.
And now Demo, also, if we look in that first kill category, it has been utterly dominant on this map of Bank for Raza Company. How exactly were they able to transition those opening kills into those clean executes?
I think they just played with the extra man really well. I think both in the defense and the attack. Being able to understand the philosophy of, look, we have an extra guy. We can use that in so many ways. You can use that to double up with another player and make sure you get a guaranteed trade. You can use that as a backstab if you want to. You can use it as the guy, you know, rotating into such a crazy off angle that you've never seen it coming. That's how you play with the extra man, is, you know, that's the one of 2 ways. I think whenever you're trying to battle back from behind as well from the man advantage, is you just have to get dirty. You know, I think we've seen that quite a lot today from the Brazilian sides, is whenever they lose that man advantage, they really go for it. They really try and get back the kills. But we see it happen quite a lot today as well. Whenever they try that, things go from bad to worse.
Yeah, it's definitely an all or nothing kind of thing where you're instantly going to slap all of your cards on the table and really hope you can claw back. But now as we look towards the layer, we already kind of have a blueprint for the side of Black Dragons on what they're going to be bringing to the table. You know, it's going to be potentially a one-man Hornet show. It's going to be a really fast, frag-heavy centric play style. But now if you're in the shoes of Raza Company, what are you really going to be bringing? Because your entire game is unknown, Ollie.
I think the Raz's company is still in a very good position now. They will recognize that Lair was basically won off the back of 2 aces from Hornetal, and the fact that he was able to clutch up so many times. I think you remove that from the game, and we're probably sat here talking about Vivo Keydstars. So with the fact that Hornetal wasn't able to reproduce that performance on Bank, they're not going to be sat there quaking in the boots going, oh, it's Lair, we've already, Black Dragons have already won it once today. I really don't think it matters too much. Black Dragons now, again, have that point to prove of, prove that you deserve it, because you won successfully on Border. It was a great scoreline, but then on Bank, you kind of capitulated a little bit. So you've got to try and bring it back now. And yep, you've played it before. You've played it very recently, the map of Lair, but again, you've not played it against Raz's company yet. And then they're not going to be sat at this worrying about what is going to happen, I don't think.
Yeah, in demo, especially when we've seen Raza Company able to kind of win the utility game. When it gets complicated, when everything gets crazy, there's Goyo canisters and Maestro cameras all over the place. They seem to find that little bit more success. Do you think that directly translates onto Lair?
Again, I think Bank and Lair probably have more similarities in terms of the map pool, because again, very big maps. Does focus quite a lot on how well you can kind of use the roam game to your advantage and how well you can deal with that roam game. Obviously, we've already seen one of these sides play it here earlier on. And Raza Company, I'm sure, would be sat watching all of that. So Raza Company have a good idea of what to expect on Lair. And looking at how Black Dragons played on Lair, it was down to a one-man show. We kind of argued Vivo Keydstars probably should have won that, if not for Hornetal.
And now, Ollie, we also have to think about for Black Dragons the potential for stamina to be an issue. This is now going to be their 8th map of the day. Do you see this team potentially just kind of fizzling out or tilting a little bit easier because they've been at their computers for almost 8 hours straight?
That's definitely going to sort of factor into it, and I think it's one of the reasons why we had a slightly extended break coming into this game. But realistically, an extra few minutes here or there, yeah, it's good and it's important for the players, but it isn't the same as like an hour off where you can reset, get some food, and just sort of chat and have a think about things. So it really is down to the stamina for Black Dragons. But let's be honest, they've put themselves in this position. This is what happens when you have to run through that lower bracket. It isn't always as easy as just winning your upper bracket games like Raz's Academy have done and got themselves into the hot seat, into the final so easily. Black Dragons, they've had to go the long way around, as it were, and they've basically got to show up right now. This is really what it all matters for. There'll be a bit of time for rest in between now and SI, and they don't want to be sat there tomorrow wishing they'd given it a little bit more on the night.
Alrighty, Demo, we're going to pump up to you. We almost have the game ready, just a few more minutes. Final predictions, say it with the heart.
I'm going to go Raz's Company. A wise man once said, whoever wins the second map goes on to win the third one as well, wins it all.
And now, you, Ollie?
I was that wise man. I think the Raz's Company are going to win as well. Black Dragons, they've given it a good shot. I think the fatigue is going to start to set in, and I know that players will scrim, they'll do double scrims and things like that. So, they will play a similar amount of Siege, and yeah, they might sit at the PC and no life Siege all day a couple of times. But it's different when you're playing in an official. It's different when the stakes are a lot higher, and the stakes, well, they're almost as high as they can get. They're at least as high as they're going to get for either of these two teams for quite some time. That is until one of them makes it to the 6th Invitational.
I think I'm going to join both of you guys with a Raza Company prediction. I think overall the second map is more important for a momentum side, and for Raza Company, they've now had an extra person step up. For Black Dragons, it's either been Hornetal or it's been Ask, and usually for the side of Raza Company, it's been Live, it's been Flashtree, but all of a sudden with Perez throwing his hat in the ring, I think it might just be too much for Black Dragons to handle. So, with the game almost ready, I'm going to go ahead and leave you guys to go. Have fun on Lair.
C-Dubs, thank you very much indeed. For the final time tonight, Demo, we are going to be entering our last map. This is for all the marbles right now. The South American League SI Last Chance Qualifiers for SI 2025 Boston is upon us. We need to decide between these two teams who we are sending to join their fellow South American League contingents inside of this illustrious competition. Is it going to be Black Dragons? Is it going to be Raz's company? They're going to be rubbing shoulders with some of the best in the business in Boston, and we need to make sure that we are sending the right squad. So it's only fitting, Demo, that we go to a third map to decide between these two.
Yeah, I think it's the appropriate way to go around really figuring out who is the deserved team to go to SI, the biggest tournament of them all. And yeah, map free. It's the only way to do it. And obviously, we're going to be dealing with Lair again. It's that new map that we always like to talk about. But from already what we've seen previously, you can start to see the meta really starting to set in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that clear in Black Dragon's previous game against Vivo Keydstars when they played it a couple of hours ago. We saw some sort of differing ideas as to what works well on there, what doesn't work well, which side of sort of basement that these teams want to push, how they want to push the basement. Is it a direct? Is it a mid-floor? Is it a full map clear? The thing that I like about Lair is that there's a lot of potential for roam game, and if you don't fully deal with that roam game and just sort of half deal with it, or maybe let a roamer slip back up and you're not holding your flanks as tightly as you possibly could be, there is a lot of devastation that is possible, and especially with all the vertical that can be available on this map. So that's something that I want to keep a keen eye out for, and the sharper team on the night is going to be able to make those plays and make them more consistently. And at this moment in time, it seems as though Razzler Academy is going to be that sharper team.
One thing that I really want to see from, I think, Raz's company more than anything is just to see that the same level of team play from what we've seen yesterday and obviously the earlier game today, because there were certainly moments in Border where it just felt so individual. And I don't know if that's the case of whenever they're, losing a hefty amount of rounds and they're sitting at quite, a big round deficit where they start trying to make the hero plays, which does happen. We see plenty of times where teams, things aren't going well and individuals think, you know what, I can be that guy. But in reality, that's actually doing more damage than what it's worth. I just want to see everyone getting stuck in, everyone playing together, no hero shows, communication, basics being done right, do the trade game. Black Dragons, look, as much as what we've praised them, it is clear to see that they need, Hornet Towers just popping off. Because you look at the last map, didn't have the greatest of games, had his moment, sure, but nowhere near enough to really get them out of the hole against Raz's company. It's just, you can see that the team performance, it's night and day. One team, everyone's stepping up, whereas the side of Black Dragons, individuals, yeah, sure, someone might have a good game, but not everyone.
As we draw close to the end of the weekend, let's remind ourselves of the teams that have qualified for the Six Invitational so far. Obviously, the top 16 teams qualify through the global point standings. They are points gained throughout the course of the year for placements at various majors. And the final 4 teams are going to be made up from our last chance qualifier teams. Each of the main regions is given a spot. That is South American League, North American League, Europe and MENA, and of course APAC. The APAC quals concluded this morning, and CAG were the team that snatched that spot. We do still have to find who the teams are going to be from the South America League, the NAL and MENA, and of course we will be finding out who we are sending from the South American League in about an hour and a half's time or so. And then the qualifiers for the subsequent leagues will be held next weekend. But these are the teams that they can be expecting to be rubbing shoulders up against. Obviously, if we focus in on the teams from South America League, we're going to be looking at teams like FaZe, W7M, Liquid, and of course, Furia.
Good lineup. I mean, what instead of saying what team, what region do you think will win?
Region? I would like a Europe win. I honestly would.
Really?
But in the context of things, it's in North America. NA teams tend to do quite well, at home, as it were. They often get the crowd behind them. I wouldn't be mad if a team like DZ won, for example. I think I'm probably going to be cheering quite hard for DZ in some of their games this year, obviously, depending on who they're going up against. But, yeah, I mean, Europe for the heart, for the mind. I don't know. I do genuinely feel like it could be an NA win just because of where it is.
I don't know. I think NA is a difficult one to call because obviously there's been a lot of chops and changes, you know, with that region, especially in terms of org. You know, one team without an org, one team didn't have an org and now has a brand new one. So yeah, a lot of mix-ups, even M80 with the roster changes that they've went through. I don't know, I think NA is very tough to call at the moment, just in terms of where they sit.
This is a graphic showing all of the South American League teams in the 6 Invitational history and the years that they attended. So of course, we can look and see that Black Dragons have already attended. Raz's company, it may surprise you to know, haven't been at the 6 Invitational as Raz's company, but the players, I'm sure, have been there under previous banners. I'm off the top of my head, demo. I can't picture, you know, which teams they would have been, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to be looking at certain players in that roster that have made it to an SI before.
I don't think so. Not to my recollection. They've been to majors, but I don't think any of them have been to SI. I don't think so. Because again, this is like the remnants. Maybe this has got a good mix of, you know, old Black Dragons back in, like, you know, 2021, 2022. Don't forget as well, the one that went to the Yonkping major.
Yeah. The SAL's definitely played in some closed quals.
Yeah, they haven't been to SI.
Open quals, no. But no,
they haven't been.
No. Big first for them, then. I'm desperately scrolling Wikipedia to see if anyone's been before, but all I'm getting is qualifiers.
Yeah.
It does seem like they haven't made it. So yeah, apologies for that. I wasn't.
Only one guy. Only one guy in this game who's actually been to an SI. Have a punt. Who do you think it is?
Ask.
Correct.
Yeah. I felt like that was a trick question there.
No. Of course it's obvious. Team Liquid.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought, but then the way that you phrased it just made me doubt myself.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Right, let's get stuck into our final map of the night then. We are back here on Lair. This time, Raza Company against Black Dragons. Which team is going to make it to SI? As we just discovered, it is going to be a lot of these guys first time there, regardless of which team qualifies. Black Dragons, of course, have been there as an organization before. Raza Company, previously E1, haven't made it to an SI as of yet. And if they do, who knows? Are they going to go as Raza's company or are they going to go as somebody else? We don't know just yet. What we do know is that they are going to be starting off here on the attack and Black Dragons starting off on the defense.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah. In terms of what we had seen previously from Black Dragons up against Keystars earlier, it was even splits across the board. So 3 attacks, 3 defenses for Black Dragons. That was where they landed. In terms of Raza Academy playing Lair, usually a map that we've seen them ban away. You know, they banned it whenever in the last veto between both of these sides. They didn't want to go there. So we don't really know what to expect from them.
I think this was left up as a decider in the Raza Company and Vivo Keystars game yesterday, but obviously we didn't need it. Serious stack up here again. Down near those stairs. The attackers going to start to try and work through that mid floor. We've got plenty of soft destruction to be going at. There's going to be a lot of options to rip open this floor.
Where's the roamers? Why is this free real estate? Seeing this? Minute gone. No fight for the mid-floor control. No roamers. Hatch is going to be opened up. All the vertical angles can be opened up. I mean, this is looking as easy as you like it right now for Raz's company. You can see that they're trying to actually rotate back up through the staircases, but that's being watched intently by the attackers. Ask and Nuxa, 2 players ready for it, and yeah, Live punishes that. However, SDK's actually been DC'd, but Live makes up for it for 2.
Live keeping his team in this, keeping that man advantage right now. SDK has dropped out of the lobby. Hopefully he can get himself back on in and We don't have a repeat of what happened with Miracle earlier on, where we then go into a 15-minute break waiting for his internet to restart. Perez gonna start that walk down filter stairs as a hop in through the window comes from Bassetto as well. Still has a Selma charge that he can try and open that angle with. Will get impacted off, the Claymore destroyed, and immediately Kiba barricaded up. Calling for that reinforcement and that Kiba barricade to be opened now as he can still hold the angle through it. Live, seeing if there's anything we can find vertically. Flow will be successful with a Nitro, still keeping things nice and close here, and a triple for Live to keep his team in the fight. Perez to finish things off. Raz's company, they have not lost any tenacity in the break between maps.
So easy. So easy. That's what I'm talking about with that bomb site. Is if it's done correctly, where you've been able to move in to that mid floor, you start it with all the bucks, you've opened up all the angles, hatch is open, you then move over, open up that boiler wall, get anyone out of that room, just walk in and plant. It's so easy. And I think it's been shown really, really well how you can do that. Big blunder for Black Dragons not to be roaming. I mean, that's the crazy thing about it, is on that bomb site, it's going to be like, you're going to be buried alive. You're just going to be sitting there and everything's crashing all around you. You need to get out. You need to get active. I mean, you kind of got gifted a kill as well. STK crashed in that round and they still go on to win that round.
It didn't even phase them though, did it? They just carried on going through the motions. Yeah. It was as simple as you like. And I think that just goes to show that they're kind of a little bit unflappable right now. I do agree. I think the lack of a roam game is alarming. I imagine that you could get away with it if you really heavily dug into your C4s and were really trying to, aggress onto the players that were up there, but you'd need a little bit of information to do so. And something like that isn't always going to fly. You're not going to be able to just plonk a bulletproof down up there or play any sort of Valkyrie cameras in there and then start to play Z4s. We did see one C4 come out, but ultimately it was not going to be enough. That's I don't want to say it, Demo, but that's kind of how my Ranky stack attacks that site. But it's very checklist, and if you can tick those checklists off, you can see success there. And Black Dragons really dominating that. Let's have another look at some of the graphics that we have in store for such a moment like this. Top kills at the 6 Invitational. Will Nesk hit 1,000 kills this year at SI?
I'll be honest, I don't think he cares about that. He's currently top with the most kills. How many has he won?
Well, that's just it, isn't it?
That's the issue. Who cares about kills?
It's
you win, you win.
It's because of all of Liquid's games go to 3 maps in overtime. That's why he's got the most kills. That's why it's him and Cyber at the top.
Fun fact, who has the best percentage win rate at Invitational?
Where have you pulled that from?
There you go.
Go for it.
There's only one man who's played one Invitational and won one Invitational.
I thought you'd pulled a really good stat line out, and now you're going to sit there and say King George.
King George, correct.
Oh, God.
The one, the only. Benja rivaled him for a while, and then Benja bottled it last invite, didn't he?
Well, the problem is that Benja played 2. I think the way that you do it is you play one, win one, and then you retire into the distance and become a content creator.
Fabian has played, I think, 5 and won 3.
Yeah, there's good numbers.
So there's another one, which is pretty darn impressive.
Pretty good indeed. Paolo, of course, threatening that 1,000 kills this year SI. Let's take a look at the vegans amongst us. Who has the most plants at a 6 Invitational? It is, of course, going to be Geometrics. Brede trailing by 1. No doubt Brede will overtake at this 6 Invitational. Shepard not too far behind on 67, and then a bit of an oldie but goldie. Skies coming in there 4th place at 62. The big surprise on this list, Demo, we spoke about it last time, but I'm not imagining that anyone has stuck around for that entire time. If you have, thank you very much. But a name that could be missing from this list would be Goga.
Yeah, I think it's comboed with the fact that I believe he only played in maybe 3 or 4 SIs. And also back then, the rounds weren't as like the games weren't as long. It was first to 5 back then, so
Yeah,
that would
short
probably be
games.
a big reason why. Last matches just in general. You know, we're dealing now with Invite where there's 20 teams, whereas you think back to the first one ever, there were 6 teams involved. That was it.
Yeah. Yeah, now we've got phase 1, phase 2. It's a much bigger deal. So it's a lot easier to rack up some of those numbers. But there's still some oldies in there and some players that have been around for a long time. Someone like Canadian, for example, 59 plants. He's also present on our next graphic, which is clutches. Who has the most clutches? It is Canadian himself. 16 clutches. Astro, Geo, and Palu coming in a close second with 15 apiece. And some classic names down there as well. We've got Bosco, got Julio. It's been a while since Julio's played as well. To still be up there is impressive.
It is. And I have to highlight again, Jay Nano, you know, for such a short space of time that he's been involved in SIs, to already see 14 clutches alongside some of these is crazy. And you know, that guy's still competing as a fairly young player as well. Don't forget, a lot of these people are, you know, OAPs at this stage. They can apply for a bus pass.
I'm not sure it's that bad. I think maybe the oldest player in this list, maybe Virtue, perhaps.
Virtue's 30, is he not?
Yeah. Oh, Julio might be.
Oh, Julio. Yeah, Julio's.
Yeah, he might be a little bit older.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Jane, I know he's got a lot of years left in him, and I'm sure that number will continue to climb. But there is really only, I mean, there's only one photo here, Demo, and there's only one player that's been in all 3 graphics so far, and that is Canadian. Let's take a little bit of a deeper look at this player. Obviously, incredibly storied, played on multiple rosters all across the NAL, and is largely considered to be the GOAT.
Yeah, certainly in terms of North America, the finest product that they've ever produced. He is Mr. NA. Everyone knows that. Obviously, I think the thing about Troy is he is the best IGL. Look, I know Fabian comes close, but to win 3, major tournaments, 2 hammers and a major, of course, with 3 different teams, that's insane. Nobody's been able to do that. Fabian had the same group of guys around him for years. And then obviously, the third, he was just the coach. But certainly doing it as a player of 3 different teams is incredible.
Impressive indeed. I think he's actually qualified for SI twice this year as well, which is a little bit of a fun fact.
True,
as well.
so true.
Qualified through DZ and qualified through Sonics. We are back into the action now. Seems as though Flash Street has been able to sort out his crash.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Get ourselves
bombs as they
back
can.
on into the mix here. It didn't do Raz's company any harm though. They were still able to walk away with round number 1. Black Dragons are going to switch things up. Instead of downstairs in the basement, they're going to be taking us to that top floor.
In we go.
Bomb located by attackers.
Into the action of the bomb site, which, again, a lot of teams have their own special ways of how they want to approach it, how they want to attack it. Naturally, you have the kind of operation push, which is a little bit more minimalistic, where you want to open up that exterior wall. Or we see, the kind of utility dump coming in through our in-through bathroom, and then also hitting in from the other side of the map, opening up the other set of reinforced walls. That's how we see the meta kind of play out at the moment. Looking at the lineup, you've actually, it could go both ways, because you do have operators like Buck, which is great for clearing away, this position, over towards up. On that single reinforced wall, Buck can go below, skeleton key that from beneath. But then you also have the Grim on board, so you still have that utility dump potential.
The Scopos action for Ask this time. Going to be using his shields to get in and around things. Maverick being brought this time. A couple of impact EMPs being thrown as well, and breach should be opened. It's going to be a bit of an awkward one. Could be a hop in, could be a crouch. But the Maverick at least ensuring that wall gets opened.
Yeah, they were hoping to try and actually kill the bandit on that, so that's why they threw the impact EMPs. Firing the Selmas, they were hoping that the bandit was just going to be right on the wall, immediately goes for the trick, but Luckily for Flo, he was just playing just a little bit further back and didn't actually take the bait and did not commit to it. So, yes, the wall's going to be opened up, but you did not lose your bandit player for it. So, a 5v5, breach open. Next plan of attack is, where do they want to go? Do they want to go for up? Do they want to maybe try and go for the back take? Looks as though maybe they have an inkling that there could be a roamer, and they would be correct. And there you go, Life, able to take out the Scopos. Ask, not being able to actually be given the time to TP back into the site, and that's just going to be played as a deployable shield that obviously can be, used to good use because it's a deployable shield plus a BP, Ollie.
Yep, still has the camera function on it. An aggressive push here from Perez. He's got the info on the bees. What's slowing him down? Gets the kill over onto Flo. Tried for the spray transfer, but wasn't successful. He's in a whole world of her right now. He's eventually going to get taken down. Nuxka picks himself up 2 kills. The bees just not affecting him because he's in that mute jammer. You can see the disrupted B device there on the floor. Guito going to take Bassetto down. Black Dragons in a good position right now. SDK can try and hop in, but he's going to be hopping straight into that Warden shotgun. Flastry maybe looking to try and make something happen through our 6 room, but he's lacking a little bit of evasion. He's behind you. SDK was able to hop in, but what's he going to be able to do from here? Here's the C4. He's cautious for it. He's going to get caught running there, but caught between a rock and a hard place. Hornetow happy to oblige. The C4 turned out to be little more than a bait.
Yeah, you can see that the positioning and the setup that they had. You have a Warden on a mute jammer in that position. That's the window where all of the util comes in from. What are the 2 main util operators that we have? Ying and Grim. A Warden on a mute jammer counters both of them at the same time. So just as simple as that. Getting your operator selection correct, knowing what the enemy could bring, has helped them out massively.
Level game then, 1 round apiece. Black Dragons forced into a different site choice now. Going to be hitting that mid floor. The assignment remains largely the same. They need to keep a good control of that top floor. We'll often see this site played with very little in terms of bodies. We're making a lot of vertical holes and looking to hold inside of our 6 room upstairs. Really start to slow down that attacking push wherever that might come from. The Solus again, Silence Hornetow that's going to be playing it. Favor that operator, especially with that particular loadout, the shotgun. A lot of shotguns here for Black Dragons.
Obviously, for this bomb site in particular, you will expect, a level of off-site hold for the defenders. We know this bomb site, all about that vertical pressure. Using the hatch. Holding above is key, but this for a rat play. He just slipped his way through, finds one, but not the second. At least Perez got one though, Wally. I actually thought maybe there was a moment there where he could have just missed both. A shotgun would have been blasted straight into him because Flo was just out of the peripheral. Couldn't see him at all. But no, still able to get at least that one pick.
Keeping things nice and tight. Ask will to take down Flastry. Seto just going to send another Selma charge in and give himself a bit of a walkthrough now. Time though to hop into the drone. Where some of the vertical play can come in. Ask is going to be below. Does have a C4, so he's going to be able to do a little bit with that. SDK caught out in the wub. It's not a cause for concern just yet though, and Black Dragons really don't need to overreact right now. They have a man advantage, and they're really going to want to try and use it. I mentioned earlier that there's very seldom somebody playing inside of the site, and SDK is finding that out again right now. That Zoto canister. It's going to slow down the Selma, and at the minute mark, that's really not what you need.
No. Minute 10. Good drop there from Flo. Realizing to play with that man advantage, but obviously the issue with this now, Ollie, is the vertical angles. There's a multitude of them. will be in favor for the attackers. They have that hatch. So really, if you're the defenders, you have one of two ways. You either play for the retake, and you try and rotate above, or you just try and hope that you can maybe try and get some C4s just to try and stop the plant going down.
It's slim pickings, really, isn't it? Set's finding that out the hard way.
Attackers have dropped the
Do
bomb.
look a little bit uncertain as to what they want to go for. He's going to open up a little bit more of that hatch and maybe give a bit of a line of sight for someone to work with. He's leaving himself with very little option other than to drop.
15 seconds left.
Flow. Going to miss a crucial shot there. He's caught out on the drone now. He can play the shotgun all he likes, but there's no reason for anyone to push him right now. The attackers are in and they're getting the kit down. Live, holding on to that door. He's able to escape the wub as well, so now it is a little bit more uncertain as to where he's going to be pushing from. And look at this for a rotation. Now can just sit back and hold the cross. Pasetto finally got something on that vert. Gonna be in a fantastic position right now. Should be able to get them both, and they do line up beautifully. Guito and Flo. Oh, Guito had no idea that he was there. Flo knew exactly what was going on, but a brilliant location there that Live found himself in.
Yeah, very clever. Once that diffuser goes down, you know that the defenders are just gonna wait, get kind of muster up an army, and then try and go for the retake. He uses that opportunity. He knows the warden's on the right side of the door, so as long as he holds that angle, he can just slowly maneuver his way to an outside position that nobody's going to expect him to be there. Nobody's going to expect him to, just to be rotated all the way outside, sat back, holding a good angle. You've seen the Castle walk in. Castle didn't know which way to look. Castle checked everywhere but the outside door. So you just have to highlight Live there. It is great. Great thinking. Put himself in the best position, knowing that if I can get set up in this angle, I cut the cross, I stop the retake from happening, we win that round.
2-1 for Raza Company then. Don't forget, they did win over on our previous map of Bank. And they're doing a fine job of attacking here and now. Gonna reattempt this mid-floor site right now. Black Dragon's feeling like there's something that they can do a little bit differently. You see some similar setup going on upstairs in terms of reinforcement and where those are placed. Do have the Cade this time though.
Trying to fortify some of those windows a little bit more using the castle. If you don't have the correct lineup, you don't have anything for that self-destruction, then yeah, will cause some issues. Especially with, an operator like Sledge, what a fall from grace that operators had. It was, think back 2 years ago, it was in part of every single lineup, and when was the last time you see a Sledge? When was he chosen?
He's just too slow.
Too slow, nerfed his nades. What's he gonna do?
There's still plenty of options here for Raza Company to deal with those castle barricades. SDK able to take Ask out. Ask is making a real habit of being this entry death at the moment. It was a theme throughout Bank that we commented on, and it's becoming a bit of a theme here on Lair. Black Dragon's again forced into that fighting from behind mentality. Hornetal goes for the swing. Double dips as well. Oh dear, it's going from bad to worse right now. Hornetal trying too hard to make something happen.
I mean, this is the point I made during the pregame. These Brazilian sides, they will fight, tooth and nail to try and get the kills back in their board, but this is the risk that you have. It can go from bad to worse.
Nuxka going to find one. The diffuser has been planted. A C4 is going to get shot before it has a chance to detonate, and it could have been any one of the players from Raza's Company to find that final kill. Just so happens that it was Perez. Timeout requested from Black Dragons. Things really not going their way, and the game in danger of slipping out of their hands at the moment.
Timeout. I think it's needed. You're losing a lot of rounds that you just sit there and think the game's going to get away from them again. Similar to Bank. Both teams have in this series suffered, pretty big losses, 7-1. Obviously, Raz's companies had to come back from that. 7-3 again. Not a flattering scoreline for Black Dragons in any way. And now we're at a situation where there is an early lead. There's a 2-round gap right now. And Black Dragons, we mentioned before, against Keystars, they took even splits. But a lot of the rounds that they were winning, at least 3 of the rounds that they had won was down to Hornetal playing out of his skin. You're not seeing that. You're not seeing that from Hornetal. It's not this, he's not going to be able to pop off like that again. You need other players stepping up, and just no one's doing it.
Yeah, you can't rely on Hornetal all the time. You need that consistency across the board. Flo, Ask, Guito, all could be seen as lacking right now. And on the side of Raz's company, it was Perez in the previous map, but it's no one in particular right now. Live, Perez, and STK, they're all holding their own. Black Dragons, the timeout was good for a round on Bank. Will it be good for a round here on Lair? Round 5.
5 seconds left.
Super important. This can define the way the whole split goes. If the comeback's on, then Black Dragons win the next couple and take us in at an even split at the turn of the half. The game's going to run away from them. Well, this is the time when that motor can really start to chug.
Oh. Big breath. If you're Black Dragons, we need this round. Can't let that snowball develop any more than what it has. Need to try and stop it. Into the top floor. What is going to be their approach? Looks as though maybe a hunt for the roamers is where they lie, but oh, look what you're hunting, Ollie. The prey becomes the hunted. Wait, does that make sense? No, it doesn't. Is that the prey becomes the hunter? There you go, Ask.
Me.
Double from the Boss G. I mean, this gun, Ollie, we've mentioned this a few times. You can't go wrong with this.
Well, you can if you miss. But if you hit, oh boy, do you hit. Flo, he's going to grab his piece of the action. Ask and Flo, we said that they've been lacking. They've been the 2 go-getters inside of round 5. Raza company, mudded. Weird that they've gone for that as well, because we've not really seen like a full clear of the basement. And on the rounds that we've got a player down in the basement, now we get the jackal coming in, now we get the full clear happening, and Ask is just there and he's like, yeah, push me. Why not?
Yeah.
I've got the Boss G. All I need is one lucky shot.
That's definitely a call from a replay strong where they've seen a Vigil go down into the basement. And then they have the Jackal, and they thought, okay, let's go and hunt this guy.
Yeah.
Just, Vigil with the gun. You're gonna need a full hit squad. Like Blitz, for example, is one of the best operators to hunt the Vigil with Boss G. Because it's not as though he's gonna nail the shot. And if he does, it's not gonna kill you because it's only gonna hit like a limb, which doesn't do full damage. That's your best option.
Well, Bassetto has clawed his way into a 1 versus 3, but you do wonder how much further he is going to be able to go. He has got a player just in the corridor, in the doorway, really, for the R6 room. But he's not got a lot of info to go off. Can see the laser on the left-hand side of his screen. Surely that is a dead giveaway of where at least one of these players are. He knows he's just going to get pushed from somewhere. That's the next giveaway. Now you've got to deduce, is someone really going to be on both sides of that doorway? I mean, it's not really going to matter, is it? There's always going to be a big ask for him. Too many angles to check, too many guns pointed in his direction. We said that the round was good, the timeout was good for a round on Bank. It's good for a round here on Lair. It was a defining round, was round number 6. Can shape the way of the entire game. Is it going to be an even half, or are Raz's company still going to edge an advantage here at the end of the 6th round?
Yeah, important round.
Attackers
much as what the last one was.
use as many bombs as they can.
As a company, if they're able to get that 4-2 split, I think they be in the driver's seat for the remainder of that. Actually, look at the way Black Dragons have been performing on the defense. Again, it's just that the lack of trays more than anything. You know, Raz's company on quite a number of occasions have been able just to get that opening pick and then just pile on more of the heat to them. So they just need to try and get those trades done as best as they can. You look towards the basement. Last time they were here, Ollie, they got absolutely ran through. It was a clean round, a simple round. Let's see if Black Dragons can change anything. I mean, in terms of the lineup, doesn't really scream roamer friendly. It screams more, we're going to try and dig our heels in on site, but as we know, that's not going to work. I mean, we've got 3 roamers, but you wouldn't really say that these operators are you know, roam centric. Where's the Vigil when you had success with that?
Yeah. Well, the Vigil's great because you got a fantastic gun and you can give people the runaround a little bit.
And you counter the Deimos, which I think is obviously the rise of Vigil, and that's the reason why the Boss G has been what it is, because nobody was playing Vigil, but all of a sudden you put in a very strong operator of Deimos, and he only has, you know, a few counters, one of them being Vigil. Everyone thinks, oh, well, I'll try this gun out, and then they realize it's absolutely cracked.
I think it's still the right play from Black Dragons to try and hold a little bit of presence here, but again, they're dipping off quite early.
It's an early drop-off. Yeah, I don't like this. Again, you're not fighting for it. You've gave them mid-floor control with still 2 minutes left.
I feel like you need to go upstairs and lurk for a little bit and then come back on a bit of a flank, because you've given away quite a lot yet again here. And there's no ram this time for Raza Company. They brought a ram last time they attacked on the basement, and that obviously does a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of ripping open the floor. But can do a very similar job. It just takes a little bit longer and it's maybe a little bit more risky, especially given that there's a couple of C4s that are going to be floating downstairs. Raza's Company, for the meantime, just getting themselves set up. Black Dragon's still scurrying around on that basement level.
Actually a change up from what we've seen last time, and I don't know if that's because they know that there is an Echo on board and trying to go for like the kind of default plant maybe won't work unless you take this backside as well, because Echo could just hide away, just dip in the lab perhaps and use that yokai drone. I mean, this is what we want to see. We want to see the retake, Ollie, and here it comes. No flank protection, no nomad, no gridlock from the side of Raz's Company, and a full top floor rotate coming in from Hornatau. But yes, they're going for the retake, but they need to get the kills. It needs to be successful. It's all right attempting it, but we need to see the fruits of their labor here.
I don't know where those track stingers have been placed, because if they've just been allowed to walk straight up there, they're obviously not doing their job very well, are they? Flow is going to be cut off a little bit here by these track stingers. We should be able to rotate on through, and it's a bit of a blunder in terms of utility placement, especially if you're relying on that for giving you an early warning system. Hornatau just tapping away and letting people know that he's there. The plant's going down. There's 10 people in the server. There we go. Finally, we see some kills come in. There's 2 come in for Black Dragons. Flastry and STK both down. 8 seconds left. The diffuser is in Bassetto's hands, but there's still active yokai drones at this point. This has been a blunder of a round from Raza's Company. What have they achieved there?
Yeah, obviously they've went for a different line of approach. That hasn't worked. You know, they've tried to take the side, which it's not easy to get through. Obviously the retake comes in. Gridlock's not being placed in the right position. I would have liked to see more pressure there on the vertical. It felt as though they probably should have gotten some picks from that. You know, we've talked about that basement and the way that you can funnel, you know, open up the vertical angles, funnel people out, and into sightlines with the attackers just lurking in doorways. That didn't really happen there. I don't know what the actual plan was there for Raz's Company. It just looked as though they wanted to walk in and plant and hope that nobody would hear them. But attempting a plant in a 5v5, risky business.
Attackers have discovered the location
Yeah,
of the bomb.
I'll be honest, I really don't understand it. I don't really see where the skeleton key was used too much. I think there's so much potential for Vert, and as we mentioned, you get onto those filter stairs and start opening up that boiler room. I mean, yes, you've got the yokai there, but drone it out, deal with it, you know, figure it out.
10 seconds to go.
You got forced into a different push and was just met by mute jammers, and what was the option? The option was to pick up the Selma charge and just go and throw it on a different wall. It just doesn't seem to, you know, fill me with confidence that that was the original plan, and it really just felt like they were clutching at straws there. A 3-3 split. Black Dragons have now stabilized. That timeout has done wonders for them. Now they're right back in this thing. However, They are attacking here on Lair, and as we saw earlier, attack is always a little bit of a 50-50 for them. Raz's company, they may feel a little bit more comfortable now that they have moved over onto the defense. Could be about to see a little cat and mouse here as Ask is going to be entering in on the Nook. And we do know that STK is playing around inside of the basement, but Ask has got his sights set elsewhere, it seems.
Just looking for a different avenue here. Seeing if he can wrap himself a kill. Open up the round for his side. Maybe he's just hoping that he can maybe catch the Vigil, and if they have an inkling that, yeah, there is actually a Vigil roaming who is going to be undetected by the E1D. Using the scanner. Oh yeah, they know about him, Ollie. That's who they're looking for, is the Vigil, but as we know, it's difficult to pump that particular operator. Feels the Black Dragons in their kind of opening thought process of this round is look for a pick, but they're not getting it at the moment.
No. I think Raz's company are playing the run around exceptionally well right now. Half the round has been wasted searching for this Vigil. We've used some E1Ds. We've had Nook, an entire player dedicated to crouch walking around that bottom floor. Guito going to open the account here for Black Dragons as Perez will fall.
What are you doing?
Trying to get reinforced, but Hornetow, he's just going to jump on the opportunity there for a freebie.
How on earth has he went for that and thought that that would be a success? I mean, just right in front of somebody on the other side off the wall. Gets picked up, and the Black Dragons look as though they're going to kick things off well on Lair with the first attack win for them. Live and Flash 3, the two T5 SMGs left alive, but yeah, just nothing's going to come off it. 1v5, couple of goo mines, but we know how this story ends.
It ends in a flawless round for Black Dragons. They did a great job there. I mean, you know, we kind of credited Raz's company at the halfway point of that round because it looked like they'd done a great job. They'd given the run around. They'd not given anything up. And then a couple of really silly decisions. And as quick as it was looking great for them, it started to look terrible. Black Dragons have won 3 rounds in a row now. That's kind of unusual given the context of the way that these games have been going. Okay, map number 1 and 2 were fairly stompy. But now we get ourselves into what is seeming to be a far closer game, a much more competitive match, far more reminiscent of the previous games that we've seen this weekend. And Black Dragons are still streaking away with a couple. Alarm bells have got to start ringing for Raz's company, and you do wonder when the timeout is coming. I imagine if this round goes the way of Black Dragons, we're going to see that timeout.
Yeah, I think he needs to come in. From the basement, is where we head, not wanting to repeat the upstairs hold.
5 seconds to insertion.
You can see that the attackers have discovered where the site is and completely changed up their lineup, bringing in, of course, the Ram, that main operator for ripping open that flooring. And no flight protection, though, which should be the only worry. Because again, if defenders are smart enough to realize that, hey, there's actually nothing stopping us walking up the staircase and going for a retake on the verts, then it could be quite the issue. 3 scans already for the Deimos. So the early drone work is done well for spotting out those operators.
Hornetow is going to be clearing that top floor. As we mentioned, there has been quite the amount of active droning going on. Perez, slightly quieter time since getting himself onto Lair, but still with some significant contribution. Black Dragon's going for a bit of a belt and braces approach here, not leaving any stone unturned on this roam. Obviously expecting somebody to be up and out there, but a lot of this map has been given away. We do have a bit of a presence from STK on that mid floor. But he looks like he's playing fairly on his own there. I hate that. You hear the sound of the drone, there's a little drone hole nearby, and you end up just doing laps of the map in terms of trying to find it. Oh, here we go, STK. He was lurking around. He must have been droned in there. Either that or Hornetow's just hit a great shot.
Reloading. Cover.
Certainly drones moving around in the area, but the opening pick will be secured here for Black Dragons.
Yeah, good start for them. It's what you're after. It's certainly been the kind of game plan they had last time, was just look for that opening pick and play with that man advantage. On the vast amount of time left, only a minute. Oh, what are you doing? Swinging onto the verts. I mean, this is just the power of, you know, Ram and how quickly and how effectively you can open up that flooring. And you know, it's different compared to the Buck or what Sledge. You know, Buck and Sledge have to use that gadget, whereas Ram, you know, the machines do it for you.
A bomb has been located.
45 seconds. Basetto to find himself a very important kill. Still playing on these blue stairs. On the Warden. Can activate the goggles. He's got the shotgun. He's in good position right now. Live. Shuts Hornetow down. Flo's still got the diffuser, but the attackers, they're not really too near the site. They're not in much of a position to make something happen right now. Gonna be some desperate attempts right now as Flo tries to steamroll his way through, and Ask is gonna secure it. Basetto gets a very important kill, but the diffuser has been juggled. A castle barricade, not what you want to see with 7 seconds left to go, and Ask is gonna be there to save the day for Black Dragons.
Oh, that was close. Almost there for the Warden, but R4C's better in that circumstance. Look, Black Dragons just playing to the bomb site to the best of their ability. I mean, obviously opening up the vertical angles, getting kills from that, and then just moving for the motions just to secure that round. But Black Dragons, I mean, 4 in a row, Ollie. You know, we were sitting there saying, oh, 3-1 lead for Raz's company. This is looking great. But what a response from Black Dragons. The timeout that they had actually taken during the 3-1, I believe, it has worked really well for them.
It really has. They haven't dropped around since then. Raz's company now going to come in with a timeout of their own and try and emulate some of the success that Black Dragons garnered from theirs. But you do get the feeling that this game is starting to slip a little bit. We said the same about Black Dragons when they were down and out. They were trailing by 2. A very similar position to the way that Raz's company is right now. But the game has moved on a little bit since then. Black Dragons are only 3 rounds away. And dreadfully close indeed.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
A castle barricade really screwing Basetto over there at the end. And an opportunity to push through, but you've got so little time and you one punch the castle barricade. It hasn't been prepped. Not loads that you can do about it. Raz's company going to take us up to the top floor. Is the timeout going to be good for a round?
Need more than just one, Ollie. They need to string a few together.
The location of a bomb.
2 rounds is all Black Dragon needs. It's not a lot.
10 seconds to go.
We head upstairs. We head upstairs. And look, line up again from the attackers.
Attackers are moving.
It's going to be more utility focused. You know, that Grim has been a mainstay for this top floor. They know how important it is to have that operator. We see a bit of a wild card, a bit of a trump pick. The Amaru. The Gyro Hook makes an appearance. We've seen it already. I think me and you, we cast a game a while back where that Gyro Hook was used to go straight up into the vault. I think maybe it was G2 who did it. I don't know if it was against G2. Somebody did it. It was absolutely crazy.
I think I vaguely remember it.
Right, who was it actually? Can't remember. Was it Wild? Secret?
Yeah, sounds like something like Wild or Secret would be, to be honest with you.
I don't know who did it, but it definitely happened. So we'll see if it's going to work out this time. Bear in mind, doesn't have diffuser, so it won't be a plant-oriented Gyro Hook. It will be get the kills. But the main bridge shouldn't have any issues with it. There's nothing in terms of denial in the lineup of the defense. Do have these armor barriers to just clog it up, but still will make the breach.
Keeper deployed.
No kills yet, though.
No, I think the rounds are going to start getting a little bit more cagier as we enter the final stages of this grand final. This is usually the way that things go. teams becoming increasingly more cautious, which gives opportunity to Amari players, doesn't it? Because that is quite the opposite of cautious. It's bold, it's brash, it's up in your face. Great position from Hornetow right now. Had a quiet game, been overshadowed by Ask, which is what we kind of wanted. We wanted someone else from Black Dragons to show up, alleviate some of the pressure that Hornetow would have been feeling on his shoulders. He's got some good information there as to where the Azami is. Currently just biding his time, hoping to catch one of these defenders, making a bit of a careless rotation.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Oh no.
There it is.
Oh no.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
There's a big trigger right there. We can already see that Ask is primed and ready. He's got the shotgun underneath the hatch and he's ready to go. There's loads of yellow pings kicking around. He can get himself up here and pick up the kill. Oh, does manage to dodge out and finds the kill. That's huge from Ask. Perez elsewhere, though, has done his part. Flo going to find himself down. Ask is going to be in the Viper's nest very shortly and will fall. Hornetow. We've had big clutches on this map already today, but this is a little bit too much to ask for. Live there, able to play that ring around the Rosie, the goo mine, the only early warning system that he needed. Ready and waiting to clutch that round.
Yeah, the reaction was good. The reaction was very, very good from Raz's company. Yes, Ask was able to move in through the hatch, get that pick, but immediately being traded off. I actually kind of think the issue there for Black Dragons was losing that opening pick. You know, if they had had that in a 5v5 with the walls being opened up with an extra man to cover those angles, probably would have been a different round. So I don't think they did themselves any favors with that opening death. And you've seen that, you know, Black Dragons, you know, from that position where you're in the 4v5 already, this was a risky play. You know, he could have easily have died. Also, it felt as though maybe it was mistimed. You know, Perez was able to pick up a kill before he got finished off.
Yeah, it was. I think it was just a little bit too ambitious from Black Dragons. I like that they attempted it though, especially given the moment that they find themselves in. It has just left the door slightly ajar. For Raz's company, though,
locate and defuse a bomb.
They are in with a chance of leveling this thing up right here and now in round number 10. I like the lineup that Black Dragons are going to be bringing. Swapped out the book in favor of a ram. Might make things a little bit easier to rip open some of that floor. We did sort of question that last time they attacked onto this site. Were they doing enough
on the prowl.
opening up of those vertical angles?
Tracker on hostile. It'll sting a lot.
Still cagey stuff though, Demo.
Very tense. Honestly, you could cut it with a knife. That's how tense it is. Just feel as though every round going into it, opening pick that's the most important thing right now for me. I think that's the way both teams are also playing it, because both teams aren't going, you know, full in within the first minute, trying to look for that pick. Both teams, yes, they would like the pick, but I think more than anything, they don't want to give it up. Oh, using the ram to actually try and clear out the roamers, Ollie. This is something we don't see all too often, but look, they're able to pick off these roamers and cut off their you know, kind of rotation routes more than anything. That's the key thing here.
Oh dear. Ask has been cut off himself. Live. Must have taken him out on the reverse vertical there. There's an engagement brewing right now as well. Surely they must have heard that. Perez been damaged by the barbed wire and players allowed to scurry down those filtration stairs. With the ram being used up above, there's not sufficient vert to try and catch these players as they get back into sight.
Yeah. Thankfully, though, they still have breaching charges, so the actual vertical work can still be done. They have that backup with losing out that ram, so it's not, you know, all said and done just yet. But still, a 4v4, 40 seconds to go. We haven't even mentioned the Goyo canisters, which have not been touched at all. I don't know how Black Dragons win this. I kind of just think times against them, utilities against them. Positioning at the moment, they're not exactly set up ready to go for a plant as of yet. Gonna be a bloodbath.
It really is. Still being made now. 20 seconds. That hatch is going to start to look real enticing to drop into, but you know that you're going to be dropping into a world of hurt. Hornetow sends the nades through. Caps out firebolts to cut off that doorway as well. Hornetow, it feels like he's got a lot to watch right now as Flo drops into the flaming Inferno and immediately is cut down. Perez there, ready to take that shot. Nuxka tried to pick up the diffuser and continue where Flo had left off, but there hadn't been enough work done in those earlier parts of the round. The defenders allowed far too much freedom in terms of the rotations they were allowed to make.
Yeah, just time getting away from them. All they could do is go for a suicide drop, and you seen what happened. You know, that hatch, for as strong as it is, Ollie, that player inside of that boiler room is, yeah, just mows you down just so easily.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I mean, Raz's company, their timeout is good for 2. Black Dragons, their timeout was good for 4. Maybe Raz's company could also be good for 4 and they win the map, they win the series, and they go to SI.
Who knows? At this moment in time, it really is anybody's. A square game, 5 rounds apiece. With a clash being brought this time from Raz's company. Maybe trying to add into the pain the Black Dragons are feeling in terms of really clearing people out.
5 seconds left.
I've not seen them successfully clear people as much as people just relocate and be moved at opportune moments. There's an operator to clear someone out, though. The blitz is brought. Now, every blitz play that we've seen this weekend, Demo, has been rubbish. I'm going to say it.
Yeah, yeah, I've not been impressed with the blitz gameplay.
It's been garbage. Is this going to be different?
And there are a few opportunities where, again, on a very roamer-centric map, blitz can be great for that, but even just simple stuff like running in through the breach, that could also be a positive. One thing as well that Shields always have going for them in terms of, you know, difficult bomb sites to attack because you need to go for an extra step. This extra step would be, oh, we need to take above. You know, we need to stop those vertical angles from happening. In this scenario, you could walk in, have the blitz, you know, plant under the cover of smoke with the shield in his back. You know, that happens a fair few times, so that could be the option for them. But, I don't know. I think it's going to be difficult to go for, though. Especially if there's a clash in the thick of it, given info. And that, you know, you won't be able to get past that. Yeah.
The big problem's the clash. At the moment, the clash is on the top floor. So, not really too much of a problem for anybody. But it is, of course, going to have to be cleared on out. Flo, find the first kill over onto live. STK responds very quickly. STK now knows that there is going to be a blitz kicking around, and that is a scuff breach if ever I've seen one. Horrible little line left in between those two Selma charges. And that isn't going to make things any easier for Black Dragons right now.
So, minute 15. Blitz alive, Clash alive, I think is probably more of the important one. And no real counter on the board. I mean, Thatcher's gone, and potential EMP push for the Clash is not going to happen. This is going to be scary, but the Clash needs to be in the right position. Right now, Ollie, she's, I don't know, chasing ghosts. There is nobody towards that side of the map. She needs to rotate in a position that can assist the team.
Oh my goodness.
There is going to be one player now pushing with the Blitz, but just barely misses out on that kill in the Clash.
Oh dear. Blitz tries to run the Clash down, and that's only going to end one way. The diffuser in the worst possible spot as well. And there's a little bit of support for the Clash as well. Another Candela going to get sent on through.
Shoots it.
Not going to do too much, though. Given the time and space to shoot it, you can try and pick up that diffuser, but really, what are you going to be able to achieve? Hornetow desperately trying to pre-fire through the wall. Flastry takes Flo down. The shotgun not successful. Hornetow, how does he win that? Try and push this Clash. Try and bear down on him. 14 seconds left. There's still chance right now, but Bassetto picks one, allowed to get back into the shield. Hornetow, sole survivor, slowly getting chipped away. He can start to get the plant down, but he can't do anything with it. Raz's company, death by 1,000 cuts there. Just going to chip away at the morale on the side of Black Dragons. Match and series point right now.
1,000 cuts, Ollie, plus lemons everywhere. That's what that was. My God. I mean, the clash. How? I don't know. Anyone? How that clash is alive? To get a kill? Then the reshup.
Attackers need to locate
Nuts.
and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Absolute insanity. And Raz's company, look, I said they were good for 2. Could they be good for 4? They're good for 3. One more round and they win. I mean, what a turn of events. I mean, the timeouts, Ollie, have been exceptional from both teams.
Yeah.
Black Dragons in turmoil. They then turn things around. Raz's company, equally, things not looking too hot. Turn things around.
I think the timeouts have been really good on there. And this
Timeouts have been great.
this weekend so far, they've done very little. Timeouts have meant not a lot. I think the timing of them on there has been fantastic, and obviously the content has really worked. And that Raz's company have got a very firm idea of what they need to do now. Black Dragons have their backs up against the wall. Still a chance to go to an overtime. Still a chance to take the whole thing, but at the moment you've got to back Raz's company in the way that they have been playing. Heck of a lot of pressure on this opening engagement. Said, when you start getting toward the sharp end of a series, you see cagey rounds. I'm expecting nothing less here.
I'm reloading.
Here we go. Raz's company for a chance to take a trip to the USA. Will it be decided on the top 4 defense? Lineup. I don't think it's changed since the last time they were here. Obviously, Black Dragons have moved away from the Amaru that they had brought in last time. And they're back on the Nook as well, which, I mean, Ask, if he's able to slip his way in and do something, then yes, maybe it's a good pick, but I'm not convinced, Ollie. With barbed wire, legions, FNAT mines, how on earth is Ask gonna be able to crouch walk his way to victory?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's the gun. He's obviously feeling himself here on Lair. But it does seem like maybe lacking a little bit of util. Capital would be quite nice in this circumstance. Hornetown trying to play cautiously here. Been quiet so far on Lair. Sends the bees out. He's going to get the track and going to force the player off the deployable shield. It should be enough for him to move up. Trying to time that as well with Ask coming up those rocket stairs. Got to win that engagement though, and Perez comes off better. This is a bloodbath. Oh dear, 5 versus 1. What better way to finish it than a flawless? Raz's company, they're going to be headed over to Boston. First time invitational for all 5 of these players. Boy, oh boy, they didn't make it easy for themselves here. They came through that upper bracket. But we needed all 3 maps in the grand finals against Black Dragons to take the victory.
Like, I mean, what do you say? What a final round. Kind of build up, think, you know, maybe Black Dragons are guessing the OT, but nah, flawless round lockout for Raz's company. The timeout was good for 4, Ollie. It was good for 4. I mean, what can you say? I mean, the team, who I'm sure has had a lot of backing based on the man who has gave them, you know, a chance to be represented under. You know, Raz, I'm sure he'll be chuffed with that. I'm sure of course he's going to be, and I'm sure he'll be there with the team, and the support that side will get is this scrappy team who've battled in through the qualifiers. Obviously beating out, you know, a formidable team like Black Dragons. It won't be back-to-back events for them, but certainly for Raz's company, the XE1 roster, you know, this is their 2nd event now in less than a year. You know, that I think that is that's a great opportunity for them to kind of build from where they were at Manchester.
Absolutely. And like you say, it's great that they've been given that opportunity to play under the Raza banner, as it were. Let's get CDAPS back in here so we can round out today's proceedings.
Well, I'm back, but overall, that game was so incredibly decisive and so exciting. You would have to say there was no really other way it should have ended but max regulation. So for Raza Company, they now step in, they punch their ticket, and Ollie, you have to think with a roster that lost their organization just a few weeks ago, the chip on their shoulder to bounce back and win the qualifiers is a story yet to be told.
Yeah, it's a big statement, isn't it? You know, very much like, why did you drop us? Like, we were going to make it to SI anyway. You know, you should have kept a hold of us, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And sometimes that can be a little bit of motivation, right? There's a lot of things that happen, especially org side inside of Siege. And you know, you've really got to go out there and prove yourself. I'm just glad that they were given the back end to do so. They've obviously rallied under the Raza banner, and they've been able to come out with a performance here tonight. I'm glad that we got 3 maps. I'm really glad that it was a close lair, especially after the way that the first 2 maps went.
And my heart absolutely is broken for Black Dragons because they came so far. This was their 8th map played today, and to lose by just 2 rounds, Demo, just feels crushing.
I mean, that's Siege for you. You know, that's the way it goes. And I think Black Dragons, probably a moment where they were thinking, wow, we're doing it. You know, 5 rounds to 3 they were leading, and then just that timeout comes in, and whatever the timeout, you know, was said, whatever it is, it worked extremely well. And yeah, Raza Company being able just to come back, get themselves in there. Don't even take it to OT, just win it 7-5 outright, 4 in a row, sweep it. It's impressive. Again, I think Black Dragons just kind of highlights it was individuals carrying the team. It was individuals to get them to this stage. You never really sat back and looked at Black Dragons and said, wow, that was the full team performance today. Because it wasn't. You know, you look at Hornets now, where we sat and praised, and he dropped, 23 kills the last time he played Lair only a few hours ago. You know, look at how he finished. You know, 6 kills. Is that, you know, good enough? Of course it's not.
Yeah, he was no longer the Terminator. He wasn't the final boss. He wasn't a raid challenge that the entire Raza Company team had to band together to try to beat. Instead, it was somebody like Live on the side of Raza Company who was really stepping up. Perez, he also had moments, Ollie, where he could just walk into the bomb site and get a free opener.
Yeah, Perez he particularly had a very good second map. I think Bank was a fantastic map for him. He carried that performance through. It wasn't as flashy, there weren't as many kills, but he still got the job done on Lair, and he was a real key component in toward that win. And just to echo what Demo said, you know, Black Dragons, if they had have won, if they had got to SI, would we still be looking to rely on solo performances from Hornetow and ask maybe to get it over the line? Probably. So in the grand scheme of things, it's a good thing that we're sending Raz's Company, because they're probably the better finished product at the moment.
Yeah, just across the board, top to bottom. Live, Perez, SDK, Baseto, Flashtree. All of these players, Demo, had moments at some point this weekend. Day 1, it was Baseto. Flashtree's had maps, but more recently today, it was a whole lot of Live and it was a whole lot of Perez.
Yeah, it's a team performance. You know, everyone stepped up to get them to this stage. Nobody went missing. Everyone played their part. You know, everyone should be very proud of themselves. Nobody was, quote unquote, carried to this. Everyone went in, understood the assignment, and did it to, you know, the best of their ability. And that's, you know, where we land is them going to SI. You know, you look at the match stats, again, everyone being able to do something. The opening kills were a little bit more varied this time around. It wasn't as clear-cut as maybe what we had, but you look at Ask on the other side, 1 and 5 in the opening picks. He had a really torrid time with it. So, yeah, I think it's a great game, great series overall, going all the way to 3 maps. But Raz's Company, who, of course, as we know, were the favorites coming into this game. They may not have looked like it after the first map, but it's not about how you start, it's how you finish.
And I think all of us finished with the, you know, correct overall finishing with our predictions, all 3 of us. But, you know, you got to feel a little bit of pride when we all 3 went for Raza Company.
I mean, maybe a little bit. I'll be honest, I wasn't confident in our prediction at some points this evening, because I think we did get it a little bit wrong. But Raza Company, they won in the end.
Yeah, and one more thing, Demo, you gotta say, looking in on how Raza Company were able to just be dominant in that early round was so nice.
Yeah, I think you kind of look at how they were able to understand what they wanted to do and what they wanted to go for in a lot of the scenarios. You know, you look at, especially on their attacks. Okay, do we want to hunt these roamers? You know, sometimes they did, sometimes it backfired. You know, let's make that clear. There was one round there in Lair where they tried to go and hunt a Vigil and it didn't work out for them. So there were moments in the map where they kind of got ahead of themselves, but still, you know, they tried it. They understood what they wanted to do. Whereas the Black Dragons, there was moments during the series where you sat and looked and thought, they don't know what they're doing. You know, especially on that bank, you sat there and thought, where are they going? What is the idea? What is the thought process? What's the game plan? You just never really knew.
Gotta be Perez. I was just about to say, I think the stat line for Perez where he was getting, you know, he was the only player that was over 1 KPR. I think it's only fitting that he is the MVP for this series.
Yeah, and Perez really stepping up when he was needed most, trying to cancel out trying to cancel out Ask, trying to cancel out Hornetal. That's what Live and Flash 3 were able to do, and that created the perfect Storm demo for Perez to just go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I think just the team, everyone kind of thought to themselves, okay, how are we going to win this game? Oh, I know, let's just fortify around, you know, one of the better players that we have. You know, certainly Perez on that support, who, again, it's the unflattering rule. We know that it's not the flashiest of plays, but I know, I always feel as though just playing like a smoke and a mute all day along with an ace, all of those operators have great guns, which, yes, you kind of have to get your hands dirty. You don't really get to go out and stretch your legs and go for a roam or fire in through a hatch, for example, or play a shield. But still, you'll be able to, I don't know, just pick up the kills where your teammates couldn't. And obviously, you're always going to have opportunities for clutches. And, you know, Brazilians, they're very good at clutching. We see that on international events all the time. And, you know, certainly Perez is not an exception to that either.
Yeah, Perez just stepping up, but I think more than anything was his ability to hit gaps all throughout this entire series. For Black Dragons, they did leave gaps, especially on their defensive side, and all of a sudden, you would just see Perez just walk in and absolutely explode for his team.
Yeah, there was some really aggressive rounds as well. I think back to Bank, there was a round in particular where, you know, we barely finished. I can't remember what we were talking about then. We were talking about something. It was maybe a little bit off topic, but we'd barely finished our sort of off-topic chatter, and the round was already over. And that was in part due to Perez and his way to find that space.
Yeah, and we do have the final bracket because, you know, that's it. That was the final game. We have now seen Raza Company fight their way all the way to the top side of the bracket, taking down Vivo Keyed Stars, taking down Black Dragons, and ultimately taking down Black Dragons again. And Demo, what we have to see with Raza Company is they have dropped one singular map, but ultimately an utterly dominant performance here in the LCQ.
Yeah, of course. And this was the important thing for them was, sure, if you drop maps, you drop maps. As long as you're the last team standing at the end of it, that is the all-important thing. So yeah, only dropping one map across the course of the competition. It's very, very impressive. And now we'll have to see how they do going into Boston. Look, they're going to be going from, you know, a pond where they are the big fish, they were the favorites in this competition, into an even bigger pond, and they will be the small fish. Let's not eat two ways about it. There'll be stronger teams they have to go up against, so they're always going to be underdogs going into that competition.
And with that, Raza Company are your 17th team to qualify for the Boston 6 Invitational. And we're all done here until just a few weeks away. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you from Demo and X, the other casters, Carter, Lynx, as well as Stokes, and the entire production crew over at the Brazilian studio. Thank you so much. And we hope you guys had a great time.
Bye.